need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs beat the Mariners again yesterday, 5-2, but courtesy of the long ball. Eugenio Suarez stepped to the plate in the bottom of the sixth with the bases loaded, and, well, you know the rest.
And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back and gone! His 19th home run of the season, and he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino.
Pavin Smith would add a solo shot of his own, and the Diamondbacks completed the sweep right before the Padres come to town tomorrow. The Indiana Pacers took Game 3 in front of their rocking home crowd last night, and it was the Wildcats of Ben Mathurin and TJ McConnell whose impact was felt last night. Mathurin led the way with 27 points, and McConnell 10 points but 5 steals off the bench to help the Pacers to a 116-107 win. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Hey, Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Sobolka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. Wake up every day, everybody. It is a momentous day in the Valley, and not just because the U.S. Open is underway in Pittsburgh. Stephanie Hockeridge's trial has begun.
Oh, no.
Think about this, Vinny. Had Cupid and his arrows been in this radio station a few years ago, you might have had to take off radio today to support your wife in prison. Or in court, I mean. Bick, I can't come today. I got to be in court.
Yeah, Cupid had no heads on those arrows, unfortunately. Or
so,
maybe fortunately.
I love you.
Right. I see, and I don't mean to make fun of a person in a very serious predicament, but I have to make fun of a person in this situation.
Yeah. Sammy, I bet you, has no idea even what we're talking about.
Okay, Sammy, there was a former media person, local news anchor, female young local news anchor that Vinny was very attracted to. And so she came in the studio one day, and the attraction just
and I asked
grew.
her. I asked her to attend an adult prom with me.
That's right. That's exactly
right. You did a whole
right.
promposal.
Yes, right.
Audio thing. It was very.
It was
great.
Fantastic. And
we
at
played
one
Vinny
point,
Joe trivia with her.
Uh-huh. And at one point, 3 minutes into the whole thing, he got up and had to turn the air conditioning on because he was sweating.
It was hot in here.
Okay, so headline in the Daily Mail. Quote, saucy bathtub photo at center of ultra-glamorous former news anchor's fraud trial.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Send me that link.
No, but that's funny.
You can follow along.
No, but there is no photo being shown, but they are saying it's coming in the trial. There is apparently a picture of Stephanie Hockeridge in a hot tub surrounded by just money and Rolexes.
And Matt Leinart.
And Matt Leinart. Right? So that's the visual you're going to get in this trial.
I'm over it. I just hope she's happy.
She chose a life of crime over Vince Marotta.
Hey, there's always conjugal visits. But it's funny, you're talking about trials.
She's a married woman still.
When we
she sure knows how to pick them.
When the Diddy trial was starting, I remember we were saying like, "Oh, is this going to be the biggest thing since the OJ thing?" And it's like that time in history will never be captured again for whatever reason.
No.
Every big super trial that was supposed to come since then just doesn't have the impact.
No, you're exactly right. That dominated American culture and everybody's life on a daily basis. That's what people were talking about.
If you've read
it, daytime television.
Well,
for
that's
a long
the whole
time.
thing. If this Diddy trial was being televised, it'd be different because I've read some of the transcript of the testimony. It's really awful.
It's awful, which leads to the fact that you probably couldn't televise it because of the subject matter. But Diddy is a huge star, but compared to O.J. Simpson's profile in the mid-'90s, everybody knew. O.J. Simpson was huge.
Yeah.
Everybody knew who he was.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, we got a lot of fun planned today. Start this show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Sweep, swept, sweep.
That's my phrase, man.
Sweep, sweep, sweep.
I'm going to patent that.
That is the last 3 series for the Arizona Diamondbacks after they got a 5-2 win over the Seattle Mariners at Chase Field. Wednesday afternoon, Mariners led 2-0, but the D-backs struck in the 6th, fueled by Gino Suarez's 3rd grand slam of the year and a solo shot from Pavin Smith. Eduardo Rodriguez making his 2nd start since returning from the injured list. 6 1/3 innings, allowed just 2 runs on 6 hits with 5 strikeouts. Juan Murillo, Jalen Beeks, and Shelby Miller combined on 2 2/3 innings of scoreless relief and a win. A sweep for the Diamondbacks. An off day today, starting tomorrow. D-backs get their first look at the 2025 San Diego Padres as they hit Chase Field for a 3-game Father's Day weekend.
This is a big series for this baseball team. They all are, obviously.
Yeah.
But the clock is ticking. The trade deadline's approaching. You don't know what the owner is thinking.
But let's not go sweep, swept, sweep, swept.
No.
We don't want to be talking
Let's
about...
go sweep, swept, sweep, sweep. How about that?
Shams Charania of ESPN reported Wednesday that Rich Kleiman, Kevin Durant's business partner and CEO of Boardroom, has met with the Phoenix Suns multiple times over the past week or so, and that the two sides are sifting through trade scenarios. Charania identified the Houston Rockets, San Antonio Spurs, Miami Heat, Minnesota Timberwolves, and New York Knicks as teams that have expressed interest in acquiring the 15-time All-Star from the Suns. He also said talks are expected to escalate between now and the NBA draft, which starts on Wednesday, June 25th. However, Stephen Bondy of the New York Post reported Wednesday morning that the Knicks are not in the mix to trade for Durant. So we'll see what happens. The Indiana Pacers took down the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 3 of the NBA Finals, 116-107. OKC led by 5 entering the fourth quarter, but Indiana surged ahead in the final 12 minutes. They outscored the Thunder 32-18. Tyrese Halliburton's 3 with 6:42 to go gave the Pacers a 3-point lead, and they'd never let it go. A couple of former Arizona Wildcats had their stamp all over the win. Benedict Mathurin came off the bench, led all scorers with 27 points. And TJ McConnell, who apparently took bath salts before the game, 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals in 15 minutes. He was a man possessed.
Yeah. Well, that's the way TJ McConnell plays.
Yeah. Halliburton just missed a triple-double, 22 points, 9 rebounds, 11 assists. Pacers take a 2-1 series lead. The festivities pick up tomorrow night in Indy for Game 4. Elsewhere in the NBA, the New York Knicks continued their head coaching search. Looking for love in all the wrong places. Wednesday brought news of the Knicks front office, led by Leon Rose, has been denied permission to speak to current head coaches Ime Udoka of Houston, Chris Finch of Minnesota, Dallas's Jason Kidd, Billy Donovan of Chicago, and Quinn Snyder of the Atlanta Hawks. Have they reached out to the Suns to interview Jordan Ott yet?
Yeah, right.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's too bad that the Suns didn't hang on to Mike Budenholzer. Maybe the Knicks would try to poach him.
They could have got some
compensation out of it.
It's a crazy search. Today is the...
They've got to be trolling. Seriously, that's not a strategy.
No, let's fire our coach. We just made the Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah. And let's just covet everybody else's coach.
Insanity.
Today is scheduled to be the final day of mandatory minicamp out at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe. Players and coaches then break for summer vacations. Get back together in July for training camp at State Farm Stadium. Elsewhere in the NFL, linebacker Jermaine Pratt just released this week by the Bengals. He hooked on with the Las Vegas Raiders. 1-year deal worth $4.25 million. Pratt's 143 tackles in 2024 were tied for 10th most in the NFL. They were talking about the Raiders this morning on ESPN Radio on Unsportsmanlike. They might be an intriguing team.
Really?
Pete Carroll, new head coach.
Yeah.
They bring in Geno Smith. Genty at running back. They're definitely going to be better than they were.
Well, yeah, they're going to be competent. I mean, the Pete Carroll will have an immediate impact, but
he's the
interesting.
Oldest coach in NFL history.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, head coach. I think Tom Moore's still on his staff.
How old is he now again?
74.
Okay.
It's a young 74.
Yeah, he is.
Stanley Cup Final resumes tonight in Florida. Panthers hosting the Edmonton Oilers in Game 4. Florida leads that series 2-1 after dominating a chippy Game 3, 6-1 on Monday night. Tonight's game faces off at 5:30 on TNT. Mercury victorious Wednesday night. They topped the Dallas Wings 93-80 at PHX Arena. Phoenix made 15 three-pointers on the way to the win. Satu Sabali had 20 to lead the Merc. Alyssa Thomas back from injury, 11 points, 10 assists. Paige Beckers was also back from injury for Dallas. She had 35 in the loss. Mercury now 7-4 overall, 3-2 in Commissioner's Cup play. They're on the road for their next 4 starting Sunday in Vegas against the Aces. And yes, the U.S. Open at Oakmont, the toughest course ever, apparently, is underway. Round 1, looking at the leaderboard, J.J. Spawn scoffing at the difficulty of the course right now. 3 under through 7.
That'll change.
Great, and he's a great player.
Rory McIlroy 2 under.
Yeah.
Siwoo Kim also at 2 under.
So I want you to put on Twitter. You need to ask people if we should be talking more golf. I want to see what the results are.
If you get around to it, Jared.
Yeah, right.
I have access to the Twitter.
Okay, Sammy, take care of that.
Sammy's going to hijack it.
Because there's a lot I want to say about Rory.
Okay, and then I'm going to ask, should we talk about more other food?
Well, I think he's just saying.
Reaction
Can
to
we
my
possibly
food
talk about more food?
I think he's just saying the prevalence of it, this week.
What I'm saying is in a big tournament like this that a lot of people I've heard from people all week long, can't wait for this. Just because you don't care doesn't mean it's not important.
Just because you care a lot doesn't mean that it is important.
Do you know what state you live in? Do you know how many golf courses are in Arizona? Do you have any clue?
What does that have to do with anything?
There's
a lot of swimming pools also.
There's a lot of golf
about
fans here.
There's a lot of swimming pools
There's
in
a
Arizona.
lot of golf fans here is what I'm saying.
I am a bystander in this conversation. You heard what Zaven
I'm
Collins
not going
said
to be
yesterday,
told what
Jarrett?
is good content from you.
From the listeners, from the Twitter people, though?
Those people are our lifeblood, Jarrett. God help us.
I just have so much I want to say about Rory.
Let's start a podcast.
Yeah. I tried that. It was denied.
There's your splash for Thursday, June 12th. Coming up.
That was your golf tee with Bickley.
Are we on our way to seeing the biggest upset in NBA Finals history? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
A D-backs sweep of Seattle. Now a day off before they host 3 against San Diego at Chase Field. D-backs Padres Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The home of D-backs baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where's the docket? Where's the straight?
Conversation was like, we got to wake up. You know, I think that was the biggest thing. We had a couple bad turnovers there. You know, we were playing a little antsy, probably is the right word. But I thought we just did a great job of responding. Like, it's the NBA. 10 points is nothing. 20 points is nothing. You know, no lead is safe. So you just got to put your head down and just one play at a time. That's what it is. One play, one quarter, whatever the case is. Try to, you know, look at it in increments that way, you know, so you can stick with it.
That was Tyrese Halliburton in his alternate voice talking after the game last night about the Pacers' mindset when they're down in games. Last night, it was an entertaining game. It was a close game. Mm-hmm. It was weird in the fact that how many NBA games in the year 2025 are played where one team doesn't get a double-digit lead? That game was played within 9 points the whole game.
Yeah, it's first of all, it occurred to me at the end of last night's game that the Indiana Pacers are not only criminally underrated during the regular season, they're still underrated in the NBA Finals.
They are.
Yeah,
I'll raise my hand. Yeah, I've been guilty of it.
We all are. We all are. You had a great response to somebody who kind of mocked us on Twitter, like, "Hey, you feel different about the NBA Finals now?" And your response was, "Come on, man!" Like, of course, you know.
Where was that post before the game?
Well, that's it.
Nostradamus.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Right. The ones who are just bursting with hindsight.
Look, maybe I've been influenced by the fact that Oklahoma City won 68 games, which is really irrelevant at this point of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And you could say the same thing about 50 wins for Indiana. Irrelevant at this point of the playoffs. That's a damn good basketball team.
Yeah.
And Oklahoma City gets lauded for their defense and how good it is, and it is good. But Indiana can crank it up too, and we saw that last night, especially in the fourth quarter of that game. They look like they broke Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's looked unbreakable throughout the postseason and through all of the regular season. There's a reason why he hoisted the MVP trophy. He looked broken by the end of that game.
Yeah, he did. They threw a lot of people at him, and I read this morning they held him to 24 points. That's a sign of a big time player when you hold him to 20.
He averages 32.
I know.
So
I know.
I mean, that is significant.
I also marvel at the culture of the NBA on social media. I heard people having discussions about this morning, and it really resonated with me. After Game 2 of that series, the first loss of the series by the Pacers, people were starting to wonder, see, Tyrese Halliburton isn't all that. It's so temporary, the place people on social media go with their emotions and their feelings about players.
Yeah.
And the NBA specifically.
Yeah.
More so.
More so. And I get, like, with football, it's once a week, so you have more time to, like, sit on, like, players and quarterbacks. But it does feel in the NBA, it's like, especially in the playoffs, every night someone has to say something about the other team's star player. Like, Tyrese Halliburton didn't play good in Oklahoma City to a team that you mentioned won 68 games.
Yeah.
All right, guess what? He's coming home now.
No, but he didn't play well, but he also hit the game winner in game
Right,
1.
exactly.
The crowd was obviously a factor last night, too. First finals game in Indianapolis in 25 years. Rick Carlisle tipped his cap to him.
I thought our crowd was great. They were everything that we had hoped for tonight. Oklahoma's crowd, we've talked about it in kind of telling our crowd through the media and whatever that, we really need them. And they were great, especially, in the fourth quarter. It just went up a few decibels. And so it's one of many factors.
Yeah, it was a factor. We were curious to see how that would affect things, and it certainly had an effect. And I think the combination of the energy exchange between specifically
the
crowd and TJ McConnell in the second quarter of that game, where he kind of took things over and it kind of bled throughout the game. And the last two games have been defined by the benches.
What a bench performance by the Pacers.
Where was the Oklahoma City bench? We were raving about. I mean, Caruso was okay.
Yep.
Aaron Wiggins was completely MIA. And not only Mathurin and McConnell, but Ben Shepherd coming off the bench playing good defense. Obi Toppin had a lot of very impactful plays in the fourth quarter when that game was in the balance, too. That was a dominant bench game by Indiana.
Yeah, so going for 27 off the bench in an NBA Finals game is unheard of. That is an insanely great performance from Benedict Mathurin. That hadn't been done since Jason Terry, another Wildcat, in 2011.
So what are you saying, that U of A players aren't good enough to start?
Hey, I wore my U of A shirt for a reason today.
What's that, Sammy?
I wore my U of A shirt for a reason today.
And TJ McConnell, you mentioned him and the bath salts before the game. It's a great line. TJ McConnell, one of the things about the NBA is because basketball is such an artistic and cultural form of expression, everybody's got to act cool. Everyone's got to look cool. TJ McConnell is one of those guys that doesn't mind playing with his hair, not literally on fire.
Figuratively
on fire. He's not. And there are players who are like that in the NBA, and they stand out because most NBA players don't want to look like that.
It's one of the reasons why everyone has tried to connect him to the Suns over the last several years in trade rumors. Like, that's the kind of guy we would really love to have on the Suns. That's the kind of point guard.
Jared, you know my feelings about Arizona basketball.
Yes, he does.
There's not a lot of love. There's not a lot of love there. A lot of it is based in jealousy. I'll freely admit it. In all of my life being a Suns fan and an anti-U of A basketball player, the only player I've ever said, while he was still in college at U of A, where I said I would want him on my team, is TJ McConnell.
Really?
Yes. He's not the best player, obviously. They've had great players in the league.
Right.
I probably said it about Sean Elliott before my hatred really bubbled up, but...
So who is
I just love the way he plays.
Let the record show that they drafted DeAndre Ayton, number one overall.
Is Salim Stoudemire still your all-time favorite?
Yeah. Just because he was on the team.
Stoudemire.
He was on the team when I was in school.
Okay, yeah, so there's a connection.
And I really love that team, and he had such dramatic game winners and stuff. So he's still my favorite player. TJ McConnell is absolutely top 5, if not top 3, though, all time.
Where are you with that, Sammy?
See, it's actually funny because I grew up a big ASU fan, so I didn't grow up with...
Traitor!
I know.
But he's so young that he wasn't even in school at that era, right?
Like the Salim Stoudemire?
No, the TJ McConnell era.
Oh, I wasn't at U of A, but I definitely knew of TJ. I'd say because I knew a lot of the team when I was at U of A, Benedict Mathurin was fantastic. I loved watching him, that team. Dalen Terry, because I used to play against him growing up. He was great. But my favorite guy to watch, I've mentioned him before, was Azulis Tubelis. He's a white Lithuanian lefty.
Right.
I just loved the way he played.
He was a good player.
Except when the tournament started.
Yeah, exactly. But that team, it was more of a team for me, less of players.
That was like 4 years ago.
1 point back on the...
I'm talking about teams like 20 years ago, like it just happened.
Yeah. One other point I wanted to make, and I was out and about last night. Met some friends, so I was watching the game at a restaurant. And in the fourth quarter, I was listening to the Indiana Pacers broadcast on satellite radio. At one of the most crucial times of the game, and I give him credit for it, Mark Boyle, the longtime play-by-play announcer of Indiana, said, I'd like to editorialize for a second. I was like, where's he going with this? And he said, shame on the NBA and shame on the NBA's broadcast television partners, because this series has been fantastic so far, and the ratings are in the toilet because of what they have failed to do.
Wow.
And that is pump up these players.
Wow.
We went into this series saying, look, if you're influenced by market size, that's on you.
Mm-hmm.
There is an effect of what the television partners do, and they bludgeon you with Lakers stuff, and they bludgeon you with Knicks and Warriors. Okay, I get it. They have to get numbers. But they failed these two teams in the process.
Yes, they have.
We were saying, look, we're going to watch anyway, thinking it was going to be a blowout. It's been a fantastic series so far.
Yeah. Listen,
Game 2 was a little boring, but Game 1 was a thriller, and last night was close the whole way.
You and I have been talking about this for years, not weeks, not months, years, about this impact that these hot take and the national platform shows how they've been failing the NBA, and this series, this matchup has finally exposed what that means, and there's a strong lesson for everybody in any business whatsoever. If you're constantly looking to maximize and snatch as much profit as you can in the moment without building something better for down the road, you're making a big error.
Yeah.
Big error. And the NBA is a classic example because people should care about this. Pascal Siakam handed Karl Anthony Towns his lunch the previous series. He is unbelievably underrated, right? Tyrese Halliburton outplayed Jalen Brunson, and these guys are most overrated player. Tyrese Halliburton, whatever.
It's been a great series, and I give credit to Indiana. They're even better than I thought they were. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com. for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. Coming up next, after sweep, can anyone figure out this D-backs team? We'll dive into it in D-backs Daily next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about natural gas and how it delivers good value and how Southwest Gas provides safe and reliable energy service its customers can depend on. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, and cooking meals. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. Southwest Gas has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Choose an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. Southwest Gas. You can discover more about these prestigious recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence by visiting swgas.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Garrett Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC 186438442.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs beat the Mariners again yesterday 5-2, courtesy of the long ball. Eugenio Suarez stepped to the plate in the bottom of the 6th inning with the bases loaded, and, well, you can guess what happened.
And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back and gone! His 19th home run of the season, and he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino.
Pavin Smith would add a solo shot of his own, and the Diamondbacks completed the sweep right before the San Diego Padres come to town tomorrow. The Indiana Pacers took Game 3 in front of their home crowd last night, and it was the Wildcats of Benedict Mathurin and TJ McConnell whose impact was felt last night. Mathurin led all scorers with 27 points, and McConnell added 10 points but 5 steals off the bench to help the Pacers to a 116-107 win. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc of the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs going for a 3-game sweep of the Mariners on Wednesday with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound facing Seattle right-hander Brian Wu, whom, according to Wikipedia, did wear custom cleats with wrestling legend Ric Flair on them during a start during the 2024 season.
Wow.
Woo! Woo! I used to work with a couple guys that were wrestling obsessed.
Yeah. I remember Bruce Jacobs doing that all the time.
Torgy.
The Woo. Yeah, Torgy. Yes,
Gatos.
I remember that.
I'm throwing you under the bus, too.
Gatos did that, too?
Oh, my goodness.
What a bunch of losers. Wrestling.
You got to be a horseman, Murata. The Mariners would get on the board quickly. In the top of the first, Julio Rodriguez singled to left, and Erod walked Cal Raleigh. Randy Arozarena reached on a fielder's choice. So with 2 outs, runners on the corners for Jorge Polanco.
And Polanco from the right side, first pitch. He swings and sends a soft line drive, base hit into right field. A chip shot, if you will, that brings home Rodriguez. And the Mariners take a 1-0 lead.
A chip shot's a good way to put it from Chris Garagiola. Not exactly a scorcher. 66.1 miles per hour off the bat, but enough to put the visitors up 1-0. Still, that score in the 5th inning. Donovan Solano leading things off against Erod.
Here's the 0-1. And that one swung on, hit towards the left field corner and deep. Gurriel giving up on it because that thing is out of here. Solo home run for Solano. It's his first of the season. And Seattle doubles their lead. It's 2-0.
Yep, 2-0 at that point. Wu was cruising through the Arizona lineup, allowing just 3 hits over 5 shutout innings. That cruise came to an abrupt halt in the bottom of the 6th. Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte led off with back-to-back singles after Geraldo Perdomo lined out to center. Josh Naylor drew a walk to load the bases, and that brought up the former Mariner, Gino Suarez.
Suarez has already had some monumental grand slams this year. And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back and gone! His 19th home run of the season. And he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino, and the D-backs back on top here in the 6th.
Oh, the power of suggestion from Chris Garagiola there.
That guy
Next
is
pitch.
Yeah, listen, Gino Suarez, he is so good with the bases loaded. He's one of those rare baseball players that can succeed when trying to hit home runs.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
You know?
Suarez, 3rd Grand Slam of the year, 8th of the year already for the Diamondbacks, and just like that, a 2-run hole turned into a 2-run lead. The blast also moves Suarez into 3rd place on the all-time home run list for Venezuelan-born players.
Wow.
He passed Maglio Ordonez. He's now behind only Miggy and Andres Galarraga. How about that?
Wow. That's Miguel Montero you're talking about. I'm joking.
You had me for a second.
I'm joking.
2 batters later, 2 outs. Base is empty for Pavin Smith.
Now Pavin, he cranks one out to right field. This is back. This is tracking, and it's gone. A long home run drought for Pavin Smith comes to an end. That's number 5, the 2nd of the inning for the D-backs, and they now take a 5-2 lead.
Yeah, it was a drought. Smith's first dinger since April 22nd, a span of 127 plate appearances. 5-2. Rodriguez would pitch into the 7th, then make way for Juan Murillo with 1 out and a runner on second. Murillo immediately walked Dominic Canzone, but then got the ultimate eraser when facing Miles Mastrobuoni.
Oh! First pitch, Mastrobuoni swings, grounds it to Perdomo. He's going to step on second for 1, and the throw to first in time. Inning-ending 6-3 double play. And just as quickly as the Mariners build a rally, it comes to an end.
Jalen Beeks came in, allowed a 1-out double to Julio Rodriguez in the 8th, but posted a 0. And then it was Shelby Miller's turn in the 9th, 2 outs. Solano on second, Miller facing Dominic Canzone.
2 balls, 2 strikes for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
Good series. You're looking to close out a quality team like the Mariners. And I think I was proud of these guys. Quick turnaround. We were getting pitched too early on. I think the 3rd time around, the guys started to make some adjustments, and you could see what happened. It was to build an inning. Gino comes up, and it's a huge grand slam. Pavin sits on a breaking ball, hits a home run, and it was 5 runs in the matter of, 6 batters. It was really, really impressive. So that's what we're able to do offensively, and they just engaged at the right time. I think they fought and gave each other everything that they had, and it was a big win. It's tough to close out. It's tough to sweep series. Tough to close out a team like that. Well-pitched game, a lot of good athletes, a lot of good players, and we just continued fighting.
Look, again, try to figure this team out.
Yeah, good luck.
About as flat as you can appear in a 3-game series in Cincinnati, and there was a lot of factors that contributed to that. There was the injury bummer news that they got. There was the weather that they were dealing with.
Yep.
They had a blowout loss in that Saturday game, and then they come back and play a very competent series.
Well, listen.
That looked like it was going to blow up in their face in game one, quite honestly.
Well, I know. And if you go back to the Sunday game in which Justin Martinez was hurt, and from the minute he left the game and they gave up that lead, this team has responded admirably. That
was the Monday night game.
I'm sorry, that's the Monday game. Yeah, that's the first game of this series. And ever since that moment, this team has suddenly kind of woken up a little bit. These past two games are about as clean as you can get, in my opinion. And you look at, I was really impressed with Eduardo Rodriguez yesterday.
Yeah,
he looked like he had some gravitas to him, and he pitched well. So I don't know what to make of this team either, but they're back to 500. Now you've got a series against the Padres, who have pretty much established themselves as the second best team in the division, in my opinion.
Although the last time I checked the standings a couple of days ago, they were just behind San Francisco.
And the San Francisco's been in second for most of the year, but I think the Padres are better than the Giants. So I'm not speaking statistically.
Yeah.
I'm speaking just in terms of reputation and the feel of them.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay,
I would agree.
So these are the series. We talk about how the Diamondbacks' attendance has been really up for the first couple months of the season. It's because they haven't had the Padres on a Tuesday night while school's in session the way they used to.
Yeah.
Now this series has got some real heft to it because it's the Padres. They're ahead of you. You're desperately trying to save the season, and I can't shake the vibe that there really is a clock ticking behind this baseball team as to what they're going to do at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I don't know if that's based on win-loss record or where they are in the West standings, where they are. It's probably a combination of all those things. Where they are in the wild card standing, but also what it feels like at the time.
Yeah.
When it's time to make a decision, how are you feeling? Are you feeling confident? Are you feeling like all the rough patches are past you?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to influence what their thinking is. But look, I was ready to throw dirt on them again. Every time I'm ready to get the shovel out, they do something like this.
Yeah, exactly. So there's something in this team that is rejecting the idea of no, you're not pouring the dirt on us yet.
And that's a good sign.
And that's a good sign. Now there's a flip side. There's a Jekyll to the Hyde with this team that isn't so good.
Yeah.
But that hasn't been the case the last couple of games.
But 6-3 since Corbin Burns left the mound with that injury.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I think it might be 7-3 since if you count that game itself, right?
Yeah, we're going to go deeper into this in just a bit based on what I wrote and what I think and what I hope might be happening with this baseball team.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 just to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, the last few years of Cardinals football have been filled with blood and tears. This season, they may get what they've been missing. Sweat. Well done, Jared. Wow. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We get around July 4th, July 9th, a month from now, and we're still here in the standings. It's not going to happen. Then you can sit up and say, hey, there's 6 games back. They've got 4 teams in front of them. It ain't going to happen. Yeah. But that's still a month. It's just, what are they going to do in the month before they get there?
6 games back with 4 teams to fall apart? Like, you got to play better than 4 teams? And all those teams have an advantage on you? Like, that becomes very, very difficult. So that's where I start to worry about their ability to get ahead of this thing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep, don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Murata talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
Yeah, I do. I embrace it too. But, you know, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to be the best teammate I can be, help however I can. And, just trying to just get to know everybody and stuff. And that, at that point, everybody a lot more comfortable around me. I'm getting more comfortable around them. And, at the end of the day, everybody should be a leader, you know what I'm saying? But I just want to help change whatever I can to make it better.
That is Josh Sweat of the Arizona Cardinals, meeting with the media yesterday. Really enjoyed our time out there broadcasting live at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Got some great interviews, Monty Ossenfort, Zaven Collins, Cody Simon. We were able to pre-record some interviews. Mm-hmm. We're going to hear those over the next couple of days. Michael Carter and Rabbit Taylor Demerson were both awesome. Can't wait to air those interviews. But Josh Sweat met with the media and was asked, hey, do you feel like you're already the leader of this new defensive movement? And he didn't shy away from it. He said, yeah, I do. I'm embracing it too. I dig that attitude because there's a familiarity there with Josh Sweat. Mm-hmm. And he talked about it yesterday. He said, look, I haven't been here very long and I'm coming from a Super Bowl team, but it doesn't feel that much different to me. It feels like, hey, I'm one of these guys now. I've already practiced in this facility because the Eagles practice there. for their Super Bowl preparation.
Right.
So he appears to be very comfortable already, which is a great sign.
Listen, and I'm very curious as to week what kind of player Josh Sweat is going to be. I've said before, I'm good friends with a couple of diehard Eagles fans. One of them has been a friend of mine for life and an Eagles fan for life, and he keeps warning me that Josh Sweat is a flash kind of player. He's going to have a great game, then disappear. A great game, then disappear.
Isn't that kind of the nature of the pass rusher position?
I think so.
To a degree.
Yeah, I'm going to reject that because the player I saw in the Super Bowl was fantastic, and Jonathan Gannon knows all about, and so does Nick Rollis. They know all about this player. So I'm going to hope that the Super Bowl performance from Josh Sweat, which in the eyes of many was MVP worthy.
I thought so.
Hopefully this will launch him to another level. I'm real curious to see what we get. Now, the good thing about it is Josh Sweat, as I look at this defense, I think it'll be perfectly okay if he is that kind of player. If he has a 2.5 sack game and then maybe doesn't have that kind of impact for another 2 weeks and then does it again. Because as you and I were sitting there under the wonderful shade of that big tree at the Cardinals practice yesterday, we were sitting there watching the defensive line drills.
Yes.
And I don't think I have the words to describe the difference in the quality and the size of the defensive line from last year to this year.
Mm-hmm. It was just, because we had like a front row to the drills that they were running.
Yeah.
And it was just one after the other.
Yeah, Dalvin Tomlinson. Wow, I wouldn't want to get hit by that guy. Darius Robinson. What a specimen.
Walter Nolan.
Wow. And then there's big old Calais. I'm coming to get you, quarterback. That's a bad Calais,
but that's exactly what the thought should be. That in years past, if the Cardinals had one adept pass rusher, you're like, oh, he got shut down. The pass rush did nothing. There's so many other players equipped to put pressure on the offensive line, to get after the quarterback, that it doesn't all fall on Josh Sweat.
Well, listen, Chandler Jones was very good in his time in Arizona,
but
he was kind of an on-again, off-again player.
He was.
But he was always good in the
bunches.
clutch.
Yeah.
He'd come up with those strip sacks in the key times, key moments.
Mm-hmm. But think about it. The nature of the pass rushing position. Trey Hendrickson led the league with 17.5 sacks last year. Josh Sweat, I think, was it 11.5? I'm trying to.
That sounds right.
Going on memory.
No, that sounds right.
But you'll look at it and say, it's an okay number. That's a difference of 6. 6 of one type of play, one type of statistic over the course of a season. Hundreds and hundreds of pass rushing downs. And when you get to the quarterback 17.5 times, how many times did you not get there?
Mm-hmm.
It's just. It's a very odd thing, scenario statistically for that position when you really think about it.
Well, you know what it is? What it is, Vinny, I think, is the deeper you get in the playoffs, the better quarterbacks you face, the more the guy that can get to the quarterback looks and appears to be, you can't win without one of those guys. You need a guy that can get to the quarterback in the playoffs. Otherwise, the quality of quarterback you're facing is going to eat you alive.
Yeah. One of the things that stood out to me yesterday from our day out at the training facility for mandatory minicamp was our conversation with Zaven Collins. And when he was asked about Josh Sweat coming in and being a new part of this defense, his eyes kind of lit up, and there was kind of this wonder about how Josh Sweat looks at things and sees things on film. Here was Zaven Collins on that.
Yeah, Josh, we were sitting there the other day, and we're just going through film, and the coaches are just kind of asking what people think. And, when he speaks, you understand, like, his level. Like, you can really understand someone's knowledge of the game pretty quick and what they do.
Yeah.
And especially in a professional setting. And he was like, I was like, man, he said something I didn't even think about,
Yeah, just looks at the game differently. That influence could have a great effect on this whole defense. Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, spoke to the media yesterday, and he elaborated on Sweat's presence.
He's going to be really cool to get going on in camp and games and stuff like that. I know he can impact the game, which is one of the reasons we signed him. And he's done a great job with, I wouldn't say mentoring, but guys pick his brain, about certain things. And he'll help in that way, too, because he's played a lot of ball and he's been successful. So I always say, you want to learn ball, talk to the players, and he's one of those guys that you can talk to, and he gives a different viewpoint than Nick or I or Matt Feeney does, you know what I mean? He's got some viewpoints on things. So he'll help in that way too.
But to your point, when you're just seeing the parade of another lineman going through the drills, and it wasn't even the edge rushers. This was just the D linemen.
Yes.
Like, wow, they've really improved that group. To
It's
me,
incredible.
That's the strongest unit on paper going into this this year for the Cardinals. I really like the strength of the running back position too, and they didn't change that. And we talked to Michael Carter about that yesterday, which you'll hear when we play that interview for you at 8:30. But that defensive line is it's bordering on an embarrassment of riches.
Well, they've got to produce.
Yeah,
right?
you always have to produce.
You remember back when the Cardinals drafted Andre Wadsworth, the late, great Steve Schoenfeld coined the term the Cactus Crunch about the defensive line that was Simeon Rice, Eric Swan, Andre Wadsworth, and Mark Smith.
Mark Smith, yeah.
And what became of it? Nothing. Well, not nothing, but they never reached any level of notoriety. So
they went to the playoffs one year.
Yeah. Yes.
Wait, was Wadsworth on that team?
I think he was. Yeah. Wasn't Wadsworth drafted in 98?
Yeah. That was the 98 season, right?
And I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. That was a long time ago. But the point is, all football teams look really good on paper right now. But when you see, if you were standing,
not all of them.
Well, that is true. If you were standing where Vinny and I were standing yesterday, and you watched it, you would go, "Wow, this is what it looks like when a football team commits itself to building out in the trenches. This is what it looks like, and this is following the Eagles' blueprint, and it's a very smart blueprint to follow."
Yeah. Again, we will play that interview with Michael Carter for you at 8:30 this morning. Coming up, we will give you the latest developments on the Kevin Durant trade market, and there's a lot of smoke. We'll try to sift through it straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Mike Berman. How does someone go from getting zero after they've been hurt in an accident to recovering $10 million? They hire Sweet James accident attorneys. That's what an accident victim did after they were hit by a semi-truck and seriously injured. You think the insurance company will be on your side in a situation like that? But their goal is to pay as little as possible. They can't guarantee the outcome, but if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone and hire a world-class firm like Sweet James. Don't pay until they win. Call 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, You'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs beat the Mariners again yesterday, 5-2, courtesy of the long ball. The bases were loaded in the bottom of the sixth, and Eugenio Suarez stepped to the plate.
And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back and gone! His 19th home run of the season. And he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino.
Pavin Smith would add a solo shot of his own, and the Diamondbacks completed the sweep right before the San Diego Padres come to town tomorrow. The Indiana Pacers took Game 3 in front of their home crowd last night, and it was Benedict Mathurin and TJ McConnell whose impact was felt last night. Mathurin led all scorers with 27 points, and TJ McConnell had added 10 points but 5 steals off the bench to help the Pacers to a 116-107 win and go up 2-1 in the series. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason. With Bickley and Murata.
As I've been reporting all along, this thing is going to get done before the draft. So this will be, by the draft day, because it's very likely that there will be draft compensation in this deal. So this thing could get done right before the draft or the day of the draft. I don't expect it to be after the draft. There you go. There's John Gambadoro yesterday talking about the Kevin Durant timetable, what it's going to look like. And we are less than 2 weeks away from the draft. It starts on the 25th, which was 2 weeks from yesterday.
Yep.
Now a 2-day event, because that's exactly what the NBA draft needed.
Right.
So it's going to get hot and heavy over the next couple weeks in terms of rumors, speculation. Look, it already is hot
and again,
heavy,
with all due respect to Gambo, who breaks a lot of news, I don't think that's breaking news. I think everybody kind of realized with the draft coming, that's the needle you thread. You get a trade package done now that gets you into the NBA draft.
Yes.
Yes. So now it's a matter of finding what is that offer and marrying it with where Kevin Durant will agree to go.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that for the Knicks, for reporters that I trust, to claim the Knicks were interested in Kevin Durant, and then for Stephen Bondi, son of the great Philip Bondi, who also worked at the same newspaper, he it sounds to me like they got wind that the Knicks are a no-go for Kevin Durant.
Yeah. Which, look, that might be the case. Maybe it's a fluid situation. We don't know.
Maybe it's a price tag situation. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. But the Knicks also have, other fish to fry right now. They haven't made a pass at every existing head coach in the NBA yet. So maybe that's next
Give
time.
him time, Vinny.
Give him, yeah. They get around. Hey, those Knicks, they get around. I tell you.
Well, yeah, listen, what it means, though, is the Knicks are now the new poster boy for dysfunction and embarrassment.
Yeah. Even though they were a couple games away from reaching the finals.
They're coming off their best season in 25 years.
It's such a Knick thing to do.
Isn't it ever?
Well, when we were, rewind a little bit, when we were about a month out or, 5 weeks away from the July 1st date and the NBA draft, everybody was looking at this offseason and saying it was going to stem, like the first domino to fall was going to be Giannis. Mm-hmm. And that is not the belief anymore, because here's Brian Windhorst.
Right now, there is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade market. There is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade discussions. He has not asked for it. The Bucks are not looking to trade him.
Here's more from Shams Charania on the Pat McAfee Show.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. Like, I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th. With Giannis Antetokounmpo, from what I'm told, his status will not be tied to the NBA draft. It won't be tied to free agency. It's much more likely that his future plays out into July and into August in terms of him seeing the landscape of not only the Bucks, seeing the landscape of the league, seeing what other teams do.
All right, so KD looks like he might be the first domino to fall, and it might fall very quickly here.
I'm going to, for the people who weren't listening yesterday, I'm going to share a conversation I had with an NBA source of mine that blew my mind because it realized how off I am when I think about what really wealthy athletes think about, right? Mm-hmm. I have always believed that the best athletes, when they're making hundreds of millions of dollars, their sole focus must be on winning championships. And I was told in no uncertain terms that what is going to matter most to Giannis is the supermax extension he can get from Milwaukee, and he's going to stay in Milwaukee. He said, I said, no, I'm hearing all about this ties with Toronto and their GM. He said, he's never going there. It's the money. Focus on the money. It's why Devin
follow the money.
It's why Devin Booker is going to be very agreeable and very happy for the near future. It's why Luka lost his mind when he got traded to the Lakers. Who loses their mind when they get traded to the Lakers?
Somebody
Luka
who just
did.
Missed out on tens of millions of dollars.
He missed out on a gigantic windfall. Even though these guys are filthy rich beyond imagination, the number matters. More money matters.
Yeah, but Luka's going to make all that money up with his endorsement deal that's coming up with bacon.
Hey, no, there was a clip today.
Avocados, California avocados.
Hi, I'm Luka Doncic for bacon.
Hey, there was a clip today. He was leg pressing some serious weight.
I'll bet you he comes back looking profoundly different.
Yeah.
Because this is the wake-up call he needed, and it wasn't being traded from Dallas. It was the fact that he got rooked out of a super max extension.
He does play with LeBron. LeBron's got access to the fountain of youth, apparently. All right, I'm going to run this by you.
The fountain of something, man. Go ahead.
He went from the fountain of chocolate in Dallas to the fountain of youth in L.A. ESPN, NBA insiders. Chris Herring, Zach Cram, Dave McMenamin, Kevin Pelton, Andre Snellings were all asked to come up. They were given a team that's been in the rumors for Kevin Durant, and they came up with projected trade haul, what it could look like. Just want to pick your brain and get your thoughts on these.
All right.
Again, these are just projections, but it's kind of a fun exercise. Houston Rockets.
Okay.
Zach Cram was assigned the Houston Rockets. He said, Rockets get Kevin Durant, Suns get Dylan Brooks, Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, Jock Landale, the number 10 pick this year, and their first-round pick back in 2027.
Okay.
Thoughts? Dylan Brooks.
I'm not a fan of the aggregation of players, but I do like the draft pick compensation.
I mean, Reed Shepherd is somebody that the Rockets really like. They didn't use him very much last year.
I think he'd be a really good fit here.
But he could develop into something.
I've never been a Dylan Brooks fan, even though he's probably exactly the kind of guy the Suns need.
Yeah, and Cam Whitmore is kind of an enigma, but man, is he talented offensively.
Okay. All right, so not bad.
All right. Kevin Pelton was assigned the Miami Heat.
Okay.
Heat get Kevin Durant. Suns get Nikola Jovic. No. Jovic.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins, 2025 first-round pick from Golden State. a 2030 first-round pick from Miami, and a 2026 second-round pick via the Lakers. This is also a three-way deal.
Yeah.
The Nets are involved, and they end up with Duncan Robinson, Keyshawn Johnson, and some draft compensation.
Yeah, there was a time when I thought Andrew Wiggins might become that dude.
Like when Golden State won the championship in 22?
Yeah, I'm passing on that.
All right.
Finna pass, Vinny.
All
Finna
right.
pass.
Bick says finna pass.
Finna pass. Finna pass on that trade like I'm John Stockton. Go ahead. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Jarrett, you got that one?
Minnesota Timberwolves.
Okay.
Dave McMenamin. Wolves get Kevin Durant. Suns get Rudy Gobert. Dante DiVincenzo. Rob Dillingham.
Oh, no.
So none of the people
it's
that
not
we
the trade
want.
I
No
want.
draft compensation.
Rudy Gobert is the centerpiece for a Kevin Durant trade. Thank you.
I have more on this trade in the reboot.
Okay.
All right.
And it would be hard for Rob Dillingham to come to town and be the second most popular Dillingham.
That's a good call,
I mean, KD's the number one. Kenny
Dillingham's
Dillingham's
number one KD. That's right.
And he would be the number one Dillingham in that scenario. New York Knicks, even though they've been eliminated by Stephen Bondy, we'll see. Andre Snellings. Knicks get Kevin Durant. Suns get OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson.
Ooh, done. It's done.
Done.
No draft compensation?
Done.
You're not scared off by
Done.
$174 million remaining on Anunoby's contract?
I'm a little scared of OG Anunoby's mindset at times. He's got a little diva in him, at least listening to Frank Isola. But I like that trade. I'll take that trade.
If it was Mikal Bridges and Mitchell Robinson.
I'd take that too.
I don't know if that would work salary-wise, because Anunoby makes more than Bridges.
Anunoby would be a much more useful piece for the Suns than Mikal Bridges, although Mikal Bridges would be the PR gold mine.
Here's a projection from San Antonio.
All right.
Kevin Durant goes to San Antonio. Suns get Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, and a 2025 first-round pick via Atlanta. By the way, did you see Jeremy Sohan's Twitter yesterday?
I did. Yeah, I did.
People are freaking out about his post that said, "Beautiful day today," with a sun emoji. Hope everyone has a good day. 334,000 views, 4,800 likes. Feelings on that?
Not a big fan. I don't think that's enough.
All right. Then they throw in a wild card from Chris Herring.
Okay.
Dallas Mavericks. KD goes to Dallas.
Okay.
Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Najee Marshall, Derek Lively, and a 2028 first-round pick from Oklahoma City.
There you go.
Ooh, I like that.
Derek Lively.
It doesn't work. I just plugged it in, but again, these are just speculation. But that's not terrible.
I mean,
not enough salary.
Yes, correct. And the Mavs would be just like in the triple apron.
I like the Mavs. Right, right. The triple apron.
The yet-to-be-created triple apron.
Wow.
We can coin that.
I like the Mavs. I like the Knicks, and I would be okay with the Houston. I don't like the Miami. I don't like the Minnesota. And
What
I
if
don't
Miami
like the San
involved
Antonio.
Khalil Ware? If you could get Khalil Ware.
I'd have to think about it. But the Heat have nothing. That's the hard part.
the thing is, like,
they have nothing.
Kevin Durant adding whatever they would give up. Kevin Durant added to that roster, even if it's like I like Bam Adebayo. I'm not a huge Tyler Hero fan. That's not a championship contender.
No, not even.
I don't think. We're gonna have a lot of speculation over the next couple weeks. Believe that. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. Coming up next is the real D-backs super team, the friends they made in 2023 all along. Does that make sense?
No,
Not to me.
but you know that sounds like
You might have left a word or two out of that.
I didn't work. Sorry.
Is it based on a song?
No, like people say, like, is the real pot of gold the friends we made along the way kind of thing.
Okay. Swang it away.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, the latter is a good sentiment.
It is.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was trying to say, like, well, is the real super team
All
that
right.
we thought they had this year really what they had in 2023? That core of D-backs.
How about this? Have
Go for it, yeah.
all the losses the Diamondbacks have suffered reduced them to the team they were meant to be all along? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm leaving.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We finally got to hear from Jordan Ott. What was just your general impression of how he presented himself to the Phoenix fan base?
I liked his intensity level.
Yeah, I did too.
I really liked his intensity level. I really liked the fact that he's got this low-level buzz that I think is always going to be there. There's an expectation and an intensity level that I like. Doesn't mean everything's going to go great.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's going to be a great coach. I liked his demeanor, though. No doubt about it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for New Life Dental Implant Center. When I visited their Scottsdale facility, I'm telling you, I was shocked at how many people were in their facility getting fitted for new teeth and new smiles. And that is because New Life Dental Implant Center, they are changing the game. They are offering amazing quality, incredible convenience, and the best pricing you are going to find in the industry. The amazing quality part comes from the fact that the process is 100% digital, which means there's no human error, there's no guesswork. It means your new smile, your new teeth are going to look absolutely amazing. The great convenience comes from the fact that everything you need, from lab work to surgery, it is all done under one roof. You're not bouncing around the valley for appointments and follow-ups and having to find different offices. Everything you need happening under one roof. And the pricing component, New Life Dental Implant Center, truly vibing on being the most affordable option you are going to find. They want dental implants to be available to everybody regardless of your economic standing, and they also have great flexible financing available to make it all within reach. Call 602-855-0000 or visit them online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Cardinals rookie cornerback Will Johnson start in year one? We'll ask defensive coordinator Nick Rollis at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Look, this team is playing hard. They're doing what they have to do every single day, but it's functioning the way it should. It's like gears. It's moving together, and we played really well defensively. You go back to yesterday, Bryce Jarvis being able to give us 3 innings with 1 run, gave us a chance to have some positive role relievers available today. So all those things add up every single day. And it's a chain reaction that's connected. And when I see what happened through the course of this series after a tough Cincinnati series, where emotionally we were spent, I'm really proud of where these guys are. So we have an off day tomorrow. We know that San Diego's coming in, and our only focus should be going out and playing another great game on Friday.
Torey Lovello, after yesterday's 5-2 win by the Diamondbacks over the Mariners that finished off a 3-game sweep. And you can't, they are playing good baseball. That was a very buttoned up, impressive 3-game sweep. It was. Coming off of a very sloppy and flat performance in Cincinnati. And here's one thing that we know, and this doesn't necessarily register in terms of making sense to me. If you go back 10 games, D-backs beat the Nationals that day. That was the Sunday game where Corbin Burns, your best pitcher, and a $210 million investment, says the words, "My elbow's done. I'm finished." Guess what? He was right. He's finished for the year. Calendar year until next summer. We won't be seeing Corbin Burns on the mound. Then Monday, their best reliever that's healthy, and Justin Martinez, does the same exact thing.
Yep.
This is all and throw in the 3 games in Cincinnati, which were terrible. That's all in the last 10 games.
Yes.
And they're 7-3.
Yeah.
Since that point.
Yeah, and that is why I had this thought that I brought up yesterday, and I wrote about it, because every good sports team has something organic about it, and it's something that grows internally. It's that chemistry. It's that mix when you put different kind of personalities together. There's an unpredictability to every team that a general manager assembles. You hope it's going to work out. You never quite know what you're going to get. You never know what the infusion of personalities is going to mean to the mood, the tone, the collective identity of the team. And this current team that was assembled to start the season was about as good as the Diamondbacks have ever looked on paper. And they were a team that cracked the top 5 routinely in power rankings. And wow, the Diamondbacks have gone from being a medium-sized, small market-ish kind of team. Now they're one of the big boys. And all of that really was exciting for all of us. And yet what we got from this team is a little bit weird. The team didn't always burn the hottest. And look, you added a guy like Corbin Burns. He wasn't here last year. He wasn't here when this team went to the World Series. Suddenly the team has a new best pitcher. And it's something new. What's the net effect of his personality on the group? You've got a new first baseman in Josh Naylor. Josh is new to the group. Josh has not been as emotive as he was in Cleveland because he's new. He doesn't know these guys that well yet. So all of the stuff that's been added has not had or produced the desired effect. We as a baseball town have suffered all these disappointments from this team. Those 5 sucker punch losses, the trailing 9-0 without recording it out to the Nationals, the losing 2 pitchers in the span of 8 days who both motioned for a trainer to come out. We have spent all this time talking about how cursed this baseball team has been, and yet this baseball team right now is basically down to what they were in 2023 with a couple of different elements.
Yeah.
And the thing is, that chemistry of that 2023 team was insane, was insanely good. I
heard they were a dangerous team.
They were a connected team, and they were a dangerous team. And it was Corbin Carroll, and it was Ketel Marte, and it was Geraldo Perdomo, and it was Pavin Smith, and it was Alec Thomas, and it was Gabby Marino, and it was Jose Herrera, and it was exactly the same starting 4 pitchers in the rotation that they have now, plus Eduardo Rodriguez.
We are dangerous.
So who's to say this team hasn't just been restored to what they should have been, to their natural state, where they were really something formidable?
It both makes perfect sense and no sense at all.
Yes.
At both times.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they've lost, their best starting pitcher, their 2 best relievers, Justin Martinez was around in 2023, but did not play a role in the postseason run.
Right.
But it makes no sense that subtracting those 3 players would make things better. But there does appear to be a focus. It might all just be coincidence.
It might.
It might all just be the reality of the situation sinking in and resonating with these guys that they have not played acceptable baseball to this point. But that's where we are right now. And look, I'm not dismissing your idea of it.
It's better than thinking we're cursed every day of the week.
Yeah.
Because that team in 2023 was extremely special, which is why the owner layered on pricey talent on top of it, because they were that special. Well, guess what? Who's to say they're not going to go back to being special in this form? You can hope. And the fact that Andrew Saalfrank, who played a very improbable role in that 2023 run, he's going to be rejoining this team. And Kevin Ginkel, you assume, will be rejoining this team. And A.J. Puck is going to begin throwing very shortly.
Yeah.
And so maybe it's not over yet.
Yeah.
But I do think this, and I really honestly do believe this. I do believe there's some very hard decisions facing this team. Because if you're the owner, you've probably seen a lot that makes you think, this team doesn't have it. And there's a lot of big decisions going forward. And if you're saying goodbye to a handful of guys on this team after this year, and you're not going anywhere this year, it makes all the sense in the world to sell at the trade deadline. So it's up to this group to prove me right to save this iteration of the Diamondbacks.
It's up to them to either be great or suck out loud.
That's it. That's it. Pick a lane.
You're right, though. That's the hardest thing. If they get to the trade deadline and they're at 500, and you have to decide on Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly and Josh Naylor, it's hard.
The Saalfrank thing is
And Gino.
interesting
And Gino,
because when he was reinstated, they assigned him to the Arizona Complex League, which is the lowest level. That's basically instructional stuff. But you think, okay, it's for conditioning reasons. We know how good Andrew Saalfrank can be. He's already back at AAA. So credit to him during his suspension, which we speculated on.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself. Stay ready.
Stay ready.
Kevin Ginkel is back with the big club. They haven't had to use him yet, which probably is a plus. Yeah. I'm very intrigued to see what Diamondbacks team shows up. If it's the team that we just saw against Seattle, sign me up.
Listen, and that's the beauty of the series upcoming right now. Because the Padres, they've got a lot of swag. They're very brash. This has grown into something of a rivalry. It's not quite Dodgers-Diamondbacks, but this series is really going to test my theory, if you will.
Yeah, I think you're right. Coming up next, the big stories on this Thursday morning. Sammy's going to take us through them in the Rush Hour Reboot here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You down with OTT?
What we're bringing in today is a hungry assistant coach that is now the head coach that has spent 12 years in the NBA prepping for this day. Introducing Jordan Ott as our new head basketball coach.
I'm honored to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Zone.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and here is 3 reasons why you need to get in your car and head down to Waltz and let them take your fandom to the very next level. The reasons are expertise, selection, and price. Expertise, they've been serving the Valley since 1957. They're a Valley institution. They have an incredibly knowledgeable staff. They will give you all the insight and the information you need, the stuff you will not get from the big box stores. Selections at Waltz TV and Appliance, all the major name brands, all the big screen screen televisions you're looking for, all the way up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room. It is pretty spectacular. Great selection of outdoor televisions, great selection of audio components. You put the right audio component with the right television, you have magic, and the prices as competitive as the big box stores. In fact, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. And while you're there, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get some extra sugar, 10% off installation labor, or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands? Ah, man. Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home? Honey, I need a little help in here. Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake. Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace. Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection? Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it. And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now. We need some tax and tariff relief, right? Just mention Calvisi. Or Gatos. Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. You save 12%. Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com. That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did. America Roofing. We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs beat the Mariners again yesterday, completing the sweep 5-2, but courtesy of the long ball yesterday, Eugenio Suarez stepped to the plate in the bottom of the 6th inning with the bases loaded, and you can guess what happened next.
And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back and gone! His 19th home run of the season. And he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino.
Pavin Smith would add a solo shot of his own, and like I said, the Diamondbacks completed the sweep right before the San Diego Padres come to town. The Indiana Pacers took Game 3 in front of their home crowd last night, and it was the Wildcats of Benedict Mathurin and TJ McConnell whose impact was felt last night. Mathurin led the way with 27 points, and McConnell added 10 points but 5 steals off the bench to help the Pacers to a 116-107 win and lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader. Daily and Mulatto mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. It's 7:33, and that means the Rush Hour Reboot. And we start with a team that has just been, it went sweep, swept, sweep. We've talked about it a couple times, but that does mean they're 7-3 in June now. We talked about a team turning over calendar months, what that can mean for them. And so far, so good for the Diamondbacks. Here was Gino Suarez after the team's win last night.
It means a lot, our confidence came back, sweep the series against Seattle. Everybody knows that's a tough pitch staff. They had a really good pitch staff, but be able to sweep them and now that our confidence come back. After that tough series in Cincinnati, we came here and win 3 games in a row, and it means a lot.
So for Gino, it sounds like his confidence is back, and maybe the team's as well. But remember when we were saying seemingly every week that this was the worst loss of the Diamondbacks season. This was the worst loss of the Diamondbacks season. And it was about to be that on Monday when Justin Martinez left the game and we gave up a 4-run lead. But the Diamondbacks won that game. Was Monday night's game possibly the team changing its own script for the rest of the season?
That's really that's really what I want to believe, because after Justin Martinez went out of the game and they coughed up that lead and suddenly the game was tied, they from that moment on they've been really good. They were the aggressors in the extra innings. The Mariners really didn't threaten, so they took care of business right after that, the Justin Martinez and the blown save. And they've been terrific in the 2 games since. I want to believe it, but they're going to have to prove it this weekend.
We'll just go with that for now.
Sure. Right. We'll ride the ship.
Until I'm on here belly aching about it. Oh, it's the worst loss of the year.
Yeah.
They topped the other 5, which Monday would have topped the other 5. So maybe that was cathartic or
Maybe.
Symbolic in some way.
Maybe something to come. But so now essentially the Diamondbacks are 0-0. They're exactly 500, sweeping the Mariners, and a telling series with the Padres coming to town. And aside from the Brigham blow-up is what I'm calling it, the bullpen in June has been pretty good. And with maybe Saul Frank coming back, Ginkel, and these guys getting more and more reps, how much faith do you have in that the reps and the confidence, the bullpen might become formidable?
I was not expecting Jalen Beeks. I was not expecting Shelby Miller. Mario, I didn't expect any of these guys to be contributors, but as you have pointed out, Vinny, and you're accurate, bullpens fluctuate wildly from year to year because relief pitchers fluctuate wildly.
That's kind of why they're relief pitchers. I mean, let's be honest, right?
So do I trust it? I don't know.
Formidable is a strong word. I would settle for trustworthy. I mean, again, formidable to me is you have to go back to the 2023 team. That was a formidable bullpen. You got to the 7th inning, it was done. You were pretty much done. I got to see more before I'm willing to buy into that level of belief.
And baseball is a sport where we've seen it can flip on its head in any month. So hopefully,
if we're a month, sorry to cut you off there,
no,
Sammy.
you're good.
We're a month away from AJ Puck getting back, maybe. If they're still in a good spot where you feel semi-confident about the bullpen in the middle of July, okay.
Yeah.
Because I trust AJ Puck to come back. We have to see how he responds to being out of action for as long as he was. But he's a really good pitcher.
Yeah.
We've talked about it today, but we're going to talk about it again. Durant seems to be coming to a conclusion on where he might end up, hopefully before the NBA draft on June 25th. And Brian Windhorst had this to say yesterday about Durant.
And the reason Durant's opinion matters here is he's only got 1 year left on his contract. What I am not sure of, guys, is how robust the offers are going to be. From what I am told, the Suns are looking for a comparable package to what they traded Kevin Durant.
So they're looking for those 5 first-round picks and Mikal Bridges. But my question is, how much impact will Durant have on the trade that involves himself, and how much can that really hurt the Suns?
Yeah, listen, I think it's pretty cut and dry. I think the best package you're going to get, logically, is from a place that is going to be able to sign Kevin Durant and extend Kevin Durant. So I think that definitely is going to play a role in all of this. I'm a little conflicted because I have heard the same thing that Brian Windhorst has heard, and that is the Suns expect a lot in return for Kevin Durant. So part of me thinks that's delusional, but part of me also thinks that's the way you have to negotiate. You have to come in strong.
You have to start high.
You have to start high.
Yeah. Look, when we talked to Charles Barkley earlier this week, Charles was very, very open about it and very steadfast in it, that the Suns, they can't worry about the feelings of Kevin Durant. They got to do what's best for themselves. I don't agree with that. They also can't make a deal that acquiesces too much to the wishes of Kevin Durant. There's got to be a middle ground where both view it as beneficial.
And Durant and his team can't have total control.
No, they can't. Not at all.
You've got to give the Suns at least two options. You can't tell the Phoenix Suns that's the only place I want to go.
Yeah.
Because then it's going to be injurious.
Although he's pulled that card before. That's how he got here.
Because
that is true.
It was
very true.
The only reason I bring this up is that I read the ESPN article about the potential destinations for Durant, and it seemed as though the San Antonio one was very, I want to go to San Antonio. It was Vassell, Barnes, and next year's first-round draft pick, when 2.5 weeks ago we were talking about Vassell, Sohan, Keldon Johnson, and this year's first pick. So that's the only reason I bring it up of, is he in someone's ear being like, get me to San Antonio? And the Suns might just have to cave and get him there.
Maybe.
Lastly, the Pacers, babe. They're up 2-1 in the series.
Hold on. We got to hit the pause button there. I love that you did that.
You could just randomly do it.
Why not?
Is that?
Why not?
That was Dennis Miller, right?
I mean, that's what it sounded like to me, but you got to do the obscure reference before you do the.
No, I like it.
You liked it.
I liked it.
Good job, Sammy. All right.
Thanks, guys.
Sammy's catching on with the lexicon.
Right.
Now we just have to tell you who Dennis Miller is after the show.
We've got to have you watch Caddyshack.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Several things, yeah.
It's a quick question. After last night's game, are we seeing more of the wear-down effect that the Pacers can have on a team, or did we just see a youthful Thunder team on the road in the finals? Or a combination of both?
I think it's a combo. I think the bigger ingredient is the Pacers, man. And I get fluctuated on my feelings from game to game, like most people do during the course of a championship series, especially. But I wanted to write them off. I still think Oklahoma City is the superior team, but
they are.
I don't have much to stand on because the Pacers, they were dominated statistically in the first two games. And they're up 2-1 in the series. And last night was a very steady performance. And they made Oklahoma City, I think, for the first time in this series, look out of sorts.
Yep.
Oklahoma City looked out of sorts against Denver. They were down 2-1 in that series.
Yeah.
They rebounded.
Yeah, and listen, in Oklahoma, I'm glad you brought up the Denver series because Oklahoma City has not had a truly ascendant path to the finals. They've been up, down, up, down, up, down. When they win, and they win in blowout style, you go, nobody can hang with this team. And yet, last night it was the fact that Indiana got so many great bench performances. So Indiana throw a whole team at them last night.
Yeah. As Oklahoma City did to Indiana in Game 2.
And when Halliburton made that three that gave them, a 101-98 lead, whatever it was, I thought we were about ready to get into this knockdown, rock'em sock'em robot kind of ending, and the Thunder just melted.
Yeah, they did. It felt like the Thunder, it felt like the Pacers owed them a win last night, and that's not the case with that team. So thanks, guys. You guys have been rebooted.
We've been rebooted,
babe.
That is the Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And following a Wednesday win, once again, it's Derek Hall. He'll join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Start him, bench him, cut him. On what you could get from the New York Knicks for Kevin Durant, I'm going to start Mikal Bridges, bench OG Anunoby, and I'm going to cut Karl Anthony Towns. I would start Mikal Bridges.
Over OG Anunoby?
Over OG, I would want Mikal Bridges over OG Anunoby, yes.
I don't think you could make that trade just on, like, sentimental reasons.
You're saying it better than I did. You're right. You can't just acquire Mikal Bridges out of sentimentality. I still would want him first over OG Anunoby.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and everybody wants the hookup when making a big purchase. Everybody wants the hookup when buying a new car. I can get you the hookup at Chapman BMW. You can drive off the lot in the ultimate driving machine. And for proof, I'm going to read you a tweet or a text I got from Martin Lopez, one of our better listeners. Yo, Dan Bickley, I went to Chapman BMW this past weekend, and our boy Shane hooked me up. I'm now cruising and styling in my new X5 thanks to everybody at the dealership. My experience was top notch. Not just the first listener, many of our listeners have taken up that offer, have asked for my guy Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations at Chapman BMW, because he will provide the hookup to every member of our listening audience. Remember, Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-run business for 58 years, from Ted Chapman all the way down. Everything they do is first class. You feel it the moment you walk into either of their locations, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. Go take a test drive, find what you like, ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, get your hookup. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Before the Dbacks versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Cattell Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the president
privilege and distinct honor to present to you the president.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The president.
On Now with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, the sweep in the books. Diamondbacks take down the Mariners 3 in a row. They've got the day off today. Padres in town for Father's Day weekend at Chase Field. And here to join us after another Wednesday win for his weekly visit, the president and CEO of the Dbacks, Derek Hall, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning.
Derek.
Good morning, guys. Haven't seen a sweep like that since the weekend, babe. with the old sweep, swept, sweep. I look at it as we are 6-3 in our last 9 rather than sweep, swept, sweep.
Yeah, okay, that's certainly an alternative way of looking at it.
Yeah, but with and we were, I'm sure you were definitely listening, Derek. So you heard us talking about it. I mean, when Corbin Burns walked off the mound Sunday, and we know how that turned out. But the Diamondbacks win that game. They're 7-3 in their last 10 through a lot of strife and a lot of uncertainty. Do you think they've had the light bulb moment? Has the light bulb come on for this team in the gravity of the situation that they're in? Because it certainly looks like it.
Yeah, I'm like you guys, scratching the head. I mean, that could have happened. I mean, they've certainly rebounded and turned it around, but it's a time where you have to look in the mirror and say, do we have the talent here to do it ourselves? And to your point and Bick's theory that I hope proves true. It is, for the most part, the same team that we had back in 23 now. But, we still had holes to fill like we do now. We had to go out and we had to acquire Seawald. We had to go out and acquire Ryan Thompson. We had to acquire Pham. So we're still going to have to do some work if we think that we truly are a team that's in contention and has a chance. At this point, I'd say the odds are against it just because of how the other teams have all started. But you never know. And although I'm the last to say it's early, it still is.
If you can sketch out, and again, and I know you guys are going to be very diligent about this, but if you can sketch out the way the organization is thinking about the trade deadline, given the fact that you have a lot of free agents after the year, big decisions, and if you think you don't have it going this year, it would be perfectly acceptable, probably even wise to get some stuff back. How are you guys going to operate this and function around this?
Yeah, Dan, it's so tricky, and you just nailed why. First off, we have to see where we're at as a team record-wise, where we are in the division, where we are in the wild card, obviously, how many teams we have in front of us, and just be very realistic. I mean, too often I think we as teams believe in ourselves a little more than we should, or we think, the switch is going to come on, or, we're going to turn around, we're going to go on a run. Yet we have to be very, very realistic, and we have to be smart here. I mean, we do have a number of players that are in their last year. But you don't just, if you're going to be sellers, you don't just fold. You don't throw the cards in. You do it to make your team better, obviously. And we have a core that we have to keep in mind. We've been signing these young players to extended contracts for a reason, and we're going to have to keep building around that. I hope we're buyers. If you ask me today, what are you, a buyer or a seller? I'd say we're a buyer right now. So, hopefully we stay in that buyer mode, and that means that we have continued to play well, and we've turned the calendar away from May, and June has looked much better. So, it's tough to say at this point, but again, if you do go that route, we are not like traditional teams, as you guys know. We've talked about it in years past where we had to do it. And we said it looks like we're selling, but at the same time we're buying because we know what pieces we need to build around our young players, and that's why we have the young players that we have today. Some of them we acquired through trade. Others have been just talented draft and scouts that pulled that talent from the draft. So there's a lot that goes into the decision and a lot that goes into the strategy for the future. I hope we're buying because I love these players right now. I love the additions that we made to the team this year as well.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Monday night, it was tough again for Diamondbacks fans and everybody with the organization, I'm sure, to watch Justin Martinez walk off the mound after calling for the trainers, especially since it just happened with Corbin Burns. But in terms of, we know there's going to be a second opinion. In terms of a timetable on when there might be a prognosis or diagnosis on Justin, what can we expect there, Derek?
Yeah, I think we'll know very soon. It was the same as Corbin, just a different tactic. He actually physically went in to go see doctors for that second opinion, and he had his surgery yesterday. I think Justin would be very, very quick as well. It was devastating, and both were so similar. It was eerie, right? Both of them had a drop in velocity right before they called the trainer out. Torrey talked about the gasp and the dugout saying no. That was in both cases. And we've been lucky. We've been very lucky for the last couple of years not to have these devastating injuries. There's a lot of teams that are going through it like we are. But this is the reality of the game today, and it's sad. It really is.
Yeah, it really is. And I want to ask you about that. Is there anything institutionally the sport of baseball can do to address this because of the velocity and the spin rates? These arms are in more peril than they've ever been, and these are players that command really high salaries, and when you lose them, it affects budgets. It really demoralizes fan bases. It wasn't this way back when you had Greg Maddux spinning 89-mile-per-hour pitches and striking out dudes.
Yeah, it's a great point and a great question, Vic, and you're exactly right, because at the Major League Baseball central office level, they're doing a lot of research on this subject, and we're trying to find out why that has changed. And you hit on two of the major factors. It's the velocity. It's really the demand of the velocity and teaching that velocity, but also spin rate. These are things that were not really the case, a decade ago. And so we're looking back at players. When did they get injured? Why did they get injured? Why is the youth baseball movement suffering in the same way right now, right? Because you're seeing kids get Tommy John at the age of 12 and 13, which is just disastrous, right? Not only for them, but for the game. And so we're looking at everything. We're looking at how pitchers are being used at the collegiate level. Is it every fifth day? Is it not? How many pitches are they throwing? So that's a great question, and there's a lot of work being done and a lot of studying taking place right now in research so that we can hopefully alleviate that problem, because it's at a level that I've never seen before. You look at some of these teams, not only us, you look at the Dodgers and the injuries they have and the number of Tommy Johns they've went through and are gone through, and we have to do something for sure for the safety of these pitchers and for the safety of the game.
All right, I want to ask you about your stadium, if you don't mind. The Missouri legislature just passed a bill that's going to keep the Chiefs and the Royals in state, and sports fans there are very excited about that.
Yeah, see that, Vic?
See what can happen with collaboration, Derek? And I think you've got about 3 weeks left here before this budget here has got to get approved, if my math is correct. Update us on what we're looking at.
Well, I'm glad you asked, because actually the vote could come down in the Senate as early as next week. And so, it could go to the Senate floor if the president decides to put it on the floor. And then if it is approved, and the biggest problem is that everybody just assumes it's going to get approved and get done. And there's just this lethargic approach going on right now. And I don't want the legislators just to assume it's going to happen. They have to help us make it happen. So, if your listeners want to do anything to help, and it's no pressure, but if they want to help, they can contact their senators or their representatives and say, please vote yes on HB 2704. Again, we're trying to, fix a public asset that we don't even own so that we can stay downtown and play downtown and renovate it and modernize it to the level that we think our fans deserve. But, thank you for asking that. It could be, like I said, it could be next week. Then it's got to go back to the House. It's got to get approved again, and then it goes to the governor's desk. All of that looks good. But again, I'm not going to count my chickens. And, I've always said this is a no-brainer. It should have been a slam dunk, but it never is, as you know. And we're counting votes every day, hoping that we have enough. Yeah. It's crazy that we're having to do that, because I think everyone understands the importance of it. Here's a company that has put almost $6 billion of economic impact into the state and into the city and county. So, let's keep that going. Let's keep generating that, along with the jobs that we're creating and the memories that we're making at that ballpark.
Yeah, and it's not like we haven't already lost a franchise recently here. The lessons are right in front of our face.
Yeah. This city deserves to have, all the major sports and all the major sports teams. And I know we have the support of our fans, so they can help. They can play a vital part.
Well, best of luck with that, Derek. Happy Father's Day to you. And here's hoping we go sweep, swept, sweep, sweep.
Man, that would be well. Then that would just be 9-3 in our last 12.
Right,
it's not really about the sweep.
That's not as fun to say, though, Derek.
I agree. Hey, I'm with you. I'll take it. And you guys have a great Father's Day too. You're both terrific fathers, and you deserve it. So
thank you, Derek.
Appreciate it. Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, joins us every Thursday to talk D-backs baseball. Yeah, it's getting to crunch time on that stadium thing.
Yeah, listen, again, people have to be aware of this. This is a very, very important team to downtown, economically, spiritually, emotionally.
All of it.
Hate politics.
It's our only championship. It's a team with major men's.
You're bracing for the storm on Twitter.
All you have to do is say it's our only major professional sports championship. That way, Rattlers fans and Mercury fans, they cannot scream at you.
Phoenix Rising.
And the Rising fan, they cannot scream at you.
But
major professional
men's.
But hey, that's major to me.
Well,
Right.
I
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
I know, but
you can't please all of the people all of the time.
No.
But Bick's going to try with the Bickley Blast to kick off the second half of the Thursday show next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. By now, you know Sweet James, the official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the commercials of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know if that vertical jump is real or if it's artificially enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you are going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Sweet James will get you the medical treatment you need. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to go out and deliver the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They bring a 98% winning record to every case, big or small, and that leverage of having attorneys with extensive trial experience means the insurance companies cannot nickel and dime Sweet James, not when they're willing to tell your story in a court of law. Remember, you pay nothing until they win your case, and the consultation is free. 1-800-9-MILLION, that's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks beat the Mariners again yesterday 5-2, this time courtesy of the long ball. Eugenio Suarez stepped to the plate in the bottom of the sixth with the bases loaded, and, well, you know the rest.
And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back and gone! His 19th home run of the season. And he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino.
Pavin Smith would add a solo shot of his own, and the Diamondbacks completed the sweep right before the San Diego Padres come to town tomorrow. And the Pacers took Game 3 in front of their home crowd, led by Benedict Mathurin with 27 points, TJ McConnell 10 points and 5 steals off the bench to help the Pacers to a 116-107 win and now lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Kevin Durant's curious time in Phoenix is almost over, and his legacy will be complicated. There was memorable shot making and interesting interviews. There were 2 playoff victories and 0 series wins in 2.5 seasons. And there was the unfathomable juxtaposition of he and Devin Booker starring in Paris while winning gold medals, only to finish 10 games under 500 when they came home and put on Suns uniforms. His trade will be also a litmus test for the new front office. I've heard the Suns expect a bounty in return, and I fear the market will bear far less than they think. Their skill and their inexperience will be tested, and what deal they choose will say much about their negotiating skills and our future. Finally, his trade will also have a serious muting effect, like a plane disappearing from a radar screen. The Suns will become 100% irrelevant in the basketball world outside of Phoenix the moment KD is gone. There will be no other player on the roster worthy of the hot take platforms, and we are going to feel very, very alone. But personally, I cannot wait. I want everything about the past 2 years swept in a dustpan and disposed, and I want to see if Book can carry a team and a boulder up the mountain all by himself, just like the heroes of his youth. In fact, Kobe Bryant once famously told him to be legendary, and soon that mission and that moment will finally arrive. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO, Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak. The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, this is ongoing interest, and I think this is the focus right now. It's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks. I do expect potentially some wild card teams to get in the mix as well. Because listen, this is Kevin Durant. For him to be on the market, he's the biggest domino right now that's fully available on the market. And last season we saw his play.
Finish your thought there, Shams. Shams Charania from the Pat McAfee Show yesterday, kind of identifying the market, the teams that might be interested in Kevin Durant. Stephen Bondi from New York Post said, no, Knicks not in. We'll see if that changes. I think this is very fluid.
Yeah, I think so.
There was a faction of social media last night, and I'm not saying these people don't have any information at all, because they've proven in the past that they do. There was a faction of social media that was bracing for something to happen like today. That's judging from the activity and what they were hearing.
Okay.
So the consensus is, look, Gambo said it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen before the draft. Look, it's going to happen before the draft. It's not going to happen after the draft. It's going to happen before the draft. Brian Windhorst said it's going to happen before the draft. I think Shams hit on a very important point there too. Giannis seems like he's connected to Milwaukee. He hasn't made anything official. Even after earlier in the offseason, he said, I'm going to
He's
explore
open
options
to
for the first
exploring
time.
options.
But
yeah,
you follow the money, like you
follow
said
the
earlier.
money. Yeah.
So Kevin Durant is the big fish, the first big fish in the pond. The possibilities are endless. I've got sound bites here in front of me, Bick, from 3 different ESPN personalities over the last 12 hours, I'd say. 12 to 18 hours.
All right.
Fill in the blank needs Kevin Durant. You want to hear these?
I'd love to hear these.
Okay.
All right.
Freddie Coleman, ESPN Radio. Fills the blank in with Minnesota.
As much as any team could use Kevin Durant, out of the suitors involved, and you're right, put him with Houston Rockets, that's a dangerous team. San Antonio Spurs, they may not have enough there to be dangerous right away, but they're going to be a playoff team. The Minnesota Timberwolves just got to the Western Conference Finals, and Julius Randle, as great as he was leading into the Western Conference Finals, was a Slim Shady there. That's not a possibility, Kevin Durant. He's not going to do that. If any player out of those suitors could really use Kevin Durant, it's the guy that had his fathead poster on his wall when he was growing up as a DSGB, down south Georgia boy, as you call the guys in your area, Harry Douglas, and that is Anthony Edwards. That's the player that needs Kevin Durant right now more than anybody else in the NBA.
All right.
Okay. I don't disagree with him, but let's hear number 2.
That for a
Door
second.
number 2.
Stephen A. Smith this morning on First Take, throwing some new blood into the mix.
Detroit. Oh, that would be wonderful. Detroit.
But does Detroit need him?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Because they couldn't close out the game. See, you don't know where they're going to go. Cunningham is still learning. But you need a guy like Kevin Durant, who, here you go,
and
win
Kevin
the game
Durant would make Cunningham even better.
That's right.
All right, so he's not taken away. He's an additive. He's not a subtraction.
That's right.
All right, the other voice you heard there was Magic Johnson, of course, who also had his thoughts on who needs Kevin Durant.
I like him if he could come here to New York for the Knicks. Brunson needs help, and he needs help in the fourth quarter. See, he gonna get you there, but then Indiana loaded up against him, and everybody else couldn't deliver. So they need a guy like Kevin Durant who can say, okay, Brunson, you get us there, but I'm going to take us home. It reminds me of Shaq and Kobe. Hey, Shaq, you get me to the 4th. Kobe said, I got it. I'm going to take us home, right? And so you need a person like Kevin Durant.
If you're in New York, who are you getting rid of?
Molly, let me just say this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kevin and Brunson, and then you have Robinson stay at center. Wow. Because that's all you need.
Well, it kind of does matter who you give up, Matt.
We just saw it with Book and KD. It does matter. It matters a lot.
Yeah, but if
that's the Matt Ishbia thinking. Oh, that's all we need, those 2 guys and anybody else.
Yeah, but that was Magic Johnson saying it. Well, I'm not thinking about what they're giving up. I'm just adding Kevin Durant to what they already have, and look at that team is unbeatable. Well, yeah, you got to give something up in a trade too. Let me ask you this, and we're going to go over every angle of this story, so buckle up for the next 2 weeks or so, because there's going to be a ton of different angles. What do you think the possibility is that we, the victims of the Phoenix sports community, in a year or 2 will be saying, how in the world did the Suns trade Kevin Durant?
I don't think that's going to happen, Vinny, because as I said at the end of the blast, I want renewal, something fierce. I everything about the last 2 years, and it's not KD's fault, as he has made clear to everybody. It's just the net effect of it all. The basketball team that refused to hustle, that refused to get back on defense, that threw the ball all over the gym, that played carelessly. The chilling Suns. I want that team so far gone. That's what I can't wait for this to happen. Regardless of who the Suns get back, I am down with linking up into a new, younger version of the Suns. Will it work? Who knows? But just give me something that we can be proud. Give me something that's passionate.
Yes.
That plays hard.
But I will say this. After recent trade experiences where I was like, oh, you got to make that trade if you're the Suns. I'm no longer in that mindset. I'm open to any possibilities. I agree. The ingredients of what they need, the player attributes of what they need in any trade for Kevin Durant are very clear. But I was all on board with the Durant deal. I was all on board with the Beal deal. And here we are.
We were all on deal with the Brandon Knight deal back in the day.
Because
we're
of the
wrong
Bradley
a lot.
Because of the Bradley Beal deal. That's why they can't keep Durant, because of the Bradley Beal deal, because you cannot reshape the roster if you still have Bradley Beal.
Very true.
And Kevin Durant.
Coming up next, are the Indiana Pacers about to shock the world? And have the Knicks called them about trying to poach Rick Carlisle away from them yet? We'll get into all of that next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. This is Darius Robinson.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. 5 years ago, I was playing tennis. I tore my meniscus. I did not want to have surgery. I did not want to have to deal with rehab. I went to QC Kinetics, and regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics helped me avoid knee surgery. And here I am back in the gym playing golf, doing what I want to do. This is what QC Kinetics can do for you, especially if you're dealing with and bothered by joint pain of any kind. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics, transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. They harness your body's natural ability to heal itself, and they use that to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. The patient satisfaction reports are through the roof, including Emmett Smith, who raves about what QC Kinetics has done for him. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime. So go check them out. Make the summer of 2025 the time you reclaim your mobility and your independence. Call QC Kinetics for that free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and the number is 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Luke. Should the Phoenix Suns be working with Kevin Durant on a possible trade, or should they just be looking for the best possible return? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
That would be.
9-point lead, they get it in. J-Dub fires from 40, no good. And the Pacers hang on. They beat Oklahoma City 116-107 and have grabbed a 2-games-to-1 lead in the NBA Finals against the best team in the NBA all season long.
All right, we got ourselves a series. Mark Estisher, ESPN Radio Final Call last night from Gainbridge Fieldhouse, a raucous scene in Indianapolis. First finals game there in a quarter century, taken in impressive fashion by the Indiana Pacers. And what was a very entertaining basketball game. Again, the rarity of having a game that never got a double-digit lead for either team. The ending margin of 9.
Yeah.
That was the biggest lead for both teams in that game.
Yeah, so apparently we were not the only ones surprised by the resurgence of the Pacers. Apparently Jay-Z, the rapper, put $1 million on Oklahoma City to win in 5. Oops.
Jay-Z, the rapper.
Isn't he a rapper?
Yes, I'm just saying, what other Jay-Z would we think he would be?
Oh, okay.
He was explaining to the people who don't know who Jay-Z is.
That's all.
They're all not as hip as us.
Babe.
Yeah, if you got that kind of money, I mean, is he feeling that today?
I mean, yeah, well, like, you're right. That's a great point. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
the rapper.
But it was as opposed to Drake, the Cardinals reporter for ArizonaSports.com. Here was Mark Dagnall, the Oklahoma City coach.
They really outplayed us in the fourth. Give them credit. I thought we were in really good shape coming out of the third quarter. We had a 5-point lead and kind of weathered the storm of the second quarter. That was a rough quarter, and we were only down whatever we were at halftime, 4 or 6, and we got control of the game coming out of the third. And then in the fourth quarter, I just thought they really outplayed us on both ends. I thought they were in character in terms of their physicality, their pressure on defense, and then they were in character in terms of their pace on offense, and they just stacked way more quality possessions in the fourth quarter than we did.
In that fourth quarter, Indiana outscores Oklahoma City 32-18. And earlier in this series, if you go back to game 2, where did the criticism fall on the Indiana side? Tyrese Halliburton is not being aggressive enough.
Yeah, right.
And he corrected things, and he was aggressive from the outset, and he didn't put up monster numbers, even though he still almost had a triple-double in the game. But how much criticism is SGA going to get today? Because SGA in that fourth quarter played 9 minutes and 56 seconds. He took 3 shots. He missed one of his 2 free throws. He had 3 points and was minus 11. That's not what you expect from your MVP. And I made this point earlier. I want to see what he looks like in Game 4 because he looked spent by the end of Game 3.
He did. It was not at all what I expected Oklahoma City to look like last night. Clearly, I think we were all kind of in agreement that we thought this thing was going in the other direction quickly. But props to the Pacers. It was a great environment at Gainbridge last night. It's Naptown, man. It's a basketball mecca.
See who Caitlin Clark was hanging out with?
Yeah, who?
Sophie Cunningham. She's everywhere.
Listen, and so for the state of Indiana to get Caitlin Clark and the Pacers, it's been quite a basketball time for them.
Basketball mecca. And I do want to say this too. Rick Carlisle, some people made fun of him for what he said at the end of the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, there's a lot of places that like basketball, but this is Indiana. You want to talk about a phrase in a press conference that resonated with a fan base? Because it's true.
Yeah.
Those people are nuts.
Yes.
Hoosiers wasn't set in North Dakota.
No.
It was set in Indiana.
That's right. Right, and so that whole thing turned into a T-shirt that people are wearing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Thank goodness it's replacing the Yes Sir's shirt. Man, that's bugged me the whole postseason.
Yeah, I haven't liked it either.
Apostrophe C-E-R-S?
I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it.
Terrible.
Don't like it. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this will save the ratings. I don't know if this series can be saved from that standpoint.
I don't think it can.
I don't think so either. And as we discussed earlier, this has been a pet peeve of yours and mine for some time, and the bill has come due for the NBA, and this is a league that has been very, very let down by its broadcast partners because there is no inclination for casual fans to go watch Tyrese Halliburton or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or these two small market cities.
Now, Oklahoma City was projected to be very good this year.
Mm-hmm.
They made it to the second round of the playoffs last year and kind of lost, and people thought it was an upset when they lost. They were one of the favorites going in this year, certainly to be number one in the West. You know, they didn't even play on Christmas Day. 5 NBA games every Christmas Day, so 10 top teams, supposedly. They were not one of the top 10 teams.
That just illustrates everything perfectly.
Yeah, the other
really
big story going on outside of the Kevin Durant trade rumors and the NBA Finals is the Knicks and their seemingly directionless search for a new head coach. They fired Tom Thibodeau. They have been rejected now by 5 NBA teams seeking to talk to sitting head coaches. What are they doing?
I don't know.
Charles Barkley can't figure it out either.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. I mean, Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the 3 coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan now. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
I don't know if they know what they're doing either.
It's such a bad look. It really, really is. First of all, there was enough backlash about Tom Thibodeau. And if it was player-driven, okay, maybe you can understand it, but you can find a faction of players on any team who will grumble about a head coach.
Yes.
So you can find any reason you want to fire a head coach if you are so inclined. But then to do that and then to start trying to poach existing coaches from existing situations, it's really a bad look.
And now whoever you end up with, if the rejections continue, who knows what that number is. Whoever you end up with right now is your 6th choice at best, and they know it because it's been so publicized.
And if they go to a guy like Johnny Bryant, just like Jordan Ott said, the guy taking the job, if he's a first-timer, he won't care that he's a number 6 choice. He won't care. He'll be over the moon at the option and the opportunity to coach an NBA team.
They're taking over a good team, too.
But every single team the Knicks tried to poach a head coach from, they're gonna have the posterior backside, the crimson backside when they play next year.
Mm-hmm.
It's untoward.
Yeah. Coming up next, we will talk to Arizona Cardinals running back Michael Carter as the Cards wrap up mandatory minicamp. That is straight ahead here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel
to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content.
From Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. If you have got a great credit score of 800 or better, congratulations. You should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. That isn't fair to you. Fortunately, there's a better way. On a Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first, which means you pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades, and you do it without changing a dime of your spending habits. And when you pay off your house in years, not decades, that means you get a long runway. You can use those decades to build personal wealth while everybody else you know chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a death sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity, which gives you the power to pay down, pay off, borrow back whenever you want because you've earned it with that great credit score. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit, but if you are, I can guarantee you will love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Here we go.
NASCAR makes
makes history on Prime as the Cup Series goes international. We're heading to Mexico City for a road course with all new challenges. 14 turns with 7,000 feet of altitude.
White flag. Next flag ends the race.
Don't miss the first ever points-paying Cup Series race in Mexico. Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Track's clear. We're good to go.
NASCAR. It's on Prime.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from Amco. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, Amco's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs beat the Mariners again yesterday, 5-2, courtesy of the long ball. Eugenio Suarez had a grand slam, and Pavin Smith added a solo shot of his own, and they completed the sweep right before the San Diego Padres come to town tomorrow. And the Pacers took Game 3 in front of their home crowd last night, beating the Oklahoma City Thunder 116-107 behind Benedict Matherin's 27 points. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Murata talking Cardinals minicamp now.
Want to remind you, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. It's Bickley and Murata mornings. We're at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, and pleased to be joined by Cardinals running back Michael Carter, sitting down with us here in the broadcast studio. Michael, good to see you, man.
You too. You too. Thanks for having me.
Straight off the practice field.
Literally.
We were out there for the 20 minutes we were allotted to be out there, and my partner said to me, I don't know how football players do this.
Not in Arizona.
How do you do it, Michael?
Personally, I'm from Florida, so I feel like it's worse out there.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really faze me, especially on the days when it gets real hot. You just want to throw the long sleeves on, make sure you keep that cooling in.
All right, would you rather play a game in extreme warm weather or extreme cold weather, since you're a Florida guy?
I'm good. Any weather, man. Just put the ball down.
That's a good attitude.
Yeah. I remember when the Cardinals acquired you, because I remember you as a rookie with the New York Jets, and you flashed and you showed your dazzling speed and your skill. And I thought, wow, the Cardinals might have something here.
Yeah.
What do you think about your role in this team going forward? Because you had some moments in year one. You spent most of last year on the practice squad. You came up. You flashed again at the end of the year.
Yeah.
What's next for you?
To be honest, I have a personal mission and I have personal goals, and it's hard because I know I'm a good player, and I know what type of player that I am, and the type of player I work towards being every day. And so my role, I guess, some of it's out of my control, but a lot of it I feel like is. So I can't necessarily say what my role is yet because I don't know. We're still grinding and still competing, but I know what I want.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's to be a premier player in the league.
I feel the same way my partner did. We talked a lot about you going into the season and the depth of the running back room.
Yep.
But going back to last season, you did get your opportunity the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But the first 14, 15 weeks of the season on the practice squad, how difficult was that for you as a guy who's coming to work every day and doing your job?
Yeah, I feel like that was probably some of the hardest weeks of my life, to be honest, because I've never not played. You know, there was times where I felt like I had it bad in New York because I wasn't getting the ball as much as I wanted.
Yeah.
Right. But even then, you know, I played every game. I'm getting touches every game, and that was at the time that was the worst that had ever happened to me. You know. Mm-hmm. So now it's like, dang, it can get worse if you let it.
How about it?
But that doesn't really stop me from working hard.
Yeah.
It never has, and it never will, because outside circumstances can't, dictate, how you move on your personal life level. So.
Yeah, I've always thought that if I were a professional athlete, that would be the one thing that would drive me nuts, is to know you've got the requisite talent, but you can't get the opportunity.
Yeah.
How do you, and it seems like everybody here really has a good amount of faith in the bosses and the coaches and the staff here.
Yeah.
How do you communicate, hey, man, can I get a chance?
Yeah, you go up and talk to them.
You say, haven't you seen my tape, man?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an honest conversation. I think I know our front office is good. I've had conversations with Monty. I've had conversations with JG, Drew, everybody I need to talk to about playing and having an opportunity to play. And they've been transparent. They've been honest. Some of the stuff is just out of my control. But the things that are in my control, I personally make sure I bust my butt to make sure that all those boxes are checked. And when I get out there and I get the chance to have the ball in my hand, I make plays. And all my life I've been making plays. That's the easiest part.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of just being on the field to do it.
Michael Carter, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You're part of a running back room that I think is one of the strengths of the roster. I think we saw that play out last year and talking about your role. But tell us about having that whole crew back and what the vibes are like at this point, getting ready for another season, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome. You got a group that's really 2 years, back-to-back years with the same exact room, minus Tony, Ad, Bam, it's crazy because, I don't think that GMs really understand. Well, maybe they do. But, being able to have, the same group and not, necessarily bring anybody in. I know sometimes they probably bring somebody in for, a competition aspect. They want to revamp a room, make it. But at the end of the day, it's the players that are in the room are more than likely good enough because in the past you thought they were.
Yeah.
And don't think that they're not getting better. And there's cases where guys aren't grinding, but we have a room that does though, and we have a coach that makes sure of it, and we hold each other accountable. And so when you have 2-3 years in the same system with the same guys, it's like a college feel. We're like, all right, man, we just make sure we push each other no matter what. And that type of competition thing settles itself, and then we play better because there's a sense of comfort.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's the college feel anymore with the transfer portal.
But
I get what you're saying. Yeah, exactly.
Feel, yeah.
All right, part of your story is that you were born in Japan. I wonder if you have recollection of that, and I wonder if you would be part of their flag football Olympic team if they asked you.
I don't have any recollection other than it's a picture I was in the arcade. For some reason, I swear I remember, but I don't. But I don't remember that. Yes, I'll play on the Japanese team. They need somebody like me, man.
Yes, you'd be fantastic at it.
They need me. Who else Japanese? I don't know. Maybe RG3. He was born there.
Yeah, maybe because Kyler could play for Korea.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go head to head.
Ooh,
let's go. Who's the best at Asia?
Yeah, I love it.
The Asian flag football team.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Well, when this came out and it was ratified and they approved it. Hey, NFL players can play in the Olympics on flag football teams for whatever country, and there's limitations. But what was the overall feel among players? Because it's a completely different sport than what you play on a daily basis. What do you think the interest level is?
Yeah, I think it's really high. Actually, I think it's really high because when you really think about it, it's 7-on-7, and
you grew up,
and we grew up playing that.
Yeah.
So you got the guy, I don't know his name, the guy that says he's better than Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, man, just stop. You know what I mean?
Look, I don't want to disparage the guy because he's obviously a very accomplished flag football player.
I'm disparaging him. Hey,
have you seen the throwing motion?
I've seen it. I don't know what is he doing. But
tripping me out.
I would say Kyler would be a great option, but he's probably gonna play on one of the Korean teams.
Yeah,
and So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he'll probably be Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, right.
For the American team, for Team USA, it just makes sense because he's probably the best American scrambling quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know?
I would agree.
Yeah.
American. College great scrambler.
No doubt about it.
So let's be specific.
Yeah. When you take a look at this team, I've said this and I've run this by a bunch of players. I want to see what you think about this. There's been a celebrity basketball game. There's been Kyler's softball game. You've had a bowling event. And you guys are all supporting each other.
Yeah.
Is there really good chemistry brewing on this particular team?
Yeah.
Or is that overblown?
No. It's legit. And I think that, honestly, a lot of it starts with Kyler and Mac, because I think that and not just offense, defense. I think those are just two individuals that take it upon themselves to like set things up and go invite people to come.
Mm-hmm.
And guys like myself, guys like Zay Jones or like any of us, James. Like, when we all go do something. Hey, I'm gonna be there. Dortch. Hey, I'm gonna be there. Mike Wills, I'm gonna be there. We all go and we all kick in, and those relationships naturally form, and then the relationships and the chemistry, and it all builds.
Yeah.
Because if you're on a broken team, you're gonna get an invite. You're like, I ain't gonna go hang with that fool.
I want to hang out with them. But it's real though. It's real because personally, the way I grew up, I'm from the South, and those are the best teams.
Yeah.
And obviously football means more in my part of the country than any other part, I would argue, and that's a part of it. The chemistry is a part of it. And so when you go to college, you have to redo that over again with new people. And when you go to the NFL, there's a legit chance that you may never get that.
Yeah.
Again, like this place is more of a business than any of the other levels, so people are in and out all the time. And so building that chemistry is really actually tougher than people think it is. So when you can have a summer, it goes back to like our running back room, when you don't necessarily have to bring anybody in. And you really, you're only losing one guy, and you're bringing somebody in. That, by the way, I played with in New York. Mm-hmm. So I was able to help integrate him in, and, he caught the vibe, and we were off. And I feel like he's been here. So that type of thing, like, it makes your team better.
Yeah.
Michael Carter, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. James Conner, obviously, is such a big figure on this team, and he's been huge for this franchise. What do you take from him on a daily basis? Obviously, we know his story. It's an amazing story for him to overcome what he's overcome and still be doing it at this level. But what do you take from him on a daily basis?
Yeah, I think James is I don't use this term lightly because I actually have a big brother. But like, I think that there's not a lot of people that I can sit up and just be like, man, that's big bro, man. And that's rare because there's imposter syndrome. I mean, there's imposters everywhere. Not imposters. There's imposters everywhere. Fake leaders. Guys that are only doing what's right when people are watching. And I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like I don't want to jinx him. I feel like James don't be making no mistakes, man. Like, he's on point. Is what I mean to say.
Yeah.
We're none of us are perfect, but that guy is when it comes, he's close as it gets.
And to take the fight to the defender every single time.
Yeah, and it's insane to see, like, he gets the opportunity to go do his thing, man. And one thing that comes with it, people don't realize, it comes with the territory, man. It's hard to be consistent. And somehow he's just like, he's getting older and he's getting better. And that does not happen. So
no doubt.
It's a big credit to how hard he works in the weight room, when he's at home, how he takes care of his body here and at home. And he just does his thing, man, and he brings all of us with him. And on the days, there's days where he needs a little, I'm there for him.
Yeah.
And that's where the accountability goes both ways, and we are there for each other.
Here's my last question for you, and I've talked to Edgerrin James about this and Anquan Bolden about this, because everybody always says Texas is the hottest place for football.
Hell no.
That's what I'm saying, man. South Florida,
I already know where this is going, man.
South Florida, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm from North Florida.
Oh, you're from North Florida.
But let's not get it twisted, though. North Florida has some real dogs. We don't got to get into the names right now.
Yeah.
But I'm from right outside Pensacola, Florida, home of Emmitt Smith.
That's right. There you go.
Okay. Home of Doug Baldwin.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just all right.
They grow dogs in Florida.
That's just a couple names. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking all-time leader. We're talking about Derrick Brooks.
Yeah.
We're talking about Derrick Brooks. We're talking about two of the best ever at their position with Emmitt and Derrick.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, but we can get into it if we have to.
If we have to.
Well,
I want to move from high school to college real quick.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard, your alma mater's got a really high-profile head coach in place now, in Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Are you optimistic?
I am optimistic.
Yeah.
I think the kid from South Alabama, Gio Lopez, the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
My brother went to South Alabama, and he totally just vouched for him. So, and I seen him play, and I played a college football game. He's really good on the college football game. Always got to get him out the portal. I don't know. I think losing Bo Atkinson, who was he ended up signing with Ohio State, a leading pass rusher. That sucks. But like, other than that, I mean, I feel like I believe in Bill Belichick. I met Bill Belichick when I played in New York. Obviously, that's divisional stuff. But Hall of Fame coach, probably the best ever. Only I don't say probably because I don't have all the facts, but allegedly he's the best coach ever. You know what I mean? So, but no, I got to get back on campus and chop it up with him one of these days.
Michael, man, you're so much fun. We had you on the show last year over the phone. You were awesome then, even better in person today.
You got all the skill in the world. I hope you get your touches this year, man. Light it up.
I hope I do too.
The Cardinals running back Michael Carter joining us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
A D-backs sweep of Seattle. Now a day off before they host 3 against San Diego at Chase Field. D-backs Padres Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The home of D-backs baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, Start with Stable.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Golf fans, join Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show this Saturday live 7 to 9 a.m. from Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler for the U.S. Open and Father's Day weekend. Score Shady Ray sunglasses, gift cards, and epic swag while enjoying great food and drink specials. Bring Dad to catch every swing of the U.S. Open on a massive 16-foot video wall. Trophy Bar, your Father's Day headquarters, and Bunker to Bunkers hang for every PGA major this season. Powered by Santan Ford.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
So I'll say it like this. Like, I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity.
That's Jordan Ott from his introductory press conference on Tuesday. The new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, when asked about his connection to Michigan State University, kind of shut that down pretty quick and said, I'm here on my own merits. Leave me alone. How dare you?
Yeah,
and I think that was
appropriate.
The highlight of the press conference. But
clearly.
Something has come to light, Bick.
Oh, boy.
This morning. And I have to say this. It's nothing more than one nugget of rumor from one person. But it's
quite the nugget.
It's quite the nugget. This is from Bill Simmons' podcast, which was released this morning, talking about the Suns coaching search. And, there was a lot of question on who's guiding this coaching search. The day that they announced the hire of Jordan Ott, the day that was announced and reported by Shams Charania and others, is the day the reports came out about Matt Ishbia's letter to the basketball operations department saying, look, I'm getting more involved. This is my show. So who's calling the shots? Who's engineering this search for a coach? This is the snippet, 30 seconds from Bill Simmons' podcast, and then we'll react.
And if you're Matt Ishbia, you have to look in the mirror and you wonder, wait, that's Isaiah Thomas standing right behind me. He doesn't even work for me. Oh, wait, he does. He's my consigliere for some reason, but we're all pretending he's not. Boy, there's some good stories about that one.
It's not great in Phoenix.
Have you heard the stories about how he FaceTimes in the meetings?
No.
Yeah. Might have been a coach interview or two or more where he was on FaceTime.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So coaching candidates have told people who have told Bill Simmons that Isaiah has been part of the process. That's really deflating. That really, really is. Just when you thought and hoped that this thing was going to be spawned from a real general manager or somebody attempting to be a real general manager. And look, in any other circumstance, an NBA player's opinion, of a famous Hall of Fame player's opinion in terms of how to go about building a basketball team, I would think not only is that acceptable, you'd want that kind of input. Mm-hmm. But Isaiah Thomas has failed at team building everywhere he's gone. And like Bill Simmons said, there has been this, no, Isaiah's not part of this.
It's come up in press conferences past, and it's been shot down as a ridiculous notion. But this is what about that particular snippet that bothers me is we are going into the third Phoenix Suns season, full season, with Matt Ishbia as owner. The fourth season in which he's had an influence on the team because his ownership took over at the end of season one. So this will be the fourth different season where he is in charge in some capacity or fully in charge. And this rumor won't go away.
No. And that's also the name that came right out of Chris Paul's mouth after he was traded for Bradley Beal, that Isaiah was the one who made this happen. So when you look for, and one of my questions, the heavy questions that remain unanswered and speak to the lack of accountability is who decided on Bradley Beal? Whose idea was that? Shouldn't that be fair to want to know in terms of accountability?
People have asked the question, and Bill Simmons was one of them that suggested everybody involved in that decision should be fired.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why there hasn't been anybody fired, because there was nobody under employment who was actually
who recommended Bradley Beal.
Look, I don't know. And
I don't either.
And coming out of the press conference from Tuesday, one of the things that we shared yesterday on the show was James Jones' name never came up in any capacity from any of the participants. There was no questions about James Jones. There was no answers about James Jones. He wasn't mentioned. His contract is up at the end of June. Is Isaiah Thomas going to be a part of this organization? Because at this point, if this speculation that Bill Simmons is throwing out there, if it's true, and they're just hiding it, isn't it better to have it out in the open? Yeah, he's going to work for me. Deal with it.
At UWM, there's Matt Ishbia, Justin Ishbia, and their father. The person right underneath them, directly underneath them, is Isaiah Thomas.
Look, again, I'm not reporting this as truth.
Nope.
I just
but
Jared called this to my attention, and I kind of listened with my mouth open.
Yeah. I heard you start to laugh, and I'm like, oh no. and hearing that, just that's awful.
And look, Bill Simmons loves gossip. He loves saying stuff without really saying stuff. We even earlier this week played the stuff about the Spurs Durant trade. It was like, don't aggregate me. It's just what I'm. But the way he said that so coyly, so like
maybe once, maybe twice, maybe three times, maybe more.
Have you heard some of these stories of what's going? He's heard this from somebody. He's not just like making this up.
No, he's not making it up. And I will say this, and I'm not the world's largest Bill Simmons fan. I like a lot of his work, but I'm not like. It's not on my radar all the time. He knows a lot of people in the NBA.
Oh yeah,
he gets really, really good information.
I don't know why Matt Ishbia would be leaning on Isaiah Thomas for help instead of leaning on his basketball people for help.
Maybe that it's the same thing.
Right. Then why doesn't Isaiah just take the reins? Why doesn't he just become the GM? Does he want to build the team without the accountability?
Look, when it came up,
GM?
This was there from day one, the introductory press conference. I think I remember Matt Ishbia, when he took over, even before the Durant deal was made, he was asked about Isaiah Thomas because Isaiah had been very visible at the arena.
Oh,
he
yeah.
was at games all the time.
Yeah.
And he shot it down then. And at the time, it was considered toxic almost. And I'm not even just talking about Isaiah Thomas's basketball, his professional basketball front office experience, because it hasn't been that successful. There was other things in Isaiah Thomas's past that, on the heels of transitioning from Robert Sarver's ownership to Matt Ishbia's ownership, would have made it very difficult to ignore his presence.
I forgot about that. You're right.
There was a sexual harassment suit while he was
in New
with
York.
the Knicks.
That's exactly right. That's why even if he wanted to be officially named GM, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, but we're three years removed from that now, and Matt Ishbia is obviously frustrated with what's happened so far, and that would lead to that interoffice memo. Again, not saying this is true. I can't reiterate that enough, but man. Again, it gives you pause, and it gives you a reason to think about it.
It sure does, because everything that they have done collaboratively to this point has failed spectacularly. They haven't built the kind of team Matt Ishbia wants. and we were promised, stop rubbing your eyes, Jared! And this is something where what is going to change if you're still leaning on Isaiah Thomas as your number one confidant? That's just depressing.
Yeah.
And again, like you said, we're not declaring this as truth, but you play that one more time. I want to hear Bill Simmons say this one more time. Listen for
if you're Matt Ishbia, you have to look in the mirror and you wonder, wait, that's Isaiah Thomas standing right behind me. It doesn't even work for me. Oh, wait, he does. He's my conciliary for some reason, but we're all pretending he's not. Boy, there's some good stories about that one.
It's not great in Phoenix.
Have you heard the stories about how he FaceTimes in the meetings?
No.
Yeah. Might have been a coach interview or two or more where he was on FaceTime.
See, that's what
false. Those interviews went down on Zoom.
That's what bothers me probably more than anything is just the ridicule and the mocking that has now enveloped our basketball franchise.
Even if it's all speculation, this is how the media views the Suns now.
It's true.
Yeah, I said it earlier in the week. It's very easy to take shots at the Phoenix Suns right now.
Oh, boy.
Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. D-backs might have what they needed all along, writes Dan Bickley. Let's examine the Kevin Durant trade market in its early days, and the Cardinals' revamped defense is settling in as minicamp rolls on. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while like I have, chances are you need your windows replaced. I know why mine do, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products. They are a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. It sounds like corny, but ask any of their customers, it is true. They're Arizona's premier window replacement company. They're co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do that because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, you will get a $2,500 discount. Again, $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. Do what I'm doing. Call today and beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com, or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks beat the Mariners again yesterday, 5-2, courtesy of the long ball. Eugenio Suarez hit a grand slam, and Pavin Smith would add a solo shot of his own, and the Diamondbacks completed the sweep over the Mariners before the Padres come to town tomorrow. The Indiana Pacers took Game 3 in front of their rocking home crowd last night, and it was the Wildcats' Benedict Mathurin and TJ McConnell whose impact was felt last night. Mathurin led the way with 27 points, and McConnell added 10 points but 5 steals off the bench to help the Pacers to a 116-107 win and now a 2-1 series lead. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best online at sciatica.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Get right to it. Sammy's here to take us through some social studies. Take it away, Sammy.
Yeah, as always, be sure to follow us on X, Bickley_Marotta. We're on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Marotta, and we're on YouTube at Arizona Sports. The chat is doing well over there. I asked them the questions, so we might get some responses from them. But our first question is, Suns fans, where will Kevin Durant play next season and why? Our 4 options are the Spurs, Timberwolves, Rockets, or somewhere else. And tweet us if you think it's somewhere else.
All right, I'm going to stick with my initial inclination. I'm going to say the Minnesota Timberwolves, with the Houston Rockets being my second choice.
I'm going to go Houston 1, especially if it includes the number 10 pick. That could change if San Antonio wants to get creative or loose with that number 2 pick. That could change everything.
Yeah.
But right now, I'll say Houston.
Okay. 57% of the vote say San Antonio. 8.9% say Minnesota. 15% say Houston. And 18% say somewhere else. And Phil says Oklahoma City. After they fall short in the finals, we're going to watch Halliburton win a championship and then send KD back home to win a couple championships to end his career where it started. Pretty interesting. If the Thunder do want to shake it up, they definitely could. Mm-hmm. Ann says, I think really it's 2 teams, the Spurs and the Wolves. The Spurs make the most sense. They have assets to trade and not compromise the future. But Ant Edwards is bros with KD. I could see the Wolves being more open to a bidding war to keep Anthony Edwards happy. And you could possibly leverage the Wolves for McDaniels. They do make a good point. If Ant is kind of the way that Bick's been saying of help is coming, they may just give him the help that he wants.
Yeah, I had that very, very strong feeling based on his post-game quotes near and at the end of that series loss to the Thunder, and that's where I'm going to revert. And just they're going to work out a trade package with the Timberwolves.
By the way, so I referenced earlier when we had the discussions on all the possibilities and the projected trades from ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
There was a verdict on all of it that was written by Bobby Marks, and he says Durant to the Wolves ? And he points out some things there about.
He doesn't think it's going to happen?
No, that was kind of the conclusion he came to that makes the most sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Ben AZ on YouTube says Oklahoma City for Hartenstein, Aaron Wiggins, and 2 first-round picks. If you're the Suns, would you say yes there? Probably not, right?
I don't want the Wiggins package.
But I
no.
also, if I'm Oklahoma City, I'm not interested.
Not messing with it. Our second question is Diamondbacks oriented, and we ask the fans to explain this year's team and season without using the letters D, B, A, C, K to spell D-back.
It's a thinking exercise.
I'll
keep my response cleaner than I could. It's just 3 letters. W, T, H.
Ooh, I like that.
Because I don't know what to...
Or F.
I was trying to keep it more family friendly.
Okay.
Somebody did say glad we're allowed to use the letter F.
Yes, yeah.
Right. Speaking of that, Howard Stern went on a rant the other day. He noticed, like, occasionally, every now and again, a catcher or a hitter will take a foul tip off the midsection, and he wonders why do you have to say groin and not call it what it is? Why is it taboo to say the anatomical? Whatever.
Are you using a nickname or the actual scientific terminology?
Well, because if they wear a cup, then it's not actually hitting that anatomical part.
It's hitting a plastic cover covering that part.
So to the responses, Chalk Riley says, we know it's Gino.
Yeah.
Daylight Film says teeter totter back and forth, and then C Backer 44 says fun, to go with the teeter totter theme there. So at the beginning of the show, Vic was mentioning that the U.S. Open is underway, and we took to Twitter to ask if we should talk more golf. And our 2 options were yes, you clot pole, or no, you chowderhead.
Clot pole?
Clot pole.
Is that an actual word?
Oh, yeah.
And the voting's really close, so, I might just have to chalk it up to a draw right now. But
You might have to, but what are the actual results?
It's 51.1% of the 229 votes say no, you chowderhead. 48.9, so almost 49, say yes, you clot pole. And I do want to get to our responses. A couple of our own, Tyler Drake says always. He's down for the golf. Payne Moses says please and thank you. Steven Ruiz, he looks for compromise here. He says only if you give Jarrett more time for song parodies and Vince a weekly segment to discuss the Sandler verse.
Well, that's not an equal thing now. The song parodies, I think, over the course of a calendar year would far outweigh the content of golf
because
talked about on this
it's
show.
every week during Cardinals season.
Yeah.
I will point out that this poll, the first hour, was overwhelmingly yes. So the early morning listeners,
okay,
that
all the people just coming off the course.
I think people that wake up early and play golf a lot and stuff. And then as this show went on, it heavily went to no. So it's just interesting with our audience.
So for your analogy, which was funny, that there's a lot of swimming pools in Arizona, but we're not talking swimming.
Right.
If you put that poll on and you said, should we talk more swimming?
It would be.
It'd be 100% no.
Not
No,
100%,
when there'd be
but
people goofing.
It'd be like 85%.
Look, I'll be completely honest and transparent here. There's nothing to talk about. I don't know anything about swim. I know how to swim. That's where it ends.
Right.
It is.
Is Mark Spitz still swimming?
Is Ian Thorpe still swimming?
What's Summer Sanders up to these days?
Right.
And as we're running out of time, I did want to read one response to the last question we asked. Keep these ones coming because these are good. But what is the craziest, most memorable / your favorite celebrity scandal of all time? D. Boneo says, the Eric Bledsoe, I don't want to be here anymore scandal.
That's celebrities.
It's also led to
neither celebrity nor scandal.
That's right.
It also led to me retweeting one of the great Photoshop jobs for the promposal on our. Did you see that?
Yeah,
one?
it was fantastic.
On X, yeah. If you go to our profile, scroll down a little bit, it's good content.
It's an embarrassing period in my life.
Promposal. But yeah, that's social studies today. And
see what happens when you let your guard down, Bick.
Hey, JJ Spawn 4 under at the U.S. Open. Your current leader.
All right, you clot pole, Sammy. You're gonna get your wish. We're talking more golf next because we will go live to Oakmont in Pittsburgh, where our guy Nick King from Arizona's Family Sports is live. He'll join us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You down with OTT?
I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity. So that excites me.
More reactions to the new hire for Suns head coach. With some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7. You down with OTT? And the Arizona Sports Hour.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parkers and Sons, and we have entered our annual nightmare, triple-digit temperatures for the next 70 days, sizzling hot steering wheels, hours and hours spent indoors, which means now, right now, is the best time to prepare yourself for summer by getting your air conditioning tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker and Sons, a great idea for a lot of reasons, prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills, maybe up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent future breakdowns. More importantly, though, it gives you that peace of mind because the last thing you want is that nightmare of waking up on a hot summer morning and finding out your air conditioning isn't working. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their technicians are trust certified, which is really important. It means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Cardinals rookie cornerback Will Johnson start in year 1? We'll ask defensive coordinator Nick Rollis at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, so earlier in the show, Bick charges Jarrett with, hey, we want a poll question on Twitter. Should we talk more golf? The masses have spoken. Not by an overwhelming margin. No, you clot poll. No. But here we are talking more golf.
So you chowder.
50-50 tie. Give me a break.
What are we rounding up now?
Well, what, 51 to 49?
51 to
close
49.
enough?
Pretty good.
The U.S. Open is underway. Round 1 is going on right now as we speak at Oakmont. And our next guest is there, our guy. And quite the golfer from what I hear. Arizona Family Sports, Nick King, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line.
Swinging Nick King.
Vinny, I was told that this was your idea to have me on and talk golf, and I really appreciate it.
Is that how Bick sold it to you, Nick?
Well done, Nick. Well done.
Yeah.
All right, so Oakmont is at site of the U.S. Open where Nick King is right now, is famously a golf course with no hazards, no water, no trees, but the rough is the story. What's it like? Has there been any carnage so far? Paint a picture for us, Nick.
Well, so a couple of things. It's weird for me because I'm just here. My brother lives like a mile from the course. So I am here with family, not working, and just being out there for the practice round yesterday and not having access to go pretty much wherever I please was odd. I'm not used to that. But, practice round is a great opportunity where there aren't as many fans out there, and the players are much more relaxed. So still got to see a lot of the course, which was super cool. And yeah, it's astonishing. I was talking to my brother who worked there. He was the lead assistant at Oakmont for like 3 to 4 years, and we were talking about the fact that he's like, there are about 2 to 3 shots on the entire course where out of bounds is in play. Otherwise, yeah, no water. They took out like 98% of the trees on the property. It is just heavy rough and a zillion bunkers. I think there's 168 out here. Bick, you helped me out that I've been doing this series for TV in Phoenix where we're visiting a bunch of the best public courses around. And a couple of them were like known for being kind of like an Australian sandbelt kind of golf course where they have a bunch of bunkers. And it's like, yeah, we have 105, we have 110, and that sounds like a lot. Oakmont's got $170, and they actually took some out. They used to have more than that.
Wow.
I haven't seen that many bunkers since I went to an All in the Family fan fest, babe. We're talking with...
You're ridiculous.
So that's how you do it.
Yeah. We're talking to Nick King from Arizona's Family Sports. I'm about to make Dan Bickley's head explode with this next question.
Okay.
Nick. We all know, everybody knows that Oakmont this week features an 8th hole that is playing at 290 yards, the longest par 3 in U.S. Open history. Common knowledge.
Wow.
How do you think? I know players were talking about. How do you think these players are going to attack that hole, Nick? Look at that golf.
I'm mind blown, Vinny.
So the thing I think is actually really interesting about that is the ego play. Because these guys don't want to hit driver off of a par 3. But some of them need to. I know that I think Scotty Scheffler did hit a driver in one of his practice rounds earlier this week and didn't hit it great and came up short. But in general, there are a number of holes. I was kind of posted up at the 10th tee yesterday and didn't see a single driver come out. definitely a lot of holes where, or at least a handful of holes where guys will not hit driver because you got to be super precise. And missing anything off of the fairway is a death trap. Like, again, most of my knowledge comes from my brother, but he was like, it's better to be 20, 30 yards left or right off the fairway than being a couple yards. Like,
wow.
So many of the bunkers you have to play sideways, and so much of the rough right off the fairway is just impossible. But yeah, that par 3 in general, it is ridiculous. But the one thing about it, and the other thing, like, I don't know if you guys have been to Pittsburgh. It's the second, to me, the only place that I've been in the United States that's hillier as a city is San Francisco. And so there is a lot of rolling hills on this course, and it was originally farmland like 125 years ago. And some of these greens, like, they're super sloped front to back, and you almost have to land it a little bit short in order for the ball to stop even on the back of the green, because if you land it on, it's just going to roll off the back.
There's a lot of people who look at Scotty and what he did in his last major victory and what he's been doing, and they're seeing him kind of evolve into a Tiger-like dominance. Some people thought he might be the only one under par this week. This is my thought, by the way. He might win this thing at like -6, and everybody else is 3 or more above par. Has the carnage not happened today? I saw that J.J. Spawn went out with a 31. Nobody expected that kind of number.
Yeah, but I think it'll come. Like, the thing that you don't want in majors, or at least that I don't want, is someone to run away with it, run away and hide.
Right.
And there's trouble around every corner that you can play well for 9 holes or 18 holes or 36 holes, but there's always going to be like one shot and you're staring at a big number. And I think it's just, I think in U.S. Opens here at Oakmont in years past, there have been decent numbers for 9 holes, for 18 holes, but over time, over the course of 4 rounds, it catches up to you. But Scotty, could he do that? Absolutely. Like, he's the guy now that, you know, PGA, when he had the lead after 54 holes, it's like, it's over.
Yeah.
At the Memorial, when he had the lead after 54 holes, it's over. Like, he's just in that position now where you don't believe that anyone can catch him or that he's going to make enough mistakes to allow anyone to catch him when he's out in front. And that's kind of his thing in general, is just he doesn't make mistakes. He's going to put himself in position to be in contention one way or another on the weekend.
All right, Nick, let's talk about your TV series that you tackling the best holes in Phoenix golf. Give us some of the highlights so far. And as a secondary question, can you delete the footage from your experience with Dan Bickley?
We're going to clean it up real nice. Some of these shots. So the best thing about it, or sometimes the worst if we happen to have a good shot, but you know, we don't exactly have PGA Tour camera operators out there. So while the footage is super cool, some of the angles that we're getting with like a drone and the GoPros and whatnot, we're not really following the ball. So we can make some magic happen in terms of the editing and what things end up looking like. But I don't know. I totally understand Vinny, Jarrett, anyone else, why people don't find golf that interesting. And there's so much about it that goes against like what generally interests in me, or what generally interests me. And like, my brother is a club pro at a nice country club in Pittsburgh. And when he told me I had to go into the locker room to change shoes, I couldn't do it in the parking lot. Like, I was beside myself. I hate that stuff. But like Vic, I love golf. I love watching it and I love playing it.
Yeah.
And Phoenix obviously is so good. And for me, a lot of it is like being outside, and especially late in the day or early in the day as the sun's in a great position and the lighting and just the mountains and the cactuses everywhere. Like, it's so beautiful. And so honestly, it was hard to use only 18 courses, public courses, but 1 hole each from 18 different courses. It was tough to narrow it down because there's just so many places that are so beautiful to be playing golf at in the Valley.
Now, do you think you can tell the drone story without naming the golf course? Or can I tell it without naming the golf course?
Yeah, you can tell.
All right, so part of the footage and the filming of this involves a very, very expensive drone, a very, very good drone that flies around and takes these really great shots.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they were filming around a dude's house who's, red-blooded American and thinks that drone's spying on us, took out a gun and fired at it.
Wow. That's tremendous.
I guess so. It's this has been a hazardous project too.
Well, there's been a lot of lost golf balls. It's been hazardous in that way.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a cool project. Nick, thanks for coming on. Enjoy the weekend out at Oakmont.
Appreciate it, guys. And if I have 30 seconds, real quick.
Sure.
Something that's driving me nuts yesterday, and memorabilia is awesome. But adults getting autographs is too much.
Watching
Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau after they finished their practice rounds had to be all right, I'm done, because so many 40, 50-year-old adults are pushing kids trying to get autographs, and they just have these stacks of flags, whole flags or cards or whatever, and that they're just selling it. And if I was an athlete, I would not sign for anyone over the age of about 15.
Yeah,
and,
I agree.
They're ruining it for all the kids in the experience. So that's
well said.
Now
Enjoy yourself, brother.
That. Thanks, Nick. Arizona's Family Sports. Nick King, you joined us from Oakmont here on
Vinny,
the Arizona
you
Sports
should
Line.
see how long that dude hits a golf ball.
Really?
It's disgusting.
Just don't make him change his shoes in the locker room. Coming up next, it's been a bit, but we're getting back to it. Mock My World here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. 2 balls, 2 strikes for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
A D-backs sweep of Seattle, now a day off before they host 3 against San Diego at Chase Field. D-backs Padres Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The home of D-backs baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If your backyard's a little cringy, if it keeps you from having company over on the weekends, you are not alone. I used to be that guy too. Turf Monsters can be your hero. They're a one-stop shop that can build you a backyard oasis, that can build you the backyard of your dreams, no matter what you're looking for. Number one, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, so if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, they can do that for you. You don't have to deal with the water bills, the hassle of trying to grow grass yourself. They're great at creating customized barbecue grills, fire pits, waterfall features. In short, they do everything but pools. And if you're a golfer, by the way, their state-of-the-art customized putting greens are insane in the best way. For proof, they were contracted to build the putting course at Dobson Ranch. If you've seen that, you know that is spectacular. They can put that in your backyard, and you can work on your short game in the comfort of your own home. Go check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com. Check out samples of their work. Schedule a free estimate there, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs beat the Mariners again yesterday 5-2, courtesy of the long ball. Eugenio Suarez hit a grand slam, and Pavin Smith added a solo shot of his own, and the D-backs completed the sweep against the Mariners yesterday, right before the San Diego Padres come to town tomorrow. The Indiana Pacers took Game 3 against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and it was Benedict Mathurin and TJ McConnell whose impact was felt last night. Mathurin led all scorers with 27 points, and McConnell added 10 points, but 5 steals off the bench to help the Pacers to a 116-107 Game 3 win and now lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: who was the MVP in the D-backs series sweep against the Mariners? Was it Josh Naylor, Corbin Carroll, Eugenio Suarez, or Lourdes Gurriel Jr.?
Josh Naylor.
Yeah, that's a good call.
He was 8 for 12 with 6 runs driven in and a 1798 OPS.
Yeah.
He played really good defense, too.
Has to be. So Josh Naylor, 40% of the vote. Eugenio Suarez, 34. Corbin Carroll, 20. And Lourdes Gurriel, just 6%. But a good sign that those guys are playing better.
Yeah. There's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Vote now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it. You just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World is back. We didn't do it last week because we were off the air at 8:30 for Diamondbacks baseball.
Okay.
A crazy Atlanta Braves game last week. But we did best numbers, significant numbers in sports, and with 32.1%, that's a significant number. My team won. I had 23,
Wow. Okay.
158.3, 10, and 715. Barely edged out Sammy's team at 31.7. Bick, you were in third at 23.7. Jarrett, 12.5%. Something a little bit more concrete today. In honor of the Father's Day holiday coming up on Sunday, this could get fun.
All right.
We will draft our teams of our favorite dad sayings.
Dad sayings. All right, let's do it.
I got a ton of them. In reverse order, Jarrett will go first. Bick will go second. Sammy third. I will go fourth. 4 rounds. Snake-style draft. Jarrett, you're on the clock.
When I was your age, ...
Okay.
That's my first pick.
Gotcha. My first pick is don't tell your mom.
All right, see, mine was my first one was similar. Mine was ask your mother.
I had both of those down.
They're two different things.
Different things.
So I got ask
Go
your
ask
mother.
your mom and don't tell your mom.
For the absentee father, go ask your mother. My first one is going to be, do you think I'm made of money?
It's good.
Taking a while to type these out, sorry. And my second one, I don't know if I want to go specific to my dad. Just for sentimental reason, but nobody knows my dad, so it will cost me votes.
Well.
Oh, man. It's hard here. I'm going to go with, it's on the top. I lost my list, and it's on the tip of my tongue. Where's
have to go with a personal one.
Where's Tim Ring to finish?
Yeah.
I feel like Fred Khalil.
You're gonna be like the Vikings. You're gonna lose your draft pick, man. You're gonna lose your.
I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna go one specific to my dad. There should be a mandatory draft.
I also have some that are specific to my father, but for now I'm going to take because I said so.
It's a good one.
Many times.
Yeah, that's a very good one.
That's an argument ender.
Yep.
Yeah.
No doubt.
All right, my pick.
Yep.
Don't make me stop this car.
That's a great one. Or don't make me turn around this car. Works both ways. All right, I got two here. This one is a good one for all dads, but very much specifically to my dad when he falls asleep watching something, which he almost always does.
Oh, this is a great one.
I'm just resting my eyes.
Yes, that was my dad did that one a lot.
Now, this one's a long one. I don't know if you can fit it, but it's one we've all heard. Close the door. I'm not air conditioning the whole neighborhood, or something like something like that.
Close the door. AC is on. How about that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bick?
All right, my third pick. I'll give you something to cry about.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Damn, that's a good one.
Usually followed with violence.
My third one, as an athlete and my dad being a doctor, it's get up.
Get up.
Get up. Whether it can go along different ways, whether it's get up for school, get up off the ground, get up.
All right. Back to me for two picks. I have another one that's related. It's somewhat related to one I picked, but he said both of them all the time. Do you think I'm made of money? And he also said, money doesn't grow on
That's
trees.
a great one.
I had that
That's
one.
a great one. That's a great one.
Poor Vinny. Never got any allowance.
Oh, no.
Yeah. His dad was brutal on Vinny.
Here's the last one, specific to my dad. Vin, you were a mistake. No.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Whoa! I actually heard that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, yes, I did.
I'm totally making that up. I did not. I did not do that. I'm gonna go with another one specific to my dad. Get a job at UPS. He was fascinated with UPS.
That's funny.
Really?
Yes.
That's funny.
When I was floundering in my college days, they love college kids. Go get a job at UPS.
You look great in shorts. Come on.
All right, my last pick, again, this is going to tank the vote probably for me, but whether it was my brother, myself, now my his 3-year-old grandson, we grew up playing basketball, and he would always try to coach us, but his main thing was finish high on a jump shot.
Ah, okay.
We would hear it 900 times a game, and you knew it was Frank Cibulka.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
And if you were a foot taller, it would have been, don't bring the ball down low.
Yes,
Right.
100%.
Right. All right, so we only have 2 picks left. Is that right?
Yeah.
Mine and yours, Jared? All right,
Yep.
before I make my pick, I'm going to tell a dad joke if you don't mind.
Love it.
Okay, so an HR person asks a candidate in an interview, how do you explain this 4-year gap on your resume? The guy says, I went to Yale. HR guy responds, impressive, you're hired. Guy says, thanks, I really needed the job. Get it? The
That's a
jail
great
and
joke.
Yale. Yeah, there you go.
That's a great joke.
Thank you.
That is a good joke.
With my
He's gonna use
last
that tomorrow at 9:30.
There we go. With my last pick, Too bad, so sad, your dad.
All right, I'm going to go with another classic one. Were you raised in a barn?
No, that's great.
Oh, that is a good one.
Got that
really
one.
good.
I picked that over Pull My Finger. Can you believe that?
You took the high road?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I had Where Are the Keys on my list.
That's a good one.
What else did I have?
You don't know what hard work is.
That's
I had
a good one.
I had I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
We brought you into this world and I can take you out.
Yeah. Classic
My dad
Bill
also said a historical figure a lot, said Jesus Christ a lot. Will.
Mine too. Holy Moses.
All right, the picks are made. Best dad sayings, Jarrett's team. When I was your age, I'm just resting my eyes. Close the door, the AC is on. And were you raised in a barn? Those are kind of related, too. Team Bickley, don't tell your mom. Don't make me stop this car. I'll give you something to cry about. And too bad, so sad, your dad. Team Cebulka, ask your mother. Because I said so. Get up and finish high. And mine, going to make sense to nobody.
No, I love it.
My team, do you think I'm made of money? There should be a mandatory draft. Money doesn't grow on trees. And get a job at UPS.
I
We'll
love
look
it.
this up on X. You vote, you determine the winner at Bickley_Murata. It is Mock My World. Some final thoughts straight ahead on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What'd you think about Kyler Murray saying that? That I believe the game starts in the trenches. You don't always hear quarterbacks say that.
I wanted to hug him. Okay, there's no doubt about it, Kyler. I wanted to hug you right there because that is a paradigm shift. I think, now again, Kyler may have believed this the last few years, yet at the same time, we haven't heard him talk about that very often.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands? Ah, man. Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home? Honey, I need a little help in here. Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Ready.
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Got this in pocket. Gunpowder. I'm gonna use it. Intention.
I wrote down one word in the Song of the Day column on my show sheet today.
Okay.
The word is special.
Oh,
As we were talking about the Diamondbacks and the special nature they had in 2023. There's a whole column about this on ArizonaSports.com written by Dan Bickley, by the way. A theory that he has that maybe, as counterintuitive as it seems, the injuries have led the Diamondbacks to being the team, the special team that they were in 2023.
The team they were meant to be all along, as if the Suns never traded Kevin Durant. So we'll see if the theory holds water.
I just not queued up to the part where Chrissy Hine keeps saying, "I'm special." We're getting to it.
It's
right
okay.
Here.
We know it's coming.
Yeah. Oh, here it comes.
Here it goes.
Give it to me.
Wasn't that Jarrett's mantra at his bar mitzvah?
I'm special.
I need your attention. Give it to me.
Why did that stop at his bar mitzvah? Yeah, the Pretenders. Brass and Pocket, today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, I got an update on a story that I used in Hardware on Monday.
All right.
I talked about Hunter Dobbins, the Red Sox rookie pitcher, who said, "I grew up a diehard Red Sox fan. If the Yankees were the last team to offer me a contract, I would retire." Paraphrasing. Then he went out and he pitched. Aaron Judge was told about it before the game, and Aaron Judge hit like a 900-foot home run. Jazz Chisholm jumped in and said, "I get it. It's a rivalry, but that's a little foolish." There's an update to this story.
Okay, good.
So in the Boston Herald story where Hunter Dobbins made this claim, he also explained that his dad was a Red Sox fan, and part of the reason why Hunter himself is a Red Sox fan is because of the treatment, I guess, he felt his dad got from the Yankees. Because he claimed in the Boston Herald article that Lance Dobbins, his father, had been drafted twice by the Yankees before being traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks. The story makes reference to Dobbins saying his father was friends with Andy Pettitte, who played 15 Major League seasons with the Yankees. The New York Post dove into this, showed no evidence of any that citing multiple official databases in the Yankees' own records that could not substantiate Lance Dobbins having played with the organizations. Plural, never played for the Diamondbacks either. The only record on his baseball cube or baseball reference pages is independent league play and just horrible pitching numbers over 2 seasons. The 2025 Red Sox media guide does mention him on Hunter Dobbins' biography page, but only says that Lance pitched for 2 seasons in the Diamondbacks organization, which is not true.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've never heard of the guy.
Hunter Dobson said, the whole backstory is stuff I heard growing up and seeing pictures from my dad. At the end of my day, it's just from my dad and how I kind of grew my love for the game. But at the end of the day, I don't go and fact-check my dad or anything. On this Father's Day weekend.
I played for the Yankees.
Yeah.
You should.
Hey, we didn't use that on a Mock My World
That's
draft.
right. That's right. That's right.
You only say that stuff if it's true. I wanted to play this for you as well because we played some Bill Simmons audio that may or may not take off. And he intimated that Isaiah Thomas is still pulling some strings with the Suns behind the scenes. This was pulled after Game 1 of the NBA Finals, the game that Indiana stole at the end. And this is analysis from Bill Simmons on his podcast. He's doing a podcast with Zach Lowe. Here it is.
I thought Mathurin seemed athletically comfortable in this game. And I'm intrigued by what his upside is for them because OKC is so fast and so athletic, and they're just at warp speed. And I just thought he looked comfortable in the chaos in a way that I'm wondering, are we going to hear from him in this series with one of those games? When Mathurin will have those games where he's like, he scored 27 points in 22 minutes.
Last night in Game 3,
wait a minute,
Benedict Mathurin
you just blew my mind.
Scored 27 points in 22 minutes.
So he said that before Game 3.
Said that after Game 1.
That's unbelievable.
When I listened to his podcast and he said that, I was like, okay, Ben could have he could have a moment, and then he did that, and I'm like, there's actually no way.
That's crazy.
Especially since that is a record. Nobody has ever done that in the finals.
No.
Scored 27 points in 22 or fewer minutes. And he called it
And TJ
that
McConnell also became the
unreal.
first player ever to have 10 points, at least 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals off the bench in an NBA Finals game, too. So
wow.
That was
what a day for the Wildcats.
Historic performance.
Those players combined for 0 Final Fours combined.
That's what you still care about.
Bear down, go Cats.
And since we've already talked golf today, I want to bring this up at the very end of the show. This is such a cool thing that's happening in soccer. Are you aware of the Club World Cup?
No.
It's happening for the first time. It's an international 32-team tournament with professional clubs from all around the globe competing in a World Cup, and it's here in the United States. So PSG's here, Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Manchester City, Chelsea, like all these big clubs from Europe. There's 3 MLS teams in it from all over the globe. This is such an awesome idea. I think it's even better. I can't say that because the international thing does factor into it. But this is a true test of actual competition. When a player plays for the World Cup, he leaves his club team to play with a team. It's basically like a barnstorming tour or an exhibition. Yeah. It's a big deal. I'm not saying it's not. This would be like, let's say Oklahoma City wins the NBA championship. They go into a tournament around all the league champions. It wouldn't be the same.
There's really no comparison.
There is no comparison.
It's only soccer.
I think this is
genius.
An awesome idea.
Yeah, it's genius.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll watch it, but
if I may.
Big event
they have
soccer's
the
great.
Champions League already, but this is
who are you plopping
worldwide.
money down on that one?
Well,
Sammy?
I'm a Manchester City fan, but I haven't really looked at the lines.
Well,
you stay. I know you're close to Geraldo Perdomo. Stay away from Andrew Salfrank.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Derek Hall, Michael Carter, and Nick King for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hi, Shane O'Grady here with Life Changer Loan, and we've all heard that time is money. That's why your 30-year mortgage is killing you financially, regardless of the rate you have. On a Life Changer Loan, you're able to do your banking inside your mortgage, so you can pay off in just a few years without changing a dime of spending habit, all while keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Finally, a financial tool for those with great credit. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living." Wouldn't that be nice? DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own-dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs beat the Mariners again yesterday, 5-2, courtesy of the long ball. Eugenio Suarez stepped to the plate in the bottom of the sixth inning with the bases loaded, and, well, you know the rest.
And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back.
his 19th home run of the season, and he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino.
Pavin Smith would add a solo shot of his own, and the D-backs completed the sweep right before the San Diego Padres come to town tomorrow. The Indiana Pacers took Game 3 in Indiana last night, in large part due to Benedict Mathurin and TJ McConnell, whose impact was felt. Mathurin led the way with 27 points and TJ 10 points, but 5 steals off the bench to help the Pacers to a 116-107 win and now lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. This is Darius Robinson.
Live from Cardinals minicamp.
Arizona Sports presents Wolf and Luke.
Yeah, welcome into the show. We are out here for Cardinals mandatory mini camp from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. It is Wolf and Luke. Wolf, what's going on?
You know what? It's kind of mandatory that we're out here, I think, Luke, for the most part. It's mandatory.
Feels mandatory.
It's mandatory minicamp, yet it just kind of feels so right. Like a glove.
Yeah, I don't see you complaining that we're out here. Let's put it that way.
No, I love being out here, of course. I love being around minicamp. Minicamp is so cool. So many good memories, so many good fights that actually happen in minicamp without the pads. Honestly, without the pads. Back then, it was kind of a situation where, yeah, you were going to go out there and you were going to practice really, really hard, and some guys were going to take liberties with you, and some guys needed to be corrected.
Now, I just want to go back to earlier in the week. You didn't start any of these fights.
No,
okay.
I never did.
Okay.
I never started a fight. That was something my older brother Craig really impressed on me. Never be the guy that starts it, but you finish it.
I thought he also told you to go pick a fight with the toughest guy on the team.
Well, right, he did, but that was not like specific to any practice. It was just a philosophy.
Just kind of assert that you're not going to be pushed around.
Exactly, you're not going to be pushed around.
So
even
did you,
if
or
it is
did
the toughest guy on the team?
So did you, or did you not ever, pick a fight with the biggest guy on the team?
Well, when a guy jigs you in the face with his finger, he sticks it right through your face mask trying to hit your eye after you boned him on a strong safety fire pickup. I'm just saying, Rick, sometimes you'll say, what are you doing? You tried to gouge my eye out? Well, I'm going to grab your face mask and... Yes, anyway.
Sometimes you have to respond. And that's why we're out here at Mandatory Minicamp. Now, let me throw a couple guests at you, Wolf.
Jacked.
Garrett Williams is going to join us at high noon.
This
right
is one
at
of the
noon.
reasons why I'm so jacked up, too. Garrett Williams.
Garrett
Are
Williams.
you kidding me? This guy, Garrett Williams, right now.
That's why a lot of Cardinals fans are jacked
What are you going to be, Garrett Williams, in your career?
And then let me throw another name at you that's going to join us at 11:30. How about Nick Rollis?
Nick
Does that do anything
Rollis.
for you?
What do you think the odds are that he might actually say violent? What do you think the odds
we should
are
keep track.
that he might actually does that? I'm going to say he's going to say it. We know that, but maybe
Twice.
3 times?
Oh, see, I'm going to go twice.
Okay,
I don't
good.
think he's
I'm going to go 3 times.
I think it's just
right
going to be
there.
implied in everything he says.
And of course, Basinonians, we're talking about in between the white lines, when you put the bonnet on and you put the mouth guard in, the whole idea is to drive the other guy into the ground. And it's okay.
It's just going to be good to hear from Nick Rollis now that he has this new defense to work with.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
got all these new pieces. Nick Rollis must be like, it's Christmas. This is great.
That's going to be great. That's going to be a great topic of conversation. I can already hear some follow-up questions on that.
And how about this, Wolf? Why don't we start with the Diamondbacks, who just swept the Mariners?
Man, beautiful.
Whatever you think the Diamondbacks are going to do, just go ahead and assume they're going to do the exact opposite. You lose Corbin Burns, you find out it's probably Tommy John, you go out there and win 4 straight. Then it's like, okay, they got this figured out. You go out and get swept by Cincinnati. What? Like, why would you get swept by Cincinnati? And in that stretch, you find out it's definitely Tommy John for Corbin Burns. So you come back, you play the Mariners, you get a 4-0 lead. Then Justin Martinez leaves with an elbow tightness situation, and you look like you've blown that game, and instead you win that game and you sweep the Mariners. So whenever it looks like they should be done, they go on a winning streak. And hopefully they can now fix whatever happened in that Cincinnati series, because now it looks like they should be winning, so you don't need to go out there and get swept in your next series, which, by the way, is against the Padres starting tomorrow.
You know, it's a adversity that you're talking about right there, Luke. Adversity that they have faced, and adversity has made them respond, I think, a couple of times.
Yeah.
And we've seen that already. And to me, I was thinking about that yesterday, and it really is something that I am going to watch with the Arizona Diamondbacks in terms of, can you be too nice? Can you have just a copacetic relationship inside the clubhouse where you're just nothing but family? We are family. I know that was big with the Pirates, of course, back in the day. I understand all that. Yet at the same time, for me, there's got to be somebody who kind of is the straw in the drink. Kind of mixes the drink, if you know what I'm talking about. There's got to be some edge that is in there, and I think they've responded well to the adversity, which makes me think they need more of that.
Well,
an edge to this team.
They've gotten enough adversity. Now they need, we talked to Mike Fitzgerald about this yesterday, now they need to figure out how to conjure that edge up when there isn't adversity. You know, I mean, look, the reality is for the rest of this season, they're going to be facing adversity because they don't have Corbin Burns. And they haven't had A.J. Puck, and they're probably not going to have Justin Martinez for a while. So that in itself is adversity that's not going anywhere, unfortunately. So ideally, you could just play with that edge for the rest of the season, but that's 90-plus games, so I'm sure there's going to be some lulls.
You know, when you think about it, you think about the rotation for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I honestly thought that was going to be the killer, man. That was going to be the thing that was going to drive this team, put them over the top, make them one of the best teams in all of baseball because of their rotation. Basinonians, I think the guys inside that clubhouse felt exactly the same way about that. Does that bring up any similarities in regard to how the Phoenix Suns may have thought when Kevin Durant arrived? We got KD.
Yeah.
We got KD. Are you kidding me? We got Book, we got KD, now Bradley Beal. Man, we're good. I just think sometimes you can be so confident and so sure that you are good that you forget to go out there and compete with everything you have.
Yeah, it does. It sort of feels like, and it's a horrible way that we've gotten to this point. It's absurd to lose your ace to Tommy John, and then 8 days later lose your closer to something. We don't know for sure what yet, but he's at least on the injured list. But when they did that, when they went through that, it almost seemed to knock them back to basics of like, okay, let's back where we were in 2023, where we just kind of found a way to grind this out. Now, it's only been for a week and a half, and they did get swept in there too.
Yes.
So they need to get a lot more consistent.
I was just going to say, look, I don't know if that is the case.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is the case. There's a complacency possibly inside that clubhouse, and now all of a sudden they're responding to some of this adversity, real adversity, when you're losing guys that you know are great, guys that you know are really, really good, guys. If this is the case, I don't. But I do suspect it. I do wonder what is going on inside that clubhouse right now. The Diamondbacks, I thought specifically, yesterday was so cool because they looked lost at the plate for 5 innings. And then the 6th inning came rolling around.
Here comes Gino.
And here comes Gino.
This is what it sounded like when, in case you missed it, they were down 2-0. They couldn't get a whole lot going, and then Gino in the 6th with the grand slam.
Flores has already had some monumental grand slams this year. And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back and gone! His 19th home run of the season. And he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino, and the D-backs back on top here in the 6th.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
Well, that was pretty prophetic right there by Chris Garagiola.
He's done that twice this year.
I know. That's how reliable Gino's been with the grand slams, I guess. I love how people couldn't see this because we're not on camera today. Wolf raises his hand like he has something important to say.
And then I throw it to you.
And then you're like, your thoughts on that, Luke?
That's right.
I'll tell you this, too. We'll get into this in a little bit as well. But Erod looked solid in the bullpen behind him. Juan Murillo, by the way, has been I know his ERA is not great this season,
right.
but a couple times this week he has come up big.
He was the one that came up big after Jeff Brigham melted down after Justin Martinez got hurt. So it would have been easy for the season to just slip away. And Murillo came in and gave him a chance. They ended up winning. But the guy I really want to talk about is Shelby Miller, who just comes in, and before you even realize the ninth inning has started, he's got it. All right, there's my seventh save. What's next?
Absolutely love that. So much more to say about this, Basinonians. I want to talk about Eugenio and what he did specifically. I want to talk about Eduardo Rodriguez. Oh, my goodness. To me, the best thing that actually happened yesterday was Erod, and then Shelby Miller as well. So much more to talk about in regard to the Diamondbacks.
Shelby Miller, a 1.63 ERA in the middle of all of this negative chaos this season. Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater June 20th for his Broken Branches tour. Limited tickets are still available, and you can win a pair right now by visiting the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. When we come back, we're out here at Cardinals minicamp, and so is Will Johnson, but he wasn't participating yesterday, so should we be concerned at all by that, given the notes, I guess you would say, around him heading into the draft? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
A D-backs sweep of Seattle, now a day off before they host 3 against San Diego at Chase Field. D-backs Padres Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The home of D-backs baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right. What do you say, Rick? You bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind. That's what I'm talking about. Basinonians, gather around the transistor and press the air. It is heating up here in the Basin. Ron Wolfley reporting. But the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool. That's right, thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona Hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding, of course. There's no better time than right now, Basinonians, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, now through June 17th. That's right, June 17th. Write that down. You can get 25% off everything in store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations right now. As I said, we love our Brooklyn Sedona Hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
Welcome back to the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. It is Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning for mandatory minicamp, and the story did come out yesterday, Wolf, that Will Johnson, yeah, he's here. It's not like a contract situation or anything, but he wasn't participating. And okay, maybe not everybody participates, whatever. Maybe it's just a little dinged up. But the thing is, the notes, the concerns that some teams had on him heading into the draft and why he slipped was an injury issue.
Yeah.
So JG spoke this morning. These are quick answers, okay? But he did speak this morning, and naturally he was asked first about Will Johnson's injury.
A little bit of tight hamstring.
Okay. So tight. And then they later on asked him if he's going to be ready for training camp.
Back to Will Johnson. Do you expect him to be ready for camp? Yeah.
That was a yes. That was affirmative right there. Yeah,
it was a nod by JG, and then Josh Weinfuss saying yes.
Yes. Yeah. One of the things that one of the things I really enjoy about JG is you can read him. There's no doubt about it. And if he does not want to talk about something, he's going to keep his answer incredibly brief.
Yeah.
He didn't want to talk about Will Johnson. I understand it. It's a hamstring that he's got right now. It's not his knee. As long as you tell me it's a hamstring and not a knee, I'm okay.
That's and maybe that's just where we are in Arizona sports right now, because this is the second time this week where somebody who plays a prominent role on one of our teams in town is hurt. And I was happy that it was a hamstring and not a knee. Or like the other night, we were hoping it was Justin Martinez's ankle and not his elbow because of the way he stepped off the mound, the pitch prior to his last pitch. But I'm with you, and I'm guessing everybody that was in the press conference room here, when JG said hamstring, everybody's like, oh, okay, it's fine. It's just his hamstring. I mean, the hamstring's a problem too, but that's not a long-term problem.
No, it's not a long-term problem. And, again, is it concerning? Yeah, it does concern me only from the standpoint, Basinonians, that there are guys that have a hard time staying healthy. It's a fact. I'm not saying Will Johnson is going to be this guy. I am not saying that. We'll see what kind of NFL career he has. But I am saying that there are some guys right now that you do worry about their health and whether or not they're going to be able to stay healthy. And it's a situation too, Luke, where it's not anything you can do.
No.
I cannot tell you how many guys that I have seen. They work so hard. They work hard, and they're tough individuals, and yet they could not stay healthy. That is just a fact.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and you're not saying that that's the case with Will Johnson.
Correct.
But the reality is a good chunk of NFL teams did say that with their actions on draft night, or I guess the first couple nights of the draft.
I would say they were worried specifically about his knee.
About the knee, yeah. But that's why everybody was kind of freaking out yesterday. And, JG just spoke within the last hour. That's when that cuts from. So I don't know if the freaking out has calmed down at all. I can just tell you, for me, I was glad to hear it was his hamstring. Now, JG didn't really elaborate. This is one of those times where JG could have gone 30 seconds and been like, yeah, it's a hamstring. Yeah. Everybody has hamstring issues occasionally. It can pop up. But he'll be good for camp. Don't worry. And he could have said that, hey, I wish we could have him out there right now because minicamp is big for rookies. But But he didn't say that. He just said hamstring.
Yes.
But that is ultimately all that matters, is that it's not his knee, like you said.
Yes, and, once again, it's a situation where even Darius Robinson is going to have to prove that he is not going to be one of these guys that gets hurt all the time. And again, it's through no fault of their own. I kid you not. It's just mama and papa so much of the time. I have seen it myself. Some of the toughest guys I ever played with, they had a hard time staying healthy. It's just DNA, baby. It's going to break down. It's going to break down if you've got an issue with that. It's mama and papa, as I like to say all the time. But right now, Will Johnson, hey, as long as it's not his knee, I'm okay.
Yeah, I think that's where we all are, because you would like to have him out there because minicamp's going to help. I mean, he is like candidate number one for everything you were talking about earlier this week. He's a guy that's not playing in the trenches, right? So he's away from the ball, so minicamp could help him more. And he's a rookie, so minicamp could help him more.
Yep.
And he'd probably be matched up with Marv for a good chunk of minicamp, so it could really help him. So you would love to have him out there, but there's no point in risking anything right now. And I fully believe if JG's saying it's a hamstring, it's a hamstring. There's no point in risking it with a hamstring either.
And you know what, JG is one of these guys, and you know this, Luke. He does not like talking about injuries.
No, hence his half-second answer.
He does not like talking about injuries, and that goes with any player, man. He's been really, really consistent in regard to not talking about a player having injuries. And I know there have been guys who have asked follow-up questions. Go back to Darius Robinson of last year. Go back to that. And how you could just see JG, the stink face that would come over him when he had to talk about Darius Robinson, knowing that Darius Robinson was going through all sorts of different calf issues last year, and it was not good. He did not want to talk about it. He doesn't like talking about injuries, and I don't know, honestly, a head coach who does.
No.
But when JG doesn't like talking about it, he just cuts you up brief.
He treats it like if he doesn't talk about it, the injury will heal.
Yes.
Like, I'm not even going to put it out there in the universe, and he'll just magically heal, which is hilarious. What's not hilarious, though, is they do need Will Johnson.
Yes.
And it's not – look, they don't need him today. They need him by camp. And JG did nod that he expects he'll be fine by camp. But remember, Sean Murphy-Bunting is not an option. When they drafted Will Johnson, it was, man, this is great. They're getting this guy in the second round. Like, I was ecstatic, Wolf. You know how much I wanted him in the first round. You get him in the second round, that's great. Okay, this guy, and if he's banged up a little bit, we have time to ease him in. They don't really have that time because Sean Murphy-Bunting's not. He's out now. He's out for the year, so you don't have him. So Will Johnson went from being not a luxury, but kind of like a bonus that they were able to get him where they got him in the draft too. He's a guy they're counting on now this season, so you got to get him healthy.
Yeah, Will Johnson, this is my guy, my lead candidate to actually be a rookie going into training camp and coming out of training camp as a starter.
Yeah.
That's my leading candidate right now, even over Walter Nolan. I look at the defensive line and how jam-packed the defensive line is. Now, Walter Nolan, of course, is going to be in the rotation. He's going to get an awful lot of reps. We all understand that and know that. But to me, to be a starter, I'm just wondering if they want to hold him back a little bit, jab him in the ribs, get him going that way by holding him back. Will Johnson was the one guy that I really thought could be a starter coming out of training camp. Hayden Connor as well. That's another guy.
You did throw Hayden Connor's
name in there. I did throw
there.
Hayden Connor in there. So we'll see what happens there. Don't get me sidetracked, Luke. Why'd you bring him up?
Anytime you bring up an offensive lineman, Wolf's mind just wanders.
But Will Johnson is the one guy that could really change how they're going to play coverage in that secondary because of how good he is in terms of zone rooms and playing within zone rooms. Typically, for a rookie, you just want to go, hey, listen, we're going to keep this really simple. Going to play an awful lot of man. You've got that guy right there. Will Johnson is a guy who's got a great brain, knows how to play in that zone room, as we've talked many, many times in the past. Because of that, we'll have to see how they handle him. But I will guarantee you this, Masononians, there are general managers, there are scouts, there are coaches from other teams all over the NFL who notice that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Will Johnson. Oh, he's already sitting out in an OTA or minicamp.
You're the guy that brought up Hayden Connor.
Yes, I know that. That's why I threw it in your face.
Yeah, I know. That is your move. I think what you're saying, though, when you say that Will Johnson is, and he's been your pick to be the starter among the rookies from day one, it really speaks to how badly they need him. If Walter Nolan got off to a slow start, not great, but they have a billion defensive linemen right now. Like, they could get by. If Will Johnson gets off to a slow start, they're going to feel that.
They're going to feel that, but once again, I'm sorry. This is just me, ladies and gentlemen, and I know that you can throw all sorts of stats at me that really doesn't back it up. But to me, at the corner position, they're good. They're okay at the corner position. Will Johnson will make them better. There's no doubt about it. But when you talk about Max Melton, if he takes the next jump that I think he's going to in year 2, you talk about Garrett Williams. Garrett Williams, they've got him rated the 4th best corner, Pro Football Focus, in the league.
Yeah, well, hey, he's going to join us at noon.
Thomas, I'm just saying, they had a room that competed and played well last year.
But you know what would make it better, though, is if you had Garrett Williams and Will Johnson. That would be
There's
ideal.
no doubt about it.
And we're going to have Garrett Williams in here at noon. I wanted to ask him how Will Johnson looked, but now we can't ask him that because Will Johnson's not, at least yesterday, wasn't participating. All right, we come back over to basketball. We're into mid-June now. Could a Kevin Durant trade be happening before the NBA draft? Because if that's the case, it's not that far away. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine you find your dream home and then you just move in right away. You don't have to wait around to sell your old place first. You just move in. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. They let you buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. It's really the best way to do it, and it's not the way you always get to do it. But here's how it's going to work with Orchard. They're going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. They are taking some of the most stressful elements of the move away from you. It's perfect. It really is. It's the ideal situation because then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
You know, at first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what, let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said, we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you? It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you gotta call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are enjoying a day off after sweeping the Seattle Mariners. The Snakes start a crucial 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tomorrow at Chase Field. A couple of guys with Arizona ties had big performances last night in Game 3 of the NBA Finals, as the Indiana Pacers took a 2-1 lead in the series with a 116-107 win over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Former Arizona Wildcat Benedict Mathurin had a game-high 27 points, and fellow former Wildcat TJ McConnell had 5 steals. Game 4 of the series is tomorrow in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best online at sciatica.com.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. Wolf, the idea of moving on from Bradley Beal and or trading Kevin Durant for the longest time has been this thing off in the distance. And the Bradley Beal thing is, there's still a lot up in the air there. There's still a lot up in the air with KD, too, but you hear more and more reports that the Suns are working with his people to try and find a place that he wants to go where they can get something back. I'm going to play you this cut from Gambo yesterday, and this is something Gambo has kind of suggested in the past, but he said it just flat out yesterday that Kevin Durant's getting traded very soon, as in before the draft.
As I've been reporting all along, this thing is going to get done before the draft. So this will be by the draft day, because it's very likely that there will be draft compensation in this deal. So this thing could get done right before the draft or the day of the draft. I don't expect it to be after the draft.
So the draft, for context, is 2 weeks from yesterday. So that means
about that, man?
This is not months
we're
away.
We're inside a fortnight.
Yeah, exactly.
We're inside a fortnight right now. And, of course, why do the Phoenix Suns have to work with Kevin Durant on this, Basinonians? Well, the reason being, of course, the reason why KD has so much power in this is because he could nix the deal. He could. I mean, if he's not going to sign an extension, he's got a year left on his contract. If he's not going to sign an extension with the team, you're not going to get value.
Yeah.
You have to go ahead and figure it out where you're going to move Kevin Durant to a team where they're going to sign him to a 2-year extension, and suddenly you can get value back. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
That's exactly it, right? I mean, this is the NBA in 2025. If you're talking about an elite player, they almost don't need a no-trade clause because these guys all know each other.
So true.
And if it's Kevin Durant, if it was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, it felt weird to say SGA's full name.
I know.
if it was Giannis, it was whoever. If they don't want to go somewhere, why is that team going to trade for them? Why would you do it? Because you're going to have to give up so much to get them. Why would you trade for them? Now the question is does it maximize what the Suns can get for him if it's out there that they're going to definitely do it within the next 2 weeks? I mean, I'm torn on this, Wolf. If I'm not getting good offers, I just keep him into the season, trade him during the season. Some team will realize a month or two in, Houston will be like, hey, we're just the same as we were last year. Maybe we should make a reasonable offer for Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
But you got a new coach. And, how clean do you want this break to be?
Yeah, I want this break to be very, very clean, and that means Kevin Durant, of course, is going to be moved. I have the utmost regard and respect for KD. I do. Don't at me, Cassandra. I can just tell you right now that Kevin Durant, for the most part, though, is not a good fit for the culture that is going to be on display here. You've got to start this. You get one chance. The Phoenix Suns, based on our needs, they're going to have one chance to actually set this culture and establish this culture in the locker room and in the organization. You got one shot at doing it. I don't know if KD being here to start it off is actually going to help that.
I can tell you this.
In fact, it won't.
The decision to promote Brian Gregory, who was very inexperienced in this role, to general manager raised a lot of eyebrows, right? Oh, you're promoting this guy who was here last year, so it's not really a significant change or upgrade because he was already here, and it looks like he's just a Michigan State guy, and he's not experienced, so it really looks like he's just a Michigan State guy. Okay, that raised some eyebrows. Hiring Jordan Ott raised some eyebrows, although you and I have talked about this. I do separate that. I think that's a little bit different. He wouldn't have been my first choice, but I'm not in the interviews. Doesn't mean the Jordan Ott move can't work. To me, he's his own guy. But we're all going to measure this and judge this based on what you get for Kevin Durant. And it doesn't matter who the GM is. The GM could have been Bob Myers. If he came in and gave Kevin Durant away, we'd all be like, what are you doing? Especially if we come out of this in 2 weeks and the Suns have traded Kevin Durant away for like the 11th pick in the draft or something, people are going to lose their minds.
Yes.
I'll be one of them.
Let me just ask you this, though, Luke, right now. Do you believe the reports that the New York Knicks are out of this thing?
No.
Do you believe that?
No.
See, that to me, I was thinking about this yesterday, and it's really kind of important. Obviously, the Houston Rockets, based on Orleans, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks have been rumored.
Mm-hmm.
I believe there are other teams that are out there right now.
Yeah.
I do believe
there's going to be a couple wild cards.
I believe that, man. There are other teams that are eyeballing Kevin Durant and saying, "Are you kidding me right now? We could get KD and not going to have to give up the farm, if you know what I mean." I think there's a lot of teams that are doing that. I think there also are going to be a lot of teams that either play the game like the New York Knicks or don't play the game like the New York Knicks. This is really interesting to me because the New York Knicks, I could see, you could build a case where they've already contacted Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
They already know, do you want to come here? Do you want to play here? Okay, if you don't want to play here, just go ahead and tell us, KD, because you know what? We don't want this hanging over our heads the entire offseason. We want to nix it. We want to get rid of this narrative. That's the reason why I do believe that the New York Knicks have actually contacted Kevin Durant or have a way of contacting.
I'm sure they do.
Have a way of knowing if he really is interested or not.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the reasons why these reports that came out yesterday about this, I have a tendency to believe that the Knicks are out of this at this point in time, even though they could use him.
I believe the Knicks don't want to pull off a big trade unless they can move Karl Anthony Towns. So if they believe that the Suns are not going to take Karl Anthony Towns for Kevin Durant, which the Suns really shouldn't do, then I could see them saying, okay, then we're out. You know what I mean? If you're not going to take Karl Anthony Towns. Now, if I'm the Suns, I'm calling other teams and getting them involved and being like, hey, you want hey, New Orleans, you'll take Karl Anthony Towns, right?
But none of this matters if KD doesn't want to be a Knick.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If what you're saying is how it actually played out, then you're right. None of it matters. The report was just that the Knicks aren't interested.
Yes,
so
and by the way, that could be posturing
It
as
could
well.
absolutely be posturing. Here's more. This is Brian Windhorst from NBA Today yesterday talking about what the Suns are seeking in return for KD.
And the reason Durant's opinion matters here is he's only got 1 year left on his contract. What I am not sure of, guys, is how robust the offers are going to be. From what I am told, the Suns are looking for a comparable package to what they traded Kevin Durant.
Of course.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. That's where you're going to start.
But you're not getting it.
You're not getting it. But that's where you're going to start.
Yeah.
You're not going to come in and lowball yourself. Are you Brian Gregory? You wouldn't do that. That's not the way to do it. I know you're a new general manager, but that isn't the way to do it. Trust me on that one.
Get to negotiating, because this is a big negotiation right here. This is I don't even know what the equivalent of this is, like buying your first house or whatever. Like, this is a huge negotiation, because ultimately, yeah, I know people are they hear that cut from Brian Windhorst and they laugh. Like, you're not getting what you gave up for KD. That was a couple years ago, and maybe you overpaid in retrospect. You're not getting that. Okay, fine. But the flip side, when you hear some of these offers of like, well, the Spurs, well, they don't want to give up Castle or the number 2 pick. They want to keep both them and Wembanyama, and De'Aaron Fox. It's like, okay, you got to give up something to get Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
If I'm the Spurs, I get to keep. I'm obviously keeping Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox. If I'm the Suns, I'm like, you can keep Castle or the number 2 pick, but give us the other one. You're giving us something for Kevin Durant. If we're going to put Kevin Durant on a team with Victor Wembanyama,
yes,
you're giving us something back.
You think you're going to get KD for nothing?
It sounds like a couple teams think they're going to get KD for nothing.
Yeah.
I'll be
sorry.
All right, this Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Padres of all teams. That'll be a good matchup. Plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball, gear, and great memories. When we come back, Wolf, this is something I know you wanted to talk about today. What about Erod? Is he turning a corner for the Diamondbacks? He has not looked the same in a good way since he came back from injury. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You download OTT?
What we're bringing in today is a hungry assistant coach that is now the head coach that has spent 12 years in the NBA prepping for this day. Introducing Jordan Ott as our new head basketball coach.
I'm honored to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach, with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side, and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Arrow.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors. That's right. They're all fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth, Basinonians. They're committed to working collaboratively with you when it comes to your wealth management plan. They know one size does not fit all. Time to contact Trajan Wealth today and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence that is out there. Trajan Wealth's core philosophies. They include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. These are just a few key qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from competitors, and I've experienced this myself, Basinonians. Call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep, don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. D-backs might have what they needed all along, writes Dan Bickley. Let's examine the Kevin Durant trade market in its early days, and the Cardinals' revamped defense is settling in as minicamp rolls on. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YRefi.
All right, Wolf. Eduardo Rodriguez overall numbers this season are still not great. 2-3, a 6.27 ERA, okay? But in his 2 starts since he came off the injured list, he's gone 11 1/3 and given up 4 earned runs. So that is substantially better. That's a 3.18 ERA in his 2 starts since he came back. 1 in Cincinnati against the Reds. That was the game the D-backs had the best chance to win from that series. And then yesterday against the Seattle Mariners. So 2 teams that have been able to hit the ball pretty decently this season. It might be nothing. It really might. But bear in mind, he is coming off the injured list going into those 2 starts, too. So there is at least the possibility that his injury, what landed him on the list, was causing some of his struggles this season. Not last season, obviously, but this season.
Yeah, I am really, really encouraged by yesterday's results with Eduardo Rodriguez. I am. I know that he was up and down last year. There's no doubt about it. I know that coming into this season, I wanted to see more consistency out of Eduardo Rodriguez. And he started off okay, and then all of a sudden got a little sideways, and then he got hurt.
Yeah.
And now he's coming back, and to your point, he's pitched well since he's come back right now. Yesterday, to me, was the pinnacle of the season. What he did yesterday against the Seattle Mariners, that to me, to give his team an opportunity of winning the series and sweeping the series, that to me, only 2 earned runs and a base on ball. That to me, when Eduardo Rodriguez is not walking hitters, that's when you feel like he's got command of his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened yesterday. And he also got a lot of swing and miss as well. And that rarely happens when he's off.
This is a guy that he is in, his 10th season? Yeah, his 10th season, okay? In his first 8 seasons, Wolf, he had an ERA in the 3s 4 of those years. And he had never had an ERA over 4.74 in his first 8 seasons in the league. With the Diamondbacks, his ERA has been 5.04 and 6.27. And he's had to lower that to 6.27 this year. But I only say that to say if he just gets back to being, honestly, even like 85% of what he has been throughout his whole career, that is a marked improvement from what we have seen from him this season. So it should be, fairly I don't want to say easy, but like attainable for him to be just a solid pitcher on this team. And right now he's being treated as an afterthought because his ERA was over 7 when he went on the injured list.
Yeah, and I was listening to Torey Lovello talk about Eduardo Rodriguez and the fact that he wants him to go a little bit longer. He wants to see him go deeper into games, and that's what he did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, again, 6 1/3 innings. It's not great. It's not fantastic, but it's definitely better than 5.
Quality start, at least.
It's definitely better than 5, or we've seen even less from Eduardo previous to that. So having said that, I think now with the rotation being what it is, this is massive that Erod steps up. And we were talking about this earlier before he got hurt. We were talking about the fact it's time for Eduardo Rodriguez to take the ball and go out and earn the contract that he got paid.
Yeah.
He earned that contract. He did, based on everything he had done. Everything he had done before he was a Diamondback. Now it's time to take the ball in year 2 of this contract, 4 years, $80 million, and go out and earn that money. And I think, hopefully, yesterday is cause to look at that and say maybe he's on his way.
Here's Torey Lovello yesterday talking about Erod and the pitchers in general.
Probably sitting right on Erod for being able to go out there and execute pitches, change speeds front to back, side to side, pitch into the 7th inning. Pitch count was maybe a bat or 2 low, but I know it was his 7th inning. He hasn't been that far, so I decided to maneuver in the bullpen. We had the right pieces, the right matchups, and it all worked out really, really well.
Here's more from Torey on Erod. He was asked specifically what's been different with him the last 2 starts since he came off the injured list.
Yeah, I think he's probably feeling as good as he has in a while. The time down was clearly needed. He was grinding up to that point. So his pitchability level is always extremely high. Like he's able to execution level, I should say, is always extremely high. He hits lines and follows game plans and changes speeds front to back, and he's a perfectionist. He knows how to execute. When he's feeling right, he can do it, and that's what it looks like. So yeah, we know what he's capable of doing. I've seen him for a long time. I've known him since he's been 19, 20 years old. I've seen this type of game pitched for fairly consistently, and when he's right, this is what it looks like.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean they do know him. He was in the Red Sox organization for most of his career, other than those 2 years in Detroit, and now the 2 years here. And the thing is, Wolf, the fact that he's coming off the injured list, to me at least, gives a tangible potential explanation for a turnaround. If he had just been going along and he's got a 7.07 ERA, and then he has a decent start against the Reds and a good start against the Mariners, I need to see a lot more than that. And we still need to see more than it because they're not going to make the postseason if he doesn't pitch more like he did before he got here. But the fact that there was a trip to the injured list in there and he has come out pitching better, it's at least a potential logical explanation for why he was so ineffective before he went on the injury list.
I agree with that, Luke, no doubt. Overall, for the Arizona Diamondbacks, though, Basinonians, I mean, the rotation right now, I can't look at the rotation and call it the strength of this team, obviously, anymore. I don't think anybody is going to do that with Corbin Burnes and what is going on. Zach Gallen being ineffective. We'd like to see Zach Gallen actually turn the thing around and pitch up to his capabilities, of course. Merrill Kelly, we were talking about this yesterday, maybe the only guy right now that you'd look at in the rotation and say, he's really done a great job.
I feel like he's going to give you a quality start most
yes,
games.
No doubt about that. I think the Diamondbacks are going to have to win games in different ways, Basinonians, now, going forward. I think they're going to have to play a lot better in the field. That's a given. That is who they are. It's part of their culture. They're going to have to play better in the field. Having said that, it's now time to put the onus on the Diamondbacks in terms of scoring runs. They got to be a team that averages top five runs in all of baseball.
Which is essentially what they've been doing this season. They have
They're
been
4
scoring
right now.
They score. But you got to hold the leads too. And to your point, you probably need to be an offensive team now because you've lost Corbin Burnes for the year. Because what would be the ideal rotation right now? You would want it in a perfect world. You want it to go what? Gallen, Kelly, Erod, Pfaadt, Nelson. That's okay. So how many of those guys right now are consistently pitching like they fit that slot? Is Gallen pitching like an ace? No, he's not. Is Erod pitching like a good number 3 starter? Not. No, maybe the last 2 starts.
Yes.
And that's why we're talking about this. But overall, and Brandon Pfaadt has been struggling lately, and Ryan Nelson's last start certainly didn't look like something you want to see ever again. Merrill Kelly is the one guy right now who's pitching consistently to the level you need him to pitch to in this kind of revamped rotation.
Yeah, again though, I think I want to see some of the players continue to step up Eugenio Suarez. Some of these players, the offense has got to become the strength of this team. They have to accept the responsibility and go do their job. This lineup is better. I think it's better than it was last year. And the Diamondbacks, they have to get at it once again and be more consistent in terms of scoring runs. We've seen them. They're right there once again in terms of runs scored. I want to see more consistency in terms of scoring runs instead of the all or nothing that I think we have seen an awful lot of so far.
Do you think Gino is definitely gone at the end of the year? I mean, I think everybody was kind of operating under that assumption coming into the season because it was like, okay, he's going to cost a lot, and Jordan Lawler's your third baseman of the future. But Gino is on pace for 45 home runs, and I understand the average isn't great, but it's not killing you if it's 233. It's not good. It's not a good average. But if you're gonna have 52 RBIs already and you're gonna have 19 home runs already, then he's just a power hitter who's a good fielder. I mean, there's a place on your team for that.
I think he is.
You think he's gonna be on past this year?
I think he's gone.
Oh, you think he's gone?
No, I think he's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. That seemed to be the plan coming into the season. I guess you could make the argument if he does hit 45 home runs, he's going to price himself right out of here too. That's the other part. As long as you keep Josh Naylor, I'm good. Find a way to keep Josh wherever you guys are. Find a way to keep Josh Naylor. When we come back, how dangerous could a connected Cardinals team be? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The trade deadline, and whether it's the Mariners or somebody else, the trade deadline, the Diamondbacks are going to be, depending on what happens in the next 5 weeks, maybe the team to watch in Major League Baseball because of Gallen, because of Kelly, because of Naylor, because of Suarez, because of Shelby Miller. Yep. They've got a plethora of things that people would want. The Diamondbacks, they need to play well enough in the next month so that we don't even have to have the seller conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out, right? Go out to a sporting event, concerts, get food, whatever. And when you're out, why not build up your credit while you're doing it? With the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card, you can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway. And this is important, you can avoid interest as you're doing it. It makes a lot of sense. So learn more at chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors for you. It makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one. You get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602 Roofing for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602 Roofing or visit jlcroof.com.
That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are enjoying a day off after sweeping the Seattle Mariners. The Snakes start a crucial 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tomorrow at Chase Field. A couple of guys with Arizona ties had big performances last night in Game 3 of the NBA Finals as the Indiana Pacers took a 2-1 lead in the series with a 116-107 win over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Former Arizona Wildcat Benedict Mathurin had a game-high 27 points, and fellow former Wildcat TJ McConnell had 5 steals. Game 4 of the series is tomorrow in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best. Online at sciatica.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
We are out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. It's Wolf and Luke. Nick Rallis is going to join us in about a half hour.
Nick.
And then Garrett Williams is going to join us in about an hour.
Oh, love that.
All right, so we're talking about defense today. Bickley and Murata were out here yesterday, Wolf, and Zaven Collins joined them, and he talked about the chemistry of this defense.
Because in elite chemistry, I can confront one of the guys about something, not being hostile, not being degrading as a man or as a player, but just, wanting to get better as a professional athlete and then as a teammate on a professional team. And also, we're all good friends too, because it's past that now, because we've been together for a long time. We can have a sense of accountability where guys are not feeling threatened. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's been really good for us, and I haven't felt that in a long time.
That right there was really, really big to me.
Yeah.
Do you know what part of that was really big to me?
I would assume the part where you can go up and to a teammate and hold them accountable face to face.
Boy, what a beautiful thing that really is right there, to be able to confront somebody and do it with the best interest at heart. Not to go out there and degrade somebody or attack somebody based on needs. That's not what you're doing. Many, many times I have said this over the past. It's just simply walking up to a guy and holding him to a standard that you're going to hold everyone else to. Starting with yourself first, based on needs. This is what a leader does. This is what leadership is. It isn't the guy, the rah-rah guy, that we're going to go out there and we're going to drill these guys. It's not that bull. Gather around me so everybody can see me and the cameras. And it's not that. It's walking up to a guy, confronting somebody in the locker room, squaring him up and basically saying, man, you're so much better than this. You are. You know it, and I know it. What's going on? Why aren't you doing your job? You need to do your job. That is confronting somebody, not attacking them as a man, not trying to belittle them in any way, shape, or form. But that's the accountability you need in professional sports, especially because you got a bunch of millionaires walking around.
Yeah, and, it's interesting too because Jonathan Gannon talked about this a little bit this morning, and I think he was asked a question about Josh Sweat, and I think the question was, how much does it help you to have Josh Sweat here, because Josh Sweat knows you from back when you were in Philly, so if guys have questions, maybe they can go to him or whatever. And JG brought up, similarly to what you were saying right there, when you have a player teaching another player or a player holding another player accountable, it hits different, and you need that. It's not like all of a sudden you phase out the coach when you're doing that. But there's one Jonathan Gannon, there's one Nick Rallis, and it's not even a matter of them not having enough time to coach every player. It's more a matter of Nick Rallis is going to send this message to you. And if I'm a rookie defensive player on this team, that's great. But does it hit differently if that message is also sent to me from Zaven Collins or Josh Sweat, guys that have played for Nick Rallis or Jonathan Gannon for a long time in the past?
Yeah, it's a situation as well where, you've got some guys you respect so much that when they say a word to you, it's like blowing your face off, metaphorically speaking. It really is, Luke, a situation where Lonnie Young played for the Arizona Cardinals. He played for the St. Louis Cardinals first. He came in my draft class in 1985. Lonnie Young played round 12. Imagine
12,
that.
Man.
That's back when they had 12 rounds.
Was Kuiper still doing the draft?
Yeah,
he wasn't he?
He was still doing the draft.
He must know every player ever.
12 rounds, Basinonians, and out of Michigan State. Oh, a Spartan.
He could be his son.
Comes Lonnie Young. And Lonnie Young is simply one of the best football players, pound for pound, that I have ever seen or experienced in my life. This guy was a stick. He was a stick, yet he would just hit as hard as you could put like a freight train, run dudes over. And I'll never forget when Lonnie Young came up to me one day, in the locker room and said, "Are you hurt?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" "No, I'm fine." And he said, "Well, I was just wondering, because you look like you were hurt."
And
I was like,
the worst thing you could say to
Lonnie
Wolf.
Young, to a guy that I respect so much, for him to actually say that, I was like, what are you doing? I started hyper-examining everything that I was doing. And again, sometimes you need that. Sometimes you need the reminder that you're not getting it done for whatever reason. Some guys like to Jedi mind trick themselves. Now, listen, Basinonians, that was never my problem. And thank you, Lord God. It was never my problem. I was able to evaluate myself on a consistent basis, and needed to do that if I wanted to stay in the league. But every now and then, a guy that you have so much regard for, so much respect, and he comes up to you and he says something like that to you, does that get your attention? You better believe it gets your attention. It's like I was saying, Steve Nash. Can you imagine if Steve Nash walked up to you back when the Suns were rolling, 7 seconds or less? Steve Nash walked up to you and said, "You are killing us."
Yeah.
Would that impact you?
Yes. It would be really tough to be a player on that team and be like, "Yeah, whatever, Steve. I'm thinking about something else right now."
I know. So it's really important, this player-on-player accountability, and that's why when you had Zaven specifically talking about confronting somebody, he's talking about squaring somebody up, Basinonians. And again, it doesn't have to be in this hostile, you're a jerk, look at me, you want to go. It doesn't have to be like that. Sometimes, though, you have to square your teammate up and tell him what's wrong and how to fix it. You got to help him. And I think that's what Zaven's talking about.
Yeah, I want to play this cut, too, real quick, of Zaven Collins on Walter Nolan when he was on with Bickley and Marotta yesterday.
I think you just let him, like for a rookie, I think, especially with him, just let him go. Pin his ears back, let him go. You know, little mistakes, those are correctable. They're going to happen. There's no doubt. I mean, even guys that play, been playing for 10 years make mistakes. They make false steps. They do certain things. They go the wrong direction. I've seen it all. But that's the beauty about football. You got 10 other guys on the field to help you out, whenever you mess up. But yeah, for him, I think, understand it. He's got to know some stuff. But, is he going to know the level of the game as Calais is in week one? No, he's not. So I think just having him ready to pin his ears back and let him go for week one is the biggest thing.
I am interested about that. How are they going to use him, Luke?
Yeah, well, any rookie or young defensive player on this defense now is surrounded by some vets that can teach them the ropes pretty quickly, too, when you consider Buddha and Jalen Thompson and Calais Campbell and Mac Wilson and Zaven Collins and Josh Sweat. Like, if you're a rookie joining this defense, you're in a pretty good spot. All right, we're going to move things around a little bit, Wolf. Nick Rallis is going to join us next, actually, right here in this studio. We'll talk to the Cardinals defensive coordinator. He'll join us. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You don't want to move yourself. Do not do it. The temperature outside is very, very hot. Ron Wolfley reporting. Let the guys who are the professionals do it. That is Moving Team 6 right there. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. I've been with them for over a decade right now, Basinonians. That's right. He started the company with his sons, Garrett and JT. They run the business right here in Phoenix. It's a family-owned and operated business. This is a family that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And what I love about that faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service is also the foundation of Moving Team 6. They proudly support and hire veterans as well. I love that about Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing. Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
We're back here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center for a mandatory minicamp. It's Wolf and Luke. I want to remind you that a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. And we are pleased to be joined right now in the studio out here at the Cardinals Training Center by Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rallis. Nick, it's always good to talk to you, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Anytime. I feel like we have a million questions we want to ask you of all people.
Well, I was just asking Wolf a bunch of questions.
You were
jumping on the air. Like,
yeah, I know. Yeah. How you doing, man? How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing great. I'm happy with the work we put in over the course of the off-season program, and now it's time to decompress a little bit mentally. You know, the players still have to do a really good job of preparing their body for what's coming. Because talk to Calais about it. He's been doing this so long. He knows that this isn't the time now you step away physically. It's the time that they have to continue to make strides and prepare themselves for the volume, essentially, of work that's going to come for the first week, and then we'll continue to build off of that. But, decompress a little bit. They'll touch on their playbook stuff, but I felt like we got better, and that's just the goal of the offseason is one day at a time, and how can we improve? Because coaches, players, staff, if we're all at our best, we're going to be a better team.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's start with Calais since you brought him up. You brought in quite a few players on defense, and some of these guys are brand new, and they're young, and they're Walter Nolan or Will Johnson. They haven't played in the NFL yet. But how does it help your job to have a guy, first of all, that makes everybody else look small somehow, because Calais is still a giant,
yes,
but
he is.
A guy that has seen everything in this league. I mean, is this year 18? It's year 18 for Calais. That's crazy.
I think it's layered. And it's not just Calais, because there's a lot of good veteran leadership. I'm not going to list everybody off, but you guys know. To aid with us coaches in when we install something and explain the why, if they understand that why, it is a little bit of like, for me, okay, hey, I know that when Calais sees it how I see it, we're in a good spot, to be honest, because he's seen so much ball when we're talking about the run game or the pass rush. I talked to him about pass rush. I'm like, what do you think? And he's like, I like it. I'm like, I like it too.
That's what you should do, Nick, right? I mean, you should do that.
Yeah, and there'll be things that he can add to it. I mean, I can't tell you how much stuff we have that has come from players.
Yeah.
Whether that's us just taking it from what we see off the tape, like he's naturally doing this, or it's something that was brought to us. I mean, Buddha's a guy that, there's a lot of things that he suggests that we end up doing. And,
right.
But that's one part of it is the extension of the coach. But then there's things that we just don't see, that it's the locker room, Yeah. It's how to be a pro. It's outside of the building. I think right now our guys are very connected.
Okay. I have to ask you this, Nick, right here. This offseason, Was this Christmas morning for you? I mean, you've got a lot of new pieces that you got to make work in your defense.
Yeah.
It's a lot of good stuff there, Nick.
Yeah. No, it makes you think, because we definitely pride ourselves on being adaptable.
What does it make you think of, though? Because you've got, once again, a lot of new pieces that you've got to weave in to your defense.
Yep. What do they do best? And how do we deploy scheme in order to put them in positions to win one-on-ones?
That sounds like that's in your wheelhouse.
I mean,
once again, you like to do different stuff.
Yeah.
And you have done a lot of different things that maybe somebody else hasn't done.
Yeah. But that's not necessarily always what might be best, And so it's really honing in on what are we good at collectively, but also what are certain individuals good at it, and how do we put them in those positions? And sometimes you go through complexity to find some simple answers. And it might be some simple answers on how to just let guys go out there and play and make plays.
Can you ever have too much talent, Nick? Can you ever have too much talent? Too many pieces that you've got to weave together in this cohesive defense?
No, I think the most important thing, though, is when you do have talent of how do we play together as a unit really well. Not just a bunch of group of a bunch of individuals that are talented, but a defense that's talented and plays together. So, and we got the guys in terms of the character piece to do that.
We're talking to Nick Rawlis. Okay, I want to make sure I ask this right, because you do have a bunch of new pieces, and on paper it looks like a more talented defense, just on paper, than it was last year. But you guys were pretty effective defensively last year. So, what do you take from last year that you think really worked for your defense?
That's going to be very situationally based. That first, second down, what was good for us, what could we improve on and still have in the bag, and what do we not need anymore?
Yeah.
So you're taking into account multiple things when you ask that question. It's your people, number one, right? So that's the adaptability piece. Like, what do they do well? Let's put them in those positions. Two is how our offense is changing. And what do we need to defend? Like, I'm always like, what is going to happen this year where it's week 6 and we're like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Because it's out there. It's coming. And if you can get ahead of it, that's really good, because now you're able to lay a foundation in the offseason during training camp of how you defend formations, motions, play types, route concepts, all of that. So that's where that's the other element of what you need to change year in and year out, no matter what your roster looks like.
Yeah.
And then the third piece is just being able to reflect and self-scout from the year before and say, this is giving people issues, or we weren't as good when we did this, and maybe you adjust it or take it out. So kind of threefold to answer your question.
So, Nick, for decades, the most destructive force in the football universe has been a dominant 3 technique. Would you say that's still the case in today's game?
I love a good D lineman. I love a good D lineman.
Okay, but a 3 technique specifically.
Yeah, I think wherever they are, somewhere between those tackles.
That
right?
the 4-eye, maybe?
4-eye, 3, 2-eye, whatever that is.
Okay.
Zero nose. Okay.
Right.
I think it's so beneficial, because in the run game, like, if you can get that guy one-on-ones, I'm just talking about the run game right now, the chance of him, what I would call winning your primary gap to your secondary gap. Like, he can just win his one-on-one. Like, you don't have to plan the run game with numbers, because he's going to physically dominate.
Right.
So now you can call a game off of coverage, whether you want to crowd the box, whether you want to have 2 high safeties, whatever that is. I'm not calling it to say, oh crap, we got to take away this run, because it's multiple really good defensive linemen that can win one-on-ones up front.
Right.
The complexity there is, how do I create those one-on-ones for them? But then in the pass game, it's the fastest way to the quarterback is inside.
Yes.
No, don't get me wrong. Edge guys are very disruptive as well.
No doubt about it.
But it's hard to chip. I've seen it. It's hard to chip those inside guys. The best thing you can do is try to get 2 guys committed to him, 4 hands on him with a slide, but there's certain things you can do defensively to try to dictate that and take that away. So I think just, if you have a really good 3 technique, as you said, or just a D tackle in general, what he can do in the pass game is get at the quarterback fast. And I'm not just talking about sacks. We're talking about they feel him at their feet.
Right.
That is, did he affect the quarterback? Well, he didn't hit him. He didn't sack him. But the quarterback felt him. He had to throw off platform.
Yes.
Yeah, he's kind of jittery back there. Like, you're 100% on.
So Walter Nolan is the where I'm getting. Walter Nolan. What are you seeing from this young guy right now?
Before you even hit the field, he's very serious about football.
Is he?
He puts the time in. Yeah, oh yeah. And he's soaking up as much information, whether that's, football, scheme, technique, how to train, how to take care of his health, psychologically. Like he's about it. And then you get on the field and you see the athleticism. You see the immediate coaching transfer onto the field. Because, without getting into detail, like there's things that every player's got an improvement plan and it's, hey, you got to improve this, and you start to see it show up right away. So you can just tell, like, he knows how to take that coaching and immediately apply it to the field.
His temperament. What is his temperament like?
Oh, man, he is very even keel. And then when he gets out there, it's go time.
So he's a little bit different off the field than he is on the field.
Yeah, he's got a switch now. He gets out there, it's go time. And that's one thing that
I see the twinkle in Coach's eye.
That's one thing that you could see on the college tape is this guy's going to play hard. And we talk about motor and violence. And you better believe that that's something that we look at with evaluations and free agency in the draft, and he fit that criteria.
Nick, I think I speak for Wolf, too. We had about 1 billion questions we wanted to ask you. You answered them. You answered the ones we got to, though. Great, as always, man. It's always good to catch up with you. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Coach.
That's Nick Rallis joining us right there. When we come back, is it possible Isaiah Thomas is still involved in the Phoenix Suns' decision-making? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Right now, I can tell you, the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in on over there right now because they still have employee pricing that has been going on at Santan Ford. They have extended employee pricing at Santan Ford. And the selection as well is absolutely huge. We're talking about 1,400 new vehicles are on the ground at Santan Ford. They've got all the models that you love. They have all the trim levels as well, Basinonians, different options, and every color you could imagine under the sun. It's super simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford by going to Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert or go to santanford.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are enjoying a day off after sweeping the Seattle Mariners. The Stakes start a crucial 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tomorrow at Chase Field. A couple of former Arizona Wildcats had big performances last night in Game 3 of the NBA Finals, as the Indiana Pacers took a 2-1 lead in the series with a 116-107 win over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Benedict Mathurin had a game-high 27 points, and TJ McConnell added 5 steals. Game 4 of the series is tomorrow in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks to Nick Rollis for joining us last segment. I wasn't joking, Wolf. You and I were just talking during the break. Nick Rollis talks like when there are certain people, when you ask them a question, their answer makes you want to ask like 9 more questions. And
yes,
unfortunately, we just ran out of time. But there was a billion things I would ask Nick Rollis about this defense, because I've been this way for 2 years. I want this to be a defense-first team.
Yes.
And there's a guy who I'm sure wouldn't mind if it was a defense-first team, whether it's officially labeled that way or not. He's got to be happy with the pieces they've added. I
just love his intensity level.
Yeah,
sorry,
he came in ready to
it, man. Yeah, Nick.
So thanks to him. Garrett Williams is actually going to join us next segment, moving things up a little bit. So Garrett Williams will be joining us here in about 10 minutes. So it'll be good to catch up with him as well. For right now, though, Wolf, talking Suns, this is another thing to keep an eye on, I guess, with this team. This is Bill Simmons from his podcast. I think it dropped last night. I don't know, today, whatever. Talking about the fact that Isaiah Thomas might still be involved. This was kind of a fear I think a lot of Suns fans had when Matt Ishbia first took over. It's like, you're not listening to Isaiah Thomas, are you? Well, according to Bill Simmons, Isaiah Thomas might still very well have some say in what's going on with the Suns.
And if you're Matt Ishbia, you have to look in the mirror and you wonder, wait, that's Isaiah Thomas standing right behind me. It doesn't even work for me. Oh, wait, he does. He's my consigliere for some reason, but we're all pretending he's not. Boy, there's some good stories about that one.
It's not great in Phoenix.
Have you heard the stories about how he FaceTimes in the meetings?
No.
Yeah. Might have been a coach interview or 2 or more. Where he was on FaceTime.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
It's not great. You're looking for a reason to have faith in what they're building.
First of all, we need verification. Do we not need verification? To me, rumors, I'm not going to listen to rumors. I need some hard facts. As a matter of fact, somebody here in the media, Rick, maybe it's you. Maybe it's you, Rick. Maybe it's Jamal. Maybe it's somebody from the Wolf and Luke show. You go down to the next press conference that Matt Ishbia is going to be available at, and you ask him that direct question right there.
Is Isaiah Thomas involved in decision-making?
Is Isaiah Thomas involved in your decision-making process?
I think you're going to have to pretend to give Jamal more than $20 to get him to go down there and ask that question, because it really is. It is $1 million question, and as far as Simmons is he's good at walking the line of I'm not reporting this, and he didn't say he was reporting it. But Wolf, the grapevine you always talk about, Bill Simmons is pretty connected to it in basketball. He really is. Where you just you're connected to it in the NFL. You hear stuff. It's around you. You know what's going on. And sure, some of it is rumors. Some of it's exaggerated. I used to have this when I worked for the Coyotes. I would try to explain it to people like, yeah, you tend to just kind of know everything that's going on in the NHL because it's just your work. It's what's going on around you. This person over here is talking to this person about something that within the grapevine is just accepted as truth. It is. They're not looking to break a story or make a big deal of it. It's just what's going on. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but the way Bill Simmons ended that cut, it seemed to me like, yeah, everybody that's in the grapevine knows this is happening. It's just not being treated as a news story.
Well, and if you're Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns, you knew this was going to get out. You know this is going to get out.
If he pops up in a FaceTime with a coach interview, you're not hiring that coach. It's going to get out.
There's no way in the world you could think that it was not going to get out. So Matt Ishbia can expect this kind of question going forward.
Yeah.
Brian Gregory can expect this kind of decision going forward. Jordan Ott can actually expect this kind of question. Hey, what is your relationship with Isaiah Thomas?
Yeah.
Do you have a relationship with him? Did you know Isaiah Thomas? These kind of questions, of course, are going to be asked. And honestly, the Suns organization, they've known this. They've known it. It's going to get out. If you're FaceTiming Isaiah Thomas into these interviews with potential head coaches, you better believe it's going to get out.
Yeah, if you're a head coaching candidate and you're like, wait, why is Isaiah Thomas? Is that Isaiah Thomas
That's
over
right.
there in the third corner? Whatever
Hey, Isaiah, how you doing?
Hey, did you dial into the wrong meeting? This is my interview. Like, how did you get here? Look, Matt Ishbia probably doesn't see it as a negative. Otherwise, he wouldn't have Isaiah Thomas around. But the rest of the basketball world, does see it as a negative. I think a lot of the basketball world almost sees it as something they can just joke about. Hey, did you see what the Suns are doing? They have Isaiah Thomas involved in their decision-making. We know how well that went for the last team. So, I don't know. You want to be able to buy into what they're doing, and it's tough if you're a Suns fan right now.
That's exactly right. It is really, really difficult. Once again, I am hoping, as we all are, Basinonians, that this is going to work, that this is going to be great. This brand new model. I forget about the Sparty issue. Forget about Michigan State and the alignment and the word of the. Forget about all of that. To me, we all want to see this succeed. We all do, right? Mm-hmm. If you're a Suns fan, you truly want to see this right. You truly want to see this succeed. And I'm going to give them every opportunity to go out and prove that everyone that is a naysayer right now is right.
Yeah.
I'm going to give them the opportunity.
It would be nice if they could meet us all halfway, though, and start proving some of these naysayers wrong, because the Jordan Ott thing, I can set that separate. I can separate that and say he's his own thing. He's been working for this for 20 years. Again, would he have been my hire? No, probably not, but that doesn't mean it can't work. But when you have the stuff where you promoted a guy that has no experience at GM in a summer where you have to trade Kevin Durant and hire a coach and get rid of Bradley Beal, and you have stuff like this where people are implying Isaiah Thomas is still influencing decisions, and it's just like, I heard the morning show talking about this when I was driving in, and I think it's a really fair point. Like, who's going to stand up and say, yeah, it was my responsibility that we traded for Bradley Beal? Because right now, nobody seems to be accountable for that. And there's so much talk from Matt Ishbia. And again, I liked his postseason press conference. I liked the vision for it. But there was so much talk of, like, we're going to do all these radical changes and everything's going to be different. Well, if Isaiah Thomas was involved in decisions before, why is he still involved in decisions? Like,
yeah.
What was the change? Just getting rid of James Jones?
Yes.
James Jones was pretty good at his
Speaking
job.
of James Jones. Oh.
They also didn't get rid of him. He still has a job there.
Well,
exactly right.
Maybe for a couple more weeks, yeah.
Well, yeah, I just kind of think about James Jones as well. It's going to be interesting to see what does happen. If, in fact, they have just relocated him, kind of given him the golden parachute, so to speak, in the organization. I don't believe James Jones would have been on board with some of these decisions. Not all the decisions that we have seen. Whether it was Frank Vogel, whether it was Coach Bud as the head coach, whether it was Kevin Durant, I don't know.
The Beal trade, was that his
Bradley
idea or was
Beal,
that somebody else?
Exactly. I just wish we had confirmation on that. There is going to be a day when a book comes out on this. We all understand that. There's going to be a day when the book comes out
Who's
on
gonna
what
write it?
truly happened that first year of Matt Ishbia's ownership.
Yeah.
What truly happened and who was making the decisions? For me,
I will be first in line to read that book because there have been some things that Matt Ishbia has done. Certainly, again, away from the on-court product, I like a lot of the stuff he's done. But even some of the stuff he's done for the team on the court that hasn't worked, I understood the logic as they were doing it.
Yes.
Didn't totally get the
agreed.
Bradley Beal trade as it happened, but, whatever.
I was okay with it, man. I was more okay with that immediately than KD, as a matter of fact.
But, if you're saying that there's going to be, Rick's right. James Jones is still there, too, right now. His contract runs out at the end of June, so we'll see. But if you're going to say there's going to be big changes, but then prior to you saying that, Brian Gregory, Isaiah Thomas, and James Jones were involved in decision-making with Matt Ishbia, it sounds like. Most people believe that. He said he hasn't really been that involved, and he's going to be now. But it seemed like before the end of this season, James Jones, Isaiah Thomas, Brian Gregory, and Matt Ishbia were involved in decision-making. And now, as we are here in the middle of June, it seems like the same four guys are involved. They're just kind of in a different order.
Middle of June.
So I don't know how much that's going to fix things. All right, when we come back, we talk to Garrett Williams. Let's talk some football.
Oh, yeah, here we go, Garrett.
Would you say number 4 corner in the
JJ,
NFL?
Yeah, they must have let him out early. That's what it is. That's why we got Nick Ramos
I would
early.
think, yeah.
Last day of
Can
minicamp.
confirm.
Yeah.
Boom.
Okay, Rick's confirming. Because I was going to say, there's no chance you would have a defensive coordinator sneaking in here
That's right.
while it's still going on. Garrett Williams is going to join us next. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
I was out of town, and my wife had a business meeting she had to go to, so we hired the next-door neighbor to be the babysitter. She had them out by the pool, and my daughter got hungry, so she took my daughter inside to get a sandwich and left Rex out by the pool by himself. And when she came back out, Rex was face down in the pool. She started screaming, the babysitter, and my next-door neighbor on the other side heard the screaming, came over, got Rex out of the pool. By the time 911 came, they tried to resuscitate him. He never did regain consciousness. These drowning incidents, they happen very quickly and they're silent. Keep constant eye-to-eye contact with the children around the pool. Many people think it can't happen to me, and it does. It can happen to anybody. It happened to me.
Fulton Homes remembers Rex and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are underway. What can customers expect this June?
What's up, Dave? We're kicking off summer with some serious deals. Drive into summer in style with limited time offers on our full lineup. All month long, save $12,500 on the new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro SLE or SLT.
Sounds like everyone wins at Liberty GMC in Peoria or online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing, call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
All right, we are back here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center for mandatory minicamp, which is wrapping up. As a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. And we are real happy to be joined right now in studio by Arizona Cardinals corner Garrett Williams. Garrett, thanks for the time, man. How did minicamp treat you?
It was great. And first, just thank y'all for having me. But yeah, it was great. A lot of improvement, a lot of things to learn from, but it was really good time. It's always good to be able to play ball with the guys and just do my thing.
So did JG let you guys go early? Did he? I was talking to you off the air about this, but did he actually let you guys go early from minicamp?
He might have. I wasn't even paying attention for it if it was early or not, but yeah, I think so.
In terms of shortening practice, yeah, I think you guys, that is something that head coaches do so often. They really do. Minicamp, especially with minicamp, because it's the last 3 days and then boom, you're gone. Now there's rookies. Rookies are going to hang around here, as they should,
they
I might add, as they should. But now all of a sudden it's going to be you're on your own until training camp.
Yeah.
What's that feel like to you?
Yeah, I feel like it's just the opportunity to work on the things you've seen from minicamp and OTAs and kind of just build from that. I think kind of similar like the season, you get that little bit of period to see what you're looking like, and you can kind of figure out, okay, this is what I need to work on. This is what I'm doing pretty good at. Like, it just gives you a better place to be able to like kind of evaluate yourself, and figure out where you need to go moving forward.
Garrett, we talked to you last year around this time, and you said one of the things you were looking forward to the most is like just going into year two, kind of knowing what to expect, but also like going in, not having to deal with the injuries like you did rookie year. And then you really took off last year, man. So just how vindicating was that for you, and what does that mean for you now going into year three?
Yeah, obviously, it was a great feeling just because it solidified what I already thought of myself, but going into year three, it's kind of the same thing as usual, just build off of the year before and just kind of always have constant improvement. That's kind of how I look at it. I don't really try to put too big of like a weight of expectation other than just do better than what I was before, because I feel like I know more now.
Yeah.
So that means I should be able to do more now, you know. So that's kind of where I just treat it. That's where I'm at with it.
So, Garrett, where do you see yourself getting the most reps? This is kind of a loaded question right here, but do you see yourself getting the most reps on the perimeter, out at corner, in the slot, or at safety? Where do you see yourself getting the most reps coming up in 2025?
Yeah, I'm gonna just be excited just to be out there on the field. Yeah, I'm
You're not going to answer that
Good
question.
answer right there.
There's no
out
way
there.
you're going to do that. But you can play safety,
Yeah.
can you not?
Yeah.
Why, Garrett Williams, why can you actually play safety? What allows you to do that when you have been a corner? You said you played corner the whole time in college,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
What allows you to play safety?
I'm a football player. That's one thing my dad, he said to me when I was young, and I kind of feel like that just carries on. I feel like I know football and I can learn football, you know, so I don't really think there's any position I can't play that fits me, like physically, obviously, but like I feel like if I have really good coaches, so I feel like I can do it, you know, and so I have great leaders like Buddha and JT at the safety positions to kind of help me with those types of things. And so in these 3 years of being with them, you know, just learning from them, picking from my coaches, and then just on myself, just, you know, watching the film and just taking the time myself, I feel like that's what's allowed me to be able to kind of do a lot of different things.
Talking to Garrett Williams. Garrett, this defense added a lot of pieces in this offseason, especially up front. And so just from your perspective as a corner, how much different or how much does it, I guess, maybe help your job if you have 4 guys that can generate a pass rush on their own and all of a sudden the quarterback's under duress all the time?
It's huge, especially in our defense where it's a lot of disguising and things like that. When you have a secondary that can confuse the quarterback and then a pass rush that can get to the quarterback fast, it's going to lead to either sacks or a lot of interceptions or both, which our goal is both, you know. And so being able to marry together rush and cover is going to be exciting. I'm feeling really good about it going into the year.
So Pro Football Focus. Now, listen, to me, Pro Football Focus is not the end all.
Right,
It
yeah.
is not. Are you aware of this?
I'm not a pro football. Yeah.
I feel the same way. It's not the end all be all. Yet at the same time, they did rate you as the number 4 corner. They graded you number 4 in the entire league last year. Are you aware of this?
Yeah. People send it to me. Yeah.
Okay.
JG's going to come in here and be like, don't tell him that.
I know that. So what are your thoughts on that?
It's cool, but that's kind of just like what it. I mean, it's cool, you know, but it's, you know, I think I care more about kind of the things that we see and how it's graded within the building with teammates and the coaches, and just because we know what's really going on,
right?
You know, Pro Football Focus. No disrespect to them, you know, but like on your team, you know the calls,
right.
You know who's supposed to be where, and in the rooms, y'all can kind of pinpoint, okay, who's supposed to be where. But obviously, it's always nice to be acknowledged. For people just acknowledging, you know, just good football. And I did feel like I played some decent football last year, so it's always nice to be acknowledged.
We're talking to Garrett Williams. Garrett, it's only year 3. I get that, but do you already have like a rookie like Will Johnson coming up and asking you for advice now? Are we already at that point?
All the guys they ask for a lot of different questions and just things. They're just trying to you know, build their game, because it's a big jump coming from a college to the league, and especially in our defense playing in our secondary with a lot of the, you know, the level of like versatility you have to have. You got to ask questions, you know. If you don't, then you're probably going to be behind. So from him to Denzel to Bug, like all the guys, they ask a lot of questions. They go to the coaches, they meet with the coaches, they ask us. So it's a really good energy that we have in the room of just everybody trying to help each other get better.
Speaking of the room right now, talk a little bit about that. Will Johnson, you got this guy named Will Johnson. He's this rookie from Michigan, and he was supposed to go in the first round, and he went in the second round, whatever it may. Talk about Will Johnson and what you're seeing from this young guy.
Yeah, Will's he's a football player, really instinctual, and I think when you add the instincts with just his size, speed, all those types of things, it creates a really good football player, which is why everybody's so excited that we have him here now, you know. So it's really cool to be able to see him just work and, you know, just go worry about his process and just grow each day, you know, because like him and anybody else, all of us, we're all trying to figure it out each day, you know. So him coming to us and just getting comfortable with the guys. It's been cool to see.
Garrett, I think one of your greatest strengths is your brain. You're just really, really good. Your brain tells you things when you see a route combination, when you know what kind of coverage you're playing, especially when you're playing a too high safety look and you're back there. I think it's one of the reasons why the coaches put you back there because of the instincts you actually have. Do you think Will Johnson has the same thing?
Yeah, we all different, but yeah, he I feel like he does, because for me, how I watch guys, it's the little things, and he does a lot of the little things where some other guys just won't do that just because it's just you have to have a certain feel to it, so being able to see that he has that feel, it matches up to the things you've seen him do in college, so I really do feel like he has a really good feel for the game, and that's a really big thing you got to have in our defense, especially.
Especially because playing in a zone room takes a different kind of brain, does it not?
It does. No, it does.
Okay.
It does, and it takes a lot of processing post-snap and just a lot of quick thinking.
We just had Nick Rollis in here, and this is a guy that you talk to him, and you're just like, this is one of the best defensive coordinators in football already, but he's still so young. He's still only been, in that role for a couple years. How have you even just seen him evolve as a coach in the time you've been here?
Yeah, it's cool, especially because, we came in together, so, kind of both seeing each other grow from year one to now and moving forward, seeing that you can tell he's gotten comfortable in knowing that he's the D corner. He's the guy. He knows his stuff. He trusts his stuff, and he's confident in it. And I think that speaks a lot because he's very dedicated. He spends a lot of time just perfecting his craft as a coach as well. And I think as a player, it makes it a lot easier to trust when you're knowing how committed, how dedicated he is, and how much he cares to be able to just match that level of intensity and level of care. And then it just helps that he's young too. It's just easier just to talk to, communicate with. So it's been really cool. All the defensive coaches, especially in the secondary, since we've all been together. Since we came in from that first year. So it's been really cool.
Yeah.
Garrett, a lot of different pieces, new pieces that you're going to install into this defense this year. Where do you think this defense is going to improve the most?
I think just from a consistency standpoint, I think last year we showed in glimpses of what we were capable of, and we had some really, really bright moments. And I think this year is going to be putting it all together to where it's at every game. That's the standard, and that's just what it is. We have the guys, we have the pieces, and we all are really confident in the people that we have in the room. Having a good mixture of guys who contributed a lot last year, and then also adding some good pieces to add into the room. So I think we all are kind of on the same page of just we should be consistently showing that we're one of the top defenses and just rush and cover. That's the name of the game, and just winning the run game.
Garrett, it feels like you guys are building something on defense, man. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Garrett.
That's Garrett Williams. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage, so text WATER to 620-620. Help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. We'll come back with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Charles Barkley joins us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
So let's get into the what's going on with the Phoenix Suns.
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. I mean, the Suns are an afterthought. I mean, think about this. Okay, obviously you got to get rid of KD because of the contract situation, but Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, you're a play-in team at best.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Maybe you've got some back issues. If you do, you need to go to DISC. That's right.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
DISC. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the United States and all over the world, Basinonians, in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. It's time for you to get back to living, right? Enjoy life again. What you need to do is go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are enjoying a day off after sweeping the Seattle Mariners. The Snakes start a crucial 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tomorrow at Chase Field. A couple of former Arizona Wildcats had big performances last night in Game 3 of the NBA Finals, as the Indiana Pacers took a 2-1 lead in the series with a 116-107 win over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Benedict Mathurin had a game-high 27 points, and TJ McConnell added 5 steals. Game 4 of the series is tomorrow in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Thursday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Seattle Mariners 5-2 yesterday to complete their second sweep in the past 2 weeks. I was going to go to the Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, but our website is currently experiencing some technical difficulties, so I will ask you guys the question open-ended, which is who was the MVP of the series for the D-backs?
Wow.
Of the whole series.
The MVP.
I'm going to still go with Josh Naylor. I'm still going to go with Naylor. I mean, they had a couple grand slams in the series, so I guess you could go a variety of directions. But the reason I'm going with Naylor is if he doesn't get that hit on Monday night, I don't know what the rest of the series looks like, considering what had led up to that moment.
Oh.
Good luck following that, Wolf.
That, you know what, honestly, that was so good. It was. I think Luke is right. I'm also going to go, and I feel so bad, I do, but I don't care. We don't have the poll question up anyways. I'm just going to say Josh Naylor as well, because what happens if he doesn't hit that thing? What happens if they lose that game in extras? What happens? Are you kidding me? The meltdown that happened in that ninth inning. Yeah, I'm going to go with Luke. Josh Naylor.
We would have been playing some pretty depressing music on Tuesday if they had lost that game.
Oh,
on
my
Monday
goodness.
to start the show.
Brutal.
All right. Arizona Cardinals I'm sure Josh Naylor would have won the poll question, but we just don't have the ability to look at the results right now.
Do you know who the other options were?
I believe they were Cattell, Gino.
Yeah, probably Gino.
And Corbin Carroll.
Okay. All right.
So, Arizona Cardinals minicamp is in its final day today. It actually just wrapped up. And Jonathan Gannon provided an update on why rookie cornerback Will Johnson is attending but not necessarily participating.
A little bit of tight hamstring.
Are y'all concerned about Will Johnson?
No. I'm less so now, I guess, is the better way to put it, than I was before we got in here and JG said that. But that is a guy that you're going to monitor, right? Because the only knock anybody has on him was an injury issue. Now, if he's just got a hamstring issue now, that could happen to anybody. That's not enough to drop him in the draft, obviously. You wouldn't drop somebody over a tight hamstring. So if it's just that, then, as long as he's good to go by camp. But it did sort of highlight yesterday, Wolf. It did sort of highlight how much they do need him this season. It's not just hey, that's a nice luxury to have. They're going to need him this season. So you got to have him healthy.
And you might be thinking out there, Basinonians, that, you know what, maybe it is his knee, Wolf, and they're calling it his hamstring. Well, see, you can't do that according to the NFLPA, and players will not allow them to misdiagnose or misrepresent any type of tweak or injury that they might suffer, because now it's very, very important that you're accurate. The NFLPA will not tolerate any type of inaccuracy in terms of qualifying an injury.
Yeah.
So because of that, you don't have to worry about it. It's his hamstring and not his knee.
It's a hamstring. But, the other part of that was JG did seemingly indicate that he's not worried about it at all for the start of training camp.
Yeah.
Kind of nodded and kind of half said yeah. So,
all right, this will be my last one for you guys because I know you have a lot of thoughts on it. Tyrese Halliburton had 22 points, 11 assists, and 9 rebounds. And former U of A star Benedict Mathurin had a game-high 27 points as the Pacers took down the Thunder 116-107 to take a 2-1 series lead in the NBA Finals. What were your biggest takeaways from Game 3?
Just that, you have to take the Pacers seriously at this point. And they are a team, Wolf, that I got lucky, and I was right about them a lot through the Eastern Conference. I thought that they could win and would win each round of the Eastern Conference the way it played out. But I didn't give them much of a chance against Oklahoma City, to be honest. I really didn't. And even after they won Game 1, we know Tyrese Halliburton's clutch.
Yeah.
And he came up clutch, but they led that game for 0.3 of a second. And they were down by double digits for most of that game. And then you watch game 2 and you see Oklahoma City pretty much in control from the second quarter on. And you kind of feel like, yeah, probably a 5-game series, maybe a 6-gamer, but Oklahoma City's going to win. At a certain point, it doesn't matter who the better team is on paper. Indiana is 2 wins away from winning the title. and Oklahoma City still needs 3 wins. So you got to take them seriously now.
Yeah, no, you definitely do right now. Are you kidding me? They're up 2-1 in the series. I thought this was going to go 7. I know that a lot of people ridiculed me for that, and it still may not go 7. Could I see Oklahoma City winning every game from this point forward? Yeah, I could see that happening, but man, right now, the way they brawl, the way they fight, I love it. Everything was contested. You watch it on both ends of the floor. This game, game 3 in particular, everything was contested on both ends of the floor.
Yeah.
The Thunder and how hard they were playing, and then, of course, the Pacers as well. But there is a thought when I watched this game 3 and evaluated it based on earnings for me, the Pacers were brawling. They were brawling. They were desperate to win a game. And OKC looked like they were just in a fight, if you know what I mean. I think in the end, talent is going to win out for the Thunder.
You said this before the show, too, so I'm going to bring it up now, but full credit to you for saying it. Maybe Indiana's the sort of team you should be trying to model the Suns after. Because, Oklahoma City, for me, is the team you want to model any team after.
Sure.
But it's more of the emphasis on defense. You can't just go, okay, we'll take, give me SGA, give me Chet Holmgren, give me Lou Dort, give me players on that level. Yeah, that's great. It's a little tough to do. That's going to take quite a few years. But what you said about the Pacers makes a lot of sense because this is a team, Tyrese Halliburton's clutch. How many other guys on that team do you look at and say they're great?
Yes.
They just all play they're all good. They all play really well together. And it's not easy to get good players, but it's a lot easier to get good players that fit than go out there and just try to hit on amazing draft picks. And I double-checked it before the show. I believe the highest draft pick on the Pacers that plays is Mathurin, and he was the 6th overall pick. So it's not like this is a team that was built with a bunch of first and second. You don't have to win the lottery to build your team the way the Pacers built theirs.
Hey, Luke, I hate to be a Debbie Downer here, but do you know how the Suns could have built their team like the Pacers?
They could have had Tyrese.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, knock it off.
Debbie Downer Rick the past couple of days.
Yeah, you have been, Rick. But I loved it, just watching it as well. Yeah. The Thunder had 19 turnovers in this game for 21 Pacers points. That was the difference to me in this game. But watching the Pacers play, they're dogs. They're a bunch of dogs.
That game last night was unexpected to me. I was pretty surprised by that, especially after the way Oklahoma City came out and threw down the hammer in game 2, which they tend to do. You look at any of their games, even the game against the Nuggets where they lost to the Nuggets, who I think are, probably a better, tougher matchup just because of Jokic, and they went out there and beat them by like 45 the next game. And instead, the Pacers, they didn't beat them on a buzzer beater last night. They actually just beat them.
I think the Pacers got one more win in this series in them.
That was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick, even though you were a Debbie Downer there towards the end. But I also agree with you, so I can't really say that much. How huge has Shelby Miller been to the Diamondbacks bullpen this season? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
A D-backs sweep of Seattle. Now a day off before they host 3 against San Diego at Chase Field. D-backs Padres Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The home of D-backs baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. When you do, you're going to see Santan Ford. They're located on the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. And right now, it's time for you to get in the car and drive on over to Santan Ford. They still have employee pricing. Man, I've been telling you about this for weeks. Well, they've just extended it again, Basinonians. Employee pricing at Santan Ford. You know what? Ford employees, they get a discount, a nice little discount off a newer pre-owned vehicle. And now you, as if you were working for Ford, you can actually get the same kind of discount. And the selection is huge at Santan Ford. They just brought in 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options, every color under the sun. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6814. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6814. 800-575-6814.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Bernsey with an off day today. Where do things stand with the Diamondbacks and the rest of the National League? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke. Live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, where we've already had Nick Rallis and Garrett Williams on the show today. So if you missed those interviews, I would go check those out. Certainly. I was telling you, Wolf, during one of the breaks, it's so easy to believe in what the Cardinals are doing defensively. Whether it works or not, it's easy to believe in it right now.
Oh,
just
yeah.
Logically, what they're doing makes sense.
It's so cool to be out here as well. It was minicamp, and now minicamp is over. JG kind of let him go early from practice. I can say that with certitude because I think I've seen many coaches do that. When you've had a good minicamp, all of a sudden coach is going to cut down that third day of the minicamp and say, hey, we'll see you at all, by the way, unless you're a rookie. Oh, by the way, we'll see you at training camp. The next time players come back for the Arizona Cardinals, it's going to be training camp.
Yeah. Yep.
Deal.
Not that far away. For baseball, Diamondbacks complete the sweep of the Mariners last night. We'll get more into the series that's coming up, I would imagine, tomorrow, because the D-backs are off tonight. But the series that's coming up tomorrow is 3 against the Padres.
The Padres.
So this is going to be real gut check time for the Diamondbacks. Their first meeting, actually, with the Padres, first 3 meetings with the Padres all season. You talk about ways this team is going to need to win games now without Corbin Burns.
Need to win.
How they're going to need to win. Don't have Corbin Burns. Currently don't have A.J. Puck. Currently don't have Justin Martinez. And they're all dealing with, it seems like, different versions of elbow injuries. But, you said this earlier, Wolf. You're probably going to have to lean on your bats even more. Which is, saying something because they are a top 5 team in terms of runs per game. The other part of that is the bullpen's going to have to be better. The one guy who has been consistently good out of the bullpen, who's currently available to pitch, is Shelby Miller, and he came in again last night and just was dealing. And he has been he's been an outlier all season, Wolf. He really has. It's like, oh, the bullpen's a mess. Nobody can get a clutch out. Well, except Shelby Miller. Obviously, he's going to go in there and just mow down the Mariners hitters in the 9th inning, and he did yesterday.
So what do you think? Are you okay with Shelby Miller as a closer? Are you confident with Shelby Miller being the closer of this team going forward?
I am.
Yeah, so, listen, if he keeps locating the fastball like he did yesterday, locating that fastball, the splitter becomes that much more lethal, I think, for Shelby Miller. And because of that, he's orchestrated that and done an excellent job. We all know his ERA it's well below 2, as a matter of fact.
1.63.
1.63. If you can believe that. Shelby Miller has done the job as closer. Now, he's blown 3 saves. Yeah. He's got 7 saves on the season. Blown 3 saves. That's going to happen from time to time, of course. But he seems to be evening out and settling into that closer position a little bit better.
Yeah, the fact that he has the 7 saves now, I mean, the only question, sometimes can be like, okay, but he handle that role? Can he step it in the 9th inning and have to shut down a game when everything's on the line? But he's done it. He's done it 7 times this season. His ERA is the best on the team, essentially. I mean, you can make the case Taylor Scott's ERA is better, but Taylor Scott has pitched 1 inning this season. Shelby Miller has pitched 27 2/3 innings, and a lot of them, even if they weren't save situations, have been high leverage hold situations. He's been, I mean, I'll circle back to this. I know we talked about this last week with Diamondbacks that could be potential all-stars. I don't think he will be because they have enough hitters that can make it. And in a weird way, those reliever spots on the all-star team kind of get reserved for teams that don't have another all-star. But he has been clutch for this team, and he has been a big reason why they're still hanging around, because when he's not getting saves, he's been getting holds. And it's crazy that it's Shelby Miller, of all people. Like, how many times have you had to tell somebody this season, Wolf, that has only kind of been casually following the team, is that the same Shelby Miller? You have to be like, that's the same Shelby Miller that they traded for all those years ago, and now he's back, and he has been vital to their season so far.
D-backs won the trade.
Yes.
D-backs won the trade.
The Braves don't even have Dansby Swanson anymore.
Listen, you brought up Taylor Scott. In the name of Taylor Scott, what were your thoughts on him when you saw him in his Diamondbacks debut?
I thought it was my first thought, honestly, this is not what you're asking, is when he spoke, and he's got that heavy accent, right? Because at South Africa. And Steve Berthiaume, but he's from Arizona, or, he went to high school in Arizona. And Steve Berthiaume is like, you can hear the Arizona accent right there.
Yeah, I just thought it was really interesting to watch him. He looked like he was shot putting the ball at home.
Very different delivery.
Very different delivery. It was really weird, and it seemed to be also very effective. And this is a guy that has actually had a really good season when you think about it. In 2023, at a 2.23 ERA in 62 appearances.
Yeah.
I mean, that is That is a large sample size right there with a 117 whip. It was interesting because I was like, how did the Astros just let him walk away? Well, they didn't. They didn't let him walk away, but the Diamondbacks were able to acquire him. And for me, he had a hard time finding the strike zone. He threw 32 pitches in his sole outing here, but he got the job done. And to me, when you're desperate, when you're looking for anybody that might be able to come out of the bullpen for the Diamondbacks and add some stability, I wonder if we're going to see Taylor Scott in some high leverage situations in the future, if at all.
I also just think because of the very different look he gives you, like, I don't know. I mean, we've only seen him pitch the one inning for them this season, so
Yes.
I can't be like, oh, he's going to be their holds guy. He's going to be the taser.
Exactly.
But it is
taser.
it is such a different look that I wonder if you just bring him in when you want to give the other team a different look. I almost wish he was a lefty, so you could just go with him and then Ryan Thompson back-to-back innings and just really mess with the other team.
Yeah, that's funny because he did remind me a little bit of Ryan Thompson.
Yeah.
But he does. He's got this weird, Taylor Scott, this weird delivery where it looks like he's almost shot putting the ball towards home. It's really, I've never seen anything like it.
There was a good story up on our website over the weekends. Yeah, I just pulled it up right here. Looking at how different the Diamondbacks bullpen is from what it was supposed to be opening day.
Yeah.
Okay. And then since that story came out, they lost Justin Martinez too. But if you look at what the bullpen was supposed to be on opening day and you look at the 8 guys that were in there, 5 of them are not not right now. Actually, Kevin Ginkel got called back up. He hasn't pitched yet, so 4 of them.
He still doesn't count, though. Let's just face it. He's not Gink yet until he shows that he's Gink.
So the only guys that were in the opening day, like supposed to be the bullpen guys that you were expecting on opening day, that are here and available right now are Kevin Ginkel, who just got called back up a couple days ago, hasn't pitched yet, Ryan Thompson, who hasn't really looked like Ryan Thompson, Jalen Beeks, and Shelby Miller. So I'll go one step further, Wolf. 2 of those guys, Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller, weren't even on the team last year. So if you go from the end of last year, the bullpen, to what it is now, the only guys that were available then that are available now are Kevin Ginkel, who hasn't looked right, and Ryan Thompson, who hasn't looked right. That's a lot of turnover in your bullpen.
That's a lot of turnover. That is a great point by you, Luke, right there. Can I also say that the bullpen is still a question mark, a massive question mark, as we all know, going forward as the rotation. I challenge the rotation. I'm challenging the rotation right now. We all need Eduardo Rodriguez to be Eduardo Rodriguez and pitch up to his capabilities. Zach Allen, oh my goodness, do they need Zach Allen to be Zach Allen right now? Brandon Pfaadt, some more, just come back to more consistency. That's right, Brandon. They need all of that. But the one thing the Diamondbacks can do, we've got to remember this, is score runs. That is the one thing. They're still really, really good. Now, it's been on an all-or-nothing basis. It feels that way to me. But they're number 4 in terms of runs scored in Major League Baseball. And having said that, did you know the Diamondbacks became the first team in Major League history to hit 8 grand slams before their 68th game of the season? This was on the broadcast yesterday. This was Steve Berthume. This is him actually saying this. Are you kidding me?
I believe it.
The first team in Major League Baseball history. Basinonians, whenever you say that, whenever you qualify a stat with that, the first team in Major League Baseball history to hit 8 grand slams before their 68th game of the season. This team can score runs in bunches. They're capable of doing that. I just need to see them be more consistent in how they do it. Does that make sense?
Hasn't that just been this season, though? How many times have we heard, oh, well, this is the first team that's ever done, the first team that's done this in 60 years. It's, I keep going back to the stat of the Diamondbacks have only lost 4 times ever when they've scored 11 or more runs in a game, and 3 of them have been this season. Oh, the worst first inning ever. It's giving up all those runs to the Nationals. Oh, it's the Nationals' best first run. Or a couple days later, you come back when you're down 6 in the 9th inning against Atlanta. Like, there have been so many different moments, good and bad, that don't ever happen to this team, or in that case in baseball, that have happened this season. You could probably, if you sat down and really thought about it, rattle off like 15 to 20 historic stats already this season, and we're 68 games in.
Okay, so this is what you're good at. This is what I want to see. Hey, this is what we're good at. We're scoring runs. I want to see them accept the responsibility and even out their play and be more consistent.
Number 3 in home runs behind the Yankees and the Dodgers. They're hitting the home runs at a pretty good pace. When we come back, what will a Suns team coached by Jordan Ott actually look like? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson. It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are enjoying a day off after sweeping the Seattle Mariners. The Snakes start a crucial 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tomorrow at Chase Field. A couple of former Arizona Wildcats had big performances last night in Game 3 of the NBA Finals as the Pacers took a 2-1 lead in the series over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Benedict Mathurin had a game-high 27 points, and TJ McConnell added 5 steals. Game 4 of the series is tomorrow in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona sports.
Incredibly thankful for the journey.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show. We had a short show yesterday, and Jordan Ott had his introductory press conference after our show Tuesday, Wolf. So we really haven't had that much of an opportunity to react to Jordan Ott. It's been a busy week. It's been a good week being out at Dbacks yesterday, and then certainly out here at Cardinals Tuesday and today. So here's some more of what Jordan Ott said in that introductory press conference. First of all, talking about how he needs to find a way to build trust with his players.
Yeah, great question. I think that is the most important piece to coaching. And to be in the NBA, you obviously have to be talented. I think right now in the NBA, you not only have to be talented, but you have to have high character. So initially, everyone, will be respectful of the position, but it quickly turns to, can I help them? And once they know you can help them, that helps the relationship. That helps you coach them once that relationship is formed. So when I prove and when our staff proves that we can help them, that's when you got a good thing going. And that's where we're going to be building to.
I think that is so wise of Jordan Ott, what he just said. Ott. I think that is so wise. He's spot on. He's going to have to prove. And I love the fact he didn't run from that.
Yeah.
He didn't run from it at all. He said, you know what, when we prove that we know what we're doing, I'm paraphrasing now, but he did say prove, they can trust you. That's going to be huge for he, of course, and his coaching staff, because players need to be able to trust the staff and know that they know what they're talking about. And once that happens, man, you embrace it.
Yeah. That was the cut from the whole press conference that stood out the most to me, just because it's the only way this is going to work, right? I mean, there is a scenario where Jordan Ott isn't getting it done, and this team starts to, they stack losses, and it's not getting better, and he may be able to develop individual players, but he can't get it done as a head coach. And I don't know what that looks like, because if you're the Suns, you don't want to keep firing head coaches. And on the flip side, I don't know that they would be willing to fire him, because he is like their hand-picked guy where they went against the grain. So I don't know. You want to avoid all that. You don't even want to go down that path. And the quickest way to avoiding that is what he just said. Like you said, you don't shy away from the fact that you don't have to prove anything to fans, media, whatever. If you want to go down, if you feel like you don't need to, but you're going to need to prove it to your players.
Yes.
Because if you don't prove it to your players, at some point when the losses are piling up, they're going to say, well, yeah, this guy wasn't even a lead assistant with Cleveland. What did we expect? So he's got to prove it, and his staff's got to prove it to them.
And this is why I think it's really, really important that you understand you're not going to have a ton of veterans. I don't think you're going to have a ton of veterans on the team. And why it's very important that Devin Booker is the man that he is. Devin Booker being the player and the man that he is. Book is a squared-away dude and a class act, and because of that, you can build your culture around Devin Booker. You can build your team around Devin Booker, knowing that you're going to go ahead and bring pieces, bring human beings in around him that are going to give Jordan Ott a bona fide shot at coming in and proving that he is worthy of being the head coach of this team.
Yeah.
Period. Because a lot of veteran players, Luke, just telling you, they take a very standoffish kind of skeptical, okay.
It's like a substitute teacher came
You've
into
been
class.
around, Jordan, you can say what you want. You've been around 20 years. Have you ever been in a head coach in the NBA? Have you ever been that? No. Okay. Well, you're going to have to prove to us that you can.
And this goes.
And that's not fair. That's
reality.
Real.
That's reality. And the other reality, and he can't change that reality. I guess he could change this reality, but it seems unlikely with the way the roster is going to potentially look. They're probably not going to have a ton of wins to point to next year. So if you have players that are like, all right, coach, you got to prove it, and then you start off and you're 5-15, it's going to be tough to prove it. So he's going to absolutely have to have Devin Booker in his corner, because then it's like, all right, coach is saying this and Book's on board with it. So who am I to sit here and undercut him, right? But it's going to be vital because he can't lose his team. That's the one thing. He's got to be able to step in here and develop young players and have them totally buy in, because it didn't feel like guys were bought in with Mike Budenholzer last year. And honestly, I put a lot of that blame on Mike Budenholzer, but you can't put it all on one guy after what happened last year.
Yo, okay, I'm so distracted
what is
right now. The TV is behind Luke's massive head, and I'm looking at it. I'm thinking they just had Kendrick Perkins and his top 5 destinations, dream
that's
destinations
what you were looking at
for Kevin Durant. Top 5.
Because the TV over by you had Kyler Murray on
Exactly
it. How random is
right.
that?
So I'm looking at this, and you know who he finished with? Who was number 1? The number 1 dream destination for Kevin Durant, according to Kendrick Perkins.
The Knicks, I would think. I didn't see it.
The New York Knicks.
Yeah.
That's who he had as number
the one
1.
that makes a ton of sense.
The Detroit Pistons, number 2.
Ooh, the Pistons. Didn't see
San
that coming.
Antonio was number 5. Houston was number 4. And I think it was the Timberwolves, actually number 3.
Okay, that makes sense.
The Timberwolves, number 3. They had the New York Knicks. Now, why would Kendrick Perkins, after what came down about the New York Knicks?
Nobody believes that garbage from yesterday.
How the New York Knicks said, we're out of this.
Yeah.
We're not in the running.
Because none of us believe you. None of us believe the Knicks that they're out. None of us believe the New York Post that the New York Knicks are out of the running. You're out of the running when Kevin Durant's on another team.
That is so interesting, because I thought to myself, if they really wanted to do away with it, you could see the New York Knicks saying, we don't want this hanging over our head.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want our players to have to address this all off season. Are you kidding me? Especially now we have a new coach coming in here. We don't want this hanging over our head.
Too
and
bad.
The narrative that is. So you could see them saying, we're out of the Kevin Durant thing, and wanting people to know that. That was the report that came down yesterday, that the New York Knicks were done.
Yep.
They're out of it. And then you could also flip it over, and you could say, I'm trying to send a message. You know what, Brian Gregory? You're a new guy, aren't you? You're new in this position.
Oh, if you don't want to take Karl Anthony Towns, we're just out.
That's right. Matt Ishbia, we're done. We're done with you and your rookie ways.
All they're doing is posturing through the media. Would it be the first time any team has postured through the New York media?
Can I just say, that's just what Kendrick Perkins said. He didn't say it, but that's what he believed.
Yeah.
By having them number 1, he was like saying, I don't believe you guys are out of the KD sweepstakes.
No. Because it does. I mean, he's right. It makes the most sense for any one specific team. It makes sense if you're the Spurs, if you can add him, like, okay, here you go. I'd probably have the Spurs number 2. And I'd have the Rockets right there with the Spurs, but they don't seem to be interested. But that's posturing too. But for the Knicks, if you had Kevin Durant, all due respect to the Pacers who might win the NBA title, so we have to put that caveat in there. But if you're the New York Knicks and you add Kevin Durant, you are the favorites in the Eastern Conference, because you're not going to have to give up that much of your core to do it.
Okay, if I'm Brian Gregory, I'm making one phone call, and it's to KD, and saying, KD, did you tell anyone in New York you didn't want to play for him? Did you? Honestly, forget it. We just want to know. That would be the one phone call that I would make.
Don't waste our time.
That's right.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see.
I think KD would tell him.
I think you would too, because it would waste his time.
That's
if
exactly right.
You're over there trying to negotiate with a team I'm not going to go to.
One phone call.
This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable.
Padres.
Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. You know, Wolf, the problem with calling Kevin Durant is you have his phone, so they can't call him. It'll just get you. It'll ring on the air.
I'm sorry about that, KD or Cassandra.
When we come back, what could Josh Sweat's leadership and freedom in the system do for the Cardinals defense? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You down with OTT?
I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity, so that excites me.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach. With some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7. You down with OTT? And the Arizona Sports Hour.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Maybe you got some back issues. Brothers, if you do, man, you've got to go see Desert Institute for Spine Care. The spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me in the past, man. They have. And people from all over the world come right here to the Basin for DISC. I kid you not, man. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease. DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals. You got to get back to enjoying life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryan units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp now.
Yeah, mini camp has wrapped up here, Wolf. I just walked out there. It's pretty quiet.
It is quiet out there. The sprinklers are on, my brothers.
Yeah, but there was a lot going on here this week and earlier today. We talked to Garrett Williams and Nick Rollis. They obviously had minicamp. JG spoke even before all that to the media about quite a number of different topics as I learned how to speak again. But Josh Sweat, I want to play some cuts from Josh Sweat first, Wolf. And this was Josh Sweat yesterday when he spoke. He was asked if he feels like he's picking up right where he left off with JG and Nick Rollis back in Philly a couple years ago.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it's the scheme and stuff is you can play fast in it. So picking up on it it's pretty easy. It ain't gonna take me long at all. But yeah, it's pretty much like it's the same thing.
He was a guy who was excited to come here to play for Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rollis.
Yeah,
and he did not hide that.
I just what a huge break that is when you can go to a new team and actually play the same system and use the same terminology.
Yeah,
it is so much easier. You can't even imagine what an incredible advantage that would be. It's one of the things that I don't think enough players in the league actually consider when they go to a new team. I honestly believe that. So many guys who come out and are free agents, they only look at the dollar amount. How much are you willing to pay me, period? And they don't look enough at, well, where can I flourish?
Yeah.
Where might, if a team is interested in me, but they can't offer me as much. Now, I realize, hey, listen, money is important. It's really important. But when you talk about making $18 million or $17 million.
If it's close, if you flourish, you're going to get paid more big picture anyway.
If it's close, why would you not go to a system you are familiar with? And there are a lot of coaching trees all over the NFL that you could say that about.
Yeah, we talked to him after they had signed him, and he made it pretty clear in that interview that he was like, yeah, I want to come here and play for Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rollis. And one of the things he said, and he said this in other places too, is that he knows playing here they're gonna allow him to do some things. Like I the way he kept saying it was, yeah, I know in this defense they're just gonna let me go. Just basically turn me loose and let me go. Jonathan Gannon was asked about that concept earlier today before practice got going. And he went bigger picture. The question was originally about the freedom that Josh Sweat gets within this defense, but JG just talked about the defense in general. This is what he said.
Freedom for Josh Sweat look like, huh? Well, I would say not just for Josh Sweat, for all our guys. Like within the framework of scheme, if you have to get something done and you can get it done playing with a different technique or a different alignment or a different eye progression than what I say to do, that's okay. You know what I mean? So now we give them a couple different tools, you know what I mean, and pick the best one. But I don't think it's just like DB play, it's wide receiver, it's everybody. I don't think it's one size fits all. Hey, this is how you have to do it, because Josh Sweat doesn't look like Zaven Collins, doesn't look like Baron Browning, doesn't look like Jordan Birch, doesn't look like XT. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think that's, you're kind of hindering them at times if you do that. So with saying that, he has to do things within the framework of the defense to make sure that he's handling his business too. But we give those guys some freedom. Our entire staff does.
Man,
I love that answer.
Why?
For a couple reasons. It has the whole do your job mentality baked into it, but it's also, hey, as long as you're getting your job done, we're going to let you do it the way you're most comfortable.
Yeah.
Here's the framework. And Wolf, I've never been in management. I feel like you've never been in management either. I never really have any interest in going into management. I'm not sure that you do either, unless it's a grounds crew for a baseball team or a football team. But I believe the best way you can manage is what he said right there. It's not one size fits all. Everybody you're managing isn't the same. You're not, and so it's the same with coaching, right? You're not coaching 26 of the same person on defense. So figure out what works best for each of your guys. Give them the framework. Make sure they're doing what you're asking. But if they have a way that works better for them, let them do it.
Yes.
And we already know. There's no question what JG does on defense works, because go back and look at Philadelphia a couple years ago.
You know, so much of the time you hear me, Base Earnings, reference scheme and skulls. And skulls being way more important than scheme. This is basically what JG just said. Within the scheme, of course, let's take a four-man rush. You got a four-man rush. You got Josh Sweat. He's lined up as a right defensive end. He's the guy coming off the edge. It's a four-man rush. That's what you have right now. That's what we're doing. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna rush four. We're gonna drop seven. And we're gonna play quarter coverage. That's what we're gonna do. Rush four, drop seven, play quarters out there. That's the scheme. By the way, Josh, you're going to line up as a right defensive end, get to the quarterback. And now all of a sudden, that skull takes over the scheme, and he's going to use a different move to try to get to the quarterback. Now, sometimes, again, this is what JG also referenced. Sometimes coaches will tell you this is the technique to use. This is the way to do it. Hey, listen, we don't care as long as you get it done. Yeah. We'll give you suggestions, but as long as you get it done. Why? Because Josh Sweat is not built like Zaven Collins, as he said. Yeah. Zaven Collins is not built like Jordan Birch, right? This is what he's talking about. It's so spot on, and it's the reason why skulls win games. Scheme is always going to be there. Skulls, they win games.
What I heard from him was, we're going to put you in position to succeed. And we're going to give you tools to do it, but if you have a better way to do it, we're going to trust you as long as you do it. If we're trusting you and you're not getting done, you're not going to play.
Right.
But we're going to trust you to get it done, and that's what allows Josh Sweat to be Josh Sweat. And, Wolf, that's why Josh Sweat wanted to come here, and that's why other defensive players want to play here, because I'm sure JG's not the only coach who thinks that way. But we both know there's a lot of coaches that just see players as like, okay, you're all the same. Do it the exact way I said it. And that may work in high school or college, but if you want your players to be special and excel in the NFL, again, they got to earn your trust too. But if they do it, and Josh Sweat obviously has, but he was talking about the whole defense, then let them go. Let them play to their strengths. You put them in position to do it, and then let them do it. And we've seen it work already.
And this is one of the reasons why I'm really, really hoping that Will Johnson is going to be everything that we all kind of think that he's going to be. Seriously.
Yeah.
Because now all of a sudden, if you could have a secondary that had cornerbacks like Will Johnson, somebody who was long and lean and not too far in between, if you know what I mean, and a guy that has got all of this talent. If you've got a guy like that, and you've got Garrett Williams, a guy that is just skyrocketing in terms of his play at the corner position. And then Max Melton, how much of a jump could a Max Melton take from year one to year two? Guys, I'm just saying, that could be, my brothers, one of the best cornerback rooms the Cardinals have had in years. Yeah. If those three guys come together and play up to their capability level, this could be real good, because the best way you can get pressure on a quarterback is to have four guys who are just better than the five guys trying to block them, and then a secondary with corners particularly that can cover.
One of the best things about this defense this season, look, you have a lot riding on Buddha. You have a lot riding on Josh Sweat. I get that. But one of the best things about this defense this season could be that it's not all riding on one or two players. It's not like, well, if so-and-so goes out there and has a great year, they have on paper more depth than I can remember them having on defense in a long time. Like you're going back 10 years probably. I mean, they had a really great secondary, 6, 7, 8 years ago.
Especially a defensive line room.
But yeah, when you factor in the secondary and the defensive line, linebackers, I think there's still some questions there. But if those get answered well, they're in a really good spot. All right, when we come back over to baseball, the Diamondbacks keep taking on really bad injuries and then responding by sweeping whoever they're playing. So what does that all mean? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
When Zach Gallen gives them a quality start, he's not necessarily 5-0, but they're 5-0. When he doesn't achieve a quality start, they're 0-9. It's literally the defining delineation between success and failure. When he has a quality start, they win. When he doesn't, they don't. Wow. And it's crazy
stat
that it would be that simple. And I don't think it'll be that simple all year long, but up until this point, it has been that simple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the the local sports leader.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are enjoying a day off after sweeping the Seattle Mariners. The Snakes start a crucial 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tomorrow at Chase Field. A couple of former Arizona Wildcats had big performances last night in Game 3 of the NBA Finals, as the Indiana Pacers took a 2-1 lead in the series with a 116-107 win over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Benedict Mathurin had a game-high 27 points, and TJ McConnell added 5 steals. Game 4 of the series is tomorrow in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks, Padres, big series for the D-backs as they try to stay relevant. We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big series against the San Diego Padres starting tomorrow. The first meeting with San Diego all season, Wolf. And I was talking to a buddy of mine who's a Padres fan. He's like, man, we've had a lot of injuries. And I was like, get in line. Like, everybody on the Diamondbacks has an elbow. And we both looked at the Dodgers, and they're just as bad off, too. Like, I don't know if it's just those 3 teams. I don't, forgive me, I don't know the injury issues the Minnesota Twins are facing right now. But it feels like the top 3 of the top teams in the NL West have just been hammered by injuries. Difference, though, is San Diego's still got the D-backs by a few games right now in the standings.
Yeah.
So do the Dodgers.
And we all kind of wonder why all these injuries are happening.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a topic of conversation across Major League Baseball. And I think at some point in time, we're going to get the answers. I just don't think it's going to be during this season.
No.
Down the road, I think we'll get the answers because they have to be. There's no way you can convince me that Major League Baseball, the Players Association, is not looking at this and trying to figure this out.
You have to, because, Wolf, there's not any other sport right now where it's so volatile. Like, so football, the one downside to football, the NFL, is there are years where it just feels like teams just get knocked out because of injuries. But that's football. And generally you can see the injury, right? But in baseball, it's not typically like this. I mean, it's been getting this way more over recent years, but it's just, oh, that pitcher got that batter out. Oh, that pitcher's going to be gone for 15 months. Like, why? Did he get hit by the batter, hit the ball into him? No. Did he do something weird? No, he just, it's strikeout, but he pointed to his elbow, and we're not going to see him for 15 months. And it's happening all over the league, and I don't know how to fix it. If I did, I'd probably be running Major League Baseball right now. But it is a huge issue where guys are just dropping and they're gone for a year at a time. Like, you have to fix that.
And I think they're going to try to fix that, Luke. But once again, we're not going to have our answers this year. No. We're not going to get it this season. We may not get it next season. But if you were to tell me that 3 years from now, maybe 4, that they come up with, hey, they piece it all together and figure out what it is, some training technique that they're using, I would believe that. But they're on it. That much, I'll guarantee you.
It just feels like it has taken off around the league over the last few years in particular. For the Diamondbacks, the one thing they have done to be able to combat it is they've at least been winning games coming off of these moments of adversity. You're struggling. You can't win seemingly anything. You have one of the worst weeks the Diamondbacks have had in a long time, and then you go out there, this is about a week and a half ago, and Corbin Burns looks lights out, and you beat Washington. But the problem is you lose Corbin Burns for the season and maybe into next year in that game, and yet you still respond by winning the next 3, sweeping Atlanta. And then you go into this series back on Monday, which feels like 100 years ago, and Justin Martinez leaves the game in the 9th inning because of the elbow issue, and the Diamondbacks sweep the Mariners. So every time that they've been jammed into the corner where it's like, okay, your season's over, you get the message, like, you're done, they've come back with a sweep. I don't know what it means, but it's good, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to put that in the good category right there. They are, and we were talking about this earlier. Why is this? Why is this happening? Is it just intensity and focus and concentration? actually being brought to the clubhouse on a daily basis. When I talk to a guy, I've said this many times, but Luke, it really left a mark on me. I talked to Buck Showalter about this and said, what is the hardest thing about Major League Baseball? And he said, showing up every day ready to play. By far and away, as a human being. In other words, your concentration level and being intent on what it is that you're doing and going there with purpose and being focused and having a high concentration level every day. It's the hardest thing to do, and I believe that. That really hit home with me. When you think of competing at the highest level our species can generate, and yet you do it for 3 hours a day, every day in the summer for the most part. You know, I realize there are days off, base and earnings, yet at the same time, it's almost every day. And it's one of the things we all love about the game of baseball so much. It's a soap opera to watch it unfold, a season, to watch a team season unfold. It's more of a soap opera, and it tells a story every day. To me, it's the hardest thing to do. Is this an example of that, where suddenly there's real adversity, where instead of sitting there going, we've got Corbin Burns, we got Zach Allen, we got Merrill Kelly on the mound. Are you kidding me? We're going to win this game, whatever it may be. Now, nobody ever says that going into a game based on Orleans, yet at the same time, as human beings, we'll just assume that, won't we? And we all do, and get complacent and have a tendency to get complacent. I wonder if that exists on a day-to-day basis in the game of baseball. I think it does.
It's hard to argue with that because of the two examples we just gave you. Okay, Corbin Burns is down, and even though he hadn't been ruled out for the season yet, we were all looking at each other. I'm sure they were too. Okay, we're going to go out there and sweep Atlanta. We're going to come back in Game 3 down 6 in the 9th inning. We're going to come back and win that game. Then you go out and sweep Seattle after you lose Justin Martinez. Or how about this, Wolf? How about the fact that Zach Gallen's 3 best starts this season have been against the Mets and the Yankees, 2 of the best teams in baseball?
Yes.
Or how about the fact that if you watch the Diamondbacks play the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks look like a different team when they're playing the Dodgers?
Boy, Luke's making my point here so much better. You are spot on.
I'm just trying to give you some evidence.
But it's the truth. It really is. You know, you think of that. How in the world can the Diamondbacks get on top of this? Maybe by adopting the underdog mentality. Maybe saying, you know what, no, we're in trouble. We're in real trouble now. And every guy, once again, inside that clubhouse knows it. Just like I've been inside the locker room. I know the first ones to know when you're in trouble as a team are players.
Yeah.
They're the first guys to know about it.
Undeniable.
So it's a situation where maybe they're just like, hey, whoa, hey, we're going to get blown out here unless we get a hold of ourselves and what it is that we're supposed to do. And maybe it provides contour to a season where suddenly every day does not become the same. And because of that, maybe you bring more concentration to your job. I don't know, but you could certainly point to the Diamondbacks and say, aha, there it is.
It's interesting the way you said it, too, embrace the underdog role, because for me, I'm just looking for ways to make sure this season doesn't go the way the Suns season went. You know, because the Suns came in with expectations.
Oh, man.
I don't know. I never got the sense that they ever embraced the underdog role. It always just kind of felt like, oh, we'll get this figured out. Look at how much talent we have. We'll get it figured out.
That's right.
And then it was like, okay, I guess we'll see you next year.
And why wouldn't you? You would. You'd look around that locker room and go, we're going to be fine.
It's an easy trap, I guess, for lack of a better word, to fall into. But for the Suns, it almost never felt like there was that underdog moment. It was like, we got this. Stop worrying. You're overanalyzing. We'll be fine. And then when they weren't, it was just like, all right, we'll see you next year. Whereas the Diamondbacks, I mean, there's still 90-plus games left, but they seem to be like, you know what? You don't think we can do it. We'll show you we can. I mean, because they're at 500 right now, and it has been the craziest way to get to 500, Wolf.
We can win in different ways, like scoring more runs than you.
We come back. How are the Cardinals' young offensive linemen progressing? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. I can tell you, we, the Woo Fan Clan, we went to Presidential Pools about 7 years ago, and I can tell you it's one of the best things we ever did, man. The number one pool builder in the state of Arizona by volume. They came into the compound and they advised us on what our needs were. One of the best things that could have possibly happened to us. Arizona's heat is here, and it's only getting hotter, of course. And if you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now's the time to act. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're building fast, which means you can be swimming this summer. That's right. Don't wait until you're sweating through another scorcher. Let's turn up the cool in your backyard. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona's number one pool builder. And if you do that right now, you get free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra cool or color radiance. Free landscape lightings and package and path lights as well while supplies last. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp now.
And we are out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center as mandatory minicamp wraps up today. Cardinals have been great with the guests they have hooked us up with, Wolf, not even just this week, but all through OTAs and everything as well. And, you know, you get to hear from some of the players at the podium also. And this is Yelda Froholt yesterday talking about a guy I know you're optimistic about, Wolf, Hayden Connor. Okay, this is what Yelda Froholt said about him.
I think Hayden's come along really well. You know, I mean, as a rookie, everybody comes in kind of with a little head, like chicken with their head's cut off. I sure was like that in my first year. But I think he's settled in really well. You know, we're trying to get him comfortable in the O-line room, and he's had some good jokes in the room, and it's been going well. And they're making hot dogs right now for us, so that's really good. So we're training him well and conditioning him to understand what the standard is. So now Hayden's been killing it.
Well, that sounds like an offensive lineman, doesn't it?
That is so good right there. Just to see that there's still a little bit of, I don't want to call it hazing, but there's acknowledgement that a rookie is a rookie, and guess what? You're going to be a rookie all season.
Go make us some
long.
food, rookie.
And by the way, here's my shoulder pad and helmet. Will you take it off the field for me? Because I'm just too busy to care about carrying it. So we'll have you do it because you're a pack animal and we all know it. I love that. A little backhand right there from Yelda Froholt. I do believe it's going to be interesting to watch Hayden Conner specifically. This is a guy who was a 3-year starter for the Texas Longhorns. That is really interesting to me as well.
Mm-hmm.
The Arizona Cardinals, for the most part, if you look at a lot of their draft picks, they went with really high-level college football programs, known commodities. When you're talking about Michigan, and you're talking about the SEC, of course, and you're talking about Texas, you're talking about some of these big schools, Ohio State, huge schools that they actually rely on to draft from. I know it's going to be different year to year, but I don't think that's really an accident. I don't.
No, there was a cut of Dave Sears right around the draft. I like it. I like it if they're using it the way it seems like they're using it. It's almost like a tiebreaker. I mean, if you have some amazing player who is at Syracuse, like Garrett Williams, right?
Yes.
Then you're going to go ahead and take him. He doesn't have to be at Texas or Ohio State or Michigan.
Or West Virginia.
Or West Virginia, yeah, whatever category you want to put West Virginia in. But
what are you talking about?
If it's
just put him there with Michigan.
Right there, Michigan, West Virginia, Ohio State, obviously.
Yes.
Maybe Alabama cracks that list too, Georgia. But they, this year in particular, you're right. It went Mississippi, Michigan, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, and then Nevada at the end.
There you go. I mean, think about that. The SEC, Walter Nolan, the SEC, of course. Anyways, this is going to be really interesting to watch this. Hayden Conner, of course, being a rookie and a guy that was a starter for the Longhorns for 3 years. And the reason why I say it is because he is a brawler. He's a big unit, man. He's 6'6", 315 pounds. It's a big, big dude right there. He isn't a great athlete, as we've talked about many times before. He's a fighter. He's a guy who's going to brawl in the trenches. And
finish him.
To me, that's exactly what I think is going to benefit him, that mentality going forward.
Yeah, just to be clear for people, that's a compliment coming from Wolf. He's not an athlete, he's a fighter.
Yeah,
that's
right. His feet aren't really great, but look at his feet as he's moving you out of the way. Isaiah Adams as well. This is year 2 for Isaiah Adams, a 3rd-round pick, drafted out of Illinois. Remember that, a 3rd-round pick last year. And I think Isaiah Adams and Hayden Conner, those are 2 guys I'm going to be watching more than I think anyone else on this offensive line going into this season.
Well, you bring up Isaiah Adams, and I'm glad you did, because Yelda Froholt was asked about him as well yesterday.
I think Isaiah's done a tremendous job. I think he got thrown a little bit into the fire last year, and what better way than just to get tossed in there? It's the best, and make some mistakes and learn from it. So I think that him having those opportunities last year has made him such a better player this year. You see those reps live, full speed, with consequences. Then you all of a sudden learn a lot more than a non-consequential play in practice where you're like, oh, no, I give up a sack. But it's like if you give up a sack, you're like, I don't want to get Kyler hurt. Well, there's a lot more at stake, and I think those are the reps you learn from, because you really need to, okay, I need to push through this, or I need to look for this because there's dire consequences. So I think that, he's come out with confidence. He's a big, strong dude. It's nice being in there with him. He plays long, he's smart, he's good to communicate, he understands it. So it's been really good to see what Isaiah has been doing so far.
I love Yelda's delivery and the way that he kind of talks like this, and then all of a sudden, and then he's back to just being. I love his delivery and his cadence.
What was Beach's shirt the other day? Desert Viking, right? Wasn't that the shirt he wore in here for Yelda?
Yes. He like cracks himself up midway through it, and he gets all. And then he's just back to normal.
He's like, nobody else is laughing. All right, back to being serious.
Yes, Isaiah Adams has gotten stronger, Basinonians, because he tried to get stronger, and he knew that he had to get stronger. He's gotten stronger as a football player. And last year in training camp, you could see immediately, I've talked about it before, but he would get bold.
Yeah.
And he needed to get stronger.
You said that early in the season last year.
That's exactly what I think he has done. We'll have to wait and see. But based on the last 5 games that he started last year, I think Isaiah Adams has got a great shot of being the starter coming out of training camp.
If we did a list of, 10 players that could swing the Cardinals season that were like pivotal players, he'd have to be on there, wouldn't he?
He would
have
be.
to. I know he'd be on mine.
Yeah.
I don't know where he'd be. We'd have to make the list. I don't know that he would be top 5, but he's going to be on that list because it's, he's probably going to be your starting guard. And if he isn't, then what are you doing at guard? Is it Hayden Connor? Are you scrambling? I will continue to believe that the reason they didn't seem to prioritize that position in free agency is because they believe Isaiah Adams is going to get there. And we talked to Tip Ryman last week, who's really good friends with him going all the way back to college. And he was like, look, going into year 2, things are going to open up for him as well. So if Isaiah Adams has a really good second year, that's going to be huge for this team.
If Isaiah Adams is as physical as I think he's going to be, because remember, Tip Ryman also, as a rookie, told us that Isaiah Adams and they were like, hey, let's go hammer people.
They would run around and smash
together.
people together.
They were really big in Illinois in terms of trying to hammer somebody and drive them into the ground. It's one of the things they were known for. Having said that, right now, I expect, how many year 2 guys, to your point, that can you look at and say, hey, Max Melton, how much better are you going to be? Can I ask you that? Darius Robinson, can I talk to you for a minute? How much better are you going to be in year 2 than you were year 1? How much better is an Isaiah Adams going? Hey, Tip Ryman, how much? There are so many guys. Trey Benson, there are so many guys that this team has going into year 2 that were contributors last year. This is one of the reasons why Monty Ossenfort has been a slam dunk so far.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I am concerned, in the first 2 drafts, the evidence is there. This guy knows what he's doing. He and his staff know what they're doing because of the players that they are drafting 2 years ago, and then, of course, last year, and now this year. Interesting.
Okay, I got a producer question for you.
Okay.
All right. So, you've got the list of players that are going into year 2, and you want them all to make the jump. But what if I could guarantee you one of these 3 guys makes the jump? Okay. And
just one, not all 3.
And Marv's not on the list. Obviously, Marv would be the first. So I'm going to give you 3 names, okay? And I can tell you right now, one of them will definitely make the jump if you pick them. Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Isaiah Adams.
Why did you do that to me? You know what?
That reaction right there.
Okay. I'm going to say we got a lot of other defensive options.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with the offensive option.
Yeah.
And say, if you told me it was going to be Isaiah Adams who made the biggest jump, give me the baton because I love a parade.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Parade time. I can't believe I'm saying this, Wolf, but I'm 100% there with you. It'd be a lot of fun to see Darius Robinson take that next step. And the good news for the Cardinals is all 3 of those guys could take that next step.
Hopefully they will.
But I think you need Isaiah. I think it would be more of a game changer if Isaiah Adams did it, even if it wasn't as obvious. Like if Darius Robinson takes that next jump, it's going to be like a wrecking ball let loose on your defensive line. But if Isaiah Adams takes that next step, it just opens up a lot for your offense. He's one of the few, that position's one of the few question marks on offense. All right, when we come back over to basketball, what trade scenarios that are floating around out there do you like for Kevin Durant? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We get around July 4th, July 9th, a month from now, and we're still here in the standings. It's not going to happen. Then you can sit up and say, hey, they're 6 games back. They've got 4 teams in front of them. It ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
But that's still a month. It's just, what are they going to do in the month before they get there?
6 games back with 4 teams to fall apart? Like, you got to play better than 4 teams? And all those teams have an advantage on you? Like, that becomes very, very difficult. So that's where I start to worry about their ability to get ahead of this thing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, right now through November, all the way through November, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. All you got to do, Basinonians, is text shoes to 620-620. Man, can I tell you, All Pro Shade Concepts, they came out to the Wolfley compound and they advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were. And I can tell you right now, it's still one of the best things that we've done to the compound. They are the experts in their industry. And I want you to know right now that they care about our service members as well. Now through November, once again, they will donate. All you've got to do is text shoes to 620-620 for Shoes for Soldiers. Text shoes to 620-620.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are enjoying a day off after sweeping the Seattle Mariners. The Snakes start a crucial 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tomorrow at Chase Field. A couple of former Arizona Wildcats had big nights last night in Game 3 of the NBA Finals as the Pacers took a 2-1 series lead over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Benedict Mathurin had a game-high 27 points, and TJ McConnell added 5 steals. Game 4 of the series is tomorrow in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
Wolf, we fell into the trap during that break. It's 1:30.
Yeah.
You started talking about food. I started talking about food.
I know.
Bear walked in here. He started talking about food. Not Andre Tourney. Cody Bear. Not that. There's
right,
2 bears.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
the bear.
Now all I'm thinking about is food. But here's a distraction.
I am thinking about some cottage cheese and broccoli as well. With some hot sauce over it.
Now I'm thinking about food. How did you come up with that combination?
I'm just saying. It's good. It's good for you, and it's good. Try
cottage
it.
Cheese and broccoli.
Before you knock it, try it, basically.
Okay, I have a question, though. Is it like raw broccoli, or are you cooking the broccoli?
Yeah, it's raw.
Okay, raw broccoli, cottage cheese, and hot sauce.
You need something crunchy. And the cottage cheese is a little soft, okay? But it absorbs the Frank's hot sauce very well.
I can get on board with the hot sauce, so you don't have to convince me about the hot sauce. There's a story up. There's a billion stories about Kevin Durant, which is I find interesting, Wolf. All these places are like, don't expect much for Kevin Durant. You know, you're not going to get anything for Kevin Durant. And then like 90% of the basketball stories out there on the internet right now are about Kevin Durant potential trades. I see more Kevin Durant stuff than I see NBA Finals stuff. Even on TV, I see more Kevin Durant stuff. There's a story on ESPN, 5 potential deals for the Phoenix Suns star.
Okay. Can I just say this? The first thing I want to interject right now, and I know you've got your thoughts. You've got your thought.
I actually don't, so I'm glad you're interjecting.
Can I just say right now, this makes me feel like Kevin Durant is taking over all of these sports shows that we're seeing on television. They're taking over a lot of these networks because of Kevin Durant and the popularity of Kevin Durant and the possibility of him being involved in another trade going forward.
Yeah.
It is a big deal. It's the lead story right now. Why do I love this? Because it's better for the Suns that Giannis Antetokounmpo is not actually the guy that is out there. And this tells me maybe there might be a little bit more teeth to the latest story and the rumor that is out there that Giannis wants to stay right where he is.
Well, and if Giannis wants to stay where he is, trade value for KD skyrockets.
Correct.
Now, really, it should still be high anyway. Even if you value Giannis more,
high but not desperately high.
Yeah, until Giannis gets traded, and then all these other teams that think they're getting him all of a sudden can't get him, and they need KD. That's why it's interesting what Gambo was reporting yesterday. He's been saying this for a while, that you can expect a KD trade closer to the draft, not like months and months away now, like maybe less than 2 weeks away. This is Bill Simmons on his podcast last week. I got a few of these cuts I want to play, but this is Bill Simmons talking about the potential of a trade, Kevin Durant to the Spurs.
I wouldn't be surprised if KD to the Spurs is done already, and they just haven't announced it. Like it's basically they've agreed on specifics, and they'll just announce it the week of the draft. Don't aggregate that. I have no inside info. It just feels goes back to the Giannis thing. I think they're just going to trade for KD and it'll cost a lot less. They'll be able to be really competitive and maybe even go a couple rounds in the playoffs, but they're also going to keep the number 2 pick and do it that way. Would be my prediction.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I
thought he said, don't aggregate that, and then don't at me. I thought he was going to throw that in as well.
Don't at me. At Wolf instead.
That's right.
The Spurs deal, it makes sense. Now, so I'm referencing back with that ESPN article, though, and on the Spurs they have the Spurs on here as one of the 5 potential trade scenarios. This is where it doesn't make sense to me, okay? And this is where I'm taking all these stories that are out there at face value, I guess, or, whatever, with a little trepidation, because it feels like they're mostly written by how they would benefit the other team. The trade offer they have out there is the Spurs get KD, the Suns get Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, and the Spurs first-round pick, but not the good one this year. So I'm trading Kevin Durant away, and I'm getting Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, and what is that, the 14th pick in the draft? Is that enough for Kevin Durant? I mean, because then they write up why it makes sense, but all of why it makes sense is for the Spurs.
Yes. Is it enough? Well, first of all, any move, any trade that involves Kevin Durant is going to have an extension attached to that. If you're going to get real value, any real value for Kevin Durant, teams are going to make that trade with the guarantee that he's going to extend with that team. Don't you believe that's the case?
Yes, yeah.
Like, there's no way in the world that you're just going to get a rental.
You're not renting Kevin Durant. It would be ridiculous.
You're not going to do that. So because of that, I think the value of this does go up, and I don't think there's enough value there.
No, I mean, so that's the 14th pick in the draft. The Spurs also have the 2nd pick, and this is what I was kind of raging on earlier, but I'll continue down this path. San Antonio, if you give them Kevin Durant, has Kevin Durant, Victor Wembanyama, De'Aaron Fox, right? Okay, they have that already. Now, they also have Castle, and they have the 2025 number 2 overall pick, in addition to having the 14th pick and Devin Vassell and all these other guys. If I'm trading them Kevin Durant, I'm asking for Castle or the number 2 overall pick. I just am. And if they counter with, like, no, that's ridiculous, then I'll call a different team.
Yeah.
Because even if you give me the number 2 overall pick, you're going to have Castle, Durant, Wembanyama, De'Aaron Fox, and the number 14 pick.
Yes.
That's plenty. You're a better team with that trade if you're San Antonio. Or give me Castle. You can give the number 2 pick. I don't care. You can pick which of those 2 assets you're giving me.
And once again, I just love the way this whole offseason is trending right now. If this is going to be really key for Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns. If, in fact, Giannis does want to stay in Milwaukee and he's not going to jump into the trade market that is out there right now, this is going to be so good. Because I don't think the postseason, I don't think the playoffs in the NBA could have gone much better for the Phoenix Suns and for the possibility of trading Kevin Durant than what has happened.
Yeah.
When you think of the Houston Rockets and disappointingly how they got knocked out, when you think of not San Antonio, but the Minnesota Timberwolves, when you think of them and their disappointment as well, and the New York Knicks, when you think of them, I just think it really went well in terms of leverage for the Phoenix Suns and the Kevin Durant deal that is out there. I think the offseason, if in fact Giannis, he's the passepartout, my brothers. If in fact Giannis is out, if in fact he wants to stay in Milwaukee, man, this could be the best offseason the Suns possibly could have had, minus winning the championship themselves.
Here's a cut from Shams. This is from NBA Today, and it's from today. Said there is traction for Kevin Durant trade scenarios now.
There is traction on Kevin Durant trade scenarios, and there are some teams that are motivated to get a deal done sooner rather than later. And so we'll see. Will something happen here before the NBA draft? Does this linger into June 25th, 26th, or closer to that NBA draft period? But those are the 5 teams where the Suns are most focused at. There are some wild card suitors as well, but what this could end up coming down to is he's on an expiring contract upwards of $50 million. So is this all going to be contingent on him accepting a long-term deal? Will there be a team that simply swings for him, gets him in the mix, and just sees, can we make it to the finals? How deep can we go? I've been saying it for the last several months. Which team believes they're a Kevin Durant away from winning a championship? That's what this could come down to.
I just don't see it, a one-year contract where suddenly a team's going to give up anything of real value to the Phoenix Suns for a one-year deal.
I don't think KD wants to do a one-year deal either. I mean, he's kind of made it seem like he wants to, wherever he goes next is where he ultimately ends his career. I don't know. I mean, my worry here is that we're going to come out of this trade we're going to be underwhelmed with what the Suns got, and there's going to be 5 or 6 other teams looking to be like, oh, we could have beat that. I mean, let's say the Suns trade KD to the Knicks, let's say, okay? And you're San Antonio, and you're like, well, we were only willing to give up the 14th pick and Devin Vassell. Like, okay, well, maybe you should have given up the number 2 pick. Because what are the Suns? I'll just go back to this proposed trade on ESPN. What are you really getting if you're the Suns if you get Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, and the number 14 pick? You might come out of this with just Vassell. You're probably going to flip Harrison Barnes, and the number 14 pick in the draft is not guaranteed to ever even play. So
I'm with you on that.
That's not enough.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Especially when these teams have a lot more they can offer, and it doesn't even hurt their core. So that's why this is a big offseason for Brian Gregory. All right, when we come back, Wolf, Calais Campbell spoke in that room right over there today. And when Calais speaks, you listen. So we're going to listen next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. This is Darius Robinson.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective for you. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. I kid you not. I have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, Basinonians, and I can tell you it really is a game changer for you. Think about it. Socially, you're out and about. You want to laugh. You want to smile real nice for somebody. Make a good impression right there professionally as well. Personally, it's a game changer. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Dr. Joe has led Aria Dental Implant Center for over 20 years, and he is recognized on a world stage. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air. Hi everyone, I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey, that's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
You know, Wolf, just to follow that up, if the Suns traded for Devin Vassell, would we have to play Devin or Devin all of next season? I'm not sure I'm down.
Oh, 100%.
Devin
You
or
already
Devin.
know it.
That'd be pretty cool, right?
We are playing Kevin or Devin no matter what happens next year because when KD and Book play each other, if KD is traded, then we will be playing Kevin or Devin.
So either way, okay, so it's back. I'm still reading through that story, and Wolf, there are why it makes sense that trade with the Spurs that they proposed. There are 7 paragraphs, okay, and 6 of them are talking about what it does for the Spurs. And then there's one talking about what it does for the Suns, and it ends with, well, you know, moving Vassell would really open up a spot on the Spurs starting lineup for Kevin Durant. So it's really just 7 paragraphs about how it helps the Spurs, and the Suns get a decent player.
Yes, for the 14th pick, too, right?
Yeah, you get the 14th pick, which they're just going to use on Jace Richardson anyway. We all know that's already it's already a given.
Why do you say that? There
maybe
we
that's
go.
Why. Calais Campbell spoke today out here at mandatory minicamp, Wolf, and boy, he spoke a lot.
Before you actually play something,
yeah,
I can't wait to hear the condition of his voice.
Okay.
Yes, I can't wait to hear the condition of his voice. I haven't heard any of these cuts.
Okay, I haven't either.
Okay, good. So let's listen.
All right, how about he talked about the value of hearing advice from a fellow player compared to a coach.
Yeah, I mean, I think different people have different influences, right? And from a coaching standpoint, you know, they're supposed to be critics to a degree, trying to help you improve your game. So everything they kind of say has a little bit of you take it with a grain of salt. But as a player, as a teammate, you know, when they come to you, it's a little different perspective, you know, and you probably got to listen a little harder because they're not really supposed to be critics, you know, or we're not supposed to be critics. So I think it comes down to, you know, like, I mean, I remember being a young buck myself and Adrian Wilson, you know, giving me a hard time. You know, when I saw him at Patrick Peterson's, retirement ceremony, like I brought it up to him, like, yo, I mean, I don't even know, for him it was just one day of him being a leader, you know, he probably don't remember it. But for me, it was a big impact on my career because it's like, oh, dang. I mean, first of all, I had to be better, you know, and I got better because I wanted his respect and the other guys around, but also learned that in leadership, you know, you have to be willing to communicate to guys and help them along the way. And sometimes it's not always being the best friend. Sometimes it's being honest and direct and telling them what it is.
Okay, so it's been a good minicamp for Calais right there because honestly, his voice sounded great. Sounded great. Sounded like Calais right there. Not a problem. Sometimes when he starts yelling, it really gets gravelly.
Yeah.
It does. So he hasn't been doing a lot of yelling right now. Okay, that's all right. It's only minicamp. I understand that. But Ron Wolfley reporting the condition of Calais Campbell's voice.
My
is on point.
sources.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Has anybody ever sounded as big as they are the way Calais Campbell does?
Bad. I love listening to him. I really do. The point that he makes about A-Dub, really, really important right there. You just never know. You just never know. This is one of the reasons why, if you're going to be a leader, Basinonians, just be. Don't try to check boxes, because when you're trying to check boxes, okay, you're trying to actually say, well, I did that, and I'm going to check that box. And no, don't do that. If you want to truly be a leader, you've got to be who you are, period. It's kind of like legacy as well. People want to talk about controlling their legacy. You don't get to control your legacy. You don't.
Everybody's legacy would be great if you got to say what it is.
That's exactly right. Everyone else around you, they're the ones who say what your legacy is. Calais is just himself. A-Dub is just himself. Always has been. And it's one of the reasons why they're two of the best leaders I've been around.
Here's more from Calais. And again, Wolf and I haven't heard these because he was talking during our show. He talked about who Darius Robinson reminds him of.
It's kind of funny because D-Rob is, you could tell he's a guy who loves football, Just a little bit reminds me of myself, just a little bit. I was that happy-go-lucky kid, that all the vets, teased because I was talking too much, but he's just a guy that comes in the building with great energy and is just happy to be here. And that's a joy to see because I love this game. Very few people love it the way I love it. And so you can see somebody else that loves it like I do. It's kind of cool. And, it's definitely a guy I'm going to pour into as much as possible. And the sky's the limit for him. He can be as good as he wants to be.
I don't think there has been a scouting report that was more wrong in the history of the National Football League than the scouting report on Calais Campbell when he came out of Miami. I'm just saying.
And what was that scouting report again?
He didn't have a motor. He did not have a motor.
What year is this for him in the NFL? 18?
And just listening to him 18 years, do you have any idea, especially as a defensive lineman, the beating he has taken over the course of 18 years? Now, he's delivered an awful lot of
how much
beatings.
has he delivered in that time?
He's definitely delivered a lot of beatings as well, but his body has been decimated. 18 years of playing in the trenches, and yet he's still playing. Why, brothers? Why? He loves the game. Speaks to him.
It's crazy in some ways to see him back here on the Cardinals when you consider his last game with the Cardinals was before Kyler Murray ever even got here, and he's back, and he's been productive all those years he was gone too. But he did today talk about why he thinks this team is special.
Every team has high aspirations going into the season, and this team's no different, and I go out there and I see us throwing the ball around and playing a little football and I say, okay, we look pretty good, and, I think that everything is on the table for us, right? Obviously it's a lot of work. You got to, do everything you're supposed to do, between now and training camp, and then training camp, everything has to come together. But this team is special. I believe it has all the tools to make a run, and I think it'd be a great story, being here, coming back, it would be an incredible story. So obviously we all have dreams, and we'll see if it comes to fruition or not. But I'm eager for the opportunity.
If this was the first year of the rebuild, there's no way in the world Calais Campbell would say that. Yeah. I can say that with certitude.
Yeah, he would just would say something else.
Something else.
I don't know how the question was posed to him, but there's other things you can say.
There are a lot of other things you could say right there. Like, listen, our goal is just getting better.
Yeah.
We're trying to establish a culture right now. We have to get better. We've got to build it from the foundation up. We've got everything about that, as opposed to this is going to be a special year, and this team is special.
Yeah.
He believes it. And you know what? Guys inside that locker room believe it. And why wouldn't they? I ask you that question. Why wouldn't they? And I'm not asking you, social media tough guy.
Just picturing some guy out there typing
oh,
not me. Hold on. Look, this is the first time in a few years, Wolf, where I feel like we're going to go into this camp and we're going to go into this season, and who knows what the ceiling is for this team. For me, I believe that because of their defense. Who knows what the ceiling is for this team? A lot of the recent years, we've kind of known where it was going to cap, at the highest. But this year, I think it is pretty open. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick, Jamal back at the studio. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure. If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinals wrapped up mandatory minicamp today as the offseason continues to roll on. News from camp is an injury update regarding rookie cornerback Will Johnson. Coach Jonathan Gannon said today that he was dealing with a little bit of a tight hamstring, but he does not expect it to hinder him when camp approaches. He expects him to be good to go for that. You can read the latest on the Cardinals right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. Per the New York Post's Joel Sherman, Anthony DeSclafani is opting out of his contract with the New York Yankees, and he's reportedly joining the Arizona Diamondbacks. The veteran right-hander had been making starts for New York's AAA team, his latest start being on June 10th. He has not pitched in the major leagues since 2023. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, Florida looks to take a stranglehold of the series in Game 4 tonight. They currently lead 2-1 over the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drop from Sunrise, Florida is at 5. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Thursday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not a lot, my friend. How we doing over there? We good?
Good. Yeah, good.
Right.
Thursday already. Thursday.
I know. It's week's flown by, right?
It's the whole year's flying by.
It's very true.
But almost half the year's over.
We were looking at the calendar yesterday during one of the commercial breaks, and the summer vacation season is about to begin.
I know.
There's a stretch there where you and I go a long time where we're not going to see much of each other.
Like 6 weeks,
well,
right?
Because we've been, and not to pat ourselves on the back, but we're going to pat ourselves on the back. We make it a priority to make sure one of us are always here. Like that's a big deal to us, and I think it's starting to be a big deal to some of the other shows as well. We just want to make sure one of us are always on the air, and it's not two fill-ins. And we've been like that for the 13 years we've been together. So yeah, because you've got a lot of vacation time, and I've got a lot of vacation time. We're going through a stretch but this is not that week. Next week is not that week, and we've got a lot of important things to talk about. So let's weigh in on our top story today on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
I appreciate you asking the question. I know you have to ask it. But as you know, when it comes to contract negotiations, player contracts and so forth, we don't discuss those. But it's something that in terms of our team and so forth, we're always talking about building our team.
It's Brian Gregory, general manager of the Phoenix Suns, on Tuesday at the Jordan Ott intro press conference. Asked a question about KD, politely declining to answer a question about Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's future and the trade possibilities are our top story of the day. What do you know? I don't know how else to set this up other than to say, what do you know, Gambo?
I will start with this. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
Dun, dun, dun.
Good night, everybody.
Dun, dun, dun. Next week, huh?
Wait, that's it?
No, you can't leave.
Oh, I can't.
No, look, seriously, I know that you walk on water around here, but you cannot walk out after 3 minutes and 49 seconds. You're not that special, all right? Cool your jets.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week. Now, there's a lot of stuff out there. Some of it's accurate. A lot of it is not accurate. But I do expect that we've said it all along. He's going to be traded by the draft. Outside shot, something happens sooner, but I'm going to say that next week, my expectations are Kevin Durant is traded.
That is sooner. The draft is 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Yes, 2 weeks.
Next week is a week before the draft. Well, when I was assuming the week of the draft, I was even
up to the day of the draft,
having even slight guilt about being on vacation the week of the NBA draft. The fact that it might happen, to me, a week before, if next week is potentially the week, I think that's significantly before. The NBA Finals might still be going on if that's the case, right?
Yeah.
That's 2 weeks from yesterday is the first round of the NBA draft, so that is getting this thing done in kind of a neat and tidy fashion, I think, if you're the Phoenix Suns.
There are 6 teams that we know of that have been talked about that have that we believe that there are discussions going on between Kevin Durant's people and the Suns and these teams. And those teams are the Spurs and the Rockets, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Toronto Raptors, and the Los Angeles Clippers. Now, it could be another wild card or two, right? There could be another couple wild card teams. I've said that. Other people have said that. I think Sham said that yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Could be a couple of other teams that are trying to get into the mix in 3-team deals and 4-team deals. There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant. For everybody that was concerned that his age might cause that to happen, there is no shortage of suitors. There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant, and I do believe his preferred destinations are the Texas teams.
San Antonio and Houston.
I believe that's where he prefers to go, is San Antonio and Houston. But I want to talk about something as to why I don't think that KD holds all the leverage. We always talk about leverage when we talk about trades, right? Who has the leverage? Who does the player have the leverage? The team have the leverage? A lot of times the players have the leverage. I don't believe that there are teams out there that are unwilling to trade for Kevin Durant and not do the extension. A lot of talk has been on Toronto. Would Toronto do that?
Yes.
I think other teams would too.
Okay.
I think other teams would too. Let me explain why. Why. Kevin Durant has 1 year left on his deal. If a team trades for him, any of these teams we talked about, and he's like, hey, I really don't want to go there. It's a cold weather city, or I don't like it there. I really just want to go to Texas. The team trading for him retains Kevin Durant's bird rights. That team can offer Kevin Durant more money than anybody else. If Kevin Durant wants to leave after a year, okay, you're free to leave. But the only teams that could give him max type money are teams that would be under the cap. Now, the cap will reset in a year, but it's usually your Utah Jazz, your Brooklyn Nets, your Washington Wizards, those type of teams that are under the cap.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it doesn't mean you can't get under the cap. There are probably good teams that could get under the cap if Durant's a free
If they wanted to make a run at
agency.
Kevin Durant, yeah.
Right, but not everybody is. So you're going to look at next year, who's under the cap. That's where Kevin Durant could go for max money, whoever's under the cap. If Kevin Durant said, you know what, screw it, I don't want to be here, and I'm not going to go sign with one of those teams, your option is basically the mid-level exception for $16 million with another team. I want to go to the Spurs. I want to go to the Rock. I want to go here. Okay, they're over the cap. They can offer, like some of these teams could offer you a mid-level. Now you might say, screw it. I've made $400 million.
Of course, you might very well say that.
I'm going to go where I want to go.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't care about the money. I've made $400 million. It doesn't matter to me. So that's where I think that KD loses some leverage, is that the team that trades for him has his bird rights. I think there are several teams that are interested in trading for Kevin Durant and not caring so much about I got to get an extension
It's
done.
interesting because ever since the Toronto option has come open and has been talked about, and we've talked about it on our shows, all the shows have talked about it for the last couple of days, my mind's just been racing with the possibilities of a team saying, to hell with it. We don't need to sign him to an extension. We're going to trade for you anyway. We're going to do it. And if there's enough of those teams that don't care about Kevin Durant's blessing, and if the Suns don't care about Kevin Durant's blessing, then that creates leverage for the Suns in its own separate little pool, right?
Yes.
Like here's 4 teams, and none of them give a darn about whether Kevin Durant wants to go there or not. They're going to trade for him anyway, and just hope
several.
that. That's exciting to me. All right, as excited as you can get about trading away an all-time great like Kevin Durant, it's exciting to me that there might be teams that we, haven't talked a lot about. There might be players we haven't talked a lot about, possibilities that we haven't talked a lot about, because we're not so worried about what does Kevin Durant want? Where does Kevin Durant want to go? And again, this isn't about Toronto or whether he wants to go to Toronto or not. This is just about teams saying, screw it. We don't care. We want you so bad, it doesn't matter to us, which is kind of similar to what Charles Barkley was saying when he was on with Bickley and Murata a couple of days ago.
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. That's the first thing. You make the best deal. I hear they're like working with him and whatever. I'm like, no, you don't work with him. You make the best deal for the team. So you make the best deal for the team because you got to start your rebuild. You make the best deal for KD. No matter, don't worry about his feelings. You make the best deal for yourself Because, some people going to take a chance with him, some people not. 'Cause he only got 1 year left on his deal, and he's 37 years old. Probably not going to get a lot, but somebody might be stupid and give you a lot. So you make the best deal for the Phoenix Suns.
That's kind of what you're talking about here.
I think
right?
they're going to make the best deal for the Phoenix Suns. I think Suns fans can rest assured that it's not Kevin Durant only wants to go here and that's it. He's got I only want to play for this team. That is not what is happening. That is not what is happening. There are teams, multiple teams, that would be willing to trade for Kevin Durant because, okay, you don't want to sign an extension with me now? Okay, we're going to trade for you. We're going to try to win with you. We'll try to win you over. That happened to Siakam in Indiana.
Sure.
Indiana traded for Pascal Siakam. They gave him half a year to win him over. And he said, you know what? I like it here.
I kind of like it here.
I kind of like it here. I like these guys. You could trade for Kevin Durant, see how it plays out. At the end of the year, we have your bird rights. Nobody can pay you more. So if money isn't it, nobody can pay you more than us.
So if money is what you want, you're not going to make any more than you will here.
And if you want to leave as a free agent, you could look at the teams that are under the cap. You could sign for big money with them, but do you really want to go to any of those teams? So I think that the Suns are in a pretty good shape.
Next
pretty
week.
Good. I'm expecting it'll be next week.
Very, very
You're not on vacation, are you?
No, I already covered this. I'm not on vacation.
Okay, not on vacation.
No,
you're on vacation?
You're on vacation next week? It's just peace out, bro.
There will be no basketball on my mind next week.
See you later, man. Because the rest of us don't vacation like you do. The rest of us are just peace out, man. See ya. I'll talk to you when I get back.
Yeah.
Asta. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com. Your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the D-backs and the Padres on Father's Day. Also, a special Father's Day gift bag to make the whole event even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball and gear and great memories. When we come back, of the 5 most notable landing spots for Kevin Durant, who do we like the most? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn bedding summer sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
Let's not cut Shams off. Let's play all of that.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO, Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak. The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, this is ongoing interest, and I think this is the focus right now. It's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks. I do expect potentially some wild card teams to get in the mix as well, because listen, this is Kevin Durant. For him to be on the market, he's the biggest domino right now that's fully available on the market, and last season we saw his play.
What?
I'm sorry. Who were the 5 teams he mentioned?
He mentioned the Spurs.
Okay, that's correct.
The Rockets.
Correct.
The Heat.
Correct.
The Timberwolves. And the Knicks.
Correct. Incorrect.
Yeah, he mentioned the Knicks. Although there was a report yesterday that the Knicks were not in.
The Knicks are not in.
Yeah, there was that report from Stefan Bondi, who's the beat writer for the New York Post. Yes. And you said you were going to check on that. Yes, that was on yesterday's show, and where he had said that the Knicks don't have any interest. So,
and he's missing Toronto, and he's missing the Clippers.
I think they wanted KD as head coach of the Knicks, so it might have just been misconstrued.
You know what? Even he said no to that. Kevin's like,
Is that not crazy? Can we speak to? No. Like, did they not know what they were doing when they fired Tom Thibodeau?
It kind of gives you the impression they didn't have the first slightest clue what they were doing. What is that, 5 coaches?
You're going to go ask for Rick Pitino?
It got to the point where I think it was Sam Bloom or Sam Amick. I can't remember which. I think it was Sam Amick who went to like teams that the Knicks might ask for permission from just to see if they've asked. Hey, have the Knicks asked for Rick Carlisle? Have the Knicks asked for Steve Kerr? And they're like, no, they haven't.
Have they asked for permission to talk to Jordan Ott?
I know you just got there, but
we actually kind of like the guy.
5 coaches that they've asked for permission to speak to that are already employed, and all 5 their teams are like, yeah, no, you can't talk to him. Billy Donovan? Billy Donovan, really? He's fine, but really? Billy Donovan.
They could go back and go get an old coach, Hubie Brown, former Knicks coach. Still kicking?
Or Hubie Brown. Just called his last
name. Jeff Van Gundy?
He's 95 years old.
Look, it's clear that they weren't using the Joey Tribbiani strategy of,
hey, how you doing?
Very clear.
That's my strategy.
Very clear. Well, who used it better, you or Joey Tribbiani?
Who's he married to?
I would argue Joey Tribbiani. Well, Joey Tribbiani was a very popular actor back in the day. I would imagine he did just fine. I would imagine he did just fine back in the day. Anyway, that is not the purpose of this segment. Purpose of this segment is to basically say, for the most part, the teams that Shams put out there were the same as the teams that Gambo put out there, with the exception of the Knicks, which I think we kind of clarified yesterday.
You take one out and add 2.
And then you added the Clippers and you added Toronto to the list. And other than that, the lists are kind of the same.
There are a couple of wild cards that would be involved in 3 and 4 team trades that would not be one-on-one trades.
And he mentioned wild cards too. I don't know if that was in the cut or not.
There are a couple.
He had said wild cards, but for the most part, give or take, that's the list. Okay, and with on the, I don't even want to say on the fringes. There's a couple of debate over like, is it the Clippers? Is it the whomever? So, CBSSports.com ranked the 5. Now we're going to eliminate the Knicks off of this list. But they said, let's rank all 5 potential suitors from which team is least to most likely to acquire Kevin Durant this summer.
Okay.
They had the New York Knicks number 5. We're going to eliminate them because they're not on your list. And the beat writer yesterday said, no, they're not interested. Number 4 on the list is the Miami Heat, according to CBS Sports.
The Miami Heat have interest, but the Miami Heat, like most teams, like they usually do, probably give you lowball offers. I think the Miami Heat have interest in Kevin Durant. I think KD would be fine playing for Miami. I don't know. I think package-wise, they're going to have the toughest time coming up with the right package.
We're going to talk about this later. There were proposed packages, hypothetical packages that were presented on ESPN.com today. You read the article. I read the article. The Miami Heat proposed hypothetical was junk, man. It was junk.
I think
it was spare parts and garage sale leftovers, man. It's like, yeah, no, that doesn't move the needle here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and they tried to add Chris Bosh into the deal, and he's been retired for a number of years.
Yeah,
no, I don't.
I'm
just joking. I'm joking. I believe that team would have the least amount to offer to make for a good trade. But are they interested? Yes, they are interested.
Minnesota was number 3 on the list. And again, kind of playing off of the mutual admiration society between Kevin Durant and Anthony Edwards, and
Durant, Edwards, would Durant want to go to Minnesota? That you got to factor that in, but they're obviously, I don't think you could get McDaniels from the Timberwolves. So I think that would be out.
Nas Reed?
You kind of like Nas Reed.
I don't like the sound of your voice. Nas Reed? Come on, look, I like Nas Reed.
They've got plenty of players that you could trade for. I don't think that they would include McDaniels in the deal. But it's an interesting team because, that's one of those teams that I think Kevin Durant can really get that team over the hump. I do. I believe a Kevin Durant on that team could really help them a lot.
I mean, back-to-back Western Conference Finals, back-to-back failures in the Western Conference Finals. They're clearly a team that's close. They're clearly a team that's well coached. And, of course, the Anthony Edwards, Kevin Durant connection, going back all of those years is one that's just too strong to be ignored. Houston Rockets are number 2 on the list, according to CBS Sports.
Any deal with the Rockets is very likely to include Jabari Smith and Jalen Green. And you've got it, like, they're going to want to hold on to Eason. They're going to want to hold on to Şengün. They're going to want to hold on to their key core players and probably work out a deal around Green and Jabari Smith, which we've known for a long time that those would be the key players. The question really is the redundancy with Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Like that, again, I think the Suns are going to weigh a lot of offers and see what kind of offer clicks, but I think that Houston would kind of focus on. Now, I like Jabari Smith. I like him. And I like Jalen Green. He's different from Book, but it is a little redundancy with two guys that play the same position at that guard spot.
And, of course, as we've covered many times, and we're going to cover this again in a moment with the Spurs, there's always the opportunity to flip if you wanted to take the guy and turn this into a 3-team deal, a 4-team deal. If you got something that you thought was redundant from Houston or San Antonio and flip him somewhere else for something else at a different position. It's always just, you don't have to just be stuck with that trade and say, okay, that's it. We're not doing anything else. Number 1, and I think I just gave it away, is the San Antonio Spurs on the list, which just really, really, really feels like it's getting the lion's share of the attention right now. I mean, it's just a lot of people have been talking about the Spurs over the last 48 to 72 hours, give or take.
Think, listen, the Spurs have a lot of good pieces, right? Vassell, Sohan are good pieces, but again, like Vassell, I like Vassell, but how guard heavy do you want to be? Barnes might have to be included in that deal. Maybe it's the Keldon Johnson kid. Can you pry the number 2 pick away from them or Castle? Like if you did, that becomes a home run. Like, to me, if you could get the number 2 pick and you get the Harper kid out of Rutgers, like, okay, great. Or if you got Castle, great. If you can't get Castle and you can't get the number 2 pick, now, can they make a better offer than some of these other teams if they're not including Castle and then or the number 2 pick? That's the question you got to ask yourself is, can they put together a package that's, now, again, I think Vassal's a good player. I like him.
Ooh, you were doing so good.
Vassell.
Yeah, well, you mentioned his name 3 times earlier, and you said it right each time. You were doing so well. Baby steps with you, Gambo. We're working on it. We're working on it.
I just have to, if I speak slower, I could probably pronounce
Probably.
names right.
You are in a rush. This article is interesting. They do mention De'Aaron Fox. No, they're not trading De'Aaron Fox.
No.
That's not.
No.
Let's rule that out right now. They will
No, but
not
they've
be
got
trading De'Aaron
there are packages where you
they
can
got
get
guys. Sure.
good play. And I think that I believe that KD's preferred destinations are in Texas.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, an off day for the Arizona Diamondbacks, which is too bad coming off the sweep against the Mariners because it has us asking the question, did the Diamondbacks find what they need in that series sweep of the Mariners? And we'll explain coming up. Keep it right here on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
A D-back sweep of Seattle. Now a day off before they host 3 against San Diego at Chase Field. D-backs Padres Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The home of D-backs baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When you're talking about your money and you want to talk about your money, you want to talk with somebody when you want to be able to talk to somebody, right? You don't want to have to wait. You don't want to have to go through a bunch of menu options. You want to speak to a real live person. It could be at 3 o'clock in the morning. It could be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It could be whenever you want. And this is in part why banking with Global Credit Union is such an advantage. You will always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any question you have about your money. There are so many benefits that come with banking with Global Credit Unions. They offer everything a bank does, checking accounts, savings accounts, and loans. But because they answer to their membership, because they, in essence, answer to you and to me, I'm a member of Global Credit Union, they're just able to offer so much more than anybody else is, and that includes that commitment to customer service. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit is required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6814. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6814. 800-575-6814.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot. But you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinals wrapped up mandatory minicamp today as the offseason continues to roll on. News from camp is an injury update regarding rookie cornerback Will Johnson. Head coach Jonathan Gannon said that he was dealing with a little bit of a tight hamstring and that he is expected to be ready for training camp later this summer. You can read the latest on the Cardinals right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. Per the New York Post, Joel Sherman, Anthony DeSclafani is opting out of his contract with the New York Yankees and is reportedly joining the Arizona Diamondbacks. The veteran right-hander had been making starts for New York's AAA team, his latest being on June 10th. He has not pitched in the major leagues since 2023. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, Florida looks to take a stranglehold of the series in Game 4 tonight. Panthers currently lead the series 2-1 over the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drop from Sunrise, Florida is at 5. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks Padres, big series for the D-backs as they try to stay relevant. We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Huge series for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they try to stay relevant. They have struggled all year long against teams that are above 500. The San Diego Padres are certainly that. The Diamondbacks are kind of feeling themselves a little bit right now after that sweep against Seattle. But we're also kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. Something tells me that Justin Martinez news could be happening any day now, any moment now, right? Like it's just kind of, I think it's coming, you know?
It could be any moment. He was waiting on the second opinion, the last thing I checked, which was this morning. Just waiting on the second opinion. I don't think the news is going to be good. I'm not expecting it's going to be good. I know a lot of people at our organization are bracing for bad news, but don't want to, completely report it yet. But I will say that there are people that are bracing for bad news and that he is waiting on the second opinion. And once that comes in, we'll have the final determination on whether he's going up for Tommy John surgery. I think it's likely. I think it's likely. But I don't want to say 100%, but from what I've heard.
And maybe what little positive momentum has been gained by the Diamondbacks by sweeping the Seattle Mariners will be lost when we find out the bad news about Justin Martinez, if that's what it's going to be. Maybe this is just a blip, it's just a flash, and there's just been too many bad things for the Diamondbacks to overcome. And even though that there's plenty of time for them to overcome them, that they're just not built that way. And yet, and I want to give props to our colleague Dan Bickley because he wrote a column today that I've been thinking about all day long, and it's just been like stuck in my brain because I don't it really is. It's I think it's the highest compliment you can pay to a columnist or a writer. Like I've just been thinking about it all day because it brings up a really interesting. And I'm just going to read it because I don't know if I can put it into words better than Dan did when he wrote it.
Okay.
He wrote this: what if these untimely injuries have reduced the Diamondbacks to what they were in 2023? An upstart, defiant team that made an improbable run to the World Series. What if the injuries restored this team to its natural state with the vibe and soul that they were meant to possess all along? Remember, the pitching staff in 2023 was Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, and Brandon Pfaadt. It wasn't enough, but it was close. Then he talks about the resurgence of Alec Thomas. He talks about Shelby Miller being better than Paul Sewald. And ultimately, he concludes the column by writing this. They are underdogs once again. Maybe that's exactly what they needed.
Bickley wrote that?
Bickley wrote that.
That's pretty good.
He's a pretty good writer, that damn Bickley.
That's award-winning stuff right there.
I always like it when I read something that makes me think about things in a totally different way.
That's really good.
And I've never really thought about this, almost as if to say, hey, you got close a couple of years ago, you went and you spent big, and you moved yourself into this high-rent district of Corbin Burns and Eduardo Rodriguez.
Where you became a favorite.
Where you become a favorite. That's not who you are. That's not what you're about. That's not what defines your organization. Because in essence, and this is another point that he makes that I didn't read, the core of the team that made the run in 2023 has not gone anywhere and is still right here, right? Is still part of this organization.
Gabby Moreno.
Corbin Carroll.
Ketel
Marte, Zach Gallen,
Alec
Merrill
Thomas.
Kelly, Alec Thomas. Go right on down the list. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. I mean, it's still
Ryan Thompson,
in
Kevin
essence.
Gingle.
It's still in essence the exact, with a few tweaks on the, Christian Walker, okay, but Josh Naylor's holding his own. You've upgraded at third base to Eugenio Suarez.
Terrific article.
It's kind of, are they just now in their more comfortable state of, oh, yeah, we got to fight like hell for every win, as opposed to look at all this talent we've got and look at how great our rotation is. And look,
they might play the role of underdog a little bit better.
Yeah, that they just
doubt them, kick them to the curb, discredit them, discount them. Don't believe that they don't have a chance.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time before they're going to be out of it. They're going to be sellers at the deadline.
Yeah.
And they surprised you by sweeping 2 of the last 3 series they've played.
Kind of made you think too, huh?
I think it's a terrific
little
article.
Bit. It's just whether it works or not that way, I don't know. But I tell you what, it gives me a little bit of hope about the Diamondbacks, and that's been in short supply these last couple of weeks with how bad things have been. I know
if ASU struggles this year, can Bickley write the same thing about ASU? Right, Dan, write the same thing about the Devils if they struggle to lose a few games. They're better off as the underdog. It makes some sense. Listen, it's hard to count this team out. I'm not willing to do it yet. There is a point where I think they could fall too far behind with too many teams ahead of them. We're not there yet, but I'm like, okay, you sweep a series, you feel good, then you get swept, you feel terrible. You sweep a series, you feel good. We've talked about this. This team has to go win 8 out of 10, 9 out of 12, go do something like that and try to get past some of these teams that you're fighting with. The Padres series coming up is a huge one. It's a huge one. Now, to the point on Bickley's column, 2 of the biggest catalysts for this baseball team in the last few weeks have been Shelby Miller and Alec Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Not Josh Naylor. I mean, Naylor hit the grand slam. I don't want to discredit. He's been really good.
He's been pretty good as of
late.
But
like Alec Thomas has been great.
Yes.
Alec Thomas has been terrific for them. Shelby Miller, he's throwing the ball 95 miles an hour. His ERA is phenomenal. I think he's got a 2-point-something ERA. Is that what it is? I got to look at the numbers I wrote it down earlier in my email. For Shelby. Shelby's got a really good ERA.
Sub-3 ERA, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot of things are working out really well for them with some of these guys lately. But it does become you just do think it is a challenge. You don't have Corbin Burns going out there every 5th day. You don't have A.J. Puck right now. You don't have Justin Martinez right now. So there are some challenges with the roster.
Well, and I think the big challenges kind of lie in some of the things that we've talked about. And by the way, Shelby Miller's ERA is 1.63. Bravo to Shelby Miller.
What is it, 1.63?
1.63 ERA for Shelby Miller. And he's probably your closer, especially with the news that they're going to take it nice and slow with A.J. Puck whenever he comes back. Look, the key elements haven't changed. Part of the reason why they made that run 2 years ago, Zach Gallen was outstanding. Zach Gallen has yet to reach that threshold this year. Okay, so that needs to happen. Brandon Pfaadt, you got to hope that what happened his last time out is maybe him starting to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, and he can be a little bit more like he was early in the season. I think the wild card in some ways in all of this is Eduardo Rodriguez, because he's somebody you didn't have in 2023, and he's somebody you spent big on in 2024, thinking that he really lengthened and deepened your rotation. So far, he hasn't done that at all. His last time out against Seattle, even his last time before that against Cincinnati, was kind of closer to the version that you'd hoped he'd be. If he can be that, and Shelby can anchor the back end of that bullpen. Now, I'm still very concerned about getting to Shelby. We almost played the game yesterday of who do you trust, who do you not trust in the Diamondbacks bullpen. And
two guys.
There's like two guys down there that you can legitimately say, okay, I trust that guy.
Beeks,
Miller,
Shelby Miller,
and
Murillo. Not yet.
Not for me.
Okay.
Not for me.
Not
I'm
yet.
trying to remember who else. I think that was it. There might have been a fringy third.
No Ginkle, no Thompson.
Not right now.
Boone's Farm is. We got to wait on Boone's Farm.
We got to
wait on Boone's Farm.
Boone's Farm Bacchus. We have to wait on Boone's Farm.
We got to wait on Boone's Farm, but it looks good. Shelby Miller, 28 games, 27 2/3 innings pitched. You mentioned it. 1.63 ERA, 7 saves, 8 holds. He's been terrific. Shelby, for a guy that they signed to a minor league contract, he has been a terrific find.
Yes, he has.
By Mike Hazen. Just a sensational find, Shelby Miller. To the point where, like, sometimes with relievers, you're like, I don't want that guy. You got everything you could out of a guy. I don't want him back. I'd love to have Shelby Miller back next year.
Yeah, you just got to get it to him. You got to get it to him. And you got to have the arms to be able to get it to him. Now, maybe Andrew Sulfrank, who was also a huge part of that 2023 team, is fast-tracked and on his way back here lickety-split. And that wouldn't surprise me if 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, if he's in that bullpen as one of their lefties, especially because of the A.J. Puck thing and just not sure what you get out of lefties.
Sure.
But
with Mantiply failing.
Right. And Sulfrank, if you remember, gambling, been out for a year, suspended for a year, but they fast-tracked him to Reno. He's already pitched one outing there. I wouldn't be surprised as long as he does okay down there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back here in
take
2
very
weeks. No, I don't think that would take very long at all.
Wouldn't be surprised.
But again, big series coming up against the Padres, and the reason why, according to our friends over at Arizona Diamondbacks Stats and Info, the Arizona Diamondbacks 17-24 this year against teams with a 500 or better record. So you got to start making some hay. Yeah,
17-24
against teams with a 500.
It's going to have to be better than that.
Indeed. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, did we underestimate the Pacers? Well, of course we did. We'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
The Lund Mortgage team ready to help you right now. Refinance, new home loan, pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it all. You know, I'm very proud that a lot of the companies that I work with have been in the Valley for decades, and over 30 years of experience for the Lund Mortgage team. Dr. Jay Schwartz, 25 years here. Christian Brothers since 1976. Decades for asset preservation. JLC Roofing, 3 generations of family. I love the companies I work with. They've been in the Valley for such a long time. The Lund Mortgage team is a family-owned mortgage company. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund and Matt Oliver, they truly care about the people that they take care of and their clients. And they always make sure you get the right mortgage. Not everybody does that. A lot of mortgage companies, to them, it's all about the volume. And for the Lund Mortgage team, it's not about that. It's about making sure they get you the right mortgage so you have a great experience, because down the road you may use them again or you may recommend them. If you're looking to get pre-approved for a mortgage, right now they do it for free. They get you pre-approved for free. So if you're a renter and you're thinking about owning a home, call the Lund Mortgage team, 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Mitch is here. He's got today's poll question, social poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. In addition to all the other ways you can listen to the Burns and Gambo show, you can listen to us in your car, on your smart speaker, the ArizonaSports.com, the Arizona Sports app. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on said app or website.
Yep.
Basically,
every day
Burns. Every day you get what?
Every day I get somebody. Here's the new one. Been watching AZ Sports on YouTube the past couple days. Somebody get Gambo a fidget spinner on a paper clip to play with, or a paper clip delay. I can't help the issues that I have. But every day, somebody, wants me to get help. I get it.
Got my stress ball.
Man, will that help?
I don't know. Let's see if it helps you not fidget around a little bit. Just sit there and
So we do this.
Yeah, just sit there and squeeze the stress ball.
But I would still rock.
How help? Well, then give it back, because I working with you, I need it. So give it back. Why do you think I carry this with me every time I come to work? Because sometimes I pull it out and go.
When you worked with Calvisi, did you have a stress ball?
That was only an hour-long show.
So no?
No, well, it was only an hour-long show. This is 4. Wow. It's a big difference. You do the math.
Wow.
Sorry, Mitch, for stepping on your time here.
No, this is actually your guys' time. I'm just here taking notes.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
I'm playing the role of therapist here on Burns and Gambo. No, I'm just kidding. I'm playing the role of poll presenter. And apologies if the phrasing is a little misleading, but we've gotten a better idea of what is most likely to come back in a potential Kevin Durant trade. It's going to be some draft picks, and it's going to be players on both ends of the spectrum, like guys with high upside or guys that are veterans that are just salary filler for the rest of the way. So which of the following is most appealing to you in a Kevin Durant deal? The draft picks, the high upside young guys, or the ready to win veterans?
High upside young guys.
Oh, me too.
High upside young guys.
High upside young guys.
But I tell you what, not mentioned in your poll, and this is not meant to be a knock on your poll because it's a good question. Getting under the apron is numero uno. It's number 1 with a bullet on my list. Get under those aprons. Do it.
The Suns will be under the apron.
Good.
There are a few things they're going to do
now.
Who's the other guy? I can't
Matt
pronounce
Tellem,
his name.
you mean?
No, the two players they got. They got to make
Cody
Martin and
Vasa
Misic.
Misic is gone. I can just say he's gone.
Okay.
Misic is gone.
We hardly knew him.
Yeah.
So you answer the same way I did. Young upside players.
Young upside players. Yes.
That's where the audience is too. 71% are intrigued by the high upside young guys that could come back. 21% intrigued by the draft picks that could be in a trade, and then just about 8% in favor of the ready-to-win veteran guys.
All right, Mitch, thank you for the poll question. We do appreciate that. Look at that. The Arizona guys coming up big in the NBA Finals last night.
Spin move inside. Nice fake. Lost it momentarily. Can't get it to fall. Rebound tip. Nimhard got it. Second opportunities. McConnell on the steal, and he backs it home. He's done it again. Mathurin fires away. Puts it in. Mathurin madness.
That's right. Bear down, Indiana. Bear down. Bear down, Pacers.
We had thought that last night's Game 3 of the NBA Finals would be the ultimate tell. Is this going to be a series, or is this just going to be an Oklahoma City coronation? Brother, this is a series. That was a fun game to watch last night.
Yeah, I want to publicly apologize to the Indiana Pacers, their team, their fan base, their ownership, and everything for always discounting this team and discrediting them. I'm actually rooting for you now. I hope you win the series. I really am. I'm rooting for the Indiana Pacers.
Remember Scott Van Pelt did exactly the same thing after Game 1. He was interviewing Tyrese Halliburton after the game. He's like, dude, I'm really sorry, man. I have not really been on your guys' train all year long. I apologize. I was really late to the party. My bad. You're also offering a similar mea culpa
Oklahoma
here?
City in 5. After they lost Game 1, they'll probably win the next 4. They won Game 2, and I'm like, okay, they'll probably win these 2. And this Indiana team plays with some heart, man. They play with some heart. And if they win this next game and go up 3-1, they're going to be in really good shape. There's nothing negative to say about them. Their bench is phenomenal.
Yep.
The trio of T.J. McConnell, Benedict Mathurin, the two U of A guys, and Obi Toppin and Nick's discard, they're outscoring the Thunder by 34 points per 100 possessions. 34 points per 100 possessions. Chet Holmgren, he's shooting 31% in the NBA Finals when he's defended by Miles Turner. He can't play against Miles Turner. Turner's kicking his ass. That's the guy that Monty wanted. He wanted Miles Turner for DeAndre
Ayton. I remember that, yeah.
T.J. McConnell, no bench player in the NBA Finals history has ever posted 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals in a single game. T.J. McConnell did it last night. And by the way, they're 8-0 when Caitlin Clark is in attendance.
They're 8-0 when Caitlin Clark is
Clark's there.
Yes. They were huge in the fourth quarter. They outscored OKC 32-18. The Pacers have not lost back-to-back games since March 8th and 10th. They're 5-0 after a loss so far this postseason. They're 9-1. We go on and on and on and on with all the platitudes about Indiana. They have been fantastic. And they didn't even, Tyrese Halliburton was good last night. He almost had a triple-double, but it wasn't like he was some elite player. SGA was not. He struggled. Chet Holmgren, as you mentioned, really struggled. And look, I don't think anyone means to say, at least I don't, like, oh, that's it, Indiana's going to win the series. I don't know if Indiana's going to win the series or not. I just know this series is going to be way more competitive than anybody thought. I don't know how this is going to end. Oklahoma City was down 2-1 to Denver, and they still won that series. The Thunder can very easily still win this series. They're still got, uber talent. But nobody thought this series was going to be very competitive. It was all just going to be a Thunder coronation. That, to me, is the revelation today. Okay, it's a series. Probably going 6, maybe going 7. Maybe Indiana goes up 3-1, and this thing ends even earlier than that. I'll tell you this, though. That Oklahoma City team is young, and they're on the road, and it's the NBA Finals. The pressure
in the fourth quarter.
The pressure on them not to go down 3-1 will make for a fascinating Game 4 on Friday night. They will be under so much pressure. What did they win? 68 games during the regular season? I think it was 68.
And now their backs are against the wall.
To go down 3-1 like that, their backs would be again. It's going to be really interesting to see how they respond on Friday.
I loved Benedict Mathurin at U of A. Absolutely loved him. 27 points off the bench for him. He was so good in that game. T.J. McConnell. Let me tell you, the Suns have tried to get T.J. McConnell for 5 years. They have tried to get T.J. McConnell forever, and you saw all the reasons why. But now, they're in control. Game 3 winners when the series is tied, win at an 80.5% clip. 80.5%.
Yeah, it's usually a tell game, right? And I, again, what I'm saying, I don't know for sure if Indiana's going to win this series. I'm aware of the math. I'm aware of the Game 3 math. I think I'm excited because it means we've got an interesting series, and I think a lot of people were afraid that it wasn't going to be an interesting series. But Chet Holmgren, I mean, that's, Oklahoma City, I understand he's a part of their future. Boy, there are some limitations to him, aren't there? He can be exposed in moments like this against certain types of players.
Sure.
And he was exposed last night.
I don't know what their answer is, because like the Pacers, and this goes back to the way the Suns were built the year they, made it to the finals. Like you win with stars. Like your star players. But sometimes your bench has to deliver for you. And last night, the bench really delivered. The bench has been delivering. Like you want to be deep. You want to not have to rely on your stars every single game. If the Pacers win, it's because Tyrese Halliburton is great, right? If Oklahoma City wins, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is great. But the Indiana Pacers bench has been a big factor in this series.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll circle back to the top story of the day and the news that Gambo had about the trade of Kevin Durant. We'll revisit that and talk about just how much of a return Kevin Durant is going to fetch. And what about some of those wild card teams? We'll talk about that too next on Burns and Gambo. Stay with us.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, the most comprehensive eye surgeon in the Valley. Nobody does it better than Dr. Jay Schwartz. I've been talking about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for like 25 years. I've been going to Dr. Jay Schwartz ever since I moved into the Valley and found out about him. I've been going there. When I first got to the Valley, I had like really bad dry eye. I get to this, I'm in a moist climate with a lot of rain. I move out here, it's dry. My eyes are killing me, just killing me. And Dr. Schwartz fixed it. He fixed my dry eye. I don't have dry eye anymore. Then years later, my vision was starting to go. It happens. You hit 40 and your vision starts to go south. Most people, that's what it happens. He said, LASIK surgery? Well, glasses. I go, I don't want glasses. Give me the LASIK surgery. Here I am, 15 years later, see great in the day, great at night, up close, far away, no issues. My eyesight's fantastic, thanks to Dr. Jay Schwartz. Over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed. He is the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for a free thorough eye exam at 480-483-EYES or go online at teameydoc.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. Mm-hmm. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 5-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinals wrapped up mandatory minicamp today as the offseason rolls on. News from camp is an injury update regarding rookie cornerback Will Johnson. Head coach Jonathan Gannon said that he was dealing with a little bit of a tight hamstring, but he is expected to be ready to go for training camp a couple of months from now. You can read the latest on the Cardinals right now on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. Per the New York Post's Joel Sherman, Anthony DeSclafani is opting out of his contract with the New York Yankees and is reportedly joining the Arizona Diamondbacks. The veteran right-hander had been making starts for the Yankees' AAA team, his latest being on June 10th. He has not pitched in the major leagues since 2023. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, Florida looks to take a stranglehold of the series in Game 4 tonight. They currently lead 2-1 over Edmonton. Puck drop from Sunrise, Florida is at 5. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
Yeah, we are watching, all right, because now that Jordan Ott has been hired and introduced, we are obviously on to the next bit of business for the Phoenix Suns, and that business is trading Kevin Durant to somebody. If you were listening earlier in the show, this will be a brief kind of synopsis of what Gambo covered in the first segment. Then we're going to get into some of the things that Kevin O'Connor said about it on his podcast, because they spent a lot of time talking about Kevin Durant trades. But for those who weren't listening to us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, you believe that it's going to happen next week, likely to happen next week. I don't want to paint you in a corner, but it's likely to happen next week. And the big takeaway from our conversation earlier in the show was that Kevin Durant's leverage might not be all it's cracked up to be, and that the Suns might be preparing themselves to send him to a team that isn't necessarily a preferred Kevin Durant destination.
I truly believe the Suns, like what Barkley said when he was on with Bickley and Murata, I truly believe the Suns are going to make the best deal for them. I don't think it's a situation where Durant could say, I only want to go to team A, send me there, or I'm not going to. I don't think that's the situation. There are several teams that are interested in Durant regardless of what would happen with an extension. So I don't
Because that was long to believe to be his leverage.
That was the leverage.
I'm not going to come to you.
Right.
I'm not going to sign an extension with you. Don't trade for me.
Right.
Fine, we'll trade for you anyway, basically.
We'll trade for you anyway because we have your bird rights. Nobody can pay you more than we do. So you play with us for a year. We'll do everything we can to wine you and dine you. And in the end, we have your bird rights. Nobody else does. And if you say, okay, I don't want to play here, okay, you're a free agent. Who are you going to sign with? You want to sign with the Wizards? They got cap space. You want to go to the Nets? Again, they got cap space. How about the Jazz? You want to go play in Utah? Sure. There are a few teams that are under the cap. Now, that doesn't mean teams can't get under the cap to go sign Kevin Durant.
Of course.
But the amount of teams that will be under the cap after it resets next year are not a lot, and it's going to be the teams that you normally don't want to play for because it's usually the really bad teams.
And as you pointed out, too, that doesn't mean Kevin Durant can't go, you know what, I've made $500 million in my life. Fine.
Mid-level.
I'll go wherever I want to go for the mid-level. I'll do a Chris Paul, and just go play where I want to play.
There you go. So
and not worry
$16 million
about
bucks, and
yeah,
you can go play wherever you want.
He could do all that. I mean, he could. He could. But we've seen it countless times in the history of the NBA. A team trading for a player with the idea of he'll get here and he'll like it. He'll get here and he'll see. He'll get here and he'll understand. It happens all the time, and it's interesting to think that. And it's great. It's great that this is a possibility for the Suns because it widens the pool. It deepens the pool, right? It just throws more teams into the mix, more opportunity to play teams against each other for offers and opportunities and things like that. If it's just, hey, Kevin, we're going to trade you where you want to go, and he gives them a list of 2 teams, man, that sucks. That doesn't do the Suns any good at all. This just gives you a deeper pool to swim around in, which is absolutely awesome. Kevin O'Connor, noted NBA insider on Yahoo Sports. We're big fans. We've had him on our show. You've been on his show before. He had a podcast. It was mostly about Game 3 of the NBA Finals, but he also spoke about the Kevin Durant potential trade. He had special guest Dan Titus on the show with him. And he said, look, and this is music to my ears too, this ain't going to come cheap to whoever it is that acquires Kevin Durant.
I just don't think Minnesota's got the ammo for it. I just don't think they can get there with what Phoenix could likely get in return for KD because I don't think this is going to just be cheap. I don't think it's going to be cheap. And the thing that people often don't talk about, and Shams had this in his piece, he said there have been wild card suitors that have made inquiries for Kevin Durant. That's interesting for a handful of reasons.
He was really interested in the wild card team thing.
Okay.
Really interested
Kevin
in
Durant may have his list. And that list may matter to an extent because he could easily come out and say, I don't want to go to Golden State. That's what happened at the deadline, and the Golden State Warriors instead went for Jimmy Butler. But the Warriors had a backup plan. Like they had the option to go get Jimmy Butler. They had something else they could do. They could have also just said, screw it, we're trading for you anyway, whether you want to be here or not. Well, that's what these wild card suitors can do. They can trade for KD and make an over-the-top offer and outbid what Minnesota could put out there with the Knicks or the Heat, what those teams could offer. And so that's where I'm pretty obsessed with who are the teams that are actually going to step up out of nowhere and trade for Kevin Durant.
There are a couple of wild card teams that are interested in Durant, but have to do a 3-team trade to get there.
I'm laughing because if you're watching on YouTube, first of all, hi YouTube, nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it. Did you notice that little wry grin on Gambo's face? Right, like there. I was looking at you and you said it. And you kind of just had this little knowing sort of. Yeah, it's what you see when you're watching the YouTube video, right? Where there's just a little bit of a
he
grin.
knows something,
just a little bit. Like
he knows something,
like a little bit of okay. Now
sometimes you know what I know.
Of course, yeah. But I saw the smile. Even if I didn't know what you knew,
sometimes you know what I know.
I read people pretty well, and I would have seen that smile coming a mile away.
I'd go as far as to say that the wild card teams, are teams that have to pull other teams in to make a deal work.
Okay.
Like, hey, I'm interested in Kevin Durant, but I can't do a straight deal with you. So I have to do a deal with you that involves other teams. But let's see if we could talk about this, because maybe I have this guy that you don't want, but somebody else may want, and you may want somebody from their team.
I want to buy your house, but I have to sell mine first. I really have to get this done before I buy your house. So just
what was that? Contingent?
It's contingent on the offer. Yeah. So please just chill for a minute. Will you chill for a little while I try to sell my house? Because I really want to do a deal with you.
Yeah.
Now, some of the wild card teams he mentioned were interesting because they were kind of out there a little bit. Toronto, maybe not so much out there. He mentioned Toronto as a potential.
No, they're not out. They're one of the teams that is, currently, trying to trade for Kevin Durant.
To which Dan Titus kind of joked that would almost be like punishment for Kevin Durant to send him, if the Suns sent him to Toronto. One team he mentioned, and it wasn't on your list, and I don't know if there's anything to it or not. Kevin O'Connor, and I really like Kevin O'Connor a lot. I think he's really good at what he does.
Yeah, we talked earlier today, me and him.
He
the
mentioned the Pistons. Oh my God, he got so excited talking about the Pistons as a place that Kevin Durant could go.
Okay.
Like I'll play the cut because he was just giddy about it, man.
The last team that I have in mind for Kevin Durant falls into that boat as well. The Detroit Pistons. They can easily get to the money required to go get Kevin Durant. Tobias Harris and Fontecchio, his expiring $8 million salary, and then you waive a bunch of cap holds. Tim Hardaway, see you later. Dennis Schroeder, goodbye. You keep Malik Beasley. You trade Harris, Fontecchio, and some number of first-round picks, and go get Kevin Durant, and you pair him with Cade Cunningham, you pair him with Jaden Ivey coming back, and Jalen Duren, and Asar Thompson, and Ron Holland, and another year of experience under his belt, and Malik Beasley back. That team is damn good.
Now, I don't want to go I don't want to go planting seeds in bad soil. Okay, like I don't think he's going to end up in Detroit. He's not on your list. We haven't really talked about
the Pistons.
That today. But he was just so excited about the idea of Kevin Durant going to Detroit. And basically, his point was this. He said the Eastern Conference is so bad and so wide open that every Eastern Conference team, even remotely decent, should be putting in a call about Kevin Durant. Because the path to being, I mean, look at the Pacers. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals a year ago. They're in the NBA Finals now. Nobody thought they were that good, and yet here they are. The path to being really good in the East, especially with Jason Tatum out all next year, and that conference is it's wide open.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of these mystery teams is an Eastern Conference team. I wouldn't be surprised by that. You're right. The Eastern Conference is, again, I think that the easier path to make a trade is, with one of the teams that you're dealing with, and it's harder because once you start involving more teams, it becomes more difficult to do. But as I said earlier, there is no shortage of teams that are interested in Kevin Durant. This is not the what am I going to do to drive up the price? I can't do anything to drive up the price. The price is the price. I'm telling you, there are plenty of teams that want Kevin Durant. Plenty. They're not going to have a hard time trading Kevin Durant. There's going to be a lot of good offers on the table.
So where do some of the prominent names in the NBA want to see Kevin Durant play? You'll hear from some of the biggies next here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
You down with OTT?
What we're bringing in today is a hungry assistant coach that is now the head coach that has spent 12 years in the NBA prepping for this day. Introducing Jordan Ott as our new head basketball coach.
I'm honored to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Arrow.
Christian Brothers, AC Plumbing and Electric, ready to help you right now. It's hot. Your AC unit is going to work overtime every single day to keep you cool all year long. And when your AC unit hits the, starts to have some issues and problems, and you need to get it repaired, I want you to think about Christian Brothers. These hot temperatures bring many AC units to a halt. It's true. Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley for 48 years as a family-owned company. They take a lot of pride in having a lot of technicians available, A-rated technicians that can get to you quickly to fix your AC unit at a fair price. The last thing somebody wants to hear when their AC unit is out is that we'll be there tomorrow. What about tonight? What about me and my house? What about my animals, my dogs, my cats? What about my children? You're going to get to me tomorrow? Like, I needed you here an hour ago. Now, Christian Brothers can't get there an hour ago, but they take a lot of pride in getting to you the same day. They understand the importance of getting you up and running so that way you don't have to leave your house, go to a hotel, spend that money. So when it comes to repairing your AC unit, whether you want to repair or you just want a second opinion, call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Arizona Sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
Again, the list that Gambo provided earlier was mostly similar to what Sham said when he was on Pat McAfee's show yesterday. Spurs, yes. Rockets, yes. Heat, yes. Timberwolves, yes. Knicks, no. But we ruled out the Knicks. The Knicks were ruled out yesterday. Let's put it that way. The beat writer who covers the Knicks.
Yeah,
for the
and
New York
I had
Post
to check on that because I don't know if the beat writer's right or wrong. But I don't have the Knicks. I don't have the Knicks in on Kevin Durant.
So the Knicks, no. You've got the Clippers on the list.
Yes.
And Shams doesn't have the Clippers on the list. So
yes.
But other than that, it's 4 out of the 5. 4 out of 5.
Clippers are in on this. Clippers are in on it.
4 out of 5 NBA insiders agree on the teams the Phoenix Suns might trade.
What toothpaste do they recommend?
Exactly. What dental floss do they use? And now, boy, everybody's chiming in. Everybody's offering an opinion on who most needs Kevin Durant. What would the best fit be? Where would he go? Jay Williams today on Get Up loves the idea of Kevin Durant on the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I personally feel that the best fit is Minnesota. Number one,
it's like outlaws, right? It's like Tupac and Snoop on the album cover. I mean, that is Anthony Edwards and Kevin Durant. USA Basketball was an incredible time for them. You saw their bond continue to mature. Anthony Edwards does not call any player in the world his favorite player. He's one of the most competitive dudes you ever met. He'll call KD that. And Mark Lure, Alex Rodriguez, new ownership in Minnesota. If it's a year deal, I would sign KD to an extension because it helps Anthony Edwards get to the next level. He's a superstar, but Anthony Edwards can become a supernova if he has KD by his side.
Ooh, I love that line.
A supernova.
A superstar, but he could become a supernova if Kevin Durant
My
joins
father
the
once
Timberwolves.
owned a Chevy Nova back in the day.
It's not a complete non sequitur, but okay.
Something to do with supernova,
Has
I know.
nothing to do with
That's
anything, but okay, that's fine.
Sometimes you say something that makes me think it's something I just kind of say. Yeah, Anthony Edwards, Kevin Durant. Listen, Minnesota's having a hard time getting over the hump these last couple of years.
They are.
They might want to do something to shake it up a little bit.
They might.
Kevin Durant is still one of the premier players in the league. And you watch these games, you look at these teams that struggle. I even watched Oklahoma City last night struggle to get baskets in the fourth quarter. Struggle to get baskets. In the NBA playoffs, when things get tight and these defenses are allowed a lot more leeway than they were in the regular season, you want somebody that can make a basket from anywhere on the court at any time. And that's Kevin Durant. I mean, like it is. Say what you want, but like Kevin Durant with the ball, 5 seconds left on the shot clock, I might take him over anybody else. I might. Because Kevin Durant is still one of the greatest. He's one of the greatest scorers we've ever seen in our life.
He is one of the greatest offensive players in the history of the NBA.
Playoffs are different. We saw Houston struggle to get. What was Houston doing at the end of the games when we pounded to Şengün and let him try to do something?
Yeah, and
he's throwing up this and throwing up that, and you're like, you don't even know where the ball's going.
Like watching a baby giraffe try to run. I mean, it's like it was awkward just to watch Şengün.
Like that's your best option right there.
Yeah.
Like if I'm the Rockets, I'm like, you're not getting over the. I like your team. You don't have anybody that can score, but now unless Thompson develops into that, you don't have anybody that can score a big time basket at the end.
Yeah, and yet, I want to play a few more of these because I got Magic Johnson, I got Stephen A. But I'm going to cut ahead to Kendrick Perkins, who was on NBA Today and said he wouldn't give up the house for Kevin Durant. And here's the reason why.
If I'm a team and I'm trying to get Kevin Durant, I would approach with caution. I would not give up the house to bring in Kevin Durant. I'm sorry, Kevin Durant is an all-time great. Kevin Durant is the greatest scorer that I've ever seen with my own two eyes. But over the past few years, Kevin Durant is not a needle mover. He's not moving the needle. He is not moving. We could go how we want to go, but history is telling us from his Brooklyn stint to now his Phoenix stint, we thought that these were championship caliber teams.
I don't know. They're going to toe away.
And look, while I would agree he's one of the best offensive players we've ever seen, and he's still one of the best offensive players in the NBA, there is part of me that very much agrees with Kendrick Perkins about is he still a put you over the top guy, or have those years gone by the wayside for Kevin Durant? I don't know if he's a put you over the top guy anymore.
I truly, truly believe that the answer is yes and no. On what team? On what team is he on?
Depends on what team that he's...
If he's on a team, you put him on the Rockets, and you've still got Dylan Brooks, and you still got Fred VanVleet, and you still got Thompson and Şengün, I think he puts him over the top.
Okay.
Other teams, it might be a little bit different. Like I think you could put Minnesota over the top, depending on what they give up. If they're able to hold on to Ant and they're able to hold on to McDaniels, I think if you're putting Kevin Durant on a team that has leadership and defensive prowess, like multiple defensive players, I think he could put that team over the top. You want to put him on the Knicks with Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson, and they gave up like Mikal or OG Anunoby? Doesn't put him over the top. You're going to take out one of your premier defensive players in Mikal or an OG for Durant. Brunson can't guard anybody. Towns is terrible defensively. Okay. KD's not as good defense. No, he can't put the Knicks over the top. I think there are teams. Put him with Wembanyama. Watch how far that team goes. Put him with Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox and Kaz. Like that team's that team's very capable of going far.
I understand. I actually agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think you're right. I think there's distinctions to this, and maybe it's not this blanket statement that I made it out to be. I guess I just, like a lot of Suns fans, I felt like he was a put-you-over-the-top guy the minute the Suns got him. And yeah, that Suns team was very flawed when they got him. In retrospect, it's easy to look back on it now and look at how they gutted themselves to get him and what they gave up and how they lost their identity, et cetera, et cetera. I get all that. And maybe if another team doesn't have to give up everything the Suns had to give up back in the day to get Kevin Durant, they can still maintain their identity while adding him. I guess I just feel so disillusioned about Kevin Durant's ability to be the guy who puts you over the top, because I really thought he was going to put the Suns over the top, and they didn't. They did better without him. You know, they got further without him.
They gave up too much together.
I know. That's just what I said. Yeah,
that's it. They just didn't have any good defensive players, and they, like we said 100 times, you got to score a lot of points to win basketball games, and it just didn't happen.
All right, so here's Magic Johnson talking about the Knicks needing Kevin Durant.
I like him if he could come here to New York for the Knicks. Brunson needs help, and he needs help in the fourth quarter. See, he gonna get you there. But then Indiana loaded up against them, and everybody else couldn't deliver. So they need a guy like Kevin Durant who could say, okay, Brunson, you get us there, but I'm going to take us home. It reminds me of Shaq and Kobe. Hey, Shaq, you get me to the fourth. Kobe said, I got it. I'm going to take us home, right? And so you need a person like Kevin Durant.
If you're in New York, who are you getting rid of?
Molly, let me just say this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kevin and Brunson, and then you have Robinson stay at center. Wow. Because that's all you need.
Stephen A. said Detroit. Everyone's all over the map with what team they think should. You know, we played the Kevin O'Connor sound in the last segment. There's been talk about Houston. There's been talk about San Antonio. There's been talk about, you mentioned the Miami Heat. Hell, you even brought up the LA Clippers as a potential landing spot for Kevin Durant. But everyone seems to be kind of split on where he would best served to go. What team would benefit the most from him?
Yeah, what you're going to see likely over the next few days is teams are making offers, and you go through the offers, and you could even go to the team that's got the third or fourth best offer and say, your offer's not good enough. Do you want to change it? Yes or no? And see if they change it.
See if they up it?
Yeah. You could do that. You could, hey, you go to Miami. Your offer's not good enough right now. I'm just telling you your offer's not good enough. We're probably going to go another direction. Do you want to change your offer? Yes or no? Because the offer you have right now, if you want him, that offer's not going to get it done. But that's probably what you do. You go through because there's so many teams that are interested in Durant.
Fantastic.
You could just
bring it.
Go to those teams and say it's not good enough. You want to make a change.
Leverage this thing to the hilt. If you are the Phoenix Suns. When we come back, the Arizona Diamondbacks still a long ways away from the trade deadline. But that is not stopping people from talking about what the Diamondbacks could do at the deadline, because unfortunately, they have a lot of things that people would be interested in. And we'll talk about that next here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Was Devin Booker the leader of the bubble Suns? That was the last time that there wasn't any question on who the leader of the Suns was.
The shot that he made over Kawhi and the Clippers,
and then Chris Paul, you throw him into the mix. Chris Paul's been the undoubted leader of every team he's ever been on.
Yep.
And I think Devin Booker took a back seat. That worked out. I think he was just in that mindset to take the back seat to these all-time greats, and it worked once, and it didn't work
That's exactly it. He took the back seat, and he never got in the front seat again when KD got here.
Yes.
And KD wasn't the right guy to let drive.
There was two guys riding shotgun in a Waymo.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Favorite vehicle I've ever driven, a Lincoln. I love the Lincoln brand. I really do. We've always had a Lincoln in our family. Always. Chelsea drives the Lincoln Navigator right now. We've always shopped at Sanderson Lincoln, where right now employee pricing, you pay what they pay. You can take a look at the best lineup of Lincoln vehicles, whether you want the Lincoln Navigator, the Aviator, the Corsair, or the Nautilus. Sanderson Lincoln, Patrick Heigl, and the great people over there have the best selections. You could get right now a brand new 2025 Lincoln Navigator starting at $99,995. My favorite vehicle ever. A Lincoln Nautilus starting at $53,940. How about a Corsair starting at $39,485? And a Lincoln Aviator. You'll notice a Lincoln Aviator a mile away when it's driving down the road. That's how beautiful it is. $57,530 for a Lincoln Aviator. Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, or the boutique store in the Scottsdale Quarters.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinals minicamp wrapped up today, and the offseason continues to roll on. As far as news from camp is concerned, an injury update regarding rookie cornerback Will Johnson. Head coach Jonathan Gannon told the media earlier today that he was dealing with a little bit of a tight hamstring, but he is expected to be ready to go for training camp a couple months from now. You can read the latest on the Cardinals right now on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. Per the New York Post's Joel Sherman, Anthony DeSclafani is opting out of his contract with the New York Yankees and is reportedly joining the Arizona Diamondbacks. The veteran right-hander had been making starts for New York's AAA team, his latest start being on June 10th. He has not pitched in the major leagues since 2023. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, the Florida Panthers look to take a stranglehold of the series in Game 4 tonight. They currently lead 2-1 over the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drop from Sunrise, Florida is at 5. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks need a series win over San Diego? We'll be getting you ready for D-backs Padres tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
It is a big series for the Diamondbacks, Luke. There's no doubt about that. It begins tomorrow. It's an off day for the D-backs today, coming off the sweep at against the Seattle Mariners. Not at the hands of them, but against them. So an off day today. I expect we'll have Troy Lovello on the show tomorrow at 2:30. I don't want to put words into anybody's mouth. I would be shocked if we don't have news on Justin Martinez by tomorrow at 2:30 when we have Tori on the show. Certainly we'll ask him first thing, but I would imagine that unfortunately, we're getting close to resolution on that particular topic.
Last I heard today, and I don't think the news is going to be good, I think it's likely going to end in Tommy John surgery, but I'm not reporting this. Just because he was waiting on the second opinion. I think the first opinion may have led to think that, okay, probably have to go Tommy John. The second opinion, let's see what that says. Maybe it'll say something differently, and if it agrees. So I think that's what we're just waiting on, the second opinion, before we just say for sure that that's what it's going to be.
And so everything else is just speculation at this point. But you saw the body language. You saw how the guys reacted on Monday. You saw how Torey Lovullo was after the game. And you just, it would be a real shame if that is the case, that Justin Martinez would join the two-time club. He had Tommy John surgery back in 2021, and it just kind of puts the whole thing. And when I say the whole thing, I just Justin Martinez and his ability to get out to the big league level, and again, that's a conversation maybe better suited for when we know for sure about what's going to happen. Either way, the Diamondbacks responded almost shockingly well to everything that happened on Monday night. I mean, really. I mean, okay, in the moment, Martinez walks off the field with the trainer. Jeff Brigham comes in, just loses his mind in that ninth inning against the Mariners, gives up the tying home run to Dominic Canzone, the former Diamondback.
One strike away like 17 times.
One strike away like 17 times from ending that game, and instead it goes into extras. But ever since then, the Diamondbacks, and I know it's just 2 games, and in baseball it's the smallest of sample sizes, but boy, they played really well on Tuesday night. Man, they rallied really well yesterday, and they got good starting pitching, and their bullpen was phenomenal outside of the 2/3 of an inning that Brigham gave them.
Did you mention defense?
I did not. The defense was stellar.
How great was the defense?
Especially when on the night
Brandon
Brandon
Robin home run,
Oh,
Marte with the double play, Suarez with a great play, Naylor with a great play. Throw that in there as well. A lot of things went really. Listen, this is a good baseball team. It is a good baseball team. A lot of challenges right now up against it with all the injuries they've had. It's incredible the amount of injuries they've had. It's probably too much to overcome. But can't count them out because, again, you got Corbin Carroll, you got Ketel Marte, you got Geraldo Perdomo, you got Suarez, who's having a great year. Alec Thomas is playing. Okay, think about the guys that are playing well. Ketel Marte's having a good year. Naylor's having a good year. Suarez having a good year. Corbin's having a good year. Alec Thomas is having a good year. Merrill Kelly's having a good year. Shelby Miller's having a. So we could sit there and knock all the injuries. But can we sit here and say that there are like 8 guys that are having a good year?
We can say that. Yes, we can say that.
We can.
Yeah.
We can say there's 8 or 9 guys that are actually having good years. That gives them a chance. It gives them a chance.
Unfortunately, we can also say the Diamondbacks have a ton of players that if this thing goes in the wrong direction, will be very, very interesting come the trade deadline. Now, we're not there yet. We're a long ways from there. It's July 31st, I think, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Man, that's a long ways away from right now. A lot to happen between now and then. That being said, Jim Bowden over at The Athletic, former big league general manager, with his 20 things I'm hearing and watching for on the MLB trade deadline with 50 days to go. We're 50 days out. Number 1 on the list, the Orioles and the Diamondbacks will be the headliners of the trade deadline if they decide to be sellers. It goes on to talk about what Baltimore would have to offer, and then talks about the Diamondbacks with names that we're all familiar with at this point. Arizona has 4 significant impending free agents it could be trading, including starting pitchers Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, as well as both of its infield corners, first baseman Josh Naylor and third baseman Eugenio Suarez. They're all free agents. They're all done at the end of the season. You could bring them back, but they're all technically, their contracts expired. Then he goes into specifics, and this is kind of a repeat of a column that he had earlier in the week. But he said 20 things he's hearing and watching. Thing number 10, The Mariners appear to be focused on acquiring a middle-of-the-order bat. They match up perfectly with the Diamondbacks for either Naylor or Suarez. Thing number 14, the Tigers are real. Like the Mariners, a reunion with the Diamondbacks Suarez could be the best fit. Number 8.
I'll take that schoolboy guy if they want to give him up.
Yeah. for
He's from Holbrook.
For Eugenio Suarez.
I mean,
We'll trade you Eugenio Suarez, Old Town Scottsdale, the Grand Canyon, Arizona sunsets, downtown Gilbert, all in exchange for Tarek Skubal. You takers? You want it?
And how about a large from Little Caesars or something?
Seriously, I mean, it's like, yeah, I'd like Tarek Skubal too. Number 18, the Blue Jays have made acquiring a starting pitcher their priority. They match up well with the Diamondbacks for Gallen or Kelly.
It's why I said yesterday, I don't want to be on that fringe line of what to do. Make your move and go be a buyer or bow out of this thing and be a seller. I don't want to tiptoe around it. I mean, they could get a lot if they're sellers for the future, for next year in the future. I don't prefer that. I want the Diamondbacks to win. I had 2 years ago when they made it to the World Series was such a joy in my life and in all of our lives. It was such a. I want that feeling again. I want that feeling again. So I prefer I prefer that.
I know you're not rooting for them. What you're rooting for, I know what you're rooting for. You're rooting for clarity.
Clarity.
You want clarity.
I want clarity.
You want to be able to know, crystal clear,
Yeah.
what are we? Yes.
If you're 5 out, you know what Mike Hazen's going to do. 5 out. He's going to be like, I'll make this little move and that little move, but I'm not going all in. So they're not going to go all in. If you're 1 game out of a playoff spot, Mike Hazen's going to go all in. If you're 7 games out of a playoff spot, he's going to tell his team, we weren't good enough. And he's going to trade guys. And you're going to get back prospects for next year in the future. So I don't want to be on that fringe line of not really knowing what you have.
I would just be really surprised if we have that kind of clarity. That's all. Something, it could be wrong. It's baseball. Who knows? There's so many games left to be played, 50 days worth of baseball before we get to the trade deadline. I just think clarity is going to be, to me, that like if maybe this is a poll question one of these days at the trade deadline, will the Diamondbacks be clear buyers, clear sellers, or kind of where they are right now? I'd bet the house that they're going to be kind of somewhere where they're at right now. They're going to be kind of in it, kind of not. Stones throw away. You know what I mean? Like it just seems too
500.
Yeah, around 500 with a few teams
Tough
in front
spot.
of them in the wild. It is. It's a very tough spot, and it puts Mike Hazen in a very difficult position. Now, we mentioned this yesterday, and the Zach Gallen trade, when they acquires him, come to mind. One thing that Mike has shown himself to be particularly adept at is buying and selling at the same time.
Amazing Hazen.
Jazz Chisholm was a sell, but Zach Gallen was a buy.
Right.
Same trade.
Right.
And I know that's like the one we put on the pedestal for all those trades, but you can try to thread the needle and do both. It's hard, but maybe if they're in the same position then as they are now, that's exactly what Mike will try to do. Okay, I'll trade Zach Gallen,
but I'm going to get back a player with 2 years of control that's actually playing right now.
That's actually playing right now that maybe still keeps the dream alive that we can stay in this thing a little bit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like rather than trading him for some AA prospect who's 2 years away from being in the bigs, no, I'm going to trade for somebody who's a fringe MLB player right now that we have control of for the next 5 years, who could be a very important part of our team for the next 5 years. That's the most Mike Hazen thing ever. Isn't it?
He's a terrific general manager. He really is. And, I mean, he does a lot. Like, today they signed Anthony DeScalfani, starting pitcher.
Anthony DeSclafani.
DeScalfani?
Yeah.
Because we just need more Italians on the roster.
Yeah.
You love your Italians.
I do. And Hazen's Italian, by the way. The last name is Hazen, but the mom is all Italian. His mom, the grandma, is all Italian.
So I've heard.
Yes.
Many times.
No, but he's good at finding guys like that. The Shelby Miller find was fantastic, but he is good at what Bernsey said, being able to thread the needle on a trade.
Cards minicamp is wrapped up. What stood out? Should there be any concern about Will Johnson's injury? Putting a bow on all things Cardinals until we all reconvene for training camp in about 5 weeks. Our lead Cardinals writer and host of the Cardinals Corner podcast, Tyler Drake, will join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
A D-backs sweep of Seattle, now a day off before they host 3 against San Diego at Chase Field. D-backs Padres Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The home of D-backs baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
For many years now, I've been recommending asset preservation, wealth, and tax to you. Stuart Willis, local fiduciary. The importance of having a fiduciary, a financial advisor working with you, it is very important. Not only to grow your money, to help you come up with your plan, but there are times when you just get too busy and life is going by fast. You don't have a lot of time to think about your investments and what's going on. That's their job. That's their job. Their job is to follow through on your plan. You get together, you come up with a plan. This is what I want to do. Here's what I want to do in retirement. Here's how much money I think I need. What do I got to do to get there? And they're going to help you reach that goal. They understand the importance of it, but then, you don't have time to sit every day and spend 3 hours on it. But they have the time to make sure that your money is growing for you, that it's working for you, and that you have the right plan. And things change all the time, especially tax things. You got to have a tax plan as well. So many of us putting money away tax deferred, and eventually that bill's going to be due. They come up with a tax plan for you. You're going to love working with Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Give them a call. Get a free portfolio review. 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, a.k.a. only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Burns and Gambo talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
Cards minicamp is over. They wrapped it up today with their final practice of the session today. Yes, it is over, Gambo. It's actually over. Next up, training camp. for the Arizona Cardinals when they'll reconvene at State Farm Stadium in a few weeks. Joining us right now to put a bow on everything that went down over the last few weeks, I should say, with the voluntary work and the OTAs and the mandatory minicamp, our Cardinals guy over at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. There he is. It's Tyler Drake, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Tyler. Good to see you, man. How we doing?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing? I'm out of that heat. It was a hot one today, so glad we're in some air conditioning now.
Man. How do the rookies that, like, you know, were playing in Michigan and Ohio State coming out here to Arizona, how do they handle this heat?
Well, I mean, I think there's definitely some acclimation there, but talking with a guy like Josh Sweat, he actually says he prefers this heat compared to what he's been playing on in the East Coast before coming to Arizona. So I think a lot of these guys who have been playing on the East Coast, dealing with that humidity, which we had a little bit of that a couple of weeks ago, and I was dying out there. So I will take dry heat all day. This is another reason why I can't live on the East Coast, because I can't handle the humidity.
my wife and son were just in Florida for baseball, and she came back and she goes, I can never live in Florida.
Oh, no way.
It's just too freaking humid.
Do it.
It's just too humid. Yeah.
Wouldn't want to do it. Couldn't do it. With this team, okay, so we're done now, and barring something unforeseen, there could be a signing, there could be a move, but all's going to probably be pretty quiet for the next 5 weeks or so until they get together for training camp. What do you think when we reach that day, in your mind? What is the number one question about this team that needs to be answered the minute they get on the grass at State Farm Stadium and open up training camp, Tyler?
Well, I think the first one is, where is this connection with Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr.? I think that's definitely one thing that everybody, I think, around the team is waiting to see. Obviously, OTAs and minicamp, yes, they're on the field, but let's be real. No pads, nothing like that. Some helmets on for minicamp, but really at the end of the day, it's just T-shirts, shorts, going through drills. So until we see those pads on in training camp, that's definitely going to be there. And then what does this defensive line and what does this new look pass rush really look like when the pads come on, when it gets a little bit more live there? They obviously put all of their eggs in one basket, going for full defense. Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat, a couple guys on the offensive side, but really just reloading defensively. And how does it all mesh together? Who's going to be the odd man out on the defensive line room, where there's a lot of notable guys, and I really think there's only going to be about 6 spots available. So there's going to be some guys, some guys from last year, maybe Justin Jones, Bilal Nichols, who may find themselves not on this roster after being one of the bigger additions last year. So that is definitely another area where it's, how is this all going to mix? Because it seems like they've got a plethora. They've got a surplus of guys there. So how exactly are they going to rotate everybody in? Where does Darius Robinson really fit in? Where does Walter Nolan really start out? Does Calais start in that starting role right away, or does he come along? I would assume he's probably going to be in that starting role sooner than later. But then you've got Dalvin, and obviously you look outside to Josh Sweat, Zaven Collins. How does that all come together? Where's BJ Ojulari at? I guess you can tell there's a lot of question marks for me on the defensive side of the ball that I really want to see come training camp.
I think you might be able to answer this one. Like, Kaiser White was one of the leaders defensively for that team. Who are some of the leaders that are going to emerge? There's so many new guys. I think a lot of them have leadership capabilities. Calais, obviously. But who else do you see? Who do you see being the leaders of this team now on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, yeah, I think let's start with Calais. I mean, he's back. I think it just seems like all is right in the world with having this guy back in a Cardinals uniform. It just seems like he's bringing this whole defensive line room together as well. And he's going to be a mentor for sure. I think he talked about it today with us about how he gradually became that leader, mentor type guy by year 6. And he's kind of changed his ways over the years, but it's really about connecting with guys and connecting with younger guys. And there's also a funny thing about how he's older than most of the coaching staff and how that's a unique addition to that. But really, I think he's going to be one of the bigger guys to lead the room. Obviously, Budda Baker's there too. Josh Sweat, I think he's going to be very much a lead by example guy. But just from what Zaven Collins talked to Bickley and Murata about the other day, about how he's learning things that he didn't even really think about before until Josh came to town, I think that alone shows you kind of the lead by example examples that Josh Sweat is going to give these guys. And another guy, Dalvin Tomlinson, the way that he talked about how this defensive line room is already feeling like a brotherhood and how everybody's trying to get the guy next to them a little bit better each day. And obviously there's going to be competition in that room, but at the end of the day, they want to make sure that the guys that are next to them can have long careers as well. So you see that kind of caring I guess, leadership role there. But those are some of the early guys for sure on the defensive side that I really think are going to take this defense and really put them in the right spot.
Tyler Drake, our lead Cardinals writer from ArizonaSports.com, and our Cardinals Corner podcast host, along with our own Lowen Koval, who is out for a little vacation time this week, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Question I had for you was about, you're in there when Jonathan Gannon met with the media 3 times this week. And of course, Gannon is a very intuitive guy. He's a very intelligent guy. He's always talking about looking to change, looking to tweak. Do you think what might look different about Jonathan Gannon's training camp in year 3? Will anything, more pads, less pads, more hitting, less hitting? What did he give any kind of indication about what tweaks might be in store when everybody does reconvene a few weeks from now?
Yes, the word of the week this week was friction, about how he wants more friction at training camp. So I would assume that means more pads, a little bit more hitting, obviously in the confines of what you can do. But it sounds like this is going to be a very much a more physical training camp than we saw last year. It seems like that's what he wants to do, get guys that much more ready. And then you obviously look into the joint practice with Denver that they have coming up too. That's going to be another one of those moments. But for training camp specifically, it's been friction has been the word of the week, the word of training camp for Jonathan Gannon. So expect a little bit more pop, I think, this time around at State Farm Stadium.
Do you think there's a chance that could lead to guys, more starters playing in the preseason instead of sitting out and watching?
I think after what we saw last year, and I think just tweaking things a little bit, I think the way to go about it is get some of these starters more reps. I think it would have helped. I know it would have been little, but seeing Kyler and Marvin get out there and have a couple reps, I think they will tweak things a little bit going into the preseason. How that looks, I'm not exactly sure. I think we'll get a better idea in training camp and see just how much more they're going. But I wouldn't put it past anybody that they actually get back in there and get some guys some valuable preseason snaps. It seems like a lot of the guys that we've talked to want to get those exhibition snaps before the real lights come on. So I definitely think that's something that is being discussed and could very well be very different than what we saw this past season.
Tyler, leave us with this because we're down to our final moments here. Just real quickly, Will Johnson, it was revealed today, a tight hamstring. That's kind of what's limited his appearance during this past week at minicamp. Scale of 1 to 10, level of concern about Johnson, and that I know he's been out there, but what has been the level of concern there?
Talking to Jonathan Gannon, he does not seem concerned, especially when it comes to training camp, says he should be good to go there. Will Johnson dealing with a little bit of a tight hamstring, but he was out there practicing today, was participating. So concern level, in my opinion, I think is very low, maybe a 1, maybe a 2. I think everybody is fine with where he's at. And, he wasn't just watching off to the side today. He was participating, so that's a really good sign. And it sounds like he'll be full go when we come to training camp.
All right, Tyler, we appreciate it. Good job, as always, covering this for us at ArizonaSports.com. We appreciate you being out there every day, and I guess this means you've got, a 5-week vacation, and then you're not really doing anything until training camp, right? Just get to hang out with the baby. Everything's good?
Oh, man, the grind doesn't sleep. We still got a bunch more sports out here, man.
That's right.
I know.
Grind away.
You grind, baby.
Away.
You grind. Thanks, Tyler. We appreciate it. It's our own Tyler Drake joining us via the air link here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, just like that, it's 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock reset.
Good night,
No. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports next on Burns and Gambo.
Good night, everybody.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-Backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Right now, more homes on the market. What does that mean for you? That means it's a great time to buy. That means buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying other homes, maybe a new build. Home prices have dropped. That's a good thing. You don't have to play the waiting game anymore. Right now, contact the Lund Mortgage team. It's a buyer's market. Don't wait for it to become a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions. Don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better rate. but you can't always negotiate a better house price. Once you buy the house, that's the price you paid for it, but you can always change the rate. This is a great time to contact the Lund Mortgage team. Get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. They'll help you. Just call them at 623-889-0130. 30 years of experience, 30-plus years of experience right here in Arizona, helping people with all of their mortgage needs. So if you want to get pre-approved for a mortgage, saying, hey, this is a good time for me, I want to buy, call them. 623-889-0130 or go to LundMortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals wrapped up mandatory minicamp today. The offseason rolls on. A few weeks from now, it'll be training camp. News from minicamp, an injury update regarding rookie cornerback Will Johnson. Head coach Jonathan Gannon told the assembled media that he was dealing with a little bit of a tight hamstring. However, Gannon expects that Johnson will be ready to go for camp a few weeks from now. You can read the latest from Cardinals camp right now on ArizonaSports.com. It's presented by Y-Refi. Per the New York Post's Joel Sherman, Anthony DeSclafani is opting out of his contract with the New York Yankees and is reportedly joining the Diamondbacks. The veteran right-hander had been making starts for New York's AAA team, his last being on June 10th, so just a couple of days ago. He's not pitched in the major leagues since 2023. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, the Florida Panthers look to take a stranglehold of the series in Game 4 tonight. They currently lead 2-1 over the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drop from Sunrise, Florida is at 5. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time here on the Burns and Gambo show. We stop the show, we hit the reset button, we start things over, and we tell you what is going on in sports. And that includes our own very own Mitch Ferrell, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night.
I get a very own. I like this.
Oh, you are a very own. You belong to us.
Yes. No one else can have.
We own you. Yes.
Oh, man. Wow. Jeez.
We own you.
We own you. Very cool lid, by the way, that you're rocking on the YouTube video.
You could check out any time you want, but you can never leave now.
I really can never leave.
Isn't it? Don't you feel like that sometimes?
I feel like that right now.
Right. We can check out any time we want, but we can never leave.
We're
always freaking working.
We'll see how
always working.
We'll see how attached to the job I am.
Just like, not me, man. I'm going hiking.
I don't feel that way at all, man. I mean, I can't leave. I'm here until 6, but as soon as I'm done, I'll go home and make myself a gin and tonic and call it a night. Yeah, absolutely.
More.
Well, that's you, man. That's you, and this is me, and
it's a blessing and a punishment all at once.
This is Mitch. He's got our 4 o'clock.
Mitch.
Take it away, Mitch.
This is me, and then this is Gambo from earlier today.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
And then this was Burnsy. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, Gambo, what more do you got? KD trade next week. What else do you know?
There are 6 teams that are in right now and a couple of wild card teams. The wild card teams are teams that would need to do a 3-way. Those are teams that have interest but can't really make a direct deal with the Phoenix Suns. I do not have the Knicks among my list of teams. I have the Spurs, Rockets, Heat, T-Wolves, Raptors, Clippers as teams that all have interest in Durant. I expect conversations are ongoing. Nothing is imminent, but I do expect that we're going to come to a head next week, and Kevin Durant will be traded. Once Durant is traded, they can move on to other business at hand, which will likely be turning their attention to what the hell to do with Bradley Beal.
Not to put words in Gambo's mouth, but one thing that I found interesting about what Gambo did report earlier today was that KD's leverage in this might not be what it seems, and that KD's leverage here might not be limited to, hey, I only want to go to these teams because I'm only going to sign extensions there, so that's the only teams I'm going to be traded to. That might not necessarily be the case with this scenario, and I'm very excited by that because I think that just deepens the pool of candidates for the Suns to make the very best possible deal, not just limit themselves to places where, nope, I'm only going to go there and I'm only going to sign an extension there, and that's that.
Whoever trades for him has his bird rights and can pay him more than anybody else. So that team has a little bit of leverage on KD if they trade for him, even without KD agreeing to an extension right now. When he becomes a free agent, they have his bird rights. They can do a sign and trade. They can keep KD, but it's harder for KD to just leave on his own.
And then how about what happened in the NBA last night?
Mathurin fires away. Puts ahead. Mathurin madness.
Mike Breen was having a fun time on ABC. Leading scorer, Benedict Mathurin, the former U of A Wildcat, 27 points in 22 minutes. Tyrese Halliburton, a rebound shy of a triple-double. And would you look at that? Pacers up 2-1 with a home game Friday.
I totally apologize. I never gave this team a chance. I hope they win now. I hope they've won. Listen, they've won me over. You ever have that? You ever watch a series and you kind of go in with rooting interest for one, but then the other team kind of wins you over?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, it's happened. I have to think about the last time it's happened. But yeah, it happens.
That's a good question to somebody. When's the last time somebody won you over and you weren't going to root for them originally, but yet I am rooting for the Indiana Pacers, and I like Oklahoma City, and I like Shea and Lou Dort, but man, that team has surprised the hell out of me.
Matherin's 27 points off the bench was the most points for a reserve in an NBA Finals game since Jason Terry in 2011.
Another U of A guy.
I was totally blown away.
Figure.
Right, yeah, go figure. I was totally blown away by how long it has been since somebody did what he did in last night's game off the bench.
Yeah, wild game last night. Very fun to watch, very entertaining fourth quarter. They aren't the only big headlining NBA story right now. There's also another coaching search going on, and it's not going on very successfully. The New York Knicks have struck out not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 times.
They look like idiots.
The golden sombrero plus one.
I tell you, you say they look
like idiots.
You know who else says they look like idiots?
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. I mean, Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the 3 coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan now. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
At that time, 3. We now know of 5. Billy Donovan in Chicago, Chris Finch in Minnesota, Jason Kidd in Dallas, Quinn Snyder in Atlanta, and Ime Udoka with Houston. All those teams denied the Knicks' requests to interview them for head coach.
Watch them end up with like Mark Jackson. Total disaster, by the way, it would be.
It'll end up being somebody like Taylor Jenkins. Nobody has to ask permission to speak to him.
Sam Amick did report that Jenkins and Mike Brown are now expected to be pursued by the Knicks.
Nobody needs to ask permission to talk to Mike Brown. You can just go out and hire him if you want. But it is such a bad look.
So bad.
For the Knicks to go knocking on the door of 5 different teams to talk to their already under contract head coaches and to be told by all 5, yeah, no, you're not talking to our guy. You can't have them. They do. They look like idiots.
Simple idiots. All right, transitioning to football. You guys just talked about this with Tyler Drake, so I'll be very brief on this, but in case it was missed, Will Johnson dealing with a tight hamstring per head coach Jonathan Gannon, but he is not concerned about the matter at all. As a matter of fact, here's Gannon.
A little bit of tight hamstring.
And then when asked...
Back to Will Johnson, do you expect him to be ready for camp? Yeah.
Josh Weinfuss has to answer his own question because Gannon's just up there.
Nodding his head.
Yep,
yes.
nod head. We're good.
I mean, no one's going to get too wound up about anything that happens in OTAs or mandatory minicamp. But, we get to camp, and guys are going to get dinged up. There are going to be tight hamstrings. There are going to be soft tissue injuries, things like that. But we're a long ways away from needing to be concerned about anybody's minor injury status right now, I think.
Yeah, of course. If this is happening in late July, early August,
then it's a totally different deal.
I'm concerned. But June 12th, hamstring injury, would be fine.
No doubt. It's the timing of it all.
Yeah.
It's worth being worried about at the appropriate time to worry about it. This isn't it.
Look, there are teams that are dealing with worse when it comes to their rookies right now.
Shamar Stewart.
I only bring this up because Will Johnson also not under contract currently, but Shamar Stewart. I'll be quick with the timeline. He's trying to get a contract signed. He does not have a contract signed. So he's been sitting out. He's been there, but he's been sitting out for mandatory minicamp for Cincinnati. And then yesterday, he just didn't show up at all. He's not there.
Skip the final one.
And he's not showing up without a contract.
First time he wasn't at practice yesterday.
Yeah.
Number 17 overall pick.
And that's okay. And that's what's interesting to me about this. He was the pick after the Cardinals took Walter Nolan.
Yep.
I mean, there was, and I know, was Shamar Stewart on your list? I can't remember.
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
He was not in the Gamble 5.
So, but there is a proximity here that just makes you go, oh man, this could have been potentially the Cardinals' mess, and it really couldn't have been because he wasn't on the list. But
sure,
it just given the proximity of where the two were picked, it could have been the Cardinals' mess.
Zach Taylor did say that Shamar Stewart did make him aware that he wasn't going to show up. I'm letting you know I'm not going to show up.
Doesn't mean it's excuse.
And when it's mandatory, like I remember Gannon said that about like the OTAs, the voluntary stuff. Hey, just tell me you're not going to be here, and that's fine. I'm cool with it. But when it's mandatory, you're supposed to be there.
He said something about you guys just want to win more arguments than win games. Some kind of comment like that.
Shamar Stewart said that.
I'm not asking for nothing you all has never done before. But in your case, you all just want to win arguments more than winning games.
Wow.
I want to hear Gambo with a southern accent and have him do it again.
The y'all.
Yeah, that makes
I'm not asking for nothing, y'all.
That makes one of us.
I have the soundbite. I don't have enough time to play it. I want to squeeze in a couple of other things here. DJ Humphries signing with the Rams per his agency. We don't know the terms of the deal, but he's back in the division
He
now.
had signed with the 49ers, but that fell apart, right?
Yeah.
Like a month ago. He had signed with the Niners, and then for whatever reason, the deal didn't happen. So he just really jonesing to stay in the NFC West, apparently, signing with the
I
Rams.
always hate when former Cardinals go to the Rams.
Do you not like
You know
it?
which one irked me the most?
Please, do tell.
Aeneas Williams.
Yeah?
I don't know why. Just still to this day kind of irks me a little bit.
It's okay. We had our revenge earlier when Kurt went from the Rams to the Cardinals, so it was made up for there.
Fair.
And then how about the Mercury last
He was
night?
actually on the Giants before he came to the Cardinals. I know it's semantics.
Long
But he was on the Giants. He got Ben
details.
for Eli Manning.
Yeah.
Mercury got a big boost last night thanks to Alyssa Thomas's return from injury. Beat the Dallas Wings 93-80.
How about that?
Thomas was 11-10, 11 points, 10 assists. Satu Sabli 20-9 against her former club. But nobody's talking about that. They're talking about Paige Beckers. 35 points in 37 minutes. She was 68% from the floor and 71% from three-point range.
Yeah, good for her. The Mercury beat her. Yeah. How about that guy? Take that, Paige.
Seriously, it does always make me like, because I understand there are certain like players in the WNBA who are needle movers.
Yeah.
And Paige Beckers is absolutely a needle. It's always funny when the story focuses on the needle mover and what she did versus the team that won.
That beat them by 13.
The Dallas Wings are what, 1-10
They're
on the
awful.
season? They're terrible this year.
Yep.
But Paige Beckers finished 13-19 and had 30 whatever points.
Listen, the Mercury, they're a good story this year.
Yeah.
Nate Tibbetts has done a great job. Satale's and Thomas have been terrific. They're a top 4 team in the WNBA.
All this without Kalia Copper right now.
And enough Kalia Copper. Yeah, like they have been a pleasant surprise in the WNBA. Great job by them.
And that is your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Mitch. We appreciate it when we come back. Brian Gregory is the new general manager of the Phoenix Suns. This we know. For a moment, let's pretend the new Suns GM is Bobby Marks. What would he accept in a Kevin Durant trade? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Back here for V's Barbershop, brand new location. The timeless V's experience can now be experienced in the East Valley. Check out their newest location, V's Barbershop Cadence Eastmark. It's right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth. This is in addition to the new location that they just opened up a couple months ago on the west side as well. V's Barbershop Verrado in Buckeye, right off the I-10. V's is one of the great Arizona success stories. Started off as one barbershop in Arcadia. I'm an original customer. I've been going to V's for the 25 plus years they've been around. Used to drive all the way in from Gilbert just to get my hair cut at V's because they were different. They were better. It was a unique experience, and you that's where you wanted to be. And even with all of these new locations that they've got, the quintessential V's experience is still exactly the same. The best barbers, the best haircut, and still a really cool place to be when you're getting a haircut. Nobody's been able to even come close to it. So the next time you need a haircut, the next time you need a great experience, walk in today or book online at vbarbershop.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, you know, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. Like, I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
Well, as we established, I'm not telling you anything here you don't already know. This is the general manager of the Phoenix Suns.
I appreciate you asking the question. I know you have to ask it. But as you know, when it comes to contract negotiations, player contracts and so forth, we don't discuss those. But it's something that in terms of our team and so forth, we're always talking about building our team.
That's Brian Gregory. When he was introducing Jordan Ott the other day, he was asked a question about Kevin Durant, and he gave the very, we don't talk about that answer, which is what you get from a lot of general managers in the league. That's not just a Brian Gregory thing. But for the purposes of the next few minutes or so here on Burns and Gambo, we're going to pretend like Bobby Marks is the general manager of the Phoenix Suns.
Oh, okay.
Because they did a very interesting exercise today on ESPN.com in which they asked 5 of their NBA writers, each representing a different team, to make their best offer for Kevin Durant. And then at the end of the day, Bobby Marks would pick the one that he liked the best. Okay? Kind of fun. So I'll quickly go through these because I don't want to get, in the weeds on this too much.
Okay.
Houston's offer was Dylan Brooks, Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, Jock Landale, the 10th pick this year, and the Suns' 7th first rounder in 2027.
That's nowhere close to what they're offering, but okay.
Okay, that's that's fine. And you know what? I'm glad you're here to say, that's nowhere close to what they're offering. But again, these are hypotheticals.
Okay,
these are,
all right.
Dylan Brooks,
Dylan Brooks,
Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, Jock Landale, the 10th pick this year, and the Suns' own first-round pick in 2027.
And Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore were recent first-round picks by them.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Miami Heat, Nikola Jovic, Andrew Wiggins, a first-rounder this year, a first-rounder in 2030, a second-round pick in 2026. It's actually a 3-team deal with the Brooklyn Nets as well in there.
Okay.
But the Suns get Jovic, Wiggins, 2 first-rounders, and a second-rounder. The Minnesota Timberwolves, Dave McMiniman. The Suns get Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, and Rob Dillingham. Doesn't say anything about picks, but Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo.
Dillingham's the young kid they moved up from to get last year with they got him with the 8th pick. They gave up a future unprotected 2031 first-round pick to move up for Dillingham.
To the Spurs, I believe, right?
Yeah.
I believe that was a trade with the Spurs.
And they got Dillingham. He's a young kid, a young, skinny kid, but he could score a little bit. He's young. He's young, so you'd have to play the long game with him to see if he develops. That's interesting. That's interesting.
New York Knicks, OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson for Kevin Durant. And then
OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson.
Yes,
wow.
Kevin Durant. Yeah. Although the Knicks are not on your list.
I do not have the Knicks as a team that KD will be traded to.
Okay, so I'm just, I mean, it doesn't mean we can't play the hypothetical game here. And then finally, the San Antonio Spurs, in which the Suns get Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, and a 2025 first-round pick, we think number 14 overall.
That seems to be kind of what I think that they're kind of in the ballpark of offering. Although I do think you might be able to get Sohan in the deal as well with the Spurs. What I don't know, and
so proud of you. My heart is just bursting with pride right now.
Like
just bursting with pride.
People think that I don't want to mess up the names. I don't want to sound like an uneducated person. I know
you
I
just
do.
can't help it.
Because I am.
I don't want to sound uneducated,
but I am.
I can't help it.
But
I'm not very smart.
I try to learn. I am trying to learn. Sohan.
Good job.
The interesting thing to me would be, could you get Castle the number 2 pick out of San Antonio? Because if you can, that becomes a deal changer right there. If you could get the number 2 pick, or you could get the Rookie of the Year out of the Spurs, whoo, ball game.
That changes that?
To me, it does.
Okay. Yeah, no, I would agree with you.
To me, it does.
I don't know.
If you get the Spurs to give one of those two, I'm like, ball game, call it in right now. Adam Silver, we got a Dale.
Can you imagine if the Suns had the number 2 pick in the NBA draft? Can you imagine what that would be like?
But what would you rather? I mean, what would you rather have out of all of these trades than the number 2 pick? Is there anything more valuable out of all the players you mentioned? Is there anything more valuable than the number 2 pick?
Out of every player that I just mentioned,
every player you just
is
mentioned,
there something I would rather have than the number 2 pick.
Think about it, Mitch. Yeah, every player. You want to go through it again? We got 2 minutes here. You want to go through it?
No, I don't need to. I'm looking through the name. There isn't anything on this list I would rather have.
I'd rather have the number 2 pick than anything you just mentioned right there.
I would agree. There's nothing else.
Give me that
list.
point guard out of Rutgers. Go give me him.
The verdict, according to Bobby Marks. Okay, I've seen your offers. You've come to me with your hypotheticals. Kevin Durant to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Ooh.
It's hard to turn down the trade proposal Minnesota has offered. The Timberwolves package checked 3 of the 4 boxes Phoenix set off to accomplish in trading Durant.
You got a center.
Controllable contracts, players who can help now, and financial flexibility. He goes on to add the Timberwolves could trade the 17th pick in this year's draft, but that is not included in this hypothetical. The addition of Dillingham gives the Suns a controllable contract for the future and an injection of youth into an aging team. The addition of DiVincenzo, he's under contract for the next 2 seasons.
Top hard as nails. Love him.
Strengthens a bench that is in need of shooting.
Love Dante DiVincenzo.
Gobert is under contract for the next 3 seasons and gives the Suns an all-defensive presence at center.
You automatically become one of the better defensive teams in the league with Gobert at center. Like you just become a much better defensive team with him.
There are limitations to Rudy Gobert.
The limitations are that a lot of times he can't really play that much in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
because he takes space away from guys. He's limited offensively. He could punish you if you don't have a big center out there, but defensively, you become really good. And the Dillingham kid is. It's a crapshoot. We don't know if he's going to be any good or not. He's a kid. He's like 19 years old or 20 years old. Like he's really young. Maybe he amounts to something. Maybe he doesn't.
But Minnesota just this time a year ago was so enamored with him, they gave up an unprotected pick in a draft that might be meaningful and worth something just to get Rob Dillingham now. So less than a year ago, they looked at Rob Dillingham and said, "Oh yeah, he's worth that."
They loved him.
Has that much changed in less than a year? I don't know, but
you get a guy and you have him for a year, and you're like, I don't know.
But it is interesting that that's what they said would be their preferred. That's what Bobby Marks said would be his preferred choice, the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Out of all of those,
for what it's
again, worth. I think you take these offers, you start to look at the teams that are in 6th place, in 5th place, in 4th place, and you say, right now, honestly, that deal's not going to get it done. I'll give you 24 hours, and if you want to change your offer to us, we'll consider it. If not, you guys are out.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Diamondbacks are bracing. We're bracing. Everybody is bracing for news about Justin Martinez. How poised is this Diamondbacks bullpen to survive that? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We finally got to hear from Jordan Ott. What was just your
your general impression of how he presented himself to the Phoenix fan base?
I liked his intensity level.
Yeah, I did too.
I really liked his intensity level. I really liked the fact that he's got this low-level buzz that I think is always going to be there. There's an expectation and an intensity level that I like. Doesn't mean everything's going to go great.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's going to be a great coach. I liked his demeanor, though. No doubt about it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hot out. And it's going to stay that way for a long, long time. The damage the heat does to your roof, you don't really know it, right? You're in your house. It's cool. It's air conditioned. Your roof's taking the beating to keep you cool. Your roof is just taking a beating every day with that heat just pounding on your roof, and you don't even realize it. But the underlayment, if you go up and you take off the tiles, you'll see the underlayment. A lot of it's crippled and crumpled up, and you just have to figure out a way to get through. Your roof needs maintenance. That's why I tell you about JLC Roofing every single day. JLC Roofing is a local company. I always love promoting local companies that have been in the Valley for a long time, that care about the Valley and the customers. And JLC Roofing is not a big roofing company that's been sold out 3 and 4 different times by other companies. They are third-generation roofers. It's in their blood, from the grandfather to the father to the son. Who wouldn't want to give their business to a company like that? Most people would. JLC Roofing is valley-wide. They're the actually second largest roofer in Arizona because they've been in business for so long right here in Arizona, and people trust them. If you need a new roof, they give you $1,500 off for being a listener to this show. If you just want to get a free estimate to see if your roof needs a repair, just give them a call. 602 Roofing, that's 602 Roofing.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals wrapped up mandatory minicamp today as the offseason continues on. News from camp is an injury update regarding rookie cornerback Will Johnson. Head coach Jonathan Gannon told the media earlier today he was dealing with a little bit of a tight hamstring. However, he is expected to be ready to go several weeks from now when training camp begins. You can read the latest on the Cardinals right now on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Wi-Fi. Per the New York Post's Joel Sherman, Anthony DeSclafani is opting out of his minor league contract with the Yankees and is reportedly joining the Diamondbacks. The veteran right-hander had been making starts for New York's AAA team, his latest being on June 10th. He has not pitched in the major leagues since 2023. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, Florida Panthers look to take a stranglehold of the series in Game 4 tonight. They currently lead 2-1 over the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drop from Sunrise, Florida is at 5. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks Padres, big series for the D-backs as they try to stay relevant. We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I think we'll know very soon. You know, it was the same as Corbin, just a different tactic. You know, I mean, he actually physically went in to go see doctors for that second opinion, and, you know, he had his surgery yesterday. I think Justin would be very, very quick as well. It was devastating. And both were so similar. It was eerie, right? I mean, both of them had a drop in velocity right before they called the trainer out. You know, Torrey talked about the gasp in the dugout saying no. That was in both cases.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, a weekly guest, as he is every Thursday on the Bickley and Murata show today. Also as part of that conversation, apropos of nothing other than a Diamondbacks conversation, Derek was asked about an update on the stadium bill, the stadium funding bill, and suggested it could go to a vote in the Arizona State Senate by next week, potentially, and encouraged everybody who believes the Diamondbacks should benefit to call their state senator and let them know that they want the Diamondbacks bill to pass. So that could happen next week. So I'm going to call. Are you going to call?
Yeah, I want them to
I
pass
do too.
it.
Yes, I'm going to.
Yes, I want them to pass it.
I want them to pass it as
Once
well.
I find out who my Arizona State senator is, I'm going to pass it.
That's why. Okay, honestly, that's why I paused, because I thought I actually thought there was like a 15% chance you would know who your Arizona State senator was.
I think it's Schweikert.
Is it?
I think it's David Schweikert.
Okay.
I think it is.
Don't look at me.
Don't look at either of us. No,
I think it's David Schweikert.
I don't know. I feel dumb. Usually you're the one on the show who feels dumb. I feel dumb. I should know
I know more about politics than you.
I know. That's. I should
just go next door and ask. I'll be right back.
I should know who my state senator is to call. I should know. Because, you pay way more.
Yes.
Way more attention to this stuff than I do. I'm
asked to run for office.
I'm very blissfully ignorant when it comes to politics. That is a choice, to be sure.
You said I have to win your vote.
Yeah, you'd have to win my vote.
Just vote for me because you know me.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
Get used to it, pal. That's not how it works. Oh yeah, I worked with Gambo for. Besides, I know your skeletons. You need to convince me to vote for you. You should see the look on his face.
I'm trying to think. What skeleton?
You should see the look on his face. What does he know about me?
What do you know?
I know everything about you. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
Like what my first job was?
Well,
is that going to be
that's a non-starter. I mean, come on. You worked in the mafia.
Does that disqualify me?
It doesn't disqualify you, but it makes it awfully easy for people running against you to say, you're going to vote for this guy? He literally worked for organized crime.
I guess that would hurt.
It's kind of a black
I say
mark
it was
against
a long
you.
time ago. My family got me into it.
Kind of a long time ago.
It was a family business.
Anyway, enough of that. Mitch went next door to find out. Who you don't know? Okay, yeah, I'll work on that. I'll find it because I'm embarrassed. I
we'll
should
stay
know
out
these
of our
things.
lane. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, stay in your lane. We talk sports here. The Justin Martinez news. We'll have Tori on tomorrow at 2:30. I said this before. I mean it. I think by tomorrow at 2:30. 2:30 when we have Torrey on. It's probably going to be one of the first questions out of the chute. I would expect by then we'll likely have an answer, kind of like we did last week with Torrey, right? Like we had by the time we went on the air 2:30 with Torrey, we knew Corbin Burns' season was done. I hope it's better news for Justin Martinez, but at this point, I'm very understanding that it's probably going to be similar news. I don't know that for a fact. It just feels like we're going down the same road here.
I think so, too. The latest information that I had on this, checked on it early this morning, is, the feeling is that it's going to lead to Tommy John surgery. Nobody wants to say it right now because they're waiting on the second opinion. So waiting for the second opinion to come through. And once that comes through, I think that might say one way or another. My belief is, I think the first MRI kind of led you to believe that that's the direction it has to go. Okay, let's get a second one and see if anything changes. If the second one backs up the first one, then I think they're going to go ahead and have Tommy John surgery. But again, we're not reporting that. We have to wait and see.
The question then becomes one of survival. Okay, like Shelby Miller has been a great addition for the Arizona Diamondbacks this year.
Yes.
In fact, I actually saw a crazy note about Shelby Miller. I got to find it here real quick because I bookmarked it on Twitter earlier today. Yeah, here it is right here from Arizona Diamondbacks Stats and Info. With one more appearance this year, the next time Shelby Miller appears in a game for the Diamondbacks, he will have matched the number of games he pitched in for Arizona from 2016 to 2018.
You're lying.
No, according to them, and they usually know what they're talking about. With one more appearance, Shelby Miller will have matched the number of games he pitched in for Arizona over the course of 3 different seasons. That's how bad that era was, and that's how good this era has been. It's nuts.
He's
to think
also
about.
a reliever, so he's pitching a lot more than when he was a
course.
starter. That makes it that's definitely a change there. But
still, that was a remarkable failure by the organization back then.
And a remarkable signing by Mike Hazen to get this guy in a minor league deal this year. I mean, he's been working. Listen, when you start to talk about most valuable players, nobody's going to give the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks' most valuable player to Shelby Miller. But he's right up there.
He's been one of the most valuable guys that they've had. And he's going to need to continue to do that because Troy Lovello provided an update on A.J. Puck yesterday before the day game against the Mariners. And he kind of said what we had wondered about. They're going to really slow play it with him. They're really going to take their time with A.J. Puck. They're in no rush to bring him back. There's no, self-created urgency. They want to make sure they do it nice and slow because he's another guy who probably could have gone under the knife for his elbow and chose not to. And in that case, you have to be very, very careful. So we're in this situation where Shelby Miller is probably your closer for the near future. And then you have to figure out how you're going to get there. Who do you trust to get you to Shelby Miller? Can Kevin Ginkel regain trust? Can Ryan Thompson regain trust? Jalen Beeks has it.
Who's the most important out of those guys to
I think it's
regain
Ginkel.
trust?
I think
so, too.
I think it's Ginkel.
I think so, too.
Just because his stuff plays real well for an eighth inning guy, right? It's dominant stuff. It could be closer stuff. If he's got the confidence in the four seam, if he's throwing the fastball, the slider plays off of that really well. We've seen him do it before. I think getting Kevin Ginkel back on track is essential to this team in order to kind of be that bridge.
More than anybody else.
Anybody else.
I agree. Because he could fill a really good 7th and 8th inning role. 7th or 8th inning to get you to a closer.
Yeah, Thompson would be important. Beeks as really, the only functional lefty right now. Now maybe that'll change when Saalfrank comes back. But
and you got the Boone's Farm kid.
Of course, yeah, Backus.
Let's not forget him.
How can I forget about Boone's Farm? Yeah, I what's wrong with me?
Can't forget about him, but we forget his last name constantly. Apparently,
we just call him Boone's Farm. Backus, Kyle Backus. Of course, I forgot about him. And maybe he. But that's the thing about bullpens, all right? And again, I'm not saying this to give you a bunch of happy horse bleep here, all right? It's kind of a mess down there. But bullpens are really, really weird in that even when you think you've built a great one, sometimes you just have the wrong mix. And even when you've got guys that are as known of a commodity as you can be in the bullpen world. Paul Sewald this time a year ago was a known commodity for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
At this point, he was still good.
At this point, a year ago, he was a trusted valuable. We couldn't wait for Paul Sewald to get back. Remember that?
You were right. And this was right around the time where everything went to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
Right around now.
It was about July 1st.
Right around July 1st. I remember I went on vacation. I was in Norway, and all I kept seeing, Paul Sewald blows his head. Paul Sewald blows his head. I'm like, did this guy just blow 3 saves in a row? I remember, I think I might even messaged you.
But you did.
From Norway. Like, what is going on?
But in June, he was money. And in June, he was the balance back into the bullpen that we all needed, right? Because he missed the first month and a half of the season. We were begging for Paul Sewald to get back. God, they need him so bad. And when he did, he was an instantly stabilizing force. It happened, but that's bullpens, right? Paul Sewald comes back. He's great. He's not. Kevin Ginkel, he's trusted. He's not. He's down to Ryan Thompson. It's maybe, and this is, again, kind of some happy horse bleep stuff here, maybe they stumble onto the right mix almost accidentally in the bullpen.
I think that's what happens.
It's just accidentally. Look, we got
accidental
lucky.
Brilliance.
I love accidental brilliance. It's one of my favorite things.
That's why it's so hard to put a bullpen together, because so many guys are just so inconsistent. You have a good year, you have a bad year. Like Ryan Thompson, the Rays let him go. Then he was great for the Diamondbacks, but now he sucks for the Diamondbacks. That's the case. Sewald, I don't know what happened to him. He hasn't pitched in a long time. He pitched for the Cleveland Indians the first month of the season.
They're called the Guardians now.
Oh, wow.
That's okay. We got to take a break.
When did that change?
That's good, Gambo. That's good.
He had an ERA over 6. I don't even know if he's still with the team or not, but he had an ERA over 6.
Yeah.
But he hasn't pitched since April.
We're going to do something we haven't done in a while here. Open phones. Connor, our intern, I hope you're ready, because you get to be the first line of defense over there. Open phones at 602-260-9870, and the question is, which team do you want the Suns to trade Kevin Durant to maximize the value in return? 602-260-9870, 602-260-9870. Your calls. Open phones next on Burns and Gambo.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond Certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Burns and Gambo, open phones.
Hello? 602-260-9870.
All right, it's my bad. We got into this segment a little bit late, so we're going to go
rapid fire.
Let's
go.
As many calls as we can possibly get in because we're starting this one a little bit late. Who offers, you think, the best chance for the Suns to win a Kevin Durant trade? Which team should they deal with that would bring the most in return? Let's go to Adam in Glendale. Open phones here on Burns and Gambo. Hello, Adam. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yes,
you got it, Adam.
Right on. I definitely think that we should trade with the New York Knicks to get Mikal Bridges back and OG Anunoby.
Okay.
Because I have a Mikal Bridges jersey.
And you want to wear it again.
I want to wear it again, man. And also, I'll just trade him to wherever we can get the most picks and the youngest players.
Okay.
And the Suns have to win a championship before my dad dies, man. He watched them lose when he was 4, then when he was in his 20s, then when he was in his 50s. I've only watched them lose once. So,
all right, there you go. Good call. Appreciate it. Adam, we're going to go rapid fire here, but good call.
Adam, I feel for you. I understand exactly what you're saying. Daryl is in Glendale. He's next up here on Burns and Gambo. Daryl, welcome.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Rapid fire. So I think we should get our picks back, man. We definitely need those picks back.
Rockets.
We need to get young. We need to get longer. Thanks for taking my call.
You
guys.
want the Rockets then, right? You want the Rockets?
Okay, yeah, we don't need to go this fast, all right? Like we can all slow down a little bit.
You can take 30 seconds.
I know I said rapid fire, but let it breathe a little bit here. You know.
Right. So he's got the Rockets. The other guy had the Knicks.
Yeah, because you get your
picks back
from and that makes an awful lot of sense.
Yes, please take 30 seconds, George.
Jordan in Peoria. Jordan, slow down, Jordan, and tell us what you think the Suns should do here.
Okay. Good morning, gentlemen. So realistically, I know that this first one is not going to happen, but it's just what I would like. I think it'd be cool to find a good KD package to the Mavs to get Cooper Flag. That'd be pretty cool.
They have no interest. They have no interest.
You are dreaming, Jordan. I love it. Dream big, Jordan. Dream big. Yeah.
I know. But realistically, I'd like to send him to New York and pick up Cat and Mikal. I think they would both be exactly what this team needs right now.
Cat and Mikal can't get both. Can't get both. I don't have the Knicks in it. I don't have the Knicks as a team that the Suns can trade with. But I understand why people would want Mikal. So there's 2 votes for the Knicks right there.
Yeah, and I guess now that I think about it in retrospect, this is kind of I don't say it's predictable, but it's also very understandable what Suns fans are going to want on this. I'd be surprised if anybody says any team other than the Rockets for the picks or the Knicks because of Mikal. But that being said, let's go to Barkley, who joins us in Fountain Hills. Barkley, welcome to the show. How are we doing today?
Doing good. Can you take it easy on Gambo today, though? You're supposed to be the nice guy of the two.
Really? You guys need to be nicer to me. I totally agree.
Barkley, what have I done to be mean to him? Please share.
You're making fun of him for not pronouncing names correctly.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. You guys know I'm retiring pretty soon. You guys should be nice to me.
All right.
Yeah.
Fine. We'll be nice to him.
Yeah, miss me when I'm gone.
But Barkley, have you noticed it's worked? He's saying Vassell correctly, and he's saying Sohan correctly.
Yeah. I don't try not to be an idiot.
I mean, you gotta speak Gambo's language, and sometimes making fun of him is the best way to accelerate change. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. You do have a point there.
What's on your mind?
So I'm going to surprise you. I like the Spurs package the best.
Okay, what do you like about it?
I like Vassell. I think he's got a lot of upside. I think he may be some untapped potential there. And I would really like to get the number 14 pick. And I've been listening to you guys for years. It seems like we've been talking about getting Harrison Barnes one way or another, so might as well just do it.
That's a really good point. It seems like we've been talking about Harrison Barnes on the Suns for about the last 4 years. It would be funny if it actually happened this time.
I don't know anybody that's hit more like game-winning shots over the Suns than Harrison Barnes. I remember like 2 or 3.
He's a good player.
He's hit some shots to beat the Suns at the buzzer.
Yeah, he's an older player, but he's a good player. All right, let's go to is it Rob or is it Sean? I don't know. Is it one of you? Is it both of you joining us in Dewey?
Hey, Bernsey, it's me and my son. He's 14 years old. He's a quadriplegic, but you guys, he listens to you every day.
What's his name?
He uses the computer to communicate, boys, and he has every Suns player, every Cardinal. He's just a huge fan, and like part of our day, just so you know, man, you guys lift us up because
what's his name?
You guys are just, it comes through the radio that you guys are good dudes and you're Valley dudes. So we just in love listening to you guys. But for us, I mean, Gambo, you kind of killed us, man, because for me, Mikal or OG with Mitchell Robinson would be amazing. I hope that's just kind of smoke that they really do want him. If not, for me, man, Zubac, I hope you're right about the Clippers because he is so young and, like, dynamic that I just think and maybe another one, I haven't heard this name, but is Fred VanVleet, is he completely out of the question with the Rockets? Because to me, Book thrives with starting with Rubio and, of course, with CP when he was right. Like, to me, man, a solid point guard, young or older, and a center, is ideal. And I don't know if Fred VanVleet is even an option, but I've always liked him. And I just wonder if him and one of the younger guys and a draft pick could do it. But Mikal would be number one, but I don't know. I don't know what they're saying with that. But just so you know, man, you guys got 2 fans here who listen to you every day, and this kid's a fighter, and you guys pick us up, and I mean that. I'm not just saying that.
Don't hang up. I want to get your info. I'd love to chat with your son. If he is this, I'd love to chat with him one day. I know he talks through the computer, but I would love to chat with him.
He's turning a little bit right now, so his computer, but he's listening to you right now and just smiling ear to ear.
Okay.
And his body's messed up, and when the computer, it uses, lasers with his eyelids, but he is listening to you, and yes, I would love that, man. We actually... And we did a music video. I'm a musician, but we did a music video. It's all with D-Book, and not with D-Book, but with Sean writing the lyrics and him wearing his jersey. I'd love for you guys to see that. Not to promote it, but
love
just
to see it.
to see what kind of kid he is, man.
We'd love to have. So your name is Rob. His name is Sean. You're both listening right now.
Yes,
that's the confusion.
If we could set up a time to chat with him through his computer, off hours,
love to.
In the morning or something, we'd love to do it.
So don't hang up.
Dude, he would love that. He was one of the special fans during the COVID things. They actually put him in the screen. I don't know if you guys remember that. Fans were like, he was one of those kids. He's smiling right now, dude. Like,
that's cool.
Yeah, man, that would be great. And I mean, I'm his caretaker. I every day I help him and fight with him, and he's just such a great kid.
Well, that's great.
Okay.
So don't hang up. We're going to put you on hold, and
if there's a way to get in touch with
Mitch
him,
is going to get your email address and your number, and we're going to start a dialogue with you. So don't hang up. That's really cool.
I've not heard Van Vliet's name in any deal with Houston. Now that's just what I've heard.
Yeah.
Maybe there is. I have heard more on the green and Jabari Smith, but I have not heard Van Vliet. I have not heard that.
Everything I've read is that the Houston Rockets are going to bring him back. Like they're basically going to rip up his contract and give him a new one because he's got like a big hit next year, one last year left on his deal or something along those lines. And they want to keep him. They want to give him more money, but they want to keep him longer term than just 1 year. So I do not think either that he is available. Thank you, everybody, for the phone calls. We appreciate it. I promise we'll try to get more in the next time we do it. When the temperature gets over 100 in the valley, only 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. So please text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, and it benefits Phoenix Rescue Mission. When we come back, the latest with the Kevin Durant trade market and how soon could KD be a former Sun. Gambo's got some info. You're going to want to hear it next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in making plans for your future. I really do. And I understand the importance. The earlier you start investing, working with a financial advisor, the better off you're going to be, the more time your money has to grow, compounding interest, all of those things. I get it. Dividends, I totally get it. Now, not everybody can start when they're in their 20s or the 30s. If you can, good for you. Some people have to start more when they're in their 40s or 50s. They start making more money, have less responsibilities. Kids start to grow up a little bit. So I understand it. I recommend a local company to help you. That's Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. 5 locations in the Valley. Stuart Willis has helped me with my plan to get me to where I want to be so that way I can retire on my terms and do the things that I want to do. So if you want to be in a situation and start working towards some goals that will help you for the future, I recommend you get a free portfolio review right now. Again, there's never a bad time to work with Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation. 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, there's never a bad time. But of course, the earlier, the better. Give him a call at 602-877-PLAN for your free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here we go. NASCAR makes history on Prime as the Cup Series goes international. We're heading to Mexico City for a road course with all new challenges. 14 turns with 7,000 feet of altitude. White flag. Next flag ends the race. Don't miss the first ever points-paying Cup Series race in Mexico. Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Track's clear. We're good to go. NASCAR. It's on Prime.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals wrapped up mandatory minicamp today. Off-season rolls on. Next up will be training camp, but that's several weeks from now. News from camp is an injury update regarding rookie cornerback Will Johnson. Head coach Jonathan Gannon said that he was dealing with a little bit of a tight hamstring. However, he does expect that Johnson should be good to go for when training camp rolls around. You can read the latest on the Cardinals right now on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, Florida looks to take a stranglehold of the series in Game 4 tonight. They currently lead 2-1 over the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drop has just occurred, as a matter of fact, or that game's about to get started any moment now. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
So based off of what we've come to learn from Gambo's reporting today, Sham's reporting was really close. Really, really close. The one team that he just mentioned there that does not appear to be in the mix is the New York Knicks.
Right.
Which is a team that we had kind of said yesterday was probably on the outs anyway. It was being reported out of New York. You checked on it and found out that that's probably not.
So Shams had one team in his list that's not on the list, and he was missing two that are actually in consideration.
Yeah.
So, but he had 4 of the 5 right, and then there were 2 other teams, so 6 total that are that are in discussions and could potentially make a Kevin Durant trade, with the caveat that there is a wild card or 2 team that need to be involved in 3-way deals in order to be able to get Kevin Durant, because they can't do it on their own.
The teams, the Spurs, yes. The Rockets, yes. The Heat, yes. The T-Wolves, yes. The Knicks, no. You're adding the Clippers to the list and the Raptors to the list.
Yes, Clippers and Raptors to the list.
Okay.
Absolutely. I've said the Clippers a few times over the last week or so. So the Clippers are no surprise. They are a team that has interest, and I think there will be discussions there whether they can make a deal or not. I don't know. I think I expect that a trade will happen next week. I think at this point you really start to gather offers and you kind of weigh them against each other, and I think you actually go back to the teams that you feel don't have the strongest offer, and you say, do you want to increase your offer? Because right now, that's not going to be good enough to get it done. We've got thank you, but we got some offers that we like better. But if you want to come back to us by tomorrow, think about it overnight, get back to us, and we'll see if you could change your offer. If not, then you guys are out.
The big takeaway from what you learned today that we're trying to get out there and put to our audience, and the information you've got, is that you think this is going to happen next week,
yes.
which is interesting because the draft isn't next week. All along we've been saying before the draft, and while technically next week is obviously before the draft, I think the thinking was going to be like the week of the draft, maybe even the day of the draft when something like this was going to come down. Getting it done next week, I'll be honest, is a bit of a surprise. Like it's like, oh wow, I didn't realize it was going to be that quick, and yet next week might be the week. The big thing though, and I think the most important thing that we've talked about today, is this idea of Kevin Durant going where he wants to go and dictating this process might not be as much of a thing as people were led to believe. Like it might not be the thing at the end of the day, which is fascinating to me.
Listen, my belief is that Kevin Durant, as I've reported before, Kevin Durant prefers the Spurs. And I also think he prefers the Rockets. I think if he could have his way, he'd want to go to Texas, to either San Antonio or Houston. But there are other teams involved, and we've discussed the potential. He probably doesn't want to go in Toronto long term. Would Toronto still trade for him on a one-year deal? There are several teams that would do that. There are several teams that would trade for Kevin Durant. And if he says, I don't want to sign an extension with you, right, that's fine. We're going to trade for you. You're going to play here. But just know at the end of the year, like, we have your bird rights. So we can give you more money than anybody else. Mm-hmm. And by the way, if you don't work with us you could either sign with us or we could do a sign and trade. But if you just want to go out on the market, Kevin Durant would be limited on a max type of offer to only teams that have cap space. Mm-hmm. Now, there aren't a lot of teams that usually have cap space. It resets every year. But like
teams can create cap space.
Teams can create it, but usually the teams with cap space are the Washington Wizards, the Utah Jazz, the Brooklyn Nets, the
bad teams.
Probably teams that he doesn't want to go to.
Probably.
So then his option would be, okay, go take a mid-level deal for $16 million with somebody else that you want to go to. So there is a little bit of leverage that the team that trades for Durant has in that. We have your bird rights.
We can pay you more than anybody else can pay you.
Right.
And if that matters to you, we've got it. Nobody else does.
Right.
But that might not matter to him. And there might be a team who says, hey, you know what? We're a move or two away from creating the cap space to go get Kevin Durant. We'll do it. Either way, it sets up this idea of you don't need Kevin Durant's blessing necessarily to get this done. And that was something that Charles Barkley, when he was on the Bickley and Murata show couple of days ago, he didn't allude to it necessarily, but he certainly said, hey, if you're the Suns, don't worry about KD's feelings and all of this because it doesn't matter.
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. That's the first thing. You make the best deal. I hear they're like working with him and whatever. I'm like, no, you don't work with him. You make the best deal for the team. So you make the best deal for the team because you got to start your rebuild. You make the best deal for KD. No matter, don't worry about his feelings. You make the best deal for yourself. Because, some people going to take a chance with him, some people not. 'Cause he only got 1 year left on his deal, and he's 37 years old. Probably not going to get a lot, but somebody might be stupid and give you a lot. Mm-hmm. So you make the best deal for the Phoenix Suns.
It's a relief. It's a relief to hear that the Suns would be willing to trade Kevin Durant to a team without his blessing necessarily. It's a relief to hear that there are teams that are willing to make a deal with the Suns without the blessing of Kevin Durant. And it's a blessing to hear that the Suns might be willing to do it because it opens up it takes this narrow focus of, it's going to be the Spurs or it's going to be the Rockets. It's going to be the Spurs. It's going to be the Rockets.
The more the merrier.
And it just opens up the party where you can send out a lot more invitations, and you're getting back a lot of RSVPs from teams that are like, yeah, you know what? He doesn't want to be here. So what? We want him here, and we'll change his mind. That's good for business, man.
Yeah,
that's good for the Suns. That's good that they've got that kind of I'm excited that's what it's
Pacers
like.
traded for Pascal Siakam. They had no idea if they would be able to keep him or not. He was there for half a year. He ended up liking it, and they re-signed with the Pacers. So you could do that. If you send him to a place and he ends up liking it and they have success and they're winning and he's enjoying it, he could end up staying there. Again, the leverage that those teams would have is that they have their bird rights. There's not a lot of teams with cap space every year. So the teams that he could sign a max deal with might not be the teams he wants to go to. So he could either do a sign and trade or settle for a mid-level exception of $16 million with somebody else.
Now, it doesn't mean the Suns are going to get a great deal for Kevin Durant. It just increases the odds that they're going to get a better deal for Kevin Durant, with more teams to the party. I still, whenever the deal comes down, I'd still be really surprised if I look at it and go, ooh, that's a great deal. My hope is for a good deal. I'm really just, I just don't think it's going to be a great deal. I think the best they can do is a good deal for Kevin Durant.
You may not win it, but don't lose it.
Yes.
Make a deal.
That's a better way of putting it.
I can live with that.
And so
it's a good start.
This news about, hey, we'll trade him anywhere without his blessing or not, and if there are teams that are willing to take that risk, fine, really helps let's get the best deal you can get for him, because I just don't know if it was going to happen any other way.
I don't really see a scenario in which they don't bring back picks either, whether it's one or two. There's going to be some draft compensation coming back to Phoenix in just about every one of these deals, that if they make a deal with all of these teams that we've discussed, it'd be some draft compensation.
Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on June 20th for his Broken Branches tour. Limited tickets are still available. You can win a pair now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. When we come back, so all of these teams that Kevin Durant could go to, which one gives them, the Suns, the best return? How would we rank them? That is next on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
A D-backs sweep of Seattle. Now a day off before they host 3 against San Diego at Chase Field. D-backs Padres Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The home of D-backs baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO, Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
The Spurs, the Rockets, the Heat, Timberwolves, Clippers, the Toronto Raptors. Now, not everybody has all of those teams on the list. Gambo through his reporting. I trust his list. I trust his 6 teams. So not every national website is going to have the Clippers on them or the Raptors on them. But most of them, when talking about Kevin Durant trade destinations, they do bring up the Rockets, and they bring up the Spurs, and they bring up the Timberwolves, and they bring up the Heat. Some of them bring up the Knicks, even though the Knicks aren't on your list either. And so now we're kind of left to look at those rosters, look at the names, look at the assets, look at the draft assets they have, and try to figure out which one of them represents the best deal. You said something really, I thought, insightful and smart earlier when we were looking through. Don't act
trying to make up to me because one of the callers said that you guys.
No. I am not. I am not gonna stop making fun of it. I'm just looking out for you. If any of these guys become members of the Phoenix Suns, I think you need to know how to say their name correctly. Because the first time we get Devin Vassell on the phone, you need to know his name is Vassell.
That's why I don't introduce people to the show. You ever heard me introduce anybody to the show?
Never.
Hey, welcome to the show.
Let's just be grateful the Spurs aren't offering up Sandro Mamukelashvili, you know?
Yes, thank God they're not offering up Mamukelashvili. I appreciate that. The interesting thing, I'm not trying to kiss up to you. The interesting thing that I thought you said is that of all the assets any team has that might be interested in Kevin Durant, the number 2 pick in this year's draft is probably the best among them.
That or Castle.
Right? Like in terms of things that you might actually be able to get. Now, I don't think they can get number 2. It's a great idea. I really don't think that's going to be on the table from the San Antonio Spurs. That's probably going to be a deal breaker from their perspective. But if it were, it probably moves to the top of the list in terms of the best things that you could get in a Kevin Durant trade as the number 2 pick in this year's draft.
Yeah, I think all of these teams offer, good options. Like there's, like Houston with Jabari Smith. Jabari Smith's a good player.
The Miami Heat.
I don't think the Heat.
The Heat do not offer good options.
Yeah, I don't think the Heat offer
I would disagree with you. I think the Miami Heat offer junk.
Right. But
Total
everybody
junk.
else has good players that you can get. The potential of what that number 2 pick can become might be higher. The potential that the Harper kid out of Rutgers, likely the number 2 pick, could become like a generational type player. I like that. I like that a lot. Now, again, I don't know if the Spurs would be willing to give that up. The Spurs, they already have Fox. They already have Fox, and they've got Castle. Would they be? I mean, how many? Now, all of those guys are big, so you can play them together. Like, people say, they got all these guards, and can you play three? You can play three guards together when they're 6'5".
Sure.
But you can't play them together when they're 6'1". So, can they really have Fox and then Harper and then Castle? Yes. Yeah, they're big.
Yeah, because they got size.
They got size. You can play them together, sure.
So a couple websites are taking their, we were mentioning the number 2 pick or Castle or whatever. A couple of websites are taking their shots at kind of ranking, which team offers the best deals out there. CBSSports.com ranked them in this order. The New York Knicks 5, the Miami Heat 4. And again, you're not reporting the Knicks are on the list, so I just want to be clear about that. The Knicks 5, the Miami Heat 4, Minnesota number 3 can offer the third best trade. The Rockets number 2 with Jalen Green and Jabari Smith, and then the San Antonio Spurs number 1, again with guys like Devin Vassell, Jeremy Sohan, Harrison Barnes. A caller earlier joked about Harrison Barnes. We've been talking about him coming to the Suns for 5 years. Maybe this is the offseason that it finally happens. And they've got the number 2 pick, and they've got the number 14
I
pick.
like Barnes for 2 years ago. I don't like Barnes for now.
No, I mean...
Barnes is not a fit for the Phoenix Suns now. He's a good player, but you can move him somewhere else to try to get a pick back. But he wouldn't be part of... The Suns aren't going to win over the next couple of years.
No, but inevitably... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So that's why, I wouldn't... I would have loved Harrison Barnes 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want Harrison Barnes now.
Look, inevitably, no matter which team you deal with, I think it's a given that you're going to have a salary coming back and you're going to look at it and go, okay. Okay. And some of them, they're not all created different. Some are going to be better than others. But I really doubt the contract of the player who's coming back, maybe with some exceptions, is going to be the player that you get super excited. Chances are the player that you're going to get super excited about is the younger player who comes in this deal, not the older money guy, right? And again, the rule doesn't apply to everybody, but I would tend to think the older money guy is the one you go, okay, do what you got to do.
He's there to make the money work.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and in every trade, there will be guys that are there to make the money work, but you're also hoping to get, like I said, I think the Suns will walk away with 2 rotational players and some draft picks in any deal they make.
The other ESPN.com, took a stab at this today, too, in which they had 5 of their NBA writers come up with hypothetical Kevin Durant trades, and then at the end of the day, they had Bobby Marks grade all of the deals. Not grade all of the deals, but say which one he would pick if he were a general manager.
He picked the Timberwolves.
He picked the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Interesting.
As the offer that he thought was the best one. And if I remember right, their offer...
DiVincenzo, Gobert, Dillingham was that offer?
That was it, yes. Okay. It was Gobert, it was Dante DiVincenzo, and it was Rob Dillingham.
And that's what Bobby Marks had.
And that's what Bobby Marks said was the best. Out of and like the Spurs... offer, he thought that was better than the Spurs offer of Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, and a first-round pick this year, presumably number 14.
Dillingham's a kid that the Timberwolves traded a unprotected 2031 first-round for to move up and get. The only thing about him, he's like 150 pounds. He doesn't weigh a whole lot. He's young. He's a kid. He's a baby. So, there's the potential that he could turn into something, but it might not be right away because he's just so freaking young. He's a kid. But he's not big. He's not big. He could score, but he's just not a big kid at all.
He just turned 20 on January 4th, 6'3", 175 pounds.
He looks like he's 150. He's little. He's little.
Of course, if Dante DiVincenzo came here, you'd finally be right.
I'd finally be right. The Suns again done, and then people, and then I could. I was never wrong. I was never wrong. Never. I went 29 years of always being right.
For one of our callers earlier, I'm sorry, is that me being mean to Gambo? I see Dante DiVincenzo's name and I think, I got to call him out on that. You'd finally be right about Dante DiVincenzo coming to the Suns.
So Dante DiVincenzo, yep, exactly. But even I'll claim 100% accuracy right then if that happens.
Even on a deal like that, okay, like Gobert's the money guy. All right, I guess there's some benefits there. But the money guy in that trade would be Gobert, and that would just be okay. But I think that's how it's going to be for
whoever
any
gets
guy.
him. You're gonna have a great defensive team because he's just that good. He's the best defensive player in the league every year. So you would have that. The Dillingham kid's interesting because he could turn into something. You just don't know. You just don't know because he's so young and. But he could score. That's why they liked him. That's why they gave up that 2031 unprotected pick to get him.
Yeah, it's options. We'll see. By next week, we could know. And I wasn't expecting to know by next week, which I think is kind of cool that we would have it and we would know it well before the draft. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs and the Padres. You're also going to get a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball and gear and great memories. When we come back.
Good night. Oh, sorry. I thought it was.
What part of the 4-hour show?
Oh.
You've been doing this for how long? 4 hours is 4 hours, man.
Okay, we're coming back. My bad.
Yeah, a huge series starts tomorrow for the Arizona
You're an idiot,
Diamondbacks.
Gambo. You're an idiot.
We'll see if we can convince Gambo to stay around here. A huge series starts tomorrow for the Diamondbacks. Can they carry that Mariners momentum with them into the Padres series? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
You down with OTT?
I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity, so that excites me.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach. With some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7. You down with OTT? And the Arizona Sports Hour.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time by just going to libertygmcaz.com. I bought a car from Liberty GMC a few years ago. Great car buying experience. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. They've got the best inventory, the best deals in town, and that includes great deals on the coolest truck out there on the road, and that is the 2025 GMC Sierra HD. I saw one on the road the other day again, and every time I see it, I think, man, that is a really nice looking truck. It is, and you can get a great deal on it right now, like $12,500 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500 or 4.9% financing for 84 months on a 2025 Sierra 1500. Never been a better time than right now at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn bedding summer sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
That is our John Gambadoro earlier today with the latest on a Kevin Durant trade. Gambo also says that there are 6 teams at the forefront of these trade talks. The Spurs, the Rockets, the Wolves, the Heat, the Clippers, and the Raptors. Those 6 teams purportedly the frontrunners in any sort of Kevin Durant trade. Switching to the Cardinals, they wrapped up mandatory minicamp today. The offseason rolls on. Next up will be training camp a few weeks from now. News from minicamp is an injury update regarding rookie cornerback Will Johnson. Head coach Jonathan Gannon said he was dealing with a little bit of a tight hamstring. However, he does expect that Johnson will be ready to go for training camp a few weeks from now. And then per the New York Post's Joel Sherman, Anthony DeSclafani is opting out of his minor league deal with the Yankees and reportedly joining the Diamondbacks. The veteran right-hander had been making starts for New York's AAA team, his latest start being on June 10th. He has not pitched in the major leagues since 2023. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks need a series win over San Diego? We'll be getting you ready for Dbacks Padres tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
No, but it'd be kind of nice, wouldn't it? The Arizona Diamondbacks, or what was the number I had earlier? 17-24?
17-24 against teams with a winning record.
Teams with a winning record. That's... I'm just curious. I'll look at their schedule. I know they got the Padres coming up. I don't know what's coming
Blue Jays
up.
right after that. They've been scalding.
They have been
late.
playing really well as of late, haven't they?
But then, White Sox, Rockies, and Marlins. All in a row.
Yeah, but the White Sox got the Pope.
That's true. They do have religion on their
side. So the new Pope is wearing a White Sox hat. I included a picture of that in my email today, which I got a kick out of. So you play the Padres. They're currently 9 games over 500. They're 38-29. Okay. Then after that, it's the Blue Jays, as Mitch mentioned. They're 36-32. They have been playing. Oh, even though they've lost. No, I'm looking at the Tampa Bay Rays. I'm sorry. They're 38-30. The Blue Jays are. They've won 8 of their last 10. They've won 3 in a row. They are scalding right now. They're playing really well. But once you get through that, it's the White Sox. It's the Miami Marlins. The Colorado Rockies are in there. You know, like it's. They're sort
actually lost the game to the Rockies earlier this
I know,
year.
but they still won the series,
They
right?
did win
like
the series,
I
right. remember saying, do they need to sweep the Rockies?
Yeah.
Like, well, the Rockies are really historically bad.
And you thought they did. I didn't think they did.
Yeah.
But then they lost that awful game in the middle of that series. It kind of felt like, man, how did you not sweep them? How did you not win that game? There is some... It's weird to say there's momentum for the Diamondbacks right now, considering that the series before the Mariners, they got swept. But it does feel like there's a little bit of momentum with the D-backs right now. They played a really good series against Seattle. They played a really good series against Atlanta.
Yeah, because they're a good baseball team.
I mean, there's some things in the run. I'm not going to make excuses for them. They didn't play as well as they should have against the Reds, but they really should have won at least one of those games when they were there, and the rain delay thing was a mess.
Screwed them up on that Friday. They had that game won.
Screwed on that.
They had the game won, and it was an Encarnacion Strand hit the home run off of Christian Mania, and that tied it. Then they had to play the game suspended the next day, and they lost it. Thompson gave up the base hit. They ended up losing the game. Diamondbacks couldn't score. So, yeah, I felt that they probably should have won that game. Listen, I really believe this. Like, we talk about all the tough breaks the Diamondbacks have got, and there's a lot of tough breaks with A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez and Corbin Burns, and we can go through the list, but we know there's a lot of tough breaks here. The reason why they're still in this thing is because Josh Schnell is having a good season. I can tell Marte is having a good season. And Geraldo Perdomo is having a good season.
Nice and slow.
And Gino Suarez is having a good season. And Corbin Carroll is having a good season. And Alec Thomas is having a good season. And Shelby Miller is having a good season. And Merrill Kelly's pitching great. Like, we could sit here and complain about all the things that have gone wrong for the Diamondbacks. They got a lot of players playing well right now. They got a lot of players that are playing well. Look, can we say Lourdes Gurriel's playing well? I mean, he's made some incredible defensive plays.
He's playing well.
I think he's playing well, too.
I can say he's playing well.
Yeah, so I think that's the reason why you never write this team out. They got a lot of good baseball players. They got a bunch of players that are playing well right now. And and that could carry them to series victories.
It could. It's. I think the big question still will be. I think the question's twofold. I think the question is still mainly the bullpen. The news about Justin Martinez could come down any moment, and by any moment, today maybe, but probably more likely tomorrow because today's an off day for the Diamondbacks. Probably this time tomorrow we'll know the status of Justin Martinez, and we're all bracing for the worst possible news. Okay, now I'm sure they've talked about this. They've been probably talking about this since the minute Justin Martinez walked off the mound with that trainer a few days ago. What's our bullpen structure going to look like now? Who are our guys? What's our Torrey likes to work backwards? Okay, Shelby Miller in the ninth. Then what? Then who's your eighth guy? Who's your seventh guy? Who's
gotta be Ginkel.
It's
got to be Ginkel
eventually. But is he there right now?
I don't
know.
Pitch well in the minors.
He didn't. He didn't pitch a lot in the minors, but he didn't pitch well when he was there. So no matter how great all of those guys are playing, if you've got two guys in the bullpen you trust, which by our count right now they have about two guys down there that we really trust and know and feel good about, it doesn't matter how many guys you have playing well. That can undo everything.
Yeah.
On a nightly basis, And so
of course.
And so they figure that out, and I've got some faith that they can survive this time without Corbin Burns, and they can survive this time without Justin Martinez. Because what Bickley wrote about today at ArizonaSports.com, he's absolutely right. And we've talked about this a little, but he really wrote about it very well this morning. The bulk of the 2023 team that went to the World Series and shocked the world, they're all still here.
Right.
Corbin Burns wasn't on that team. Justin Martinez wasn't a main part of that bullpen, right? Like they
Jordan Montgomery wasn't on that team.
Right. Eduardo Rodriguez wasn't even on that team.
Eduardo Rodriguez wasn't on that team.
They've so much of their core that was responsible for that trip is still here and is, to your point, still playing well. Now, there are new guys. Naylor at first instead of Christian Walker.
Walker had like 4 RBIs last night. They finally had a game. Finally had himself a good game with the Astros.
It's been such a
struggle.
There was
a story in Houston about, we really screwed up again. Like, we screwed up again with the first baseman. By signing him. He's been and defensively, he's been terrible.
Yeah.
They're like, his defense isn't even that great anymore.
Eugenio Suarez wasn't on that team. He's a major upgrade over what they had a couple of years ago with the position. Everything is still there for them to make a run. It comes down to Zach Gallen being better. It comes down to Brandon Pfaadt being better. And it comes down to your bullpen and figuring out some semblance of order and trust down there. That if those things happen, there's no reason to think this team can't go on another run. There's so much talent on that roster. So much. Even without Corbin Burns and even without Justin Martinez, it's still the core of a team that was 3 wins away from winning a World Series 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So a lot of talent there.
Yeah, Suarez, even though he's hitting 220, my God, the home runs and the RBI, like what did they have couple years? Was it Evan Longoria?
Evan Longoria was the main third baseman on that team.
And Rivera, what was the guy? Rivera, remember what was his name? Emmanuel Rivera?
Yeah.
They had Stugatz playing third base.
Yeah, they tried to get Jordan Lawler into that spot,
but he didn't play well.
Yeah.
So they had nothing at third base, nothing. And they added Suarez, who, he's been good. Like he's been almost got cut twice last year, but he's been good for them.
At the thing they need him to be good at, he's been very good at. I mean, he's pacing for, what do we say, the 45 homers and like 120 RBI, I think is what his pace is right now.
You seen like what Aaron Judge's pace is? 215 hits, 60-something home runs, 100 and like Aaron Judge's pace is ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's
not and playing. He's hitting like 450,000 batting average. Right,
his batting average is ridiculous, and he's not playing tonight. First time he got a day off today. First time got a day off today.
He needs it.
Give him some rest.
He could use it. He could use a little rest. So, I think if we're in here on Monday and we're talking about a series win against the San Diego Padres, you're going to really start to see some people think, "Hey, this can be done." Hey, they're going to, and I know it's such a small sample size, and I know we still have a long way to go. But I tell you, if they can do well against the winning teams, they can do well against the winning teams. The schedule does really get kind of favorable for them for little chunks between now and the trade deadline. There's some series where you look at it and go, oh, yeah, that's a very winnable series. They have a few of those coming up. And
if your record against winning teams is 17-24, you damn well better beat Colorado and Miami and these teams.
You better. Yeah, you better. Absolutely. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball, gear, and great memories. We know about the front runners for the Kevin Durant sweepstakes. What impact could the quote-unquote wild cards have in the KD sweepstakes? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt.
This is Michael Wilson.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Sometimes I think about, especially when I'm driving home or driving into work, it's remarkable how many options you have out there if you're looking for an injury attorney. I mean, billboard after billboard after billboard, name after name after name. I'm here to tell you that Berg Simpson and the law firm of Berg Simpson is just different. Now, if you've been in an accident or if you are in an accident at some point, you'll do your homework, you'll do your research, and I think you'll find the same thing that I'm about to tell you. Berg Simpson is just in a different class. The Best Lawyers in America publication, Berg Simpson has over 24 lawyers that are in that publication. The Super Lawyers publication, Berg Simpson has over 12 attorneys that are named of that, including 4 of which are considered rising stars in the industry. Over 40 years of trusted, exceptional service, which just has separated them from all the others out there on so many different levels in so many different ways. Look, nobody wants you to have to call an injury attorney or Berg Simpson, but if you do, that is absolutely the right call for you to make. So if you're ever in need, call Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or Hellsberg.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Here we go. NASCAR makes history on Prime as the Cup Series goes international. We're heading to Mexico City for a road course with all new challenges. 14 turns with 7,000 feet of altitude.
White flag. Next flag ends the race.
Don't miss the first ever points-paying Cup Series race in Mexico. Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Track's clear. We're good to go.
NASCAR. It's on Prime.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Locally, nothing on tonight. None of the local teams involved. Diamondbacks have the night off. Mercury have the night off. We do have, in the National Hockey League, it is Game 4 between the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers in the Stanley Cup Finals. Florida leads the series 2-1. They lead Game 4 1-0 with about 6 minutes to go in the first period of that game.
On a goal by Matthew Tkachuk.
On a goal by Matthew Tkachuk. I meant to mention to you, by the way, you weren't the only one to recommend it to us, but a show you recommended we actually finished over the weekend, and we turned out we enjoyed it.
The Jackal?
No, Paradise.
Paradise.
Paradise
is good.
Sterling.
Yes.
Brown.
Yeah.
And Richard Marsden. And the one where he's the Secret Service agent to the president.
It was good. I wouldn't say it was great, but it was good.
It was good enough. I mean, there was.
All right. Do you want to watch a TV show that I think is one of the best I've seen in years?
Is it The Jackal?
The Jackal.
One you just mentioned. Yeah.
The Jackal is one of the best TV shows. I mean, just absolutely fantastic, sensational TV show.
Yeah.
Like one of the best I've seen in a while.
Okay.
Couldn't believe how good it was.
You've said this.
I think it's the day of it's just called the Day of the Jackal.
The Day of the Jackal.
It's the Day of the Jackal.
There have been a couple of movie versions of it.
Oh my God, it's so good.
One that came out in the 70s, one that came out like the 90s, and then they remade it for a TV series.
TV series, absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal TV series.
Okay. Your recommended is duly. Your recommendation is duly noted.
Kevin Durant is tweeting a lot today, yesterday. He's not commented on any of the stuff that I put out there, but he is commenting a lot. KD, very active on social media today.
He's gonna get traded.
I know.
I mean, what's he gonna say to you? What's he gonna say to you?
I don't even have a direct message, so I think we're good.
I feel like one of the Twitter trolls.
I mean, Are you rooting for Kevin Durant to reach out to you? What are you looking for?
I've had
here,
plenty of conversations with KD. I actually like KD, and I think he's had a great career and a great legacy, and I respect the hell out of him as a player. And I understand him sticking up for himself against a lot of the trolls that are out there. And I think at some point, when he does get traded, we're going to have to sit back and have a segment on his legacy and just, how it started and how it ended. And
his legacy in the NBA or his legacy as a son?
His legacy as a son.
Okay, I'll give you
because it just never amounted to. It wasn't because of him. It wasn't because of him, but it just never amounted to the success we thought it would.
I'll give you a sneak peek to that segment right now.
I'm a sneak peek.
Well, it's just.
It's like a trailer preview.
It is. It's a preview for
trailer
a movie
preview
coming.
to the Jackal.
Here's a preview for our segment on Kevin Durant's legacy for the Phoenix Suns. No, it wasn't necessarily his fault, but it was just about the most uninspiring era of Suns basketball ever.
I was because the expectations were so high.
Well, because the expectations were high, yes, but the level of nightly effort or want to or care it was deplorable. It was the last 2 years of Suns. And again, that's not all to say it's Kevin Durant's fault. But when I think about 2.5 seasons of Kevin Durant, it's like 2.5 years of my son's fandom that I'll never get back.
Yeah.
Really, it was just. Now, me saying that makes it sound like I'm blaming KD for that, and I'm not. But I'm just saying, if we're talking about the 2.5 years that Kevin Durant was a part of the Phoenix Suns, were 2.5 of the most forgettable, troubling, infuriating years of Suns basketball. I won't miss it at all.
No.
Not at all.
Nope. Like you go, what's your best memory? I think it's against your Nuggets, Mitch, my best Durant memory. He hit the three with like no time left to force overtime. Wasn't that the three he hit against the Nuggets? Didn't like Christian Brown hit a three?
It was so memorable, I can't remember it.
That's the one I remember. And they lost in overtime.
But it's also like the expectation with Durant was that they'd be hoisting that Larry O'Brien right now. And that's the problem, is they never even got past the second round.
Yeah, yes.
4 playoff wins in 3 years because I count the first year because they had a full playoff.
He was there for it, yeah.
Right? They won
6 total playoff games.
6 total playoff games. But one series.
Here's the thing I'm going to say about that. Yes, expectations are partially to blame. We set the bar way, way high. I'll give you that. We set the bar too high for a Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal team. But man, did the bar have to end up so low?
No.
Okay, I'll admit we asked too much out of the organization when Kevin Durant was with it. But did it have to be so bad? Did it have to be so far below our expectations?
When did I finally realize that the Suns weren't going to make the play-in? I couldn't believe it. I kept saying to you that they're not even going to be a play-in. They'll be a 6 seed. In December, in January, I think I was saying they'll still be a 6 seed. They'll figure this out. They're not a bad. But then, we did some comparison. One day we did a show. We did comparison where the Suns. I had done some research on where the Suns have ranked the most season. Mm-hmm. Most of it was somewhere around 9, 10, or 11.
10, 11, yeah.
That's where they ranked.
Yeah.
They spent most of the season in 9th, 10th, or 11th place. That's who they were.
No, I think when it's all said and done, the legacy of Kevin Durant is going to be just as much about what the Suns gave up to get him than it's going to be about what they did with him. We will continue over the years to look back and go, my God, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson.
Well, and the first round picks and what they turn into.
The first round picks, what do they turn into? The hole that you put,
who does Houston get with their pick this year? What does that player turn into? Because if he turns out to be a great player, you're going to be like, damn.
Exactly. And even then, we'll do it again in 27, and we'll do it again in 29. We still have years
of
and
payments.
Years of doing that.
This is like the Bobby Bonilla
legacy.
thing.
The legacy isn't, what kind of a player he was or what kind of a team they were. That's part of it. But I think the legacy is really wrapped up in the heavy, heavy price you have.